From the realm of Supergirl, she acquires Kryptonian attributes. From the universe of Chronicle, she gains telekinetic abilities. From Zombie Taoist, she learns the ways of the Tao. From the 3 books of heaven, earth, and humanity, she obtains ancient wisdom. From X-Men, she inherits the gene and the power of the Phoenix. From Chinese Paladin, she acquires the 5 spirit pearls. From Zhu Xian, she obtains the heavenly scriptures. From the world of Marvel, she gains mastery over dimensional magic. From the DC universe, she attains the power of the multiverse. With the assistance of the system, harnessing these forces and rules, Russell gradually forges his own universe. Thus, fate falls under his control, power is sculpted by his will, and hope becomes his divine gift. Throughout this journey, he encounters countless enchanting companions, transforming these universes into the vassals of his newly born cosmos. Consequently, he ascends to the status of the Sun God, the God of dimensions, the sovereign of all heavens, and the supreme entity of the new celestial multiverse, the King of all gods. Chapter 1. Kara Danvers. On a night in International City, within a vibrant bar, accompanied by pulsating music, Kara Danvers, a Kryptonian maiden with golden hair and youthful vigor, was engaged in a prearranged rendezvous. "My past life has constrained me," my best friend told me. As the music continued, her companion abruptly stood. "Pardon me, I need to take a call, I'll be right back." Watching him stride towards the bar's entrance, Kara's face was clouded with disappointment and melancholy. She could hardly comprehend why. As the cousin of Superman and idol in Metropolis and across America, she found herself in such a foolish and meaningless state. Despite possessing the strength to effortlessly lift a car and a physique impervious to bullets, her sister Alex insisted she masquerade as an ordinary individual, serving as a mere coffee-fetching secretary for Kate Grant, the head of Kate Media. Amidst her frustration, the voice of a male news anchor from the television caught her attention. "Attention viewers, just moments ago, Flight 237 from International City to Geneva experienced a rapid descent due to a significant engine failure, circling ominously over the city." Kara's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the news footage of the aircraft. She distinctly recalled her sister Alex mentioning that the flight she was on was indeed the one featured in the report. In a surge of urgency, she dashed out of the bar, where the streets echoed with the wails of police sirens and ambulances. Her Kryptonian heritage granted her enhanced vision, allowing her to spot the aircraft, engulfed in flames, plummeting from 1,000 meters above, with her sister aboard. In that instant, there was no time for contemplation in the dimly lit alley. Shedding her outer garments, the Kryptonian maiden Kara Danvers summoned her unparalleled courage and exhibited her superpowers, soaring into the sky amidst the explosive sounds of the air. Following a path akin to her cousin Superman, despite a few missteps, she ultimately succeeded in gently lowering the aircraft onto the river's surface, rescuing all aboard. Emerging from her first heroic endeavor, drenched from the river, Kara, under Alex's watchful gaze, ascended back into the sky. However, rather than returning home directly, she retraced her steps to the alley. Though her salary at Kate Media was decent, it did not grant her the luxury of carelessly discarding her outerwear, especially since it was specifically chosen for this date and held considerable value. Upon descending from the sky and retrieving her clothing, recalling her inaugural act of heroism, she felt an exhilarating joy akin to that of a child, hopping in delight as she prepared to return home, anticipating the praise from the media and her sister. Yet at that moment, a man's voice resonated from nearby. "Hello, Kara." The unexpected voice in the quiet alley startled Kara, causing her to whirl around in a panic, only to find a man with an Asian visage standing at the entrance of the alley. His face seemed familiar, though she struggled to place it. One thing was certain: his ability to call her name indicated he knew her. Feeling flustered, she clutched her clothing and greeted him. "Hello, do we know each other?" Upon hearing her words, the Asian man appeared somewhat disheartened, shrugging in self-deprecation. "Indeed, I must be invisible. You clearly have not noticed me." Kara felt a twinge of embarrassment, but the man quickly smiled and introduced himself. "Just kidding. I'm Russell. I joined Kate Media a month ago, and my desk is on the 3rd row right behind you, near the floor-to-ceiling windows." At last, Kara recalled his presence. After all, their boss, Kate Grant, had introduced the staff, but she had genuinely forgotten the details. I'm so sorry, Russell." Kara longed to express her apologies. After all, it was rather impolite not to recognize a colleague from the same office, yet her lack of eloquence left her momentarily tongue-tied. Fortunately, Russell, the Asian man, seemed unconcerned. "No need for apologies. In fact, I have scarcely been in the office this past month, dealing with various matters outside. However, Your current appearance seems unsuitable for conversation. Only then did Kara realize how odd she must look, drenched and disheveled. Embarrassed, she attempted to explain. Oh, yes, I just came from the gym, hence the sweating. This clumsy explanation felt unconvincing even to her. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. However, just as she felt incredibly awkward and wished to depart hastily, the Asian man spoke in a peculiar tone, uttering words that left her astounded. No need to explain, I understand. Lifting a 90-ton Airbus is no light task, so sweating that much is perfectly normal. Kara's expression shifted from embarrassment to disbelief, her demeanor growing cautious as she slowly inquired. You saw that? Seeing her reaction, Russell quickly raised his hands in a gesture of apology, retreating slightly as he spoke. There's no need for such wariness, Kara. You don't think you're the only superpowered being on this planet, do you? However, I must admit, discovering that you are also a superpowered individual truly astonishes me. Russell's actions momentarily eased Kara's tension, and the implication of his words intrigued her, though she still could not fully lower her guard. This is beyond explanation. How can you see all of this? Are you tracking me? Could it be? Indeed, today's events were so unexpected that even she could not have foreseen them. Suddenly, an idea struck Kara, and her demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance as she clenched her fists. Acknowledging that his actions might have been misinterpreted, Russell, the Asian gentleman, made another attempt to clarify. Please do not misunderstand. First and foremost, I am not tracking you. Like you, I possess certain unique abilities that enhance my observational skills beyond those of an ordinary human. Furthermore, at this juncture, Russell appeared somewhat hesitant, but ultimately gathered his courage to confess. In truth, I have been watching you all along. Watching me? Kara was momentarily taken aback, until the man before her uttered words that left the 24-year-old woe had yet to experience a meaningful romantic relationship, and who would be considered an old maiden on Krypton. Utterly flustered. I apologize if my intentions were misinterpreted. It's just that, hasn't anyone told you how truly beautiful you are? I noticed you the moment I joined this company, and I wanted to get to know you better, but I never found the opportunity. The atmosphere between them shifted from apprehension to awkwardness. Kara, who was somewhat innocent, listened to such candid words and, after a brief moment of shock, lowered her guard and looked at Russell with a hint of bashfulness, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Russell took the initiative and addressed her. I apologize for my behavior today. I may have acted somewhat rashly. Given your current state, perhaps it would be best for you to return home and rest. We can reconvene at the office tomorrow. By the way, I would appreciate it if you could keep today's events confidential. I will do the same for you. This revelation brought a wave of relief to Kara. Of course, I understand. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. They'll head back now. Just as Kara was about to leave, the man suddenly spoke again. Wait, I have a request. I know this might seem opportunistic, but could I possibly give you a hug? Of course, this is not coercion if you decline. It's perfectly fine. Kara looked at Russell, who appeared even more knave than she, and inexplicably felt a surge of happiness. So, this is what it feels like to be liked by a man. It's quite delightful. With that thought, she gracefully opened her arms and, feigning indifference, replied, Certainly, no problem. Consider it my apology for my earlier behavior. As she spoke, she stepped forward and gently embraced Russell. Unbeknownst to Kara Danvers, at that very moment, as they shared their tender embrace, a mechanical voice echoed in the dimension she could not perceive, addressing Russell. Beep. First intimate contact with Supergirl Kara Danvers achieved. From this day forth, you are no longer a stranger in her life. Reward: 10 Kryptonian physiology super strength. You can lift objects weighing up to 10 tons super speed. Your flight speed exceeds the speed of sound super defense. Your body can withstand most conventional firearm attacks. Beep. Your telekinesis has undergone a breakthrough under the enhancement of Kryptonian genes. You can now control the changes in material forms. A peculiar smile, incongruous with his earlier innocence, crept across Russell's face. Chapter 2, Reporter Russell. Kara Danvers had never felt so despondent. Even when her spacecraft was caught in the explosion of Krypton, plunging her into the Phantom Zone for a full 24 years, and upon arriving on Earth to find her cousin, Kal-El, had grown from a baby into a man and become the superhero Superman, she had never felt as low as she did now. Last night, after what she believed was a heroic act of saving an entire plane, she had anticipated praise and recognition from her sister, Alex. To her dismay, upon Alex's return, she received nothing but stern reprimands for nearly exposing her identity. The stark contrast left her feeling utterly defeated. She had traversed 2,000 light years to Earth not to become a mere assistant. Fortunately, not all was lost. The unexpected presence of Russell had stirred a small ripple of hope within her heart. Perhaps he would acknowledge her as well. With this thought in mind, after a night of rest, Kara arrived at work the next morning, as she always did, carrying coffee and breakfast for her boss. However, today she felt an unusual sense of nervousness. The reason was simple. The events of the previous night had become the talk of the international city. Her indistinct silhouette standing on the wing of the plane had been rehashed by countless media outlets, both online and offline, with everyone speculating about the identity of this mysterious superhero. Upon entering the office, the buzz of conversation heightened, but thankfully, no one recognized that the person they were discussing was indeed her. Well, one person did. As she stepped in, she spotted Russell near the window, radiating sunshine and waving at her. The memories of the previous night brought a slight smile to Kara's face, lifting her spirits a little. At least in this mundane office, there was someone with whom she felt a connection. However, this scene caught the attention of Windshot, the tech-savvy colleague seated beside Kara, who had been secretly harboring feelings for her. "Do you know Russell?" Recalling their brief embrace, Kara smiled brightly and replied, "Well, sort of. Why do you ask?" This smile sparked an unsettling feeling in Wynn. He had intended to inquire further, but just then, the elevator dinged, and everyone instinctively straightened up. As the elevator doors opened, Kate Grant, the commanding owner of Grant Media, strode in, exuding an air of authority, completely disregarding the greetings from her staff. In a commanding tone, she announced, "All editorial staff, to my office for a meeting." Inside the president's office, the walls were adorned with screens displaying reports about the mysterious female hero who had emerged in International City the previous night. Kate Grant paced back and forth, visibly dissatisfied, directing her ire toward her employees. "I understand that many of you are accustomed to playing second fiddle, but I cannot afford to do so. Can anyone tell me why, during the most astonishing event in International City's history last night, we at Grant Media had no exclusive coverage?" Most present understood that her notion of first referred to the daily planet of Metropolis, which, through its exclusive Superman reports, consistently held the top sales position in International City, while Grant Media's forum fell to second place. Andrew, the director of the forum's editorial department, hastily explained, "We have very few leads, and the resolution of the photos we have is quite poor." Others chimed in, "I estimate her height to be around 5 feet 7 inches, but it's hard to gauge against the airplane. Her hair might be black, or perhaps brown." Regrettably, none of the guesses were correct, at which point a man approached a black individual named Jimmy Olsen, a photographer who had previously worked for the Daily Planet. Rumor had it that he was acquainted with Superman, as many of the iconic photographs of the hero had been taken by him. Consequently, Kate had recruited him from the Daily Planet. Perhaps it merely got soiled after all. She passed through dense smoke, the fumes emitted by the aircraft. Kate Grant admired the man's keen powers of observation. "Jimmy, you are absolutely right." However, rather than concluding the discussion, she continued to inquire, "What about the others? For instance, you? Russell, what are your thoughts?" Kate Grant's words directed the gaze of everyone in the office toward a certain unfamiliar Asian figure who had deliberately concealed his presence in the last row. Much like when Kara had first encountered Russell, the majority of the onlookers exhibited a blend of curiosity and questioning, evidently puzzled by the identity of the man who had garnered such attention from the formidable Kate. Under the scrutiny of all, Russell felt compelled to step forward, positioning himself beside Kara, flanking the young woman on either side. He cast a glance at Kara and said, "I believe that the distinction of exclusivity is of little significance. What truly matters is how we can transform this enigmatic superhero into the exclusive champion of Kate Media, much like Superman is to the Daily Planet." Kate Grant's eyes lit up with realization. "Continue." Without a hint of hesitation, Russell navigated past Kate to stand before the screen, pointing at the indistinct silhouette of Kara displayed on it. "It's quite simple. Despite the low resolution of this photograph, one can discern much. This holds far greater value than any exclusive image or news item. For instance, her attire." Attire? Everyone was taken aback, with Kara herself gazing at Russell in bewilderment, unable to grasp how her clothing could be deemed more precious than exclusive photographs or news. "Yes, I wonder if anyone has noticed this as a superhero without her uniform." Upon uttering this statement, those present were left in a state of partial comprehension, yet Kate's interest was piqued. Russell seized the moment to elaborate. "What does this imply?" "At the very least, it suggests a significant likelihood that this is a complete novice. Given that we have uncovered no leads, it is plausible that this superhero is revealing herself for the very first time. And where there is a first, there will undoubtedly be a second and a third." Hence, exclusive photographs and videos will come in due time. What we must do now is use this topic as a springboard and report on it comprehensively. In the absence of exclusivity, we will create it. Just imagine, Kate Media is truly witnessing the rise of a superhero. If we succeed, no one can usurp her from us. As Russell concluded, the assembled individuals experienced a moment of enlightenment, their faces lighting up with admiration, and they erupted into applause. In that moment, Russell had substantiated his worth and capability within Kate Media. Even Kara wore an expression of astonishment. Kate, in a direct manner, proclaimed, "To be frank, Russell, you have gained my respect." She then turned to the others, boasting, "Perhaps many of you are unfamiliar with Russell, let me reintroduce him. This is Russell, a seasoned investigative journalist who spent 6 years in the Middle East, covering stories involving terrorists and warlords. He is remarkably experienced, and someone I recruited at great expense." After this, she continued to extol Russell. "I never imagined that as an investigative journalist, you would possess such a keen instinct for current affairs. Andrew, what are you waiting for? Have the team prepare our first exclusive report, centered around Russell's recent insights. This girl is precisely what we need. She can save our forum report." "I understand. Is there anything else to say, Russell?" "Of course." Russell discreetly glanced at Kara beside him, addressing everyone. "Next, we should consider what name we ought to bestow upon this mysterious superhero." Chapter 3. Flight in the Realm of Journalism. Speed and efficiency reign supreme. Therefore, upon determining the course of action, the meeting concluded swiftly, with everyone returning to their respective stations, ready to immerse themselves in their tasks. As Kara resumed her position, she reflected on Russell's commanding presence, which had even captivated Kate, the enigmatic figure among them, filling her with admiration. At that moment, she heard Wynn's voice beside her. "Is he truly that popular?" Curiously, Kara glanced over and saw Wynn gazing in awe towards the skylight, where Russell had already gathered a throng of admirers. What transpired in there? Why is he surrounded by so many people the instant the meeting adjourned? Kara chose not to respond to Wynn's inquiry. Instead, she pondered for a moment before opening her computer and sending a message to Russell. "Could we discuss matters on the rooftop during lunch?" Russell's reply was prompt. "Of course, no problem." On the rooftop of the Kate Media building, after fulfilling a task assigned by her boss to procure a lettuce wrap, Kara, feeling slightly anxious from skipping lunch, hurried to the rooftop. Upon her arrival, she spotted Russell standing on the helipad, clad in a fitted casual suit. Hearing her footsteps, he turned, greeting her with a smile. "Kara, you look beautiful today." "Thank you. And you look quite dapper as well." Kate rarely offers such compliments. Recalling the events of the previous night, Kara felt a twinge of shyness and was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Russell seemed to possess a natural understanding of others' feelings. "Let us dispense with the formalities. I know you have numerous questions for me. Rest assured, I shall answer everything I can share." Russell's thoughtfulness brought Kara a sense of comfort. At least she no longer felt the need to conceal her true self. "Thank you. I do have many questions. You mentioned last night that you possess superpowers like mine. So, are you an alien?" At this, Russell couldn't help but chuckle. "No, I'm not an alien. I am very much human. However, due to certain extraordinary experiences, I acquired superpowers." Conversely, Kara, could it be that you are indeed an alien? I never anticipated encountering such a stunning extraterrestrial who appears so remarkably similar to us. Kara was taken aback by her own revelation, feeling a bit embarrassed. She quickly changed the subject, smiling as she inquired, "So, what is your superpower?" "It's quite simple." Russell pulled out a Lego Superman model from his pocket, which began to levitate before their eyes, disassembling and reassembling itself. Kara's delicate features were alight with astonishment. "Is this some sort of magic?" "No, this is merely psychokinesis. I can manipulate all objects within my line of sight, including myself." At this point, under Kara's curious gaze, Russell abruptly halted and raised an eyebrow, addressing her. "I witnessed you soaring through the sky last night. Frankly, it was quite impressive. I can also levitate myself using psychokinesis. Would you care to engage in a contest?" This piqued Kara's interest immediately, her eyes alight with enthusiasm as she responded, "That sounds intriguing. How shall we compete?" "Quite simply," Russell replied, gazing into the distance and gesturing towards the edge of the international city. "Do you see that bridge? We will race from here and back. Whoever returns first shall be declared the victor. To ensure discretion, I propose we ascend to at least 1,000 meters above ground for this challenge. By the way, would you mind if I added a wager to sweeten the deal for the winner?" Not at all, Kara replied, equally eager. Having lived thus far, she had never competed with another individual possessing similar powers, making this a thrilling new experience for her. Excellent. If I emerge victorious, will you grant me the opportunity for a formal date? The exhilaration of the moment led Kara to accept without hesitation. Of course. And if I win? Russell inquired. As your reward, you may pose me a question, and I shall never utter a falsehood. Boom. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, amidst the air and clouds, the silhouettes of the two individuals raced through the sky, creating sonic booms in their wake, forming unique vapor trails behind them. Wow, Kara exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed, during the past 12 years, she had seldom exercised her superpowers due to Alex's insistence, though she had clandestinely attempted to fly. This was her first experience of such exhilarating freedom, soaring through the sky without the need to conceal her abilities. What thrilled her even more was the presence of Russell beside her, dispelling her sense of solitude. Watching Russell keep pace with her, a sense of pride welled up within Kara, prompting her to declare, I'm about to accelerate. If you wish to keep the chance for our date, you better catch up. Boom. In an instant, Kara vanished amidst the clouds with a sonic boom. At this moment, as Russell gazed at Kara's disappearing figure, he felt an overwhelming desire to chase after her, to seize the opportunity for their date. For it was through such moments that he could foster a deeper connection with Kara, and in turn, harness more Kryptonian power through the system during their intimate encounters. Yet, truth be told, he found himself utterly incapable at this juncture, even though he had acquired telekinesis from Superpower Unleashed, which was further enhanced by the Kryptonian genes from the 10 Krypton bloodline obtained last night, reaching a level he had never anticipated, capable of altering the very form of matter. Rather than merely controlling it, he still found himself unable to match the most formidable and overpowered Kryptonian lineage depicted in Superpower Unleashed. Despite Kara being a mere novice at this point, her speed had effortlessly soared to Mach 2, twice the speed of sound, and this was not even her limit. In contrast, even after his enhancement from the previous night, his speed barely grazed the speed of sound. Later in the storyline, Kara's velocity could rival that of the Flash. Thus, when he returned to the rooftop of the building 4 minutes later, he encountered a proudly beaming Kara, who, pointing at her watch, joyfully declared, I've been waiting for you for a minute. It seems you have lost your chance for a date with me. Russell shrugged in resignation. Well, I suppose I must strive harder in the future to reclaim this opportunity for our date. For now, you have one. You may pose your questions, but be mindful. The reward may only be used once. Chapter 4. The formation of the team. Russell's words brought Kara, who had been brimming with excitement, back to a state of calm. However, one question was evidently insufficient to satiate the inquiries swirling in her mind. After pondering for a moment, she gazed at Russell, who was smiling at her, and, with a hint of playfulness, said, May I ask a few more questions? Of course. Russell appeared quite generous. However, regarding these additional inquiries, I cannot guarantee the accuracy of my answers. You must discern the truth for yourself. Why? Kara inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is quite simple. Sometimes, the truth may not be as pleasant to hear and could potentially cause you pain. Thus, when necessary, I shall offer kind-hearted lies to spare your feelings. Russell's words plunged Kara into contemplation, yet she soon regained her resolve and confidently replied, Thank you, Russell, I understand. Now, may I begin my questions? Shall I employ the reward I have for you? No need. I shall inform you when it is required. Very well, please proceed. At that moment, Kara found herself at a loss for questions, overwhelmed by the multitude of inquiries she wished to pose. After some thought, she decided against asking about herself and instead posed another question. Then, my first question is, with such superpowers at your disposal, why? Kara hesitated, uncertain if her question was appropriate, but fortunately, Russell helped articulate it. Why don't you, like your cousin, become a superhero and aid the innocent? Kara awkwardly nodded in agreement. Russell, understanding, began to elaborate. I observed your performance last night, Kara. It seems you are ready to embark on the journey of becoming a superhero. Are you truly prepared? Prepared for what? Kara inquired with a curious expression, reminiscent of a sweet blonde innocent. It is quite simple. To become the center of attention, to be scrutinized daily by all, and to withstand the moral judgment imposed upon you by others who hold you to godlike standards. A single misstep could render you a target, endangering not only yourself, but also your family, exposing them to threats from those who harbor animosity towards you, even risking your life. Moreover, you must strike a balance between the life of a superhero and that of an ordinary person. Russell ceased to elaborate, for even these considerations had drained the color from Kara's face. As a girl well-guarded, Kara envisioned only the idolized image of becoming a superhero alongside her cousin Superman, basking in the admiration and recognition of all, never contemplating the darker facets of such a life. Reflecting on the words spoken by Alex the previous night, she felt a twinge of guilt for harboring resentment towards her, yet she could not shake the dreams that resided in her heart. Hesitantly, she turned to Russell and asked, "So, do you believe I should remain an ordinary person?" "No, that question should be directed at you. Do you wish to be an ordinary person? What difference would it make?" Kara was somewhat perplexed by Russell's inquiry. "Certainly," Russell replied, stepping closer to Kara, gazing into her beautiful eyes and delicate features. "Regardless of what others may whisper in your ears, Kara, no one can make that decision for you. Ultimately, the choice lies solely with you. However, once you have made that decision, you must prepare yourself to confront the life I have just described. I trust your heart has already made its choice." Russell's words plunged Kara into contemplation, yet after a brief moment, she lifted her head with confidence, her chest held high, and declared, "Yes, Russell, I have made my decision." "Excellent. Then persevere. I have faith that you will become an extraordinary superhero." "Thank you." A gentle smile graced Kara's face, though she felt a flicker of uncertainty within. "However, I still have yet to devise a way to begin. Do you have any suggestions?" She gazed at Russell with anticipation, clearly aware that he had contemplated this matter more deeply than she had. "Of course, first and foremost, if you genuinely aspire to be a superhero, as I mentioned in front of Kate, you must prepare yourself a costume and a name. You wouldn't want to don a heroic guise without even having a name to accompany it, would you?" "A splendid idea. I shall commence preparations for the uniform. What do you think of the name?" "It is a good choice, but that matter may not rest solely in your hands." Russell replied with a wink, continuing, "The title of Superman was not one he assigned to himself." Kara suddenly understood, her expression one of resignation. "Very well. I hope Kate can bestow upon me a melodious name." Nevertheless, she felt significantly more at ease and continued to inquire, "Do you have any further suggestions?" "Of course, additionally, I believe you require some training." "Training?" "Indeed, I can discern that you possess formidable power, akin to Metropolis Superman. However, to be candid, even Superman faces adversaries he cannot conquer. Thus, you need to acquire skills such as combat techniques and the ability to respond adeptly to various situations, allowing your strength to manifest its full potential." "You are right. But truth be told, I've been diligently striving to control my powers. Yet a conventional Taekwondo dojo offers little benefit for my training." At this moment, an idea struck Kara, and her eyes sparkled as she turned to Russell. "If memory serves me right, Kate mentioned that you are an investigative journalist. Therefore, do you possess some knowledge? Could you assist in training me?" "Of course, it would be my honor." Russell had no reason to decline. "However, you must go easy on me. I do not wish to appear battered and bruised daily." "Haha, no problem. Do you have any other suggestions?" "Honestly, I consider myself quite fortunate, Russell, to have encountered you. Certainly, there is one crucial aspect I believe you require: a team. Unless you aspire to be a lone wolf like Metropolis Superman, even he has countless individuals supporting him from behind the scenes." Kara fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, she lifted her head, her bright and beautiful eyes filled with hope as she asked, "You will assist me, Russell, won't you?" At that instant, despite their brief acquaintance, Kara felt an inexplicable familiarity. Although Russell was not of Kryptonian origin, their shared status as superpowered beings instilled in her an unusual trust towards him. A flicker of hesitation crossed Russell's face, causing Kara to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet ultimately, she radiated a captivating smile, for Russell extended his right hand, grinning as he asked, "Have you decided what salary to offer me?" Kate provided me with a rather generous compensation. Realizing Russell was jesting, Kara smiled as she clasped his hand. "Ha ha, my salary cannot afford you. However, I can include the previous rendezvous in the deal. Then I can hardly find a reason to decline." Finally having her first companion, someone to share her burdens, Kara's spirits soared, her heart lightened, and her smile grew even more enchanting. "All right, now that we have one, what comes next?" "Next, we must certainly seek more members. A team cannot consist solely of myself. In this digital age, a computer whiz is indispensable, such as that individual you know, Kara exclaimed, her eyes alight with inspiration. As Wynn's voice faded, a sudden sound of something crashing to the ground echoed from a short distance away. Under the watchful gaze of Russell and Carla, Wynn's figure gradually rose. An embarrassed expression on his face as he spoke. If I said I wasn't eavesdropping, would you believe me? Chapter 5. The visitor nightfall enveloped the eastern coast of the international city. In a middle-class neighborhood, Russell concluded his day's work and took the subway to his destination. Approaching a two-story standalone apartment, he retrieved his keys and entered. This was the sole inheritance left to him by his parents, a place uninhabited for nearly 7 or 8 years. Although he had arranged for repairs this month, the exterior still bore signs of age. Fortunately, the interior remained relatively well-preserved, spacious and tidy. As Russell stepped inside, the living room lights flickered to life. At the moment he waved his hand, it was as if all the furniture within the house awakened with its own vitality. The television turned on automatically, broadcasting the day's news. The refrigerator door opened, and the ingredients within began to levitate one by one. The kitchen faucet activated itself, initiating an automatic cleaning process. The knives soared from their storage, ready to prepare the chosen ingredients. Finally, the gas stove ignited on its own, and pots, pans, and various seasonings danced in the air, commencing the culinary process. Of course, with Russell's mastery over telekinesis, he did not require such exaggerated gestures. Yet, one must admit, there's a certain charm to ritual, is there not? Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, 2 plates of steaming dishes gracefully landed on the coffee table against the wall. One a plate of Kung Pao chicken, the other shredded potatoes. Simultaneously, a bottle of cola soared from the refrigerator, popping open with a satisfying fizz. Russell caught the flying chopsticks with one hand, casually asking without turning his head, "So, would you care for some? I wouldn't mind adding a few more pairs of chopsticks." As his words lingered in the air, the darkened cubicle leading to the bathroom echoed with the sound of footsteps. A tall figure with pointed ears and a voluptuous woman approached, each brandishing a firearm. Dressed in black uniforms, they regarded Russell with caution. Regrettably, he showed no inclination to acknowledge their presence. Ultimately, it was the woman who, growing impatient, aimed her gun at him and demanded, "Tell me, who are you, and why are you approaching Carla?" Only then did Russell slowly turn to face the ominous barrel of the gun, unperturbed as he replied, "Why shouldn't I? Isn't it only natural for me to pursue someone as remarkable as Carla?" Unfortunately, as Carla's sister, Alex had no intention of being swayed. She retorted vehemently, "Do not mistake me for a naive girl like Carla. Your flattery holds no power over me." Russell shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to address the 2 intruders. "Surely, you do not wish for me to continue conversing with you in this awkward posture, do you? Please do not hesitate. There are plenty of vacant spots on the sofa." With that said, he turned away and resumed his dinner. Observing Russell's audacious demeanor, Alex was instantly compelled to confront him, but was restrained by Captain Hank Henshaw, standing nearby. "Leave this to me," Hank asserted, slowly approaching Russell. However, he did not take a seat. Instead, he regarded Russell with the scrutinizing gaze of an interrogator, and began to speak in a measured tone. "Russell, a 27-year-old of Chinese descent, born in 1989, lived with your parents in International City until the age of 18. It was there that you embarked on a graduation trip to Egypt with your parents, where you encountered a terror attack, emerging as the sole survivor. Subsequently, you traveled to the United Kingdom, where you spent 4 years at the University of Cambridge. Upon graduation, you joined and became a frontline reporter stationed in the Middle East for 5 years, until your abrupt return 1 month ago. After finishing, Hank cast a glance at Russell, inquiring, "Have I overlooked anything? Surely, there must be more to your story. Of course, if our deductions are correct, you must be feeling remorseful." "I do not intend to reopen old wounds," Russell replied, "though reflecting on it now brings a tinge of sorrow. I have come to terms with it. The deceased are gone, are they not?" Hearing Russell's words, Alex's demeanor softened slightly, prompting him to approach as well. "So, you acquired your extraordinary abilities in the wake of that terror attack. You are indeed a human from Earth? What leads you to such a conclusion?" Russell did not respond directly, instead countering with a question. "We have investigated every facet of your life, beginning with your association with Kara. The findings reveal that prior to your high school graduation, while you exhibited commendable qualities, it was post-attack, upon entering Cambridge, that your brilliance became extraordinary. Although you seldom interacted with others, the esteemed faculty of Cambridge lauded your capabilities in physics, chemistry, biology, mechanics, architecture, astronomy, geography, history, and even theology. One's energy is typically finite, yet you appear to defy this norm. Russell merely shrugged nonchalantly. To be candid, I believe this was the least concealed period of my life. However, there are reasons for this. Firstly, I am still a novice, and secondly, I genuinely require this knowledge, he stated, tapping his forehead with his finger. The telekinetic abilities I possess have not only granted me control over all things, but have also enhanced my cognitive faculties, endowing me with an extraordinary memory and remarkable capacity for processing information. Such formidable abilities should not be squandered like those of fools. Thus, in order to cultivate my potential, I must acquire further knowledge. Russell's calm words instilled a profound sense of dread within both Hank Henshaw and Alex. They do not fear crises and challenges, yet they are apprehensive of such calm and astute adversaries. So, you do not deny my inquiry? You indeed acquired those extraordinary abilities during that terrorist attack. Therefore, you are undeniably human, not an extraterrestrial being. How authentic! May I interpret your stance as being aligned with Earth? Naturally, no one would appreciate the intrusion of strangers into their home, especially when threatened at gunpoint. Witnessing this, Hank Henshaw wisely chose to sheath his weapon. Casting a glance at Alex, who, albeit reluctantly, also secured her firearm. Very well, I apologize. However, it appears we can engage in a constructive dialogue now. Such as why you approached Kara. Was it due to others? Russell candidly stated without concealing anything. Are you referring to Superman? This prompted an anxious outburst from Alex. You were already aware of Kara's identity, weren't you? Why? Russell gestured toward his own eyes. Of course, I observed. To be frank, they bear an uncanny resemblance. And Kara frequently mentioned Superman, evoking a sense of familiarity that is astonishing. Prior to this, I merely harbored suspicions. I appreciate your confirmation, Miss Alex. You're even more exquisite than I had presumed. Alex was momentarily rendered speechless, dismissing the final compliment entirely. Recognizing that further conversation would yield little fruit, Hank Henshaw extended his hand, stating, I appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Russell, but as a relevant professional, I advise against excessive contact with Kara. Unfortunately, Russell showed no intention of shaking hands, for he knew from watching Supergirl that this man, Hank Henshaw, is a Martian with telepathic abilities. Though he had enveloped himself in telekinesis and was prepared to escape this world, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Very well. Observing Russell's lack of response, Hank Henshaw retracted his hand in disappointment. In that case, farewell, Mr. Russell. Of course, I sincerely hope it does not come to that. Watching the departing figures of the two, Russell nonchalantly remarked, Indeed, I too hope there will be no next time. Should there be, I trust you will contact me in advance. Chapter 6. The Girl's Rebellion in a Black Sedan Traversing the Broad Road. Hank Henshaw occupied the driver's seat while Alex sat in the passenger seat. Observing Hank's concentrated driving, his dark demeanor, and his silence, Alex anxiously inquired, What is your perspective, Minister Henshaw? It is exceedingly perilous, Hank Henshaw declared without a moment's hesitation. Why? Alex never anticipated that Hank Henshaw's reaction would surpass her own, and it appeared rather exaggerated. Even their operations department had not exhibited such a response in the face of those terrifying extraterrestrial foes. It was quite simple. He knew us well. At this juncture, he slowly turned his head and inquired of Alex, Did we introduce ourselves when we arrived? In an instant, Alex's expression shifted to one of shock as she recalled that she had not introduced herself at all, while this man named Russell had openly stated his name, even knowing about her relationship with Kara. At that moment, she remembered a compliment she had previously dismissed about her beauty, and she reacted with realization. Was he being deliberate? Consequently, this was also why I chose to leave proactively. I'm uncertain about how much he knows about us, and until we gather more intelligence on him, we must exercise caution. The fortunate aspect is that he does not currently seem to harbor any criminal intentions. Hank Henshaw's words made Alex suddenly tense. What about Kara? I cannot allow such a dangerous individual to approach her, yet I am at a loss on how to dissuade her from her dream of becoming a superhero. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt. Hank Henshaw gazed into Alex's eyes and said, You must take action, and you alone are capable of doing this. If Kara's identity is exposed, Those who harbor hatred towards Superman and seek vengeance will come for her. I understand. I will do my best. She replied. Do you need a ride home? No, I can return by myself. As Alex pondered how to explain things to Kara on her way home. It was already past 10 o'clock. Upon entering, she was greeted with a warm embrace. I am sorry, Alex. I was so unreasonable last night and even yelled at you. Today, after hearing Russell's words and understanding the peril of becoming a superhero, Kara genuinely felt remorse for their argument the previous night. Feeling her sister's embrace, Alex reciprocated tightly. Kara, no, I am also at fault. I should not have blamed you. If it weren't for you saving me. The sisters held each other closely, seemingly returning to their joyous, sisterly bond, and Alex felt a sense of relief as she spoke. So what are your plans? I know. Releasing the embrace, Kara looked at Alex with determination and declared, I am aware of what it means to become a superhero, and I believe I am ready. Moreover, I have made some wonderful friends who will support me. Observing the unwavering resolve in her sister's eyes, Alex's expression suddenly shifted. Is it that man named Russell? Kara's demeanor transformed from shock to confusion. Wait, how do you know? In that moment, Alex, unable to conceal her truth any longer, confessed, I have been deceiving you. Kara, I have been working for a government agency known as the Department of Operations, whose duty is to protect Earth from extraterrestrial threats. What? Kara exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief, instinctively retreating as she gazed at her sister, who reached out to steady her. Attempting to comprehend, she inquired, So, you have been monitoring me all along? No, I have been protecting you. This is not merely my will, it is also our father's. Regrettably, Kara was beyond the point of listening. No, stop lying. You have been deceiving me into living as an ordinary person while you have joined this Department of Operations solely to keep an eye on me, an alien. Realizing she had made a grave mistake, Alex cast aside her reservations. Kara, I know you don't understand, but that guy named Russell is not a good person. She has known your identity for a long time, and she intentionally approached you because of me and my department. What? Kara, feeling as though her life was engulfed in lies, could no longer bear it. She burst through the window with a resounding crash, soaring into the sky. Watching this unfold, Alex urgently contacted her superior. I'm sorry, I messed up. Kara is gone. Amidst the rumbling thunderclouds, Kara flew at an astonishing speed, fueled by her anger and sorrow. After circling International City 3 times, she finally returned to the rooftop of the Kate Media building. As if this place was the only refuge where she could reconnect with her humanity and find some semblance of calm. Yet even there, she could not escape the overwhelming sadness brought on by betrayal. She felt surrounded by a web of lies. As she wept, footsteps echoed nearby, accompanied by a familiar voice. It seems your conversation with your sister didn't go well. Instantly on guard, Kara stood up and faced Russell, who had previously seemed quite amiable. Alex spoke the truth. Didn't she? You knew who I was all along? You approached me intentionally? Russell, of course, denied it, observing Kara's distrustful gaze. She offered an explanation that left no room for doubt. In fact, I returned to International City only a month ago. Prior to that, I spent 5 years in the Middle East, and before that, I was studying in the UK. I have only visited International City a handful of times. Unless you believe I should have known you 10 years ago. Kara certainly did not think so. 10 years ago, she had merely been a 14-year-old girl, having been sheltered by her adoptive parents since arriving on Earth less than 2 years prior, rarely venturing outside. This thought lightened her mood slightly as she replied, What about Alex's identity? Are you referring to the Department of Operations? Do not forget, I am a journalist, an investigative reporter on the front lines, and a formidable being with extraordinary abilities. To put it rather bluntly, my understanding of this world may surpass that of your so-called action department. Russell's words left Kara momentarily speechless, and she reluctantly inquired, Then why did you approach me? With an expression of incredulity, Russell slowly walked closer to her, gazing at her tear-streaked, enchanting visage, and replied, Why all these convoluted reasons? Cannot simply be because you captivate me. Kara? Chapter 7. The Kryptonian Physique, the Playboy. Within the confines of the action department, Alex stared at the surveillance screen, displaying her sister and the man's exchange. Erupting in a fit of rage, Hank Henshaw, however, remained composed and remarked, But is rather useful, isn't it? Kara has already regained her composure. Alex dismissed this notion. She would not allow this dangerous individual to draw near her sister. Resolving to confront him, she drew her firearm and headed outside, determined to resolve the situation. Just then, a voice emanating from the surveillance screen halted her in her tracks. On the rooftop of the Cape Media building, observing the calm Kara, Russell extended his hand, gently wiping away her tears. Noticing her lack of resistance, he softly inquired, "Can you tell me what transpired?" At that moment, Kara's heart began to trust Russell. And through her tears, she confessed, "Alex deceived me. She has always wanted me to be ordinary, yet she does not understand me at all. She constantly uses her role as my sister to control me. She is simply jealous of me." Kara poured forth her innermost thoughts, causing Alex to tremble with emotion in the action department. Hank Henshaw exchanged a glance with Alex. Meanwhile, the dialogue on the surveillance screen continued. As Kara spoke, Russell soothed her shoulder and looked in her eyes, saying, "Do you know what your sister Alex represents to me, Kara?" In response to Kara's bewilderment, Russell uttered words that astonished everyone. "Although your sister seems to harbor a strong dislike for me, I must nonetheless express that she is like an angel." An angel? At that moment, Alex, who was monitoring the scene, questioned her own hearing, while Kara wore a look of sheer astonishment. Indeed, Russell continued, unbuttoning his shirt. As Kara watched in shock, he revealed scars on his chest, one near his heart and another in his lung. "These are the two closest encounters with death I have faced in my 5-year career. One bullet nearly pierced my heart, and the other, a shard, penetrated my lung." After delivering this revelation, Russell rebuttoned his shirt, leaving Kara momentarily speechless. However, at that moment, I had already mastered the telekinetic abilities I possessed. As long as I willed it, those bullets and shrapnel could not harm me. Yet I allowed them to pierce my flesh, deliberately avoiding the vital organs. This confounded Kara entirely. Why? The answer was simple. I yearned to be an ordinary person. At this juncture, Russell shifted his position, sitting alongside Kara at the edge of the rooftop, gazing out at the vibrant urban landscape before them. "When I was 6 years old, I first encountered Superman in a newspaper, and upon realizing that such extraordinary power existed in this world, I have longed for similar abilities ever since. To be honest, at that tender age, I had no comprehension of what such power truly entailed. It wasn't until my 18th birthday, when my parents took me on a trip and we encountered a horrific terrorist attack, where I was the sole survivor, that the gravity of it all struck me. In that moment, Kara could no longer contain her sorrow. Her eyes were filled with shock and regret, laced with boundless maternal sympathy. I'm sorry. I'll come to terms with it. In the wake of that tragic incident, I awakened my superpowers, yet alas, it was all too late. I saved nothing. It was then that I realized the true essence of possessing superpowers. It felt as though I were omnipotent, akin to a deity, able to obtain whatever my heart desired." At this point, Russell adopted a tone tinged with self-mockery as he glanced at Kara. "If things had continued down that path, perhaps I would have morphed into a nefarious supervillain, destined to confront you, the superhero." Yet, Kara found no humor in his words. She could vividly envision the torment of witnessing her parents perish before her eyes, having endured a similar experience herself. Until an alarming incident jolted me awake. My roommate, who was also my closest friend, had contemplated my demise. The reason was painfully simple: jealousy. Once hailed as a prodigy, he developed a robust sense of pride and an insatiable drive. However, upon realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to me, and that the gap was only widening, despair took root within him. This despair morphed into a murderous jealousy, culminating in his attempt to poison me, which I fortunately uncovered. Ultimately, he was apprehended by the police, yet it was at that moment that I grasped why people harbor such fear and hatred toward those endowed with superpowers. As Russell turned to Kara, his expression grew solemn and earnest. "Therefore, I assert that your sister Alex is an angel. Frankly, if I were in her shoes, having such an exceptional sister while being merely an ordinary person, I cannot fathom the depths of jealousy I would feel. Yet, her sole focus remains on your protection. What other than angelic can one call such a relative? Kara, you may choose not to trust anyone, but your sister Alex's love for you will remain unwavering." At that moment, as Russell's words came to an end, Kara, realizing the nature of her transgressions and the harshness of her words, wept profusely. Within the confines of the operations department, the monitoring room screen revealed Alex's eyes glistening with emotion. observing the sorrowful and regretful Kara trembling in distress. Russell swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, inhaling the fragrant aroma of her golden hair, and gently articulated, "Do not weep. Although I am unaware of the circumstances between you and your sister, the most pressing matter now is to apologize to Alex and share your heartfelt sentiments with her. I am confident she will comprehend." Russell's words struck a chord within Kara, prompting her to extricate herself from his embrace, and, wiping away her tears, she exclaimed urgently, "You are right, I shall go at once." Yet, as she prepared to take flight, in stark contrast to their initial meeting, she cast a tender glance back at Russell, turned, and embraced him once more, bestowing upon him a soft kiss. With a resounding whoosh, she vanished from the rooftop, feeling the lingering sensation of her lips. A smile adorned Russell's face, accompanied by the familiar sound echoing in his ears. Ding! You have received a kiss filled with affection and gratitude from Supergirl Kara Danvers. From this day forth, you shall become her most cherished friend. Reward: 30 Kryptonian superhuman traits. Super strength. You can lift objects weighing up to 30 tons. Super speed. Your flight speed has reached 2 Mach. Super durability. Your body can withstand most firearms and possesses the ability to absorb yellow sunlight for self-healing. Super breath. Your lungs have been enhanced, allowing you to hold your breath for an hour and adapt to thin high-altitude environments. Ding! Your telekinesis has achieved a new breakthrough under the enhancement of Kryptonian genes, enabling you to manipulate visible energy forms, such as flames and lightning. Chapter 8, The Base. Uniforms and belts. A new morning dawned. Bright sunlight streamed into the offices of Kate Media. Sitting at his workstation, Wynn observed Kara, animatedly conversing with Russell by the floor-to-ceiling windows, and felt a twinge of unease. Could it be due to their shared superhuman abilities? Wynn rationalized this thought, only to peculiarly notice that not only he, but a man named Jimmy, was discreetly watching Russell as well. Fortunately, Kate soon arrived at the company, and the routine morning meeting commenced. She praised Russell with evident satisfaction. Our headline yesterday about the mysterious superhero was quite remarkable. Now, everyone has developed a keen interest in our new hero, but this is merely a beginning. We need to uncover more headlines, so Russell, I would like to entrust this task to you. What does that sound? Many voiced their agreement, recognizing that Russell had already demonstrated his capabilities and value the day prior. Just then, Jimmy, the former photographer for the Planet and the current art director at Kate Media, stood up and waved his hand. "I thought this person would be me," Kate remarked nonchalantly. "This is not a conflict, Jimmy. You are the photographer, and Russell is the investigative journalist. But now, I need Russell to uncover the identity of our enigmatic superhero. This is precisely Russell's forte, is it not?" "No problem at all." Naturally, Russell had no reason to decline. "Excellent. So what are you still doing here? I am paying you not to sit idly." The morning continued in a flurry of activity until noon, when the hastily assembled superhero team gathered, led by one, who ascended the stairs. As he unlocked the door, a hint of nervousness crept into his voice. "Ever since Russell shared his thoughts yesterday, I have been pondering this place. It was once the office of the actuary Ed, but ever since he succumbed to a heart attack at his desk, no one has occupied it. It is perfectly suited to become our secret base." With that, the office door swung open. Kara gazed with excitement at the spacious office filled with computers and exclaimed, "What a splendid place." "Thank you, Wynn. Don't mention it. To be honest, I never imagined I would have the opportunity to be part of the behind-the-scenes team of superheroes. It feels like a dream," Wynn replied. Observing Russell's curious gaze, he confidently elaborated, "I have equipped this place with cutting-edge technology that will enable us, as Russell suggested, to explore the entire international city and identify where Kara's assistance may be required." Russell, appreciating Wynn's enthusiasm, could not help but praise him further. "Incredible. I must say, Wynn, you are truly a genius in this regard. Although I have studied a bit myself, I must confess I lack your talent." Wynn basked in the compliment. "Thank you. Care to give it a try?" "Not just yet." As the two exchanged curious glances, Russell produced his prepared items. "This is for you, Kara. I have also dabbled in costume design, and I have tailored a suit for you, incorporating elements from your cousin Superman's uniform." "Wow." Kara joyfully accepted the offering, while one, seemingly hearing some monumental news, nervously interjected, "Did I just hear correctly? Superman is that Superman from Metropolis, your cousin, Kara?" "Indeed." "Whoa," one exclaimed in astonishment, while Kara, holding her new uniform, could hardly contain her excitement. "I'm going to try it on." Moments latte, cara amarja. Her stunning appearance prompting Russell and one to rise in awe. She donned a blue bodysuit akin to Superman's, emblazoned across the chest with a large emblem edged in gold. The lower half featured a striking red skirt that shimmered against her black stockings, undeniably captivating, complemented by Superman's iconic red cape. Whoa, absolutely gorgeous. Both individuals could not help but exclaim in admiration. Kara, equally pleased, gazed at her reflection in the mirror, as if transformed into a different person, and confidently remarked, Russell, you are truly remarkable. It is exquisite, and I am thoroughly satisfied. To be honest, at that moment, one felt a pang of jealousy, believing that he could create such a uniform himself. Thus, he spoke up, can we try my computer now? Not so fast. Russell waved his hand dismissively, retrieving from his bag another item that exuded a sense of advanced technology, a golden belt composed of segments. He approached and personally fastened it around Kara's waist. This intimate scene ignited Wynn's jealousy, making him reluctant to watch. Once Russell stepped back, Kara blushed slightly and inquired while caressing the belt around her waist, what is this? Press the front of the first segment to see. Upon hearing this, Kara pressed it, and to both her and Wynn's astonishment, the belt seemed to open like a box, revealing a plethora of small items within. I mentioned to you last night that, barring exceptional circumstances, I am generally reluctant to employ my abilities. However, in that chaotic environment, I had to acquire some unique survival skills. Fortunately, I had studied mechanics and medicine in college, which enabled me to create this belt for myself. This belt consists of 12 segments, each containing 3 small items, including various first aid supplies, coagulants, antidotes, anesthetics, insect repellents, retractable nets, trackers, smoke bombs, tear gas canisters, jammers, flashlights, lock-picking tools, and more. Additionally, the belt itself offers one-time electric shock protection. As long as you're not struck by lightning, it can shield you once. Wow. Listening to Russell's description, both Kara and Wynn gazed at the belt in disbelief. Wynn's inner tech enthusiast surfaced as he admired it, asking, how did you accomplish this? It's nothing extraordinary, merely some miniaturized mechanical techniques combined with my abilities, making it relatively easy to manufacture. There's not much technical complexity involved. However, due to time constraints, I couldn't create a new one. This is an older version I used, somewhat primitive and not fully compatible with today's internet age. I will need your assistance in modifying it, Wynn. It has saved me countless times in crises. Now, Kara, I bestow it upon you. I know you may not need much with your abilities, but it's wise to be prepared, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Kara tenderly caressed the belt, shaking her head in appreciation as she approached Russell and embraced him, saying, no, thank you, Russell. I'm certain I will need it. Excellent. Thus, with all preparations in place, my superhero, it is time for you to showcase your extraordinary abilities. Chapter 9, in the ensuing 3 days. Kara donned the new uniform crafted for her by Russell, making her official debut before the citizens of International City. She swiftly confronted crime and aided the vulnerable, rapidly establishing her own reputation, much to the excitement of the city's inhabitants, who were thrilled to witness the emergence of a genuine superhero. However, due to the astonishing speed of her actions, no one had seen her face-to-face in those 3 days, driving the media of International City to the brink of frenzy. At this moment, Russell appeared in Kate's office, producing several photographs. Wow! Kate exclaimed, her expression one of intrigue as she widened her eyes. Her lips pursed at the corner of her glasses, fixated on the 4 photos showcasing the superheroine. The lighting and angles were nearly flawless, as if the heroine had posed for them deliberately. How did you manage this? You know, I'm an investigative journalist with some connections at the police department. I told them that whoever could capture a photo of her would earn $400 from me. By the way, can those funds be reimbursed? Of course. To be honest, Kate was not particularly concerned with how the photographs came to be. Her immediate focus was on maximizing their potential impact. Kata, bring everyone in for a meeting. Soon, a crowd of individuals entered the room. Kate raised the photographs high for all to see. I am thrilled that, while I was anxiously awaiting news of our new hero, not everyone has chosen to sit idly by and ignore the facts. Kata, inform my accountant to grant Russell triple the pay. He deserves it. And Andrew, I want these 4 photographs to become the headlines of every news outlet in International City over the next 4 days. As the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, Andrew took the photographs, marveling at their quality. Beautiful. No problem. Leave it to me. Meanwhile, Jimmy, The young in turn clutched a document, observing the peculiar exchange between Kara and Russell with a perplexed expression. Kate continued to admire Russell, inquiring, "It seems my choice was not in vain, Russell. As a reward, do you have any suggestions for our superhero's name?" With Kara's curious gaze upon him, Russell responded, "I have a thought, or perhaps that one would be better." Kate did not allow for any debate, decisively stating, "I like it. We will use that. Now prepare immediately." In their secret base, Russell's voice rang with enthusiasm. "Ha ha, I told you, Kate would absolutely adore the first one." However, Kara wore a glum expression, admitting, "To be honest, I prefer the second one." Observing Kara's demeanor, Russell tempered his laughter, patting her shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. "Enough with the gloomy demeanor. Let us summon Ren and indulge in a lavish feast to commemorate our illustrious debut as female superstars." Observing Kara's lingering discontent, Russell offered words of comfort. "Names may not hold significant weight. What truly matters is our actions, is it not? Kara, come now. Let us ease your spirits with some delightful sweets that will surely uplift your mood. You cannot possibly be fretting over the prospect of gaining weight, can you? Would a Kryptonian maiden harbor such concerns?" Witnessing Russell's earnest attempts to console her, Kara felt a surge of warmth within, her spirits lifting slightly as she replied, "Of course not. This time, I intend to indulge. Not a problem. Eat as much as your heart desires. Let's be on our way." Just then, Kara's phone chimed unexpectedly. Upon answering, she looked at Russell in astonishment. "It's Alex. She is waiting for us downstairs at the restaurant. Thus, you have come here to inform me that a group of lunatics, imprisoned by my mother, has escaped and is now seeking to end my life?" In the restaurant's interior, Kara lowered her voice as much as possible, her eyes wide with disbelief as she addressed her sister. Indeed, Alex glanced at Russell, who stood beside Kara. "Regrettably, I cannot divulge further details due to confidentiality protocols, but I must stress that your safety is in jeopardy. Kara, why are you only telling me this now, instead of on the day you revealed your identity? Quite simply, your recent actions have alerted those prisoners to your existence. This is why I have always wished for you to lead a life as a regular person. You are now in a perilous situation, and they may come for you at any moment. I can assist you." "No, Hank would never allow it, and I do not wish to place you in such danger." Kara fell silent, feeling vulnerable in the presence of her sister, who often seemed to be at a disadvantage. She turned her gaze towards Russell, who had a knack for providing clarity during her moments of uncertainty. Listening to Alex recount the situation, Russell understood that the main narrative of Supergirl was finally unfolding. Yet, he had one lingering question. "I am curious. Why share this information with me?" Alex was aware of the reason behind Russell's inquiry. Minister Henshaw believes that, given your self-identification as an Earthling and your relationship with Kara, you could be trusted for the time being. What Alex did not disclose was that, due to Russell's extraordinary understanding of various matters, they hoped to glean information regarding superhumans and extraterrestrials from him. "I believe I comprehend the situation," Russell stated, naturally grasping Kara's hand tightly as he directed his gaze towards Alex. "So, do you wish to know my thoughts?" "Indeed, that is precisely why you are here." "Very well. Then, it's quite simple." Russell cast an encouraging glance at Kara and addressed Alex. "I believe you could extend a bit more trust and encouragement toward your sister. You have protected her for so long. Now it is her turn to stand up and protect you." Kara's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. This man had an innate ability to comprehend her innermost thoughts, fostering a profound sense of belonging within her. Moreover, as you rightly pointed out, those adversaries are ruthless, potentially wielding formidable, malevolent powers. Are you certain you can withstand them? Although Kara is a novice, she is, after all, Superman's cousin, endowed with powers akin to his. With some time spent in learning, she will undoubtedly be able to assist you. Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment. Kara exclaimed excitedly, inching closer to Russell, signaling her allegiance. Alex observed her sister's closeness to a man with bemusement, yet she remarked, "I understand. I shall relay today's conversation to Minister Henshaw, but I do not anticipate her acquiescing to Kara's inclusion in the Department of Action." No, Russell gently shook his head. "You have misunderstood, Alex. I am speaking of assistance, not the Department of Action, and certainly not the government behind it." Before Russell could finish, Alex had already grasped his implication. Narrowing her eyes and inquiring, "It seems you harbor doubts about the government?" This sudden shift in atmosphere rendered Kara somewhat bewildered. Yet Russell spoke with unwavering conviction. Do not argue with me, Alex. Having witnessed the horrors of war firsthand, I possess a deeper understanding of the American government that stands behind you. Chapter 10. Non-official personnel within the confines of the Department of Action. Alex recounted every word spoken during the meeting with Minister Henshaw. Upon concluding, Hank Henshaw pondered thoughtfully. This is his exact wording? Indeed. Word for word, Alex affirmed with a nod, contemplating before cautiously adding, although I am not particularly fond of that fellow. I believe he is correct. Kara has indeed matured. Before Alex could finish, Hank Henshaw made a decisive proclamation. Very well. But she must adhere to the directives of the department during operations, and she can only undertake missions post-training. With that, Hank Henshaw turned to leave, prompting a sigh of relief from Alex. Yet, just as he was about to exit, Hank Henshaw suddenly turned back, stating, Do not forget to bring that man, named Russell, along, if possible. On board the helicopter, amidst the whirring of the propellers, Kara, clad in her superhero attire, excitedly turned to her sister and asked, So, we are now non-official personnel of the Department of Action. Indeed, however, as previously agreed, we shall remain indifferent to your role as a superhero during regular hours. Yet, when it comes to executing the tasks of the Department of Operations, you must adhere to orders, much like a soldier. Is that understood? Alex remarked, her gaze sweeping over Kara and Russell. Do not direct your inquiries at me. Pose them to Kara instead. I harbor no interest in the life of a superhero, she added, turning to Kara to elucidate further. When we are out there, championing justice, we undoubtedly require a stable support system, do we not? Therefore, Kara, pursue your endeavors unabated. I shall be your unwavering ally. Thank you. This scene only intensified Alex's impression of the man before her as a smooth talker, and yet, her sister Kara seemed quite taken with his charm. Well, we have arrived at the entrance of certain bays belonging to the Department of Operations. Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you again, and additionally, welcome to the Department of Operations. Hank Henshaw, the head of this establishment, personally extended his greetings to the two, though the shadowy expression on his face rendered his feelings ambiguous. Whether joy or disdain remained unclear. Russell and Kara exchanged curious glances, surveying their surroundings, and Hank, noticing their intrigue, simply gestured for them to follow. Come with me. As they ventured further into the department, Hank continued, Next, I will have Alex assist you in creating identification cards. Only with these can you gain unrestricted access here. Furthermore, I trust you will remember the confidentiality regulations of our department. Nothing here is to be disclosed to outsiders, not even to your closest confidants. In no time, the four arrived within the interior of the department, a realm filled with an array of fantastical machinery, adorned with enormous screens displaying figures that were evidently not human. These are some of the known escapees from Rosburg. Although the means of their escape remain a mystery, years ago, propelled by your spacecraft, they departed from the Phantom Zone. Now, they have descended upon Earth, and they are among the most nefarious criminals in the galaxy, some possessing unimaginable malevolent abilities. They have remained in hiding for decades, yet have only recently begun to resurface. It appears they are plotting something, but we have yet to ascertain what. Alex added. This revelation left Kara momentarily bewildered, as if she bore the weight of responsibility for this turmoil. Russell approached, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. This is not your fault. You were merely a child back then. Hank and Alex exchanged glances, and it was Hank who spoke next. We do not hold you accountable. This department was established following the emergence of your cousin Superman. After all, your cousin's arrival signifies that Earth is not alone in the universe. However, we did not anticipate your appearance alongside Rosburg. Upon finishing his words, the scene transformed into an image of a menacing figure, bald with a head resembling a shark's fin. As Hank Henshaw pointed and declared, according to our investigation, this individual is the perpetrator of the recent incident involving Alex's aircraft. Kara immediately inquired with concern. Did he also emerge from Roswell? Indeed, his name is Vartox. And then? There is no and then, Hank Henshaw replied calmly, while Alex continued to explain. The information we currently possess is scant. We owe the knowledge of his name to your mother, Kara. Mother. Kara's expression shifted to one of shock and confusion. An hour later, tears streaming down her cheeks, Kara emerged from the confines of the operations room, accompanied by comforting Alex. What transpired? Russell approached with a worried countenance. Upon seeing Russell's concerned gaze, Kara, in need of support, suddenly collapsed into his embrace. I saw my mother. Russell appeared puzzled, but refrained from pressing further, gently patting Kara's back to soothe her. After a significant pause, Kara slowly released Russell, glancing at his shirt, now dampened by her tears, and sheepishly remarked, "I'm sorry, Russell. I was overwhelmed. It's quite all right, I understand. I too have longed for the day when I might see them once more." Russell's words reminded Kara that he shared a similar experience, perhaps even more harrowing than her own, filling her with a momentary sense of guilt as she stifled her sorrow. "I'm sorry," Russell interrupted her. "There is no need for such apologies between us." Meeting Russell's sincere gaze, Kara finally managed to explain. "They discovered the spacecraft I initially landed in on Earth, where my mother left behind some recordings." Hank Henshaw exchanged a glance with Alex. If memory served him correctly, he had instructed Alex to ensure Kara kept everything confidential, but evidently, such measures had proven futile. "We do not have the luxury of time for grief. If you wish to assist us, you must mature swiftly. Follow me. We have a training facility specifically designed for Kryptonians." Under the guidance of Hank Henshaw and Alex, Kara and Russell arrived at a training ground resembling a vast courtyard. As the walls emitted the distinctive green luminescence of kryptonite, Kara was immediately overwhelmed by a profound weakness. Had it not been for Russell's timely support, she might have collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Russell, who was holding Kara, felt a surge of exhilaration, realizing that his Kryptonian physiology was unaffected by the radiant glow. Furthermore, he understood that it was not due to any extraordinary trait of his Kryptonian nature, but rather because his telekinesis shielded him from the radiation emanating from the kryptonite. This realization brought him a sense of relief regarding his initial choice. Chapter 11. Russell's Past. Under the guidance of the system within him, Russell has resided in this world of superheroes for a full 27 years. For a traveler, this duration is indeed quite lengthy. Despite the passage of time, he has not acquired the formidable powers that protagonists in other narratives often possess. It seems somewhat embarrassing for a traveler. Yet, he finds himself in a predicament. Firstly, he has traversed into a realm of considerable peril, populated by myriad superheroes and supervillains, and arguably the strongest among them all, the world of Superman. In such a setting, he must maintain a low profile to survive. Secondly, his system is not particularly robust. Rather, it could be described as gradually warming up to its full potential. According to the system's descriptions, its function is rather simple. The more seamlessly he integrates into this world as its host, the more powerful it becomes. But how can a traveler like him achieve perfect integration in a world dominated by a so-called protagonist? Naturally, he must ally himself with the protagonist and cultivate a favorable relationship with them. However, there lies a significant issue. He arrived in this world around the age of 6 and only learned of Superman's existence through the Daily Planet in Metropolis. Compounding his troubles, the image of Superman presented there was not the familiar one from Man of Steel, but rather a version he had glimpsed in the television series The Flash, specifically from its cameo appearance in Supergirl. Frankly, his familiarity with this Superman was nearly non-existent. The only memory he possessed was from a brief clip featuring him alongside the small-town Superman from Smallville. Yet, this was not the most vexing matter. The gravest challenge was that the Flash he was acquainted with did not exist in the same universe as the Superman, but rather in an alternate parallel universe. This meant he had lost the most reliable asset he had, his advanced understanding of the narrative. Fortunately, there was a silver lining. While his knowledge of this world Superman was limited, he did possess some understanding of Superman's cousin, Supergirl. After all, being a man, he naturally found himself more captivated by striking blonde beauties. This admiration was further fueled by the infamous legacy of Krypton, coupled with the charming allure of Russell's golden-haired sweetheart. Clad in a seductive uniform with long, elegant legs accentuated by black stockings. However, chronologically speaking, the storyline of Supergirl was still a decade away. Thus, Russell settled into this world, living and studying as an ordinary person until the year he turned 18, when the long-dormant system seemed to express dissatisfaction with his profound integration into this realm. Consequently, it granted him an opportunity to traverse into another world. Unlike his inexplicable and involuntary journey into this world, this time, the system offered him the privilege to choose the destination of his next adventure. This was initially a fortuitous circumstance, yet led to his indecision, as the plethora of choices before him was overwhelming. Should he pursue magical studies at Hogwarts? delve into the art of Taoism in the realm of Uncle Nine, or venture into the Marvel Universe to acquire superpowers. This very hesitation, however, cost him the lives of his parents in this world. One might ponder whether this is indeed the curse of a transmigrator. The greater the power, the more one stands to lose. Thus, in the moment teetering on the brink of death, he seized the opportunity to journey to the world that resonated most with him and promised the most easily attainable formidable abilities, namely, the telekinesis from Chronicle. Indeed, he succeeded. Within the world of Chronicle, he aligned himself with the protagonist group and ventured into a cave harboring mysterious crystals. The protagonist group, rather than rejecting his presence as an outsider, welcomed him with open arms, allowing him to acquire the coveted telekinesis. In gratitude, he intervened to prevent the protagonist, Andrew, from succumbing to darkness, assisting him in dealing with his abusive father by casting him from a great height and, in the process, acquiring substantial funds to heal his mother, thereby earning Andrew's recognition, which further augmented his telekinetic prowess. He then returned to his original world. Regrettably, despite obtaining such formidable telekinetic abilities, he remained powerless to resurrect his parents, who had been grievously harmed by bullets, although he possessed the mindset of an adult since childhood. Making it difficult to regard his parents in this world as his true biological kin, it did not negate the existence of their bond. After 4 years of university life, balancing his studies with the development of his superpowers, he embarked on a quest for vengeance as a journalist in the Middle East. Then, merely a month ago, upon realizing that the narrative was about to unfold, he returned to the international city, joined Kate Media, and drew closer to the Supergirl, Kara Danvers, acquiring the most formidable enhancement of all, Kryptonian physiology. However, despite the immense power of Kryptonian traits, Russell's heart still favored his telekinesis. This preference stemmed from the glaring disadvantages of Kryptonian physiology, where a single piece of kryptonite could render Superman powerless, even weaker than an ordinary human. Furthermore, the telekinesis he possessed appeared to be largely independent of any system, although the system had transported him to the world of Chronicle. His acquisition of telekinesis was not through the system's power, but rather directly derived from the mysterious crystal's influence. Ultimately, he considered telekinesis to be the most versatile superpower, an unparalleled ability with virtually limitless applications, aptly described by the adage, "The heart's ambition defines the stage." Even now, he enveloped himself in an invisible armor of telekinesis, effectively shielding himself from the effects of kryptonite. Now, under the augmentation of Kryptonian physiology, his telekinesis has transcended to a new realm, enabling him to directly manipulate energy rather than being confined to mere matter. This profound understanding of his superpower's potential has unveiled a promising future. However, his apparent detachment from reality has stirred discontent in the training room, particularly for Alex, who is diligently sweating as she trains her sister. Having grown up amidst a sea of men, Alex possesses a keen sensitivity to certain gazes. Consequently, after a swift maneuver that left her sister subdued beneath her, Alex rose to her feet, assisting the breathless Kara while addressing Russell with a hint of defiance. "It seems you're rather dismissive of my training. Do you have any suggestions? Or would you care to try it yourself? I've heard you are quite skilled." Chapter 12. The alien bar. Alex's words jolted Russell from his reverie. Yet, do not presume that he had neglected the ongoing battle while lost in thought. After all, he relished the sight of women sparring. With his enhanced cognitive abilities, he effortlessly engaged in multifaceted contemplation, effectively multitasking. Kara gazed weakly at her sister, perplexed by Alex's sudden provocation towards Russell. Fortunately, Alex promptly extinguished the kryptonite lights in the training room, and Kara felt reinvigorated as she inquired, "What's this about, Alex?" "Nothing much," Alex replied, raising an eyebrow protectively over her sister while provocatively glancing at Russell. "I merely sought your opinion. What do you think of my training methods for Kara?" To Alex's surprise, Russell did not shy away from the inquiry. Although he was not well versed in the narrative of Supergirl, he had encountered the combat style that had rendered Kara a disgrace to Krypton. After all, it was uncommon for a protagonist to endure beatings in every episode, especially one who had once bested Superman. Thus, he candidly responded, "There are indeed a few points." Alex was evidently taken aback by Russell's audacity to offer critique, which incited her indignation. She was aware of her status as one of the most exceptional and talented operatives in the Action Division. having mastered various combat and shooting techniques in just 2 years. Then I'm all ears, she retorted. Kara did not intervene. Instead, she joyfully observed the exchange, thriving in the playful atmosphere. This feels like family, Russell remarked, intent on diffusing any tension with his future sister-in-law. Do not misconstrue my words. Your fighting skills are commendable, yet to be frank, they do not suit Kara and somewhat squander her innate talent. My talent? Kara's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, Kara, you are not an ordinary human. Such intricate combat methods are suited only for those whose powers are evenly matched, necessitating skill to compensate. However, you are different, Kara. Your strength, speed, and reflexes far surpass those of humans and even some superpowered beings. These attributes are your advantages, and there is no need to squander your innate talents pursuing convoluted techniques. Russell's philosophy can be succinctly summarized. Sheer force can overcome myriad obstacles. Kara's gaze fell into a state of confusion, seemingly unable to envision what such a scenario would entail. It was Alex standing nearby who understood and spoke up. Do not forget about kryptonite. I am well aware, Kara replied, but there is no need to forsake all your strengths due to a single weakness. Furthermore, there are solutions. Firstly, with your reflexes, Kara, unless faced with deliberately set traps, you can easily evade kryptonite attacks. Secondly, leave it to me. I can devise a means to equip you such that kryptonite no longer poses a disadvantage. Really? Is that possible? Kara exclaimed, her excitement palpable. If she had previously been unaware of the extent to which kryptonite constrained her. The recent feeling of weakness in the training room had certainly instilled in her a profound aversion to it. Absolutely. In fact, it is quite feasible with Earth's technology. At that moment, Alex found herself at a loss for any rebuttal to Russell's words. As she was not a superpowered individual and lacked such formidable strength, traits even the entire action department did not possess. Yet, she instinctively resisted conceding defeat, saying, "Since you are so knowledgeable about superpowered beings, perhaps you could assist us in locating Vartox." This prompted even Kara to gaze at Russell with a glimmer of anticipation. Noticing their expressions, Russell replied nonchalantly, "I do not intend to boast, but if you wish, Kara, I can take you to a place." An international city, within the grimy, concealed alleys, stood a bar emanating peculiar aromas. Dressed in casual attire, Kara and Alex stood outside, listening to the music spilling from within, wearing expressions of bewilderment. Fortunately, it was not long before Russell approached, a bag in hand, emblazoned with a distinct logo. Alex, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "You cannot possibly mean that you made us wait here for so long just to buy a new phone?" Kara, however, was even more curious and perplexed about the bar. "Russell, can this place help us find Vartox?" "I cannot guarantee that, but if you're unable to gather information here, it would be even more challenging elsewhere. Follow me." Alex clearly suspected Russell was merely posturing. As a formidable woman, she seemed to harbor a bias against men who flaunted their prowess. However, the moment the trio pushed open the bar doors and stepped inside, Alex's expression transformed instantaneously, instinctively reaching for the weapon at her waist. Thankfully, Russell restrained her. "Stay calm. Do not exhibit hostility." However, Alex paid no heed and remarked, "Are you jesting? Was this place an alien nest?" Indeed, although everyone in the bar appeared human, as a member of the operations department, Alex could effortlessly distinguish between humans and aliens, especially since the aliens' disguises were remarkably poor. Kara, on the other hand, displayed a demeanor of excitement. Her keen perceptive ability allowed her to easily discern the true forms of these individuals. "Wow, I swear, I've never encountered so many aliens. Where on earth are we?" "The Haven," Russell simply stated, revealing the name of the bar. Not all extraterrestrials who arrived on Earth harbored malicious intent. Many merely wished to live ordinary lives among humans. However, their identities made it challenging for them to assimilate into human society, thus giving rise to this place. "Now, stay calm and follow me." Upon witnessing this, Alex retracted her hostility and, under Russell's guidance, approached the bar with an excited Kara. The bartender today was a striking young woman of African descent. Upon seeing Russell and the others, she briefly displayed surprise, but quickly regained her composure and inquired, "What would you like to drink?" Russell asked, but Alex, growing increasingly impatient, retrieved a photograph from her pocket and placed it before the bartender. "This individual is called Vitokas. Have you seen him?" Unfortunately, The bartender paid no attention to her inquiry and merely continued cleaning her glass, stating, "Sorry, this is the Haven, a place for drinking and revelry." The implication was unmistakable. Alex, now anxious to take action, was interrupted as three burly men approached, led by a man with a long goatee, reeking of alcohol. "You lot aren't welcome here. Get out." At this point, Alex truly intended to confront the aliens. But Russell swiftly stepped in between them. "Calm down. We didn't come here to fight. I understand you're not welcoming us," he said. Raising his recently purchased iPhone and addressing everyone in the bar, "I'm offering 1000 or the latest iPhone to anyone who provides us with information about Vitokas. You have two chances. It's first come, first served." At this moment, both Kara and Alex distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the bar. To their astonishment, the very man who had just demanded their departure spoke up. "I know." Chapter 13. Kara's first defeat under the license plate number provided by the aliens of the Haven. The operations department quickly located a large fuel truck traversing the wild roads through various surveillance cameras. At the highway entrance, they clearly captured Vitokas in the driver's seat. Before the monitoring screen, Alex's gaze was filled with confusion. Despite the extensive search by their operations department, they had yet to find any trace of Vatox, while Russell had managed to locate him with remarkable ease. This left her feeling utterly disheartened. In contrast, Kara, brimming with excitement, embraced Russell and inquired with childlike curiosity, "Wow, how did you do it, Russell? And with just a phone?" Amidst the collective attention, Russell responded to Kara's embrace, stating, "It's quite simple. Do not assume that these extraterrestrials possess formidable powers that allow them to thrive on Earth. Apart from those exceptionally well-disguised aliens, most struggle to integrate into society and lead a meager existence. Thus, all it takes is a slight temptation. I must admit, you have altered my perception of the operations department's methods, Mr. Russell," Hank Henshaw remarked with a hint of implication. Russell replied, "Isn't that precisely the reason you summoned me here, Minister Henshaw?" The two exchanged glances, but it was Henshaw who ultimately averted his gaze and said, "Well then, since we have discovered Vatox's whereabouts, it is time for us to take decisive action. Leave it to me." Kara, eager to prove herself, soared towards the outside, leaving Alex, her older sister, unable to intervene in time. In frustration, Alex shouted at Russell, "Why didn't you stop Kara? Vatox is a dangerous criminal, and Kara is merely a novice who has trained for a day." "I am well aware," Russell replied. "But have you not heard that real-world experience is the finest teacher? Moreover, do you not wish to witness the true nature of the battles between the superpowers I have spoken of?" With that, Russell dashed out like a gust of wind in pursuit. Under the shroud of darkness, in the desolate outskirts of International City, Kara soared above, utilizing her enhanced vision to swiftly locate Vatox's tanker truck. Descending from the sky, she seized the moving vehicle and lifted it into the air. Vatox, behind the wheel, sensed something amiss and crashed through the window, leaping to the ground with a heavy thud. Upon looking up and spotting the uniformed girl in the sky, a cruel grin spread across his face. "You, the daughter of Aluna. I was contemplating how to find you, and here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter." Kara was taken aback, exclaiming, "You know my mother's name?" With venomous hatred, Vatox replied, "I can hardly forget the woman who imprisoned me. Roseburg. She served as both judge and jailer in that place. Initially, I lamented her demise, for it thwarted my quest for vengeance. However, now I am determined to make her comprehend the anguish of losing a daughter." In an instant, Voltrox leapt from the ground with astonishing force, soaring towards Kara, who faced this terrifying adversary with a momentary sense of disarray. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, colliding with Voltrox. Kara's Kryptonian physique evidently conferred a significant advantage. Her speed and strength sent Voltrox crashing to the earth like a meteor, creating a vast pit and stirring up a cloud of dust. This brought her a fleeting sense of joy, but before she could savor it, a formidable figure erupted from the crater, colliding directly with her, sending her tumbling away. What followed was a relentless barrage of blows. As an executioner, Voltrox spared Kara no opportunities. Having seldom engaged in combat with superpowered beings, Kara found herself bewildered by the onslaught. A tremendous fist struck her abdomen, leaving her dizzy, until Voltrox seized her by the neck, slamming her to the ground, and placing a foot upon her belly, rendering her immobile with overwhelming force. Voltrox, having so effortlessly vanquished Kara, fell prey to the classic villainous flaw of excessive verbosity. Gazing at the fear etched on Kara's face, he felt his pent-up hatred surge forth as he roared. Do not presume that the emblem upon your chest grants you the status of Superman. Only a true battle with Superman can be deemed worthy of that title. You are merely a practice target. With a sinister grin, Voltrox brandished an ominous axe, its blade shimmering with malevolent crimson light, aimed directly at Kara's head. It is time to settle the score, he declared, and with Kara's horrified gaze upon him, he swung downwards. Yet at that moment, as the razor-sharp edge of the axe approached within a mere centimeter of Kara's face, time appeared to freeze. The axe could descend no further, and Voltrox, bewildered, struggled to apply more pressure, but the blade remained immobile until a colossal force propelled him away. With a resounding thud, Kara, desperate for escape, beheld Russell's descending figure, who swiftly reached her side, her body lifted effortlessly, cradled in his warm embrace, as he inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right, Kara? Are you hurt?" In that instant, enveloped by his comforting presence, Kara was overwhelmed by a profound sense of reliance. Russell always appeared at her side precisely when she needed him most, understanding and safeguarding her. I'm fine. Be careful," she replied, having just acknowledged Russell's concern when her gaze caught sight of the axe hurtling toward them from afar. To her astonishment, Russell did not even turn his head. The axe seemed to halt abruptly, suspended 1 meter away from them. "Do not fret." Russell gently released Kara from his embrace, caressing her now soiled visage. "Now, let me impart upon you the first lesson, the art of combat for those endowed with extraordinary abilities." With those words, the massive axe soared back into the hands of Vatox. As Russell turned to confront the bald man before him, his voice resonating with the gravitas of a judge. "So, have you prepared your last words?" Chapter 14. Speed, Strength. Agility, who are you? Vatox, gripping his weapon tightly, glared at the man before him with palpable fury, just as he was on the brink of slaying his enemy's daughter. An unforeseen interruption ignited his rage. The power that had just wrested control of his weapon was of little concern to him. Rather, it bolstered his confidence. As a notorious criminal within the galaxy, he had encountered countless extraterrestrials and witnessed a myriad of strange abilities, leading him to understand one fundamental truth. Those who wield control-type powers often possess fragile physiques. As one capable of contending with superhumans, as long as he wielded his weapon, he was utterly confident in his ability to vanquish any foe. However, Russell showed no inclination to reveal his identity. Instead, he addressed Kara beside him. "The lesson is commencing. Observe closely, Kara. Take note of my movements and comprehend your advantages." This provoked a sense of humiliation in Vatox, inciting his wrath further as he charged forward. Axe in hand, the first tenet is speed. Before Kara's astonished gaze, Russell unleashed a terrifying velocity, closing the distance to Vatox in an instant. Yet, he did not foolishly engage head-on. As Vatox's axe swung towards him, Russell evaded with a deft sidestep, landing a blow to Vatox's left cheek, sending him reeling. Your current speed has reached 3 Mach, 3 times the speed of sound. This is your first advantage, particularly in close-quarters combat, where you can achieve an effect akin to teleportation, leaving your adversaries unable to react, just as so. As those words echoed, to Kara's astonishment, Russell appeared to possess the ability to flicker through time and space, materializing from various directions around Vatox. The latter, like a headless fly, was toyed with by Russell, receiving blows that rendered him akin to a punching bag, unleashing furious roars as he spun in confusion, ultimately forced to swing his axe wildly in an attempt to repel Russell. As Russell retreated swiftly, he maintained his composure, continuing to speak. "Moreover, your speed will only increase, and combined with your superhuman cognition, you'll find it easy to contend with certain criminals. Yet, that alone is insufficient. The enemies you will face next will often be as tough as this fellow, with ordinary strength unlikely to defeat them in a single strike. At such times, you must enhance your explosive power. How will you achieve that? It is quite simple. You must learn to harness the power of speed to enhance your explosiveness. Carla, you possess such potential. A body of steel combined with superlative speed can seize the fleeting openings presented by your opponent." As these words fell from Russell's lips, he distinctly observed the moment when Vatox, amidst the chaos, revealed a vulnerability. With speed, Pushed to its utmost, he approached Votox, and channeling the strength derived from his velocity, he unleashed a punch. Votox was instantaneously struck as if by a meteor, hurtling backward at great speed and crashing into a nearby hill, creating a humanoid-shaped cavity and echoing a thunderous sound. In that moment, Carla suddenly felt that Russell was undeniably cool. The battle, imbued with power and speed, exuded a masculine vigor that made her heart race. At this juncture, it is imperative to grasp the most crucial lesson of combat. One must never underestimate the enemy, regardless of how defeated they may appear. Carla, you possess extraordinary hearing and X-ray vision that I lack. Do not hesitate to employ these abilities. Remaining ever vigilant during the fight, for a moment's negligence can prove fatal. I understand, Carla responded, obediently utilizing her super hearing and X-ray vision to probe into the smoke-filled cave. Instantly, she beheld Votox charging forth like an enraged bull. She was taken aback, astonished that despite enduring such a powerful blow from Russell, this creature remained vigorous, save for a trickle of blood. What heightened her anxiety further was Russell's decision not to evade the oncoming Votox, but rather to charge forward with his fists raised. The consequence of this bravado manifested as Votox, bloodied and furious, seized Russell's hands, bellowing with malice. "You fool! I shall crush your bones." Alarmed, Carla instinctively moved to assist, only to witness Russell, calm and composed, declaring, "Now I shall teach you how to deal with an adversary when your hands are restrained. Transform your body into a weapon." Like this. Before Carla's astonished gaze, Russell executed a devastating headbutt against the close-range Votox. The collision resonated painfully, for the brain is the most vulnerable organ for most beings, including extraterrestrials. With a sound that made Carla wince, Votox's eyes rolled back, and in a dazed stupor, he released his grip on Russell. After swaying momentarily, he collapsed with a resounding thud, utterly devoid of resistance. Meanwhile, Russell stood unfazed, calmly addressing Carla, just like that. As she approached the now incapacitated Votox, she expressed her concern. "Are you all right, Russell?" "Fear not," he replied, lightly patting his head with a nonchalant air. "Although I may not possess a physique as robust as yours, I can envelop my body with telekinetic energy, forming an impenetrable armor around me. Besides the headbutt technique, there are numerous effective maneuvers, particularly against men. For instance, the sweep kick proves remarkably effective." At this moment, witnessing Russell's earnest guidance, Kara was profoundly touched and embraced him warmly. "Thank you, Russell. You have saved me." Gazing at Kara's face, mere inches away, Russell smiled and inquired, "Is there any reward for me? Perhaps a kiss?" Kara's face lit up with a charming smile. "Of course," she replied, leaning in to bestow a loving kiss upon him. Just then, a brilliant beam of light enveloped them, accompanied by the sound of helicopter blades, as Alex descended from the heavens, exclaiming, "Kara, are you all right?" Instantly, both released each other, exhaling awkwardly as they adjusted their attire. It seemed that this kiss would have to wait for another time. "Don't forget, you still owe me a date. How about this weekend?" Rothberg, once a prison for the galaxy's most nefarious criminals, had now become a sanctuary for these very outlaws. In the control room, Astra, the supreme leader of this domain and Kara's aunt, along with her husband Known, was scrutinizing the newly acquired intelligence. It appears that Aluna's daughter has found quite an impressive partner. Do we have any intel on him? Indeed, but astonishingly, this formidable being is merely an Earthling, and moreover, a superpower wielder. Earthlings are indeed a source of wonder. It seems we must expedite our plans. We cannot allow her to mature. Should she evolve into a woman akin to Aluna, we would find ourselves in considerable trouble. Chapter 15. Promotion and Raise. What is this? Another new morning dawns, bright and sunny. In the offices of Kate Media, Russell diligently attended to his responsibilities, presenting several photographs to Kate. The images were rather blurry, yet one could still discern the silhouette soaring through the sky alongside Waytox wielding a massive axe, exuding an air of menace. Last night, a truck driver captured this moment in the outskirts. It seems this marks our superhero's inaugural confrontation with genuine extraterrestrial criminals, albeit the photographs lack clarity. Russell, I must admit, your abilities have truly impressed me. Our forum at Kate Media is in need of a news editor. Would you be interested? Certainly. I have no reason to decline, especially since I'm currently in need of funds. Excellent. There's a new task I wish to assign you, aside from our superhero endeavors. I'm all ears. Have you heard of Maxwell Rod? Of course, the president of Rod Technologies, a genius scientist, hailed as the smartest human alive, and a billionaire. It appears that you have grasped the situation. There is an opportunity. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, he will allocate 15 minutes for us. I hope you can extract some exclusive news from him. I trust you comprehend the essence of exclusive news, do you not? Of course. It certainly won't pertain to the new energy train he is developing. Cleverly put, if your conversation goes well, there's a gala next month, and I hope you will attend. In the secret base upstairs, a stunned one inquired while seated before the computer, "Did I miss here?" "You are to interview the wealthiest man in Rod International City." "A genius scientist?" "Indeed, but before that, shouldn't you clarify why Mr. Jimmy is in our secret base?" Russell queried, looking at the petite black figure before him with a puzzled expression. It was Kara who responded, her excitement palpable as she stood beside Russell. Introducing the young man, Jimmy Olsen. "Russell, fret not. I just learned he's been sent by Clark to look after me. He is Clark's personal photographer." Earlier that morning, after concluding the morning meeting, Kara had passed by Jimmy and overheard him recounting her recent exploits against extraterrestrial villains. They introduced themselves on a rooftop, and upon realizing that Jimmy was sent by her cousin Clark to ensure her safety, she happily brought him to their secret base. Yet, it seemed her joy may have been a touch premature. "Hello, Russell." Jimmy eagerly extended his hand for a greeting, but regrettably, Russell showed no intention of reciprocating the gesture. "I am indeed aware. So what brings you here?" The sudden tension bewildered Kara, who could not fathom Russell's apparent hostility towards Jimmy. Meanwhile, one at the computer appeared to relish the unfolding drama, tapping away at the keyboard. Jimmy awkwardly retracted his hand, donning a nonchalant expression as he replied, "I wish to change my surroundings." Upon learning this, Clark recommended I come here since Kara is present. "You truly have chosen an excellent location," Russell remarked, then turned his attention to one, asking, "How is today?" "Another peaceful day, I presume?" When, startled by the sudden inquiry, hastily tapped the computer, glancing at the screen before calmly responding, "All is tranquil." Then, recalling something, one retrieved the belt Russell had given to Kara. "Here you go, Kara. Due to time constraints, Russell and I performed only a few modifications. We added tracking, photographic, and communication functions, while removing elements deemed unnecessary for you, making it more lightweight. Now, even if you wear it casually, no one will notice. Additionally, I have incorporated your emblem." Upon seeing the large emblem on the metallic belt, Kara's heart swelled with joy, causing her to momentarily forget her earlier confusion as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Russell and one. I feel incredibly fortunate to have you as friends." Jimmy gazed curiously at the belt and inquired, "What is this?" Although one harbored a certain disdain for Russell, his dislike for Jimmy was even more pronounced. "Wow, this is a treasure that Russell gifted to Kara. It's quite impressive," Kara boasted as she unveiled the myriad of tools within, leaving Jimmy momentarily astonished. "Indeed, it appears to be quite a remarkable item. It seems, Russell, that your experiences are far more extensive than I had imagined." Unfortunately, Russell chose to ignore him, plunging the atmosphere back into awkwardness. Just then, a sudden alarm erupted from the computer behind one, causing him to turn nervously. After glancing at the screen, he anxiously declared, "Kara, there's a severe fire at the International City Port. We may need your assistance." "All right, I understand. I'll head over immediately." Kara responded. "Wait, don't forget this," Russell said as he retrieved a communicator from the belt and affectionately placed it in Kara's ear. She then tore open her shirt, revealing a large insignia, and soared through the window, when distinctly noticed Jimmy's discomfort upon witnessing Russell adorn Kara with the earpiece. In that moment, while he too should have felt out of place, he instead experienced a peculiar sense of satisfaction. At the International City Port, a ship laden with 1,000,000 barrels of crude oil was docked, and beside it, flames raged fiercely, accompanied by the sound of explosions. Fire trucks incessantly doused the fire with water, yet their efforts seemed utterly futile. "Captain, what can I do?" As the fire chief, witnessing the recently celebrated superhero descending from the sky, he did not express much enthusiasm. This ship contains thousands of barrels of oil. Should the flames spread, it would result in an explosion equivalent to over 2 tons of dynamite, and the tugboats are nowhere near. Kara found herself at a loss. Having only just begun to reveal her true self, without yet mastering the freezing breath like her cousin Superman, her apparent bewilderment only fueled the fire chief's frustration. "What are you waiting for? If it were Superman, He would have resolved this by now. Not wanting to disappoint those who were watching her, Kara hastily replied, I understand. Leave it to me. With that, she envisioned her cousin Superman utilizing his freezing breath to extinguish the flames. Clearly, she was overestimating her abilities. Instead of unleashing a chilling breath, she inadvertently summoned a fierce whirlwind, which only intensified the flames. Boom! The fire blazed even more ferociously, leading to a more violent explosion that caused the flames, which had previously been under control by the firefighters, to spiral out of control, injuring several firefighters in the vicinity. What are you doing? You're only making things worse. The reproaches of those around her further unsettled Kara, but just then, a soothing voice echoed in her ear once more. Don't panic, Kara. Remember to remain calm at all times. Russell's voice, akin to a celestial melody, reminded her of the headphones she wore. He was indeed observing everything from the secret base via the cameras. What should I do? She urgently inquired, her hope rekindled. It's quite simple. Consider what fuels a flame: air and combustibles. If you cannot remove the combustible material, there's only one solution: remove the air. Chapter 16. The Curse of Knowledge. Remove the air. This revelation left Kara momentarily bewildered, and even the gentle Jimmy, who was watching from the base, wore a puzzled expression. How can one remove air? Fortunately, Russell provided them with the answer. Indeed, do not forget, I have mentioned your advantage: speed. When you fly around the flame at your utmost velocity, the air you displace can extinguish the fire within. Kara's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Just like a range hood. Precisely, Kara. I understand now. Leave it to me. Regaining her confidence, Kara transformed into a whirlwind, soaring towards the flame and swiftly circling it. Under the watchful eyes of everyone at the port, a colossal tornado emerged, seemingly drawing the flames into the sky, where they vanished. As Kara descended gracefully, having extinguished the fire, all present, including the fire chief, erupted into applause, finally acknowledging her efforts. A smile blossomed on Kara's face. At International City, Rod Technologies, Russell entered Maxwell Rod's office under the guidance of his secretary. Maxwell stood before the massive screen, watching footage of Kara heroically battling the fire that morning. Mr. Rod, a reporter from the forum has arrived. Excellent. You may leave, Maxwell replied without turning, then inquired, Mr. Reporter, what is your opinion on our superhero in International City? Russell shrugged, glancing at the screen where Kara's cheerful smile radiated. To be honest, I quite like this golden-haired sweetheart. This response caught Maxwell off guard, prompting him to turn and glance at Russell, raising an eyebrow with a slight smile. Indeed, who wouldn't he adore a golden-haired sweetheart? Just like Marilyn Monroe. Call me Max. Make yourself comfortable. As Maxwell returned to his desk and settled into his chair, Russell casually took a seat on the adjacent sofa, introducing himself with a recording pen and camera in hand. Russell, a journalist from Cape Media. I'm aware. In fact, it is your reputation that has compelled me to partake in this interview. I have perused some of your experiences, and to be candid, I find them quite astonishing. Judging by your responses thus far, it is evident that you are not akin to those boastful reporters from your forum, who seem to regard this blonde sweetheart as humanity's savior. Oh, Mr. Max, do you not share this sentiment? It appears you hold a differing opinion regarding her. Maxwell Rod refrained from answering directly. And you? What is your perspective on these extraterrestrials? Russell shook his head. As for me, I harbor numerous questions, especially since, in the wake of Superman's debut 2 decades ago, aliens and superhumans have seamlessly integrated into our lives, dominating newspaper headlines daily. Thus, I am genuinely curious. Can we truly rid ourselves of them? If not, what should we do? Mr. Max, as one of the most intelligent beings on this planet, can you illuminate these uncertainties for me? And what do you think of those terrorists? I am aware that you have interacted with them for over 5 years. Maxwell Rod seemed unperturbed by the deviation from the interview structure. I am uncertain. Although I have encountered some aliens, most are quite docile, aside from a few with fiery tempers. Oh, you have seen aliens? From my understanding, the photographs published by your forum were taken by you. Maxwell Rod appeared intrigued. Indeed, Russell did not deny it. As an investigative journalist, one tends to uncover truths unknown to the masses. Interestingly, I initially anticipated this would be a mundane interview. However, Mr. Russell, your demeanor has proven far more captivating than I expected. Allow me to address your first inquiry, whether concerning your forum's blonde sweetheart or the aliens. I remain indifferent to their nature. good or evil. My aim is to prepare for the possibly direst of futures. Maxwell Rod appeared nonchalant, yet Russell sensed an underlying concern. You seem to possess a sense of mission or perhaps a sense of crisis. Do you not find that troubling? Not at all. In fact, I admire your proactive stance. However, I apologize if my Hollywood movie indulgence has clouded my judgment. Could it not be that humanity is not annihilated by aliens, but rather by its own technology? For instance, the infamous Mr. Luthor of Metropolis. Maxwell Rod's demeanor shifted, growing somewhat vigilant. Do you believe I would become a villain like Luthor? Russell maintained his oblivious demeanor. Certainly not. This is merely my conjecture as a journalist regarding potential future events. Observing this, Maxwell Rod, slightly calmer, inquired if it were you. Would you side with Superman or Lex Luthor? Russell's response was straightforward. I choose to stand in solidarity with humanity. The office was enveloped in a prolonged silence. As Maxwell Rod gazed intently at Russell, who returned his gaze. After what felt like an eternity, Maxwell finally rose, glanced at his watch, and they exchanged a handshake. It must be said that the conversation today was exceedingly pleasant, yet alas, time was of the essence, and I have other commitments. Nonetheless, I am grateful for your willingness to partake in this interview. This is a month later at a soiree hosted by Kate Media. Rest assured, I shall be in attendance. Under the guidance of his secretary, Russell arrived outside the Rod Technology Tower, where the edifice pulsated with a sense of technological prowess, stirring a whirlwind of thoughts within him. For in that fleeting moment of their handshake, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Ding, as one of the most astute individuals in this world, you have garnered the endorsement of Maxwell Rod, thus earning the favor of the god of knowledge. Reward, the curse of knowledge. You have acquired the ability to grasp knowledge that eludes others, bestowing upon you creative insights that transcend time and norms, yet rendering you often misunderstood by others, leaving you with a profound sense of solitude. In the instant he obtained this ability, the vast reservoir of memorized information within his mind, cultivated through mental discipline, intertwined in a magnificent tapestry, unlocking a new portal to understanding the world. Chapter 17. The first date, the headline of the Forum report, titled Maxwell Rod, God? Humanity? Sparked extensive interest across both the journalistic realm and the public sphere. Previously, the public's perception of Maxwell Rod oscillated between that of a playboy, a wealthy individual, and a genius scientist. However, Russell's article imbued Maxwell with an ethereal quality. Despite discontent from numerous religious figures regarding the report, Kate remained unfazed and, during the morning meeting, joyfully commended Russell, announcing his appointment as editor-in-chief. Maxwell Rod also seemed fond of the article, personally calling to invite Russell to be among the first passengers of the super train launching from Rod Technology in a month's time. However, to be candid, Russell paid little heed. He was currently adrift in an ocean of knowledge, utterly captivated. Upon receiving the curse of knowledge, he felt as though he had crossed a significant threshold, entering a different realm. The facts that once required rote memorization now surged to life within his mind, intertwining and revealing new vistas of understanding. Thus, Russell felt as if he had returned to his university days, immersed in an insatiable quest for knowledge. Nevertheless, he did not allow this newfound passion to hinder the most crucial matters of the week. On a Saturday night, he meticulously tidied his home, replacing everything with new items. The room was illuminated by flickering candles, and an array of delectable dishes simmered on the stove, filling the air with a warm and inviting ambience. At precisely 7:30, a knock echoed through the house. When Russell opened the door, he was greeted by the stunning sight of Kara, adorned in a captivating blue gown. Russell was momentarily entranced, while Kara felt a hint of shyness under his unwavering gaze. Kara, you look absolutely stunning tonight. Please come in. I have prepared everything. As Kara stepped inside, the enticing aroma of food enveloped her. The clean and orderly room radiated warmth, reminiscent of the comfort she felt when her adoptive father was still alive. However, since his passing, she had sensed an absence in her home. Please take a seat. Russell guided her to the elegantly arranged candlelit dinner. I initially thought our first date should be more formal, perhaps at some entertaining venue, but upon reflection, I realized that nothing holds more significance to me than this home. I have grown up here. It embodies everything I cherish. I hope this does not come across as a lack of effort. No. Kara quickly shook her head. I adore this cozy atmosphere. Please show me around. I wish to know you better. Of course, follow me. To be frank, Russell's home bore resemblance to many others, particularly the first floor. As he guided Kara through the rooms, he shared stories from his childhood. It wasn't until they ascended to the second floor that Kara noticed something distinct. This is my parents' room. I have preserved it just as it was since their passing. As Kara entered alongside Russell, she observed numerous photographs of his childhood and family adorning the walls. It was evident from these images that Russell had always been a source of pride for his parents. However, one large photograph captured Kara's attention, featuring a multitude of Asian individuals, with Russell and his parents not at the forefront, but rather among them. These are my parents' friends, Russell reminisced. We, as Chinese people, deeply value the concept of blood being thicker than water. Thus, despite lacking direct familial ties, our shared heritage compels us to support one another. After my parents' tragic accident, it was they who cared for me, and they organized my parents' funeral. Their support enabled me to complete my education, and I hope to introduce you to them someday. This opportunity, of course, hinted at the prospect of them becoming a family. At that moment, as Kara gazed at the photographs, she felt a surge of connection with Russell. The notion of blood ties resonated profoundly with her, echoing the values of her homeland, Krypton. Much like the emblem on her costume, it represented her family, the House of El, of which she often felt immense pride. After departing from Russell's parents' room, he led Kara into his own quarters. Gazing at the myriad of books and electronic devices adorning the walls, Kara felt as though she had stepped into a library. Curiosity piqued, she approached and inquired, "Wow, to be honest, I have never seen so many books in my life. Have you read them all?" "Indeed," Russell replied, "you see, my telekinetic abilities have enhanced my cognitive functions, allowing me to effortlessly and swiftly consume the contents of a book. Of course, some of these are recent acquisitions, reigniting my appreciation for knowledge." Although being a Kryptonian endowed Kara with extraordinary cognitive prowess and memory retention, her enthusiasm for reading remained rather lukewarm. At that moment, she approached the computer, noticing ripples dancing across the screen, while a collection of pristine electronic devices adorned the desk. "What is this?" she queried. "Do you recall what I mentioned before? I intend to craft a set of defense equipment against kryptonite." Russell's words illuminated Kara's expression. "Is this it? Close, but not yet complete," he said, stepping closer to point at the ripples on the screen. "In truth, whether it is kryptonite radiation or other forms of energy, the vast majority disseminate as electromagnetic waves. Thus, if I can ascertain the frequency of kryptonite's fluctuations, I will devise a method to absorb or reflect them." Kara's anticipation surged as she asked, "So, have you found it?" "Regrettably, kryptonite is not so easily located, so we will need to wait. I can ask Alex for assistance," Kara suggested, thrilled by what she considered a brilliant idea. However, Russell shook his head, responding earnestly, "No, there's no urgency, Kara. I genuinely appreciate your trust in me, but kryptonite holds too significant a meaning for you. Unless the day comes when I truly become part of your family, I would prefer not to involve Alex and the others, to avoid any misunderstandings." Russell's thoughtfulness deeply touched Kara, and though she seemed poised to respond, he deftly shifted the topic. "There is another room in the attic where I usually train my abilities. It offers a view of the moon above and is quite beautiful at night. I have prepared a movie there, and after we finish dinner, we can enjoy some leisure time." Naturally, Kara had no reason to decline. Why not? Chapter 18. Moving forward, the candlelit dinner was a joyous occasion for both, particularly for Kara, who, caught up in the moment, lost her composure and laughed heartily. Since leaving home and subsisting on fast food with her sister, this was her first experience savoring such a refined meal. "Russell, I never anticipated your culinary skills were so exceptional. Pray tell, how many more astonishing facets do you possess?" Although the physique of a Kryptonian like Kara renders the possibility of inebriation nearly non-existent, at this moment, as red wine coursed through her veins, she felt a delightful haze enveloping her senses. Russell, before her, seemed to radiate an even more captivating charm. To be candid, Kara herself was uncertain about the nature of the man she envisioned as her future partner. With limited romantic experience, she often followed her instincts, yet at this moment, she felt a clarity regarding the kind of person she desired. Much like Russell, who appeared in her life as if by some serendipitous fate, unabashedly expressing his admiration. He understood her, trusted her, embraced her, and encouraged her. Their familial experiences were remarkably similar, fostering mutual understanding, and they also shared a common set of values. Furthermore, his culinary skills were so exquisite that she found it impossible to resist. After enjoying dinner, Kara allowed Russell to take her hand and lead her to the attic. Indeed, it was as beautiful as Russell had described. Though devoid of artificial light, the bright moonlight streamed through the skylight, illuminating every corner. The room resembled a whimsical toy chamber, filled with an array of Lego creations, as if they had been transported to a fantastical Lego fairy tale, save for the central area, which had been transformed into a cozy little cinema. The two of them nestled together on a crimson sofa, the moonlight cascading over them. As a classic love story began to play, Titanic. Do you know why I chose this, Kara? Why? She replied with a hint of amusement. Kara was clearly buoyed by the moment, perhaps intentionally so, to embolden the young man. As the film unfolded, Russell pointed to the screen, delightfully proclaiming, "I feel like I am Jack, just an ordinary boy from humble beginnings. Yet, by fortune or fate, I have arrived at this moment, holding this ticket, and you, my Rose, are beautiful, noble, and enchanting. Although we were never meant to meet, destiny intertwined our paths." In the embrace of Russell's romantic words, Kara felt a rush of emotions. Under the influence of the wine, she instinctively leaned closer to Russell, her lips drawing near to his face. He seized the moment, and in an instant, their lips met, enveloped in an embrace as they fell back onto the sofa. The room resonated with an enchanting melody, while on the movie screen, time flowed slowly, leading to the film's most pivotal and exquisite moments. The air thickened with a palpable tension. Yet, at this critical juncture, Kara's voice unexpectedly broke the spell. "Wait, wait," Russell, the wine-infused Russell, gazed curiously at Kara, who was pinned beneath him on the sofa, his hand having already drawn her flowing dress to her waist. Poised for the final step, observing the somewhat flustered Kara, Russell spoke with a strategy of retreating to advance. "I apologize, Kara. It is my impatience that has caused this." Russell initially believed that his hasty actions had overwhelmed Kara, but to his surprise, she blushed deeply, gently caressing his bare chest with her hands, and shyly confessed, "No, that is not what I meant, Russell. I truly enjoyed the sensation we just shared. It's just that I'm not quite ready yet. My body, I don't wish to hurt you. Next time, I will be prepared." Russell seemed to grasp her meaning. He longed to reassure Kara that this was not a concern for him at present. After all, he possessed the Kryptonian physique at level 30, yet he restrained himself from rushing into matters. "Then I shall require some form of compensation," he declared, leaning down to plant a tender kiss upon her lips. Kara responded ardently, not rejecting his advances. Russell kissed his way from her lips to her nose, then to her earlobe, neck, and collarbone, gently slipping the strap of her long dress off her shoulder and continuing his descent. In that fleeting moment, Kara felt an exhilarating rush that lifted her very soul. However, the life of a superhero is fraught with sacrifice, and mere minutes later, the sudden jingle of a ringing phone shattered the intoxicating atmosphere. As Kara rummaged through her bag to retrieve her phone, she cast a glance at the screen and instantly sprang up from the sofa in alarm. At that moment, Russell, who had not employed telekinesis for self-protection, finally experienced the sensation of being knocked over. Despite Kara's petite form being endearingly soft and no different from an ordinary Earthwoman, the impact was still jarring. Yet, Kara, oblivious to her own disarray, urgently grasped Russell's arm, exclaiming, "Alex has been kidnapped." "Why?" In the operations department, alongside Russell, Kara looked at the injured agents with fury and confronted Hank Henshaw. "Why wasn't I notified to protect you? If I had been present, Alex would not have faced danger." It turned out that earlier in the day, the operations department had received reports of extraterrestrial sightings. After Kara recognized the potential threat posed by the chlorophyll-eating fishmen, the department devised a bait plan to lure the alien out using an organic chlorine pesticide. However, they had not informed Kara of their operational strategy. The reason remained unspoken as Hank exchanged a glance with Russell, but Kara comprehended the implication, her body trembling with realization. Sensing the tension, Russell stepped forward to comfort Kara, saying, "Do not panic. Alex is not in immediate danger." "Really?" Kara inquired, trusting Russell's words implicitly, while Hank Henshaw curiously asked, "Why do you feel that way, Mr. Russell?" "It is rather straightforward. According to your description, that extraterrestrial being does not possess a penchant for consuming humans. Among the numerous agents of the operations department, she has only captured Alex, which suggests that she must require something from him. Therefore, at least until her objectives are fulfilled, Alex should remain unharmed. Russell's words brought a sense of relief to Kara. Yet her impatience prompted her to inquire, "What should I do now?" It is quite simple. Alex is aware of your powers and capabilities. Thus, she will certainly create some noise to draw your attention. Now, employ your extraordinary abilities to listen and locate her. Without a moment's hesitation, Kara soared into the skies. And shortly thereafter, the operations department echoed with her exclamatory voice, "I found her." Chapter 19. The true evolution within the confines of a factory building. Kara descended from above and immediately spotted Alex sprawled on the ground. However, upon seeing Kara's arrival, Alex did not exhibit joy. Rather, she urgently shouted, "Hurry, Kara! There is a trap." Before Kara could fully comprehend the situation, she was struck and sent flying. When she turned to see who had assaulted her, disbelief flooded her expression. "Long time no see, little one. And Astra, I thought you perished in the explosion of Krypton. Regrettably, I was not present at that moment, for I was in prison on Rossberg. Did your mother never tell you how she can find me there?" "What?" As Kara confronted her Aunt Astra in a dramatic familial encounter, Russell, poised to assist, was intercepted by another figure above the bustling international city, where vibrant lights and sounds filled the air. Suspended in midair, Russell gazed at the man before him, clad in a form-fitting black uniform emblazoned with an emblem, and inquired with curiosity, "So who are you?" "My name is Known, a warrior of Krypton and the husband of Kara's Aunt Astra." The man replied with a tone both detached and proud. "Oh, so should I address you as Uncle Known? However, your presence here is certainly not a mere coincidence. I regret to inform you that Astra is currently reminiscing with her beloved niece, and I shall not permit you to interfere. I have witnessed your battle with Vartox and am quite astonished that such a formidable warrior exists on Earth. Therefore, I am willing to offer you an opportunity to join us. I can assure you a place in the Earth that will emerge post-cleansing." "Wow, what an honor. Unfortunately, I possess no interest in the future you propose. Such a pity, for I shall have no choice but to end your life here. Is that so?" With those words, Russell suddenly retrieved something from his pocket and hurled it towards Known. Regrettably, for Known, a Kryptonian soldier born for battle, such a surprise attack proved utterly ineffective. He effortlessly seized the spherical object, resembling an egg, that Russell had thrown, mockingly exclaiming, "Foolish one, do you truly believe that such a trivial item could harm me?" In response, Russell wore a sardonic smile. "Is that so?" he retorted. No sooner had the words left his lips than the orb in Known's grasp erupted violently, enveloping him in a thick cloud of red, smoke rich with capsaicin. Seizing the moment, Russell propelled himself with utmost speed, darting past Known towards the direction of Kara. Left behind, Known flailed his arms, choking on the acrid fumes, his face contorted with rage as he pursued. Yet at that moment, Russell felt no fear, for he had acquired a far more formidable Kryptonian constitution. Ding! Your relationship with Supergirl Kara Danvers has taken a pivotal step. She is now prepared to entrust her body to you. Continue your efforts to solidify your bond. Reward: 50 Supergirl Kryptonian traits. Kryptonian genetics. You have embarked on a genetic evolution, acquiring unique Kryptonian hereditary material that will influence your cells, growing stronger under the energy of a yellow sun. In essence, you are evolving towards a half-human, half-Kryptonian state. Super strength. Your physical form is no longer constrained by conventional limitations by absorbing the energy of the yellow sun. Your cells are fortified, granting you greater power. Super speed. Your flight speed is no longer reliant on gravity. Instead, you generate a unique gravitational field from your own energy. Although this field is currently weak, you have begun to harness it for flight. Super defense. Under the influence of Kryptonian genetics, your cells are becoming increasingly resilient. While they appear ordinary, they gain self-protective capabilities when struck, providing formidable strength to withstand most physical damage and a robust healing ability. Super breath. With the enhancement of your cells, your lung capacity has vastly improved. In addition to enduring prolonged periods without air, you can now adapt to a vacuum environment. Freezing breath. With your enhanced lung capacity, you can compress air to unleash a freezing breath. Super brain. The fortification of your cells has endowed your brain with greater development. Beyond exceptional memory, you can process information at an accelerated rate. Supervision. Your eyes can perceive spectra invisible to humans. granting you formidable sight that allows you to see farther and observe the microscopic world with greater acuity. Super hearing. Your ears can detect sounds beyond human capability, largely unaffected by medium interference, bestowing you with exceptional auditory sensitivity, though it renders you highly susceptible to noise. Your telekinetic abilities have made significant advancements under the enhancement of Kryptonian genes. As your observational skills of the world have sharpened, your mastery over all things has become increasingly effortless. Just as the system has described, you have begun to evolve at a genetic level towards a semi-Kryptonian state. Although there remains a considerable gap compared to soldiers like Noan, who were specifically engineered for combat, you remain confident that your telekinetic power can effectively bridge this divide. Nevertheless, you find little interest in engaging this individual in battle, for you are merely an ordinary human endowed with formidable telekinetic abilities. Thanks to Russell's meticulous control over power during the cerebral development process, you were able to mitigate the cacophony of sounds the moment you acquired super hearing, enabling you to effortlessly discern the voices you wish to hear, such as those of Kara and Astra from the distant factory. You had no intention of involving yourself, especially given the significance this Astra held for Kara, as inferred from her tone. With that thought, you turned to the relentless Noan pursuing you and made your first attempt at utilizing gravitational fields. Instantly, under the fusion of telekinesis and gravitational force, you felt as if you had equipped a spaceship with a super engine, vanishing in a burst from Noan's sight. This left Noan astounded, only to pursue you with renewed fury. The battle at the factory concluded swiftly with the arrival of the Action Division, and seizing the opportunity, you descended to Kara's side. "Are you all right, Kara?" You inquired with concern, which elicited a sarcastic remark from the nearby Alex. "You certainly arrived quickly." Under Kara's worried gaze, you hastily explained apologies. "I encountered a man named Noan." Upon hearing this, Kara's expression shifted dramatically as she touched your arm and asked, "Are you unharmed?" "Rest assured, despite his formidable appearance, I possess numerous little tricks. After I delayed him for a while, he flew off on his own." You reassured her, prompting a sigh of relief from Kara, while Alex, intrigued, asked, "Who is Noan?" Kara, wearing a worried expression, replied, "He is Astra's husband, a naturally born warrior created by Krypton specifically for combat. To be precise, he is even more terrifying, cruel, and merciless than Astra." This revelation caused the members of the Action Division present to pale slightly. For one, Astra was already a cause for concern, and now a more powerful adversary had emerged. At that moment, you added a statement that deepened their alarm. "Although I cannot assert it with certainty, my journalistic acumen has led me to perceive that they seem to be orchestrating something, particularly as Noan alluded to a significant purge." Chapter 20. Old friends women, indeed, are the most elusive of creatures. It has been nearly 3 days since Alex was abducted. During this time, Russell had anticipated that the breakthrough following their recent rendezvous would naturally lead to a deepening of their relationship. However, he found himself perplexed by Kara's sudden withdrawal, as she began to evade his company, conjuring various excuses to maintain her distance. While it might have sufficed if she had simply lost interest each time Kara departed, he noticed a glimmer of regret in her eyes, leaving him with an unsettling sense of something unspoken. He resolved to observe her closely and seek an opportune moment to converse. Before that, however, he had another matter demanding his attention. He needed to meet someone. As night fell beneath the dazzling lights of International City, the emergence of Superman had proven that Earth was not alone in the cosmos, leading to an influx of extraterrestrial beings. The majority of these life forms busied themselves with the daily grind of survival, and the aliens were no exception. Yet their unique identities rendered them unable to lead lives akin to ordinary humans on Earth, resulting in the establishment of numerous avenues for these beings to earn a living. For instance, Russell found himself at the International City Alien Underground Fighting Club, within the dimly lit confines of a colossal arena resembling a cage. 2 reptilian aliens engaged in a bloody brawl, their green blood and severed limbs flying through the air, surrounded by a throng of cheering humans, including both dignitaries and societal elites. On the second floor, in a room adorned in crimson hues, the sounds of a woman's moans echoed incessantly. After more than half an hour, the cacophony finally subsided. As the red curtain was drawn aside, an Asian woman clad in a sultry red gown languorously draped herself over Russell, sensuously licking his chest and cooing, "Russell, You have grown so much stronger. I never imagined that the little scrawny boy I once knew would evolve into such a robust man. You, too, have become increasingly alluring. Veronica, whose full name is Veronica Sinclair, had styled herself akin to Ada Wong from Russell's favorite film, Resident Evil, embodying the essence of a mature yet seductive woman. She cast a sidelong glance at his compliment, closed her eyes, and with a sigh of reluctant pleasure, extricated herself from his embrace. As she rose and began to adjust her attire, she touched up her makeup while gazing into the mirror, saying, "Little one, your sweet nothings hold no sway over me now. I'm no longer one of those young, beautiful girls. Now, tell me what brings you here." Lying on the bed, Russell admired Veronica's enticing silhouette and replied, "Indeed, I require your assistance." "Oh, how peculiar. What is it?" Russell pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and presented it to Veronica. "I am aware of your connections. I require assistance from these laboratories and a few trusted individuals. Could you help me arrange this?" Wow. Veronica glanced at the list, which included cutting-edge talents and laboratories across various fields such as physics, biology, and chemistry. "However, that is not an issue. Thank you. Just remember what I mentioned. I understand. Confidentiality is paramount, correct? Rest assured, we are of the same kin, unlike those outsiders. Blood is thicker than water." However, as Veronica spoke, she turned back and climbed onto Russell's sturdy chest, her delicate fingers caressing his chin as she exhaled a fragrant whisper. "Shouldn't you also reward me? Perhaps with a child or something of the sort?" This took Russell by surprise. "You never voiced it this way before. You were always more concerned with fleeting encounters." "That was then. The circumstances have changed. I have matured and require a strong heir to inherit my legacy. You will acquiesce to my wish, won't you, Russell? Fear not, my child, and I shall not intrude upon your life." "No." Russell firmly grasped Veronica's alluring form, eliciting a playful protest from her. "You know I am not that sort of person. I would treat my child equally, and I'm not ungrateful. However, there is a dilemma." Veronica appeared delighted by Russell's response. Yet as she prepared to inquire about the issue, she felt his embrace tighten around her, prompting her to gasp and gaze at him with affection. "What is the problem?" "The issue is I am too robust, and you—" Russell gently stroked Veronica's exquisite, supple abdomen. "Cannot bear my child." A hint of disappointment crossed Veronica's face as she grasped his meaning. "That is truly unfortunate." As she attempted to rise, Russell pulled her back into his embrace. "Wait, do not be hasty. I have not finished. Although it is not feasible now, it does not preclude the future. Thus, if you truly anticipate this, expedite the task I need your assistance with." Veronica's eyes sparkled once more as she climbed back onto Russell's chest. "I understand. I will assist you, and I eagerly await that day. However, shall we not indulge in one more hour together? Of course, an entire night is certainly acceptable." Meanwhile, as Russell reveled in the night's delights, Kara, burdened with worry, remained sleepless. The following day, when Kara, bleary-eyed, arrived at the office, she was met with yet another piece of news that left her utterly speechless. "Recently, I've been engulfed in a profound sense of distress regarding our rival, Planet Daily. I initially believed that after acquiring their own superhero, they would be content. However, as their headlines echoed, the television screen behind Kate illuminated with various images from Planet Daily, all spotlighting their female superhero. It appears they now seek to usurp what is rightfully mine, which is utterly intolerable. Jimmy, I am aware of your connections with certain acquaintances, hence I desire an interview." Before Jimmy could respond, Kara, unable to contain herself, erupted into laughter, catching him off guard. This moment of levity rendered Kara somewhat embarrassed, leading her to utter a plethora of nonsensical remarks, yet she could not alleviate the murderous glare emanating from Kate. Fortunately, at this juncture, Jimmy interjected, redirecting the conversation. "I assumed, Ms. Kate, that such matters would be delegated to Russell, as he possesses a deeper understanding of the situation than I do. Of course, I am aware of that, yet he lacks your level of connections, and recently, he has requested a leave of absence." It then dawned on everyone why Russell was absent that day, further aggravating Kara, who felt she might have inadvertently wounded Russell's feelings. "Will you assist me, Jimmy? Please speak with your friend in the blue attire." Regrettably, Jimmy resolutely declined. "I'm afraid that won't be feasible." After the meeting concluded, Kara was reprimanded by Kate. Upon returning to the secret base, she encountered Russell, who had not been present at the office. Chapter 21. Ascending couple's Kara's heart leapt with joy at the sight of him. She initially intended to greet him warmly, but suddenly halted, a shadow of melancholy crossing her face, which did not go unnoticed by the ever-gentle Jimmy. In truth, 3 days prior, both had sensed an undercurrent of tension between Kara and Russell, a peculiar circumstance that hinted at a potential opportunity for them. Fortunately, it was Russell who broke the silence. I apologize, Wynn. Jimmy, could you grant Kara and me some time alone? Of course, Wynn replied, stepping outside, while Jimmy cast a concerned glance at Russell. Once the room was devoid of anyone but Russell and Kara, as he moved to approach her, she instinctively retreated, raising her hand in refusal. I'm sorry, Russell, but I believe we need to engage in a more profound discussion regarding our relationship. Why? Do you despise me? No, Russell. You remain the most significant person in my heart. However, I do not wish to cause you pain. Russell furrowed his brow tightly, seemingly perplexed by Kara's words. With a tinge of sorrow, Kara continued, Ever since Alex was kidnapped and my Aunt Astra and Uncle Non appeared, I have been contemplating a singular question, which is... At this point, she stepped closer to Russell, gently caressing his face. You are remarkable, consistently so, yet we may not be suited for one another. Perhaps I am unworthy of experiencing love as an ordinary person does. This thought once again furrowed Russell's brow in concern. You once spoke of the cost of being a superhero, and now I finally comprehend it. I do not wish for you or anyone else to be harmed due to the intimacy we share. At this moment, Russell grasped why Kara felt as she did, which also brought him a sense of relief. Though his Kryptonian physique was already formidable and he was gradually acquiring the true powers of a Kryptonian, it was evident that this was merely the beginning. Kara possessed even greater potential yet to be unveiled. Moreover, he was genuinely fond of Kara, the radiant blonde sweetheart. Thus, he slowly extended his hand to caress her face and said, Do you know why I am here instead of at the office today? Before Kara could respond, Russell continued, In half an hour, I must depart from International City for another location. We may not see each other for at least a week, perhaps longer. The reason is that I am crafting a suit of armor capable of withstanding kryptonite, for theoretical knowledge alone is insufficient. I require advanced equipment to validate my hypotheses, and the places where I can gain access are limited. Upon hearing that Russell had taken leave for this purpose, Kara felt a wave of regret wash over her. I am so sorry. No, Russell interrupted. I am not sharing this to elicit an apology from you, Kara. I merely wish to convey that in this world, since my parents' passing, you have always held the foremost place in my heart, without exception. In that instant, Kara's gaze became dreamy. Your concerns are entirely unwarranted. Do not forget. I too possess extraordinary abilities, along with a rather astute mind. Remember what I mentioned? Although I have no desire to be a superhero, I do not mind becoming your steadfast support, encouraging and standing by your side in battle if you truly need me. At that moment, what could Kara say? She could only embrace Russell tightly and offer him a kiss imbued with affection. Thus they kissed, and the room was suddenly filled with a cacophony of sounds until both found themselves somewhat disheveled and breathless. So, Kara, your spirits should be quite high now. Indeed, I have never felt better. Kara's flushed cheeks bore the unique, cheerful smile of a golden-haired sweetheart. Perhaps my status should change now, such as to that of boyfriend. After bestowing a deep kiss, Kara gazed at Russell with love in her eyes. I love you, Russell. And I love you too, Kara. Ha! When will you return? I can hardly wait to don a new suit you are creating for me. You know, the realm of science often leaves one pondering in uncertainty. However, fret not, for I shall endeavor to minimize the time taken, and I shall call you daily to update you on my itinerary, much like a genuine couple. I relish this sentiment. By the way, I have a matter upon which I seek your counsel regarding a proposition made by Kate in a recent morning meeting concerning an interview. Do you think I should acquiesce to her request? Russell did not respond directly, but inquired instead, What is your impression of Ms. Kate? This question elicited a pained expression from Kara, who replied, Arrogant, sharp-tongued, and acerbic. To be honest, I can conjure numerous adjectives, yet none are complimentary. So, would you like to hear my assessment? Certainly, he replied. Allow me to elucidate that Miss Kate is a remarkably strong and astute woman. Truth be told, while I strive to comprehend and support you, Kara, I must confess that my demeanor is rather rugged, and in certain respects, I lack the delicacy often attributed to women. Thus, if you can cultivate a positive rapport with her, she might offer you some invaluable advice, considering her notable success. Russell's words sparked a realization in Kara. You are right. Perhaps I should reevaluate my perception of Ms. Kate. Meanwhile, outside the secret base, Jimmy and Wynn, hearing the commotion within, initially presumed a confrontation was underway. However, moments later, they were taken aback to see Kara emerge, her face aglow with joy, exuding a cheerful demeanor as she announced, I've made up my mind. I am prepared to accept Ms. Kate's interview. With that, she descended the elevator alone, leaving Jimmy and Wynn exchanging bewildered glances. Ultimately, Jimmy could only touch the watch left for him by Superman, which summoned him in times of peril, and remarked, he truly knows how to bring joy to a lady. Doesn't he? In the ensuing days, everything returned to a semblance of normalcy. Kara passionately immersed herself in her superhero duties, seemingly empowered by the strength of her emotions. And she reveled in this newfound vigor as it enabled her to protect her loved ones. However, not all was smooth sailing, particularly regarding the interview with Kate. Although the entire experience was relatively pleasant, Kara inadvertently revealed her identity as Superman's cousin due to her inexperience, which led to an encounter with a new supervillain seeking revenge on Superman, the Radiant Man. Chapter 22. The Radiant Man. Upon returning to the action department after a fierce battle with the Radiant Man, Kara sought intelligence on this new adversary from her colleagues. Regrettably, they could provide little information beyond his name and the fact that he had engaged in several inconclusive skirmishes with her cousin, Superman. However, one individual might possess the knowledge they sought. Who? Kara Inwidit. Jimmy Olsen came the reply, for it was he who coined the name Radiant Man. Wow, I understand now. As soon as the words left her lips, Kara soared out, returning to the secret base of Kate Media, where she encountered Jimmy and Wynn. However, the suggestion Jimmy offered was one she found utterly unacceptable. I believe you should summon your cousin. He insisted. I have witnessed the formidable power of the Radiant Man. He nearly inflicted severe injuries upon your cousin. No, Kara resolutely rejected the notion. She had no desire to serve as a mere backdrop for her cousin, seeking his assistance at the first sign of trouble. What significance would that hold? The two debated for quite some time, but it was apparent that Jimmy could not sway Kara's stance. I know you care for my well-being, but Jimmy, safety is not the sole aspect to consider. I am not merely Superman's cousin. I am determined to author my own narrative, whether in triumph or defeat. Well, it seems your family is quite stubborn, Jimmy remarked, exuding a sense of helplessness, while Wynn, struck by inspiration, interjected. Why not consult Russell? He might possess some insights. Although he is not present, you should have his contact information. Of course, Kara thought, not wishing to become a woman relying on a man, yet sometimes circumstances dictated otherwise. I hope he isn't too preoccupied at the moment. After all, Russell had informed her that certain high-tech laboratories prohibited the entry of electronic devices. Fortunately, luck was on her side as the call connected smoothly. Wow, Kara, did you miss me so soon? Russell's voice came through, eliciting curious expressions from Wynn and Jimmy. Quickly, Kara transitioned to the matter at hand. I've messed up. Have you seen the recent news from International City? I apologize. I just arrived in Switzerland today, and Haven T had the chance to check my phone for updates on International City, Russell responded. The particle accelerator is ready. We can commence the first experiment. Please hold on. I'll be there shortly. Listening to the bustling sounds on the other end, Kara felt a twinge of guilt. I hope I'm not interrupting you. Of course not. And remember, I told you that you will always be my priority. So what exactly has transpired? Kara wasted no time in her inquiry. I encountered a villain today, known as the Radiant Man. I was wondering if you have any information about him. The Radiant Man, you say? I'll remember that. Give me 10 minutes. I need to consult my informant. I'll call you back in 10. Absolutely. As the call ended, Wynn, intrigued, inquired, did I hear correctly? The particle accelerator? Russell is at CERN in Europe? What's he doing there? Kara replied without much thought. He mentioned he would help me design a new suit that would make me impervious to kryptonite. This revelation left Jimmy momentarily stunned, for a Superman's friend. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by kryptonite, while Wynn wore an expression of envy. Wow, how extraordinary. It appears that Russell has some remarkable acquaintances. One must recognize that particle accelerators are coveted by many leading physicists, who often find themselves in lengthy queues to utilize them. Kara did not dwell on this much, but Jimmy seemed to have been reminded of something. 10 minutes is but a fleeting moment, and soon Russell's call came through, meeting Kara's expectations. I have uncovered the identity of the Radiant Man. His true name is Ben Krull. 5 years ago, terrorists attempted to orchestrate a catastrophe at the Berkeley nuclear power plant. But your cousin Superman intervened, saving millions. However, 2 reactor engineers perished in that radiation incident, Ben Krull and his wife, Elisa Krull. They were a blissfully married couple. Yet it appears that Ben Krull did not perish. Rather, he is transformed into the Radiant Man, Kara exclaimed as the realization dawned upon her. I comprehend now why he harbors such animosity towards my cousin. He blames Clark for his wife's death. Is that truly the case? Kara inquired, sympathy flooding her heart. How shall we locate him? I am uncertain, but I can offer you a lead. I reviewed the news of your confrontation with him. It seems his battle suit is malfunctioning. Ben Krull relies on his suit for his very survival, and currently, there may be only one person in International City capable of repairing it. An epiphany struck Wynn, and he uttered the name. Maxwell Lord. Brilliant. Thank you, Russell. Cut out it. No need for thanks. I may be occupied for a while longer, so I cannot assist you immediately, but I have faith in your abilities, don't you? Kara? Absolutely. I do. Then I shall rest easy. I'll hang up now. I look forward to seeing your new uniform. With the call concluded, Kara promptly soared towards the action department, sharing everything she knew with Alex and the team. Meanwhile, in Switzerland at the European Atomic Energy Center, 2 Asian men, their faces etched with incredulity, presented the recently obtained experimental results to the awaiting Russell. This is simply astonishing, Mr. Russell. These elements, which we know to constitute life, yield experimental results indicating that the electromagnetic forces between their atomic nuclei and electrons do not conform to any known isotopes. This suggests that within these life elements, the distance between nuclei and electrons is notably diminished, rendering the atoms more compact and the molecules more tightly bound. Even more remarkably, this transformation appears to be intensifying, Russell remarked, his eyes alight with intrigue as he turned to the 2 doctors. Dr. Chun, Dr. Wong, what might life composed of these elements resemble? The 2 Asian doctors exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with awe as they began to respond. To be candid, I find it difficult to envision. Yet one thing is certain, cells of the same size are composed of a greater quantity of matter. This implies an increased demand for nourishment, but it also results in a more potent generation of energy and heightened efficiency. Similarly, if an organism is comprised of such cells, its organizational structure would be denser, enabling it to withstand more formidable impacts. It is intriguing. This is precisely what Russell yearns to understand. He is keen to discover what transformations have occurred within his own cells, influenced by Kryptonian genetics under the power of the system. Thank you, Dr. Chun and Dr. Wong. I hope everything discussed today remains confidential. Rest assured, you can trust our integrity. We will not retain any data that could be accessed by others. I am truly grateful. I shall not trouble you further. I need to visit the Institute of Cellular and Material Sciences at Kyoto University in Japan. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Chapter 23. The emergence of Superman. All experiments on Russell's side progressed smoothly, yet the situation was quite different for Kara. Despite Russell providing Kara and the operations department with ample intelligence regarding the Radiant Man, they were unable to prevent Maxwell Lord from being captured. The reason was quite simple. Maxwell Lord trusted no one, especially not aliens, and thus he declined the protection offered by the operations department. As a billionaire, he possessed the right to make such decisions. Fortunately, through research on the Radiant Man, Wong discovered a potential hideout. However, by the time Kara arrived, it was somewhat too late. Maxwell Lord had already repaired the Radiant Man's armor. Consequently, Kara found herself unable to avoid a severe beating from the Radiant Man, but thankfully, Superman appeared and halted the unfolding chaos. On the rooftop of the Cat Media building, Jimmy arrived and encountered Clark, who had transformed into Superman, in the guise of a reporter for the Daily Planet. It seems you are adapting well to your new surroundings, Jimmy. Clark, wearing glasses and appearing quite the bookworm, looked genuinely pleased to see his old friend. Thank you, Clark. You saved Kara, Jimmy replied, his expression brimming with joy and gratitude. Upon hearing this, Clark shook his head. Do not fret. Kara is quite resilient. She will regain consciousness shortly. But you, Jimmy, is there another reason you wish for me to stay here? Yes. I need your assistance in investigating someone. Who? Jimmy, feeling somewhat awkward, produced a document and handed it to Clark. His name is Russell, and he is currently Kara's boyfriend. Wow. Clark's expression turned peculiar as he scrutinized the information Jimmy had provided, remarking, Kara has a boyfriend now? Why didn't she tell me? So, why do you want me to investigate him? From what I can see, he appears to be without fault. No, Clark, therein lies the gravest concern. Jimmy's evident agitation left Clark looking increasingly perplexed. Upon witnessing this, Jimmy composed himself and spoke. I understand that I may have been a bit overly excited, but there are indeed too many enigmas surrounding this individual. He possesses knowledge surpassing that of the Department of Action, and what they cannot uncover, he can. Moreover, he effortlessly utilizes the most advanced laboratories, which is quite abnormal. Clark, we are all family to Kara. We cannot entrust her to someone we cannot trust. Reluctantly, Jimmy managed to convince Clark. I will have Lois investigate, Clark replied. Thank you for trusting me. It's nothing, it's only right. If there are no other matters to discuss, I must take my leave. Even in the absence of Luther, the criminals in Metropolis are no fewer than those here. Besides, Kara is about to awaken. You should consider how to explain today's events. Clark was not mistaken. Once Kara regained consciousness and realized that it was Clark who saved her, a fierce argument erupted between them, with neither able to persuade the other. Jimmy could only excuse himself. Seeing this, Alex offered words of comfort. He merely wishes to protect you. I know, Kara replied, fully aware of this, yet she found it impossible to forgive herself. Her original mission was to come to Earth to protect her cousin, but the 24 years lost in the Phantom Zone had turned her into the one needing protection, filling her with a profound sense of guilt for failing her duty. However, if it were Russell, he would never have acted this way. Alex, harboring little trust for the smooth-talking man, retorted, if he truly cared for you, he would not have placed you in such peril, Kara. No, you do not understand at all. The reason I chose him is that, apart from him, you all treated me like a child. He was the only one who explained to me what it truly means to be a superhero. Yet, even then, he did not stop me, even at the risk of my safety, because he understood it was something I had to experience. Would you prevent my cousin from confronting the Radiant Man? Alex found herself momentarily speechless, finally managing to say, perhaps you have a point, but Kara, I am your sister. Protecting you is my mission. In the past, such words might have moved Kara, but now all she felt was a headache. Seeing this, Alex could only urge, all right, none of that is important right now. What matters is how we will capture the Radiant Man. You wouldn't want him causing chaos, would you? I know. But the problem is how we can find him now, Kara lamented, and Alex offered her own suggestion. Why not call your boyfriend? Since he can find information on the Radiant Man, perhaps he has a way to track him down. Kara's eyes brightened, and she immediately made the call. The phone rang several times before it was finally connected. After Kara articulated her concerns, Russell promptly provided his response. The solution was rather straightforward. If your cousin Superman ranks as the foremost among those who radiate, then you, Kara, would undoubtedly be second. Kara's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yet Alex swiftly interjected with a furious protest. Absolutely not, Kara. I will never allow you to be the bait. Russell, are you aware of the absurdity of your suggestion? On the other end of the line, Russell's voice exuded confidence. Of course, Kara, my dear, while you are undoubtedly intelligent, beautiful, and formidable, I believe it is my duty as your boyfriend to offer you some counsel. Certainly, Kara responded, intrigued. I shared your news with Dr. Chun, an esteemed scholar at the forefront of nuclear physics. He informed me that the core of the Radiation Man's suit contains a significant quantity of subcritical plutonium. If forcibly disrupted, it could unleash nuclear radiation potent enough to contaminate the entire city. However, there is a method to avert this catastrophe if you encase it in lead at the moment of its melting. Thank you, Russell. Kara expressed her gratitude. Do not burden yourself with excessive worry. Regardless of what transpires, I will always stand firmly behind you, supporting you. Of course, Alex and the others are equally important, and you may also consider their input. I love you, Kara. I love you too, Russell. As the call ended, Alex observed her sister, who had regained her confidence, and found herself momentarily perplexed. Who was truly in the wrong, Russell or herself? Nevertheless, for the time being, she resolved to address her sister's inquiries. So, Alex, do you have any suggestions? Chapter 24. Kryptonian cells. Although the operations department expressed reservations regarding Kara's plan to act as bait and confront the Radiation Man alone, they ultimately yielded to her determination. Once everything was prepared, Kara engaged in battle with the Radiation Man, achieving a successful outcome, capturing him and bringing him to justice. Was I mistaken? After the mission concluded, Alex, seeing Kara's jubilant expression and the apprehended Radiation Man, addressed her supervisor. Of course not. Your desire to protect Kara is commendable. However, it seems we should place more trust in your sister. As Kara approached, Alex reluctantly extended her hand to share a celebratory high five with her sister. Congratulations. But if there's a next time, I still cannot endorse such a course of action. Yet, the elated Kara was unfazed and enveloped her sister in a tight embrace. Thank you. But now, I must share the good news with Russell. Watching her sister depart with joy, Alex shook her head in disbelief. At this moment, her trust lay solely with that scoundrel. Kyoto University, Japan, Institute of Cellular and Material Sciences. In a pristine and sterile world, Russell stood alongside two Asian figures, one male and one female. Before them loomed a colossal screen displaying the dynamic movements of countless cells. Although they were in Japan, their conversation flowed in Mandarin. To be candid, I had never encountered such peculiar biological cells. They were unmistakably mammalian, yet possessed certain capabilities akin to plant cells, enabling them to absorb sunlight and engage in photosynthesis. Russell gazed at the woman speaking before him, his expression one of bewilderment as he retorted, "Dr. Liu, are there no extraterrestrial cells?" Indeed, while the extraterrestrial cells sent to this location were innumerable, none exhibited such characteristics. The vast majority of their cellular structures diverged significantly from those of Earth's organisms, let alone humans. The similarities were striking. Frankly, without meticulous examination, one could hardly discern any differences. At that moment, another man, donned in a scholarly demeanor, interjected, "Moreover, these cells represent only a fraction of the samples you provided. Beyond this subset, there exists another portion that, to be honest, initially seemed indistinguishable from human cells. Following extensive testing, no reactions were observed. Curiously, they coexist harmoniously with the more potent cells, a scenario that defies logic. Fortunately, through energy spectrum analysis, I discerned some unusual distinctions." As the man concluded his statement, the computer screen transformed into a vibrant array of colors. Frankly, had it not been for the ability known as the curse of knowledge, Russell would have found it challenging to comprehend. However, now he grasped the essence. I detected 3 formidable energy signatures within these tissue samples. The first, unsurprisingly, corresponds to the energy reaction of ordinary human cells. The second emanates from those plant-like, robust cells. Yet the third, a crimson radiance, raises my skepticism. If I were not a believer in science, I might question its very existence. Evidently, it is this third form of energy that safeguards this segment of human cells, allowing them to coexist on equal footing with the powerful cells. Thank you, Dr. Luo. Despite Dr. Luo's inability to comprehend the situation, Russell recognized that this crimson glow mirrored the radiance of the crystal that had once bestowed upon him extraordinary powers in the out-of-control superpower. It seemed everything was becoming clear. At that juncture, Dr. Liu supplemented, "Moreover, and most crucially, these cellular tissues retain such formidable vitality even after detaching from the host, reminiscent of cancer cells, coupled with the photosynthetic abilities of plants. I have no doubt these cells will outlive me. If you could allow me to preserve a sample, I swear I could uncover a cure for cancer." Before Dr. Liu could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Dr. Luo, standing nearby. "Wenjie, please cease your apologies. Mr. Luo, she harbors no ulterior motives. She is merely engrossed in her research. Rest assured, all cellular tissue samples will be entirely destroyed under your supervision." Russell cast a glance at the somewhat reluctant female doctor, then turned to Dr. Luo, who shared his surname. "I must say, you have made a most prudent choice." "Thank you. Now, there is another matter I wish to inquire of you." "Please speak. I will answer to the best of my ability." "Excellent. Are you aware of anyone engaged in the study of nanomaterials or nanorobots?" The two doctors exchanged glances, ultimately prompting Dr. Liu to speak. Many individuals are involved in these fields, and there are numerous distinguished scholars. However, if you seek the foremost experts, it would be wise to consult the Luthor Group. The name Luthor ignited something in Russell's mind. Luthor? Lex Luthor? Indeed, since he was incarcerated by Superman. The Luthor Group has been under the stewardship of his sister, Lena Luthor. It appears she is yet another remarkable woman. I wonder, if I were to seek technological advancements from her, what might I offer in exchange? Dr. Liu longed to suggest that the cellular tissue you provide would suffice. But under Dr. Luo, Russell's watchful gaze, she opted for silence. I'm afraid I do not know. I have only heard of her exploits and know little of her personally. If you require, I can provide you with some relevant papers and news articles. Russell graciously accepted. Thank you. Dr. Liu then sifted through her portable tablet and handed it to Russell. Here you go. Upon glancing at the tablet, Russell's initially indifferent expression transformed when he encountered an article titled Extreme Biochemical Nanobots. It sparked memories of the scant narratives involving Supergirl, particularly the scene where she was enveloped by countless nanobots in a captivating display. How intriguing! Momentarily lost in thought regarding how to acquire the pertinent technology, he suddenly had an epiphany. He refrained from perusing further and returned the tablet to Dr. Liu. I appreciate your assistance, and I hope we may meet again in the future. Chapter 25. Lena Luthor Nightfall in Metropolis, Luthor Group Headquarters. Since Lex Luthor, the head of the Luthor Group, was personally incarcerated by Superman, Lena Luthor, the sole heir of the Luthor family, has ascended to lead this vast conglomerate. Yet, this is hardly a joyous occasion, as evidenced by the countless individuals gathered below, brandishing placards and clamoring for the imprisonment of the entire Luthor family. However, as a renowned strong woman, self-pity is not in Lena Luthor's character. She strives to compensate those who have suffered due to her brother, Lex Luthor, and to alter the negative perceptions the public holds towards the Luthor Corporation. To be frank, this task is far from easy. Each day, Lena is engulfed in a multitude of documents, attending various hearings, and participating in numerous social events to mitigate the fallout from her brother's actions. This relentless pace leaves her utterly exhausted, fostering a desire to escape Metropolis, though she knows such an escape is impossible, at least until she resolves the majority of the issues left in Lex's wake. In the presidential office, clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with striking red lips, Lena sits at her desk, signing the final batch of documents with a wrist that protests against the exertion, before handing them to her assistant. This should be the last batch for today, she remarks. Indeed, but there's another batch scheduled for tomorrow. Lena replies with a calm demeanor. Tomorrow's concerns can wait. Leave now and do not disturb me. I crave solitude. Understood. With her assistant nervously clutching a large stack of documents, Lena finally exhales deeply and rises from her chair, intending to stretch. However, upon gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the multitude of protesters below, a sense of melancholy and agitation washes over her. It is impossible for her to harbor no resentment towards the current situation, but what choice does she have, given her surname is Luthor? Just then, the sound of footsteps echoes in the office, prompting Lena to express her displeasure. Did I not ask for no interruptions? Unexpectedly, the voice that follows is not that of her assistant, but rather that of an unfamiliar man. Apologies, it seems I have arrived at an inconvenient moment. Your mood appears rather dismal. Startled, Lena turns to face the source of the voice, seeing a shadowy figure at the office entrance. Who are you? She inquires, cautiously moving toward her desk where a concealed alarm system lies. There's no need to be afraid of me. I am here to propose a transaction. Lena, unimpressed, retorts. I have no interest in making deals with someone lurking in the shadows, too cowardly to reveal their face. A light chuckle emanates from the darkness, followed by a serious tone. I apologize. You make a valid point. To be honest, I did not intend to conceal my identity, but Lena Luthor, in the presence of such an exceptional woman as yourself, sincerity is indeed the best form of goodwill. As the words resonate, Russell gradually steps out of the shadows, revealing himself and introducing Russell, reporter from Cape Media. It must be said that this action has indeed borne some fruit. Lena Luthor, observing the man who appeared before her unperturbed by exposure, halted her approach towards the alarm, her curiosity piqued. Cape Media, Kate Grant? Indeed. Lena Luthor relaxed considerably and inquired with intrigue. I apologize, but I fail to see what we could possibly negotiate, given that if you intend to expose something, it is unnecessary for you to intervene. The Luthor Group's infamy precedes itself. Russell, remaining unperturbed, retrieved his phone from his pocket. Do not rush. Let's examine this first, he said, adjusting the content on his device before tossing it towards Lena Luthor, who caught it deftly in her arms. The indifference in her gaze transformed instantly upon recognizing the familiar figure on the screen. It was none other than her former boyfriend, the man who had once brought her immense joy, Spider Jack. Foreboding filled Lena Luthor as she pressed the play button. As the images unfolded, Realization dawned upon her with disbelief. 5 years prior, during their relationship, the two of them, among the brightest minds in the world, had focused their research on nanorobots. Unfortunately, their endeavors had not met with success. To manage the vast swarms of nanobots, they had chosen bees as their model, believing that by controlling the queen bee, they could command the entire hive. However, the results were unsatisfactory. Something had gone awry, and their experiments ended in failure. Soon after, due to various personal and professional reasons, they opted to part ways, leaving the project abandoned. Yet now, through the video provided by the enigmatic Russell, she discovered that Jack seemed to have succeeded, albeit under unsettling circumstances. It appeared that Jack had lost his consciousness and had dangerously chosen himself as the first subject for human trials. What was happening? Concern for her ex-boyfriend prompted Lena Luthor to approach without fear, urgently asking, "Do not fret. Continue watching. There is another video. Just press the next button." Lena Luthor, now anxious, proceeded to watch, her expression shifting dramatically as clarity settled in. Her previous apprehensions were confirmed. The footage revealed that her former boyfriend Jack had indeed lost his consciousness, reduced to a mere shell, while an unfamiliar woman exerted control over him. Who was she? What was transpiring? Russell, without further delay, revealed the findings of his investigation. Her name is Beth Breen. She is the financial officer at Spider Industries and also serves as Mr. Jack's assistant. Clearly, Mr. Jack, having subjected himself to human experimentation, has lost his awareness and is now under the control of his assistant. At this moment, Lena Luthor had regained her composure, gazing at the man before her who had divulged everything. "So what is your proposition?" she inquired. "It's quite simple. Although Mr. Jack appears to be under the control of his assistant, I believe that with Lena Luthor's intelligence, there must be a way to salvage the situation. In exchange, I require this technology," Russell stated, gesturing toward the screen displaying Jack, now transformed into countless nanobots. Lena immediately comprehended the entirety of the situation, yet she was not one to easily concede. "However, Mr. Russell, you have already revealed everything to me. Even if I refuse your offer, I possess the means to save Jack as well." Russell remained unfazed, observing Lena's alluring red lips as he replied, "Certainly, you may pursue that route, Ms. Luthor. In fact, upon uncovering this matter, my desire for the technology extends beyond you. There's another way to obtain it, by seeking out Ms. Beth Breen, who may be more amenable to negotiation. However, to be candid, while I have an affinity for beautiful, wicked women, I am not particularly fond of striking deals with them. Moreover, I am eager to meet Lena Luthor, one of the most exceptional women in this world." Chapter 26. The super-trained Lena Luthor found herself without reason to decline the offer. Her concern for her former boyfriend, Jack, coupled with the implicit threat emanating from Russell, facilitated a smooth transaction between them. The agreement entailed Lena providing Russell with all the technology related to nanobots from the Luthor Corporation. In return, Russell would grant Lena a brief respite, allowing her to resolve her issues with her former lover before he would choose to disclose this significant news as a journalist. Of course, while concealing Jack's unethical human experimentation. Upon successfully acquiring the technology, Russell set his sights on the next destination, the robotic super factory, where all the necessary personnel and materials for implementing this technology awaited. During this period, several notable events transpired in International City. The most significant being the announcement by Maxwell Rod, the president of Rod Technologies, declaring the success of his powertrain research, with a trial run scheduled to take place in a few days. Additionally, Kate Grant, president of Kate Media, received the media award known as the Silver Prize, albeit a modest accolade, awarded for triumphing over her rival, Louise Lane of the Planet Daily. This recognition held special significance for Kate. Although she yearned to attend the awards ceremony, it meant she would be unable to care for her son that day, as the household nanny had fortuitously sustained an injury. Fortunately, Kara stepped up willingly, accepting the task of looking after Kate's son, Carter, despite Kate's sharp tongue. During Russell's absence, the affable Jimmy Olsen, harboring an affection for Kara, sought to seize the opportunity to draw closer to her. However, his plans were swiftly foiled when his ex-girlfriend, Lucy Lane, appeared in International City and sought him out at Kate Media. Kara encountered Lucy Lane at Catco, who had come to meet Jimmy. Upon discovering that Lucy was, in fact, the sister of Lois Lane, Jimmy's girlfriend, Kara Unlike the narrative that suggested emotional entanglements with Jimmy, warmly welcomed Lucy and arranged to dine together at a restaurant downstairs. "Do you know Clark?" Lucy Lane asked, her expression a mixture of surprise and caution as she regarded the blonde sweetheart before her. As a woman, she could sense that her boyfriend's gaze held a hint of something more towards this girl. "Clark never mentioned you?" Kara, blissfully oblivious to Lucy's wariness, chuckled inwardly, thinking to herself, "Actually, I am his cousin." However, unable to explain why she appeared younger than her cousin, she merely smiled like a naive girl and said, "I met him through Jimmy, and we have a good relationship." "So, you are Jimmy's girlfriend? You came here to find him? Wow, Jimmy, you have a beautiful girlfriend." Noticing Kara's innocent demeanor, Lucy felt reassured that this girl posed no threat to her relationship, although her curiosity remained. "You are quite lovely as well, Kara. I imagine you have many suitors chasing after you." Kara giggled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I already have a boyfriend. His name is Russell, and he is also a reporter at Catco. I could introduce you to if the opportunity arises." With this revelation, Lucy felt completely at ease and smiled brightly, exclaiming, "Wow. Cool. Office romance. I've always wanted that opportunity, but alas, I'm a lawyer." As Lucy glanced at her boyfriend, she noticed his unusual demeanor and realized that he was merely pining after her. Kara then recalled something and said quietly, "Actually, Lucy, there is an opportunity. Ms. Grant is currently in need of a lawyer, so perhaps you could give it a try. But be prepared. Ms. Grant is known for her temper." This revelation sparked Lucy's interest, while Jimmy, taken aback by the thought of sharing an office with his ex-girlfriend, quickly changed the subject. "Russell hasn't shown up for 3 weeks, has he?" At this question, Kara felt a twinge of disappointment, but forced a smile as she replied, "Yes. But he should be back soon, within the next few days." After all, they had just confirmed their relationship, and it was natural for Kara to feel a bit forlorn after such a long absence. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she asked them, "By the way, I have 2 tickets for tonight, S. Maxwell, Lord Supertrain. Are you interested? It could be a nice opportunity for a date." "Wow, is it the Maxwell Lord?" Lucy has come to realize that the young lady named Kara shares a remarkably strong bond with her boyfriend. Hence, her reconciliation with Jimmy will not be marred by any unexpected interference. Consequently, having heard whispers of Maxwell Lord, she is keen not to miss this opportunity for a date. Of course, Russell had previously interviewed Maxwell Lord, who extended an invitation to him for this press conference. However, Russell clearly could not make it, thus bequeathing this opportunity to me. Nonetheless, I must admit, I harbor a disinclination towards this Maxwell Lord chap, so rather than squander this chance, I believe it should be put to better use, Kara boasted, which incited a tinge of jealousy in Jimmy, prompting him to flatly decline. Sorry. I have prior commitments tonight. You 2 go ahead, Jimmy stated. This left Kara somewhat perplexed, and disappointment painted Lucy's face. At that moment, Kara sensed that there might be underlying issues in their friendship, and she contemplated urging them further. But suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a tremendous explosion outside. One cannot deny that International City is indeed perilous. Although Kara, in her alter ego, successfully thwarted the bomb's detonation and prevented the building from collapsing, the intelligence department swiftly uncovered a deranged bomber through related information, whose target appeared to be none other than Maxwell, Lord Supertrain. She reluctantly entrusted Ms. Kate's son, Carter, to one for safekeeping while she soared into the skies, employing her superhuman vision and hearing to seek any information regarding the bomber. Just then, the intelligence department received alarming news. The train station had received a bomb threat. This left everyone bewildered about the bomber's true target. Was it the train station or the supertrain? As Kara grappled with her dilemma, a call from one compelled her to make a decision. "I'm sorry, Kara, I've gotten into trouble. Carter is missing on the supertrain. Worse still, I've discovered the bomber is also here." Ultimately, Kara made her choice and thwarted the bomber, only to realize that this incident was far from straightforward. It seemed someone was coercing the bomber through his daughter, forcing him into a desperate choice. Regrettably, no one had answers for him, not even the intelligence department. That night, lying alone in bed, Kara reflected on the sorrowful gaze of the bomber in his final moments. She realized she was increasingly dependent on Russell. Surely, if it were Russell, he would provide her with the best counsel. Thus, "Russell, when do you intend to return?" Contemplating this, when Kara re-entered the office the following day and beheld Russell before her, she momentarily questioned the reality of her vision. Upon confirming that it was indeed Russell, she joyfully embraced him, sharing a kiss. However, she evidently forgot that they were in the workplace. The astonished expression on their boss, Kate Grant, standing behind them, spoke volumes. Chapter 27. Return to International City. Oh my. On a bright morning, following the conclusion of the morning meeting at Kate Media, Kate Grant, with a look of astonishment, summoned Russell and Kara to stay behind. Once the office door was shut, Kate, hands on her hips, inquired, "So, when did my little assistant and my chief editor become entangled?" Kara's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, while Russell boldly stepped forward, declaring, "In truth, I have harbored feelings for Kara since I joined the company, but we only solidified our relationship the day before my leave." Observing Russell's candid demeanor and Kara's blissful, almost foolish grin, Kate found herself momentarily at a loss for words. "You two have truly surprised me. Perhaps I should amend the company policy to include a prohibition on office romances." With that, she returned to her chair, fixing Russell with a serious gaze. "Now, Russell, you owe me an explanation for your 2-week absence, or I may have to consider your termination." "Of course." In response to Kara's worried expression, Russell calmly produced his phone and approached Kate, handing it to her. "This is absolutely headline-worthy news." Kate's initial disinterest transformed into intrigue upon viewing the video. "Wow, this is indeed significant news. If I am not mistaken, this is Jack Sphere, the president of Sphere Industries. Why does he appear so foolish?" "Jack Sphere? Who is that?" Kara inquired, her face revealing confusion, prompting Kate to respond with disdain, "My dear assistant, you ought to engage your mind more. Jack Sphere is a renowned genius scientist. His Sphere Industries was previously located in Metropolis, but relocated to International City a year ago. Though his reputation may not be prominent now, everyone in International City knows he is the sole individual capable of posing a threat to Luthor Tech. Most importantly, his ex-girlfriend is Lena Luthor. As a superheroine, Kara was particularly sensitive to the surname Luthor." "Luthor? As in Lex Luthor?" "Indeed, Lena Luthor is Lex Luthor's sister and the current head of the Luthor Corporation." At this moment, having finished watching the video, Kate, with a look of disdain, questioned, "So, this Jack Sphere, who sees himself as a test subject, is being controlled by this young lady?" "Yes, her name is Beth Beryl, the chief financial officer of Sphere Industries and also Jack Sphere's assistant." "Assistant?" The two words compelled Kate to glance at her companion Kara, who, having somewhat grasped the situation, raised her hands and declared, "I swear, I would never do such a thing." Kate merely shot Kara a sidelong glance before continuing, "I must say, Russell, you have indeed given me quite the scoop. To be frank, I once held this fellow in high regard, believing he could rival Maxwell Lord, but it appears he is merely a fool. Thus, I presume I'm not the first to have seen this video?" Russell candidly replied, "Indeed, the first of you, it was Lena Luthor." This revelation left Kara, who harbored many prejudices against the Luthor name, momentarily perplexed by her boyfriend's actions. Kate, with a questioning gaze, directed her attention to Russell, saying, "Are you implying that upon obtaining this video, you chose not to present it to your boss, me, but instead to Lena Luthor? You had better provide me with a justification." Russell, undeterred, stated, "The reasoning is quite straightforward. I believe that saving a life holds greater significance than an exclusive headline. I was uncertain of the repercussions this revelation might have for Mr. Sphere, and Lena was the only individual I could think of whom might help me comprehend the entire situation. Perhaps she possesses the opportunity to save Mr. Sphere. Of course, I did receive a slight advantage, but I assure you it will not affect the prominence of this news or our future collaboration." Despite Russell's explanation, Ms. Kate remained discontent, responding, "As an ordinary person, I find solace in your prioritization of life over news. However, as your employer, Russell, I must admit I am somewhat disappointed. Now tell me, what clandestine arrangement did you discuss with Lena Luthor?" "It is quite simple," he replied. "I postponed the release of this news to afford Ms. Luthor some time to rescue her ex-boyfriend. In return, once she is prepared, she will provide our forum with exclusive coverage of all news concerning Sphere Industries. And she is also willing to grant us an exclusive interview. Additionally, the Luthor Group will deepen its collaboration with our forum, encompassing advertising, business, and various other endeavors. I believe if Mr. Sphere regains consciousness, he would not decline this. Naturally, this comes at a cost. We must strive to obscure the fact that Mr. Sphere used himself as a subject for experimentation in our future reports." "Wow, this seems like a rather lucrative deal. So, will Mr. Spear be able to awaken? The prognosis for Ms. Luther was not particularly optimistic, but she would exert every effort. Should complications arise, the Luther Group would acquire Spear Industries, thus not affecting our partnership. I understand. So, when does this commence? Tonight, Russell replied. Ms. Luther will summon certain clandestine government agencies to resolve this matter, and I will be invited as the sole journalist on site. Listening to Russell's account, the members of the operations department, including Kara, were left astonished. Are you suggesting that you informed Lena Luther of your acquaintance with certain clandestine government agencies capable of aiding in the rescue of Mr. Spear? And this secret organization is none other than our operations division? In essence, are we now reduced to serving your interests? Hank Henshaw, the head of the operations division, inquired. Russell, however, appeared unfazed. There is no need for such dramatics. Firstly, I have assisted you on several occasions, be it with Vartox or the Radiant Man. I have my channels of intelligence, and you have yours. Thus, a mutually beneficial arrangement is in order, and I see no reason for you to decline. Secondly, I require this particular identity, as it aids in concealing Kara's identity. Otherwise, how could I explain the nanotechnology acquired from the Luther Group manifesting on Supergirl? It serves as a rather convenient excuse, does it not? Furthermore, I am already an unofficial member of your ranks, am I not? Hank Henshaw exchanged glances with Alex before reluctantly conceding. Very well, but you must not engage the operations division in any actions that deviate from protocol. No problem. Russell readily acquiesced. Hank Henshaw then exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at Kara. Now, may I see the new equipment you have prepared for Kara? Of course. Russell produced a silvery metallic sphere from his pocket and addressed his girlfriend. Kara, are you ready to witness a miracle? Chapter 28, The Nanotech Suit. Oh, absolutely. At that moment, Kara felt a tinge of anxiety. It was evident that Russell had not realized this was the first gift he had ever bestowed upon her since their acquaintance. So, what am I supposed to do? Kara pondered, feeling a bit at a loss while gazing at the silvery sphere. It's quite simple, Russell replied, cradling the metallic sphere in his hands as he approached Kara. Just hold it like this. As Kara was about to reach for it, Alex abruptly intervened, her distrust unmistakable as she regarded Russell. Shouldn't we conduct a scan, just in case? Alex, Kara felt exasperated, but Alex remained steadfast in her stance. It's not that I distrust anyone. However, according to Russell, this is Luther Group technology. We all know what sort of person Lex Luthor is. One couldn't deny that Alex had expertly pinpointed Kara's vulnerability, causing her to hesitate. Russell shrugged, unconcerned, and said to Kara, it's all right. He casually extended the metallic sphere toward her. Without hesitation, Alex took it and handed it over to the operations division's technicians. Go have it examined. Kara was truly at a loss for words now. She felt she had betrayed Russell's trust. Fortunately, at that moment, Russell grasped her hand and inquired with genuine concern. During my absence, how have you been? Has anything noteworthy occurred? This morning, I sensed a certain melancholy in your demeanor. Kara was profoundly touched by Russell's understanding and recounted the tragic suicide bombing incident from yesterday. I encountered him, and I could sense that he harbored no ill intentions towards others. Was his daughter used as leverage? Russell, having grasped the situation, inquired further. Have there been any investigations into his daughter's medical records? Perhaps something could be uncovered. A sudden realization struck Kara, and she expressed her deep remorse. Oh, it's not my fault. I should have thought of this sooner. Yesterday, I was preoccupied with caring for Mrs. Kate's son, and Jimmy's girlfriend, Lucy, joined us for dinner. Given the suddenness of the incident, he might not have had to die. Kara lamented, covering her head in frustration. Do not blame yourself, Kara. Striving for a balance between your aspirations and a normal life is no trivial task, yet you have managed admirably, and there is still time to make amends. Russell reassured her, casting a glance at Alex beside them. Surely, this is something you can investigate? Alex shot Russell a skeptical look before promptly instructing the technicians to look into it. Russell then gently took Kara's hand, observing her distressed state, and continued, in truth. I have been pondering an idea, merely a suggestion, of course. Kara, have you ever considered becoming a journalist, much like myself? Journalist? Kara was momentarily taken aback by Russell's unexpected proposal. Indeed, this way, you would enjoy greater freedom, without the constraints of spending most of your time in an office, allowing you to flourish. At that moment, Kara felt a flicker of interest, especially since her cousin, Clark, was a successful reporter for the Daily Planet. which piqued her curiosity about the profession. Yet, self-doubt lingered. Could I truly do it? Absolutely. To be candid, your integrity is the most admirable trait I have encountered in anyone, and it is an invaluable quality for a journalist. Kara found herself in a state of contemplation, prompting Russell to comfort her with an embrace. There is no rush. Take your time. Besides, your rapport with Ms. Grant seems promising. If possible, you might seek her opinion as well. Upon hearing this, Kara quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. I can already anticipate how she would mock me. They exchanged knowing smiles, and Kara's spirits lifted considerably. Grateful for Russell's constant support and understanding, she curiously posed a question that had been on her mind. So, you truly met Lena Luthor. What was your impression of her? Is she as wicked as Lex Luthor? No, Russell replied, looking into Kara's eyes, offering heartfelt praise. To speak candidly, my admiration for her is profound. Prior to our meeting, I harbored concerns that she might resemble a character akin to Lex Luthor. Thus, for precautionary measures, I conducted an investigation, the results of which astonished me. Setting aside the possibility that she is an exceptionally skilled actress, I must confess that despite our interaction lasting less than 3 hours, she imparted an impression of charming naivety, an earnest trust in others, and a genuine affection for her former partner. Furthermore, she expressed sincere remorse for the transgressions committed by her brother, making earnest efforts to atone for them. This revelation caught Kara somewhat off guard, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Witnessing this, Russell offered words of encouragement, suggesting that if she wished, he could facilitate an introduction after the evening's operations, presenting her as Kara. He sensed the potential for a burgeoning friendship, noting their striking similarities. This piqued Kara's interest. She was unafraid of any Luthor-like figure. Absolutely, I eagerly anticipated. Just then, 2 technicians approached, one of whom announced their findings. We have located the medical records of that young girl. For many years, one individual has been providing financial support, Maxwell Lord. The mere mention of this name illuminated Kara's understanding, stirring recollections of the derisive comments he had made about her online. Enraged, she exclaimed, I knew it was him. I must confront him. He's cost a life. Fortunately, both Russell and Alex quickly intervened to calm her. Alex cautioned, Kara, I understand your fury, but we lack evidence. Russell gently pressed her shoulder, urging her to regain her composure. Calm down, Kara. Alex is correct. Without evidence, charging and would only heighten his vigilance. Moreover, we are still unaware of his true intentions. In a fit of anger, Kara slammed her fist onto the metallic table, creating a deep dent in its surface. Observing her regain composure, Alex sighed in relief and turned to the other technician, who was clutching the metallic sphere, inquiring, Have you made any progress? The technician, wearing an awkward expression, glanced around at everyone and responded, I apologize. Its technological sophistication is beyond my understanding. Chapter 29. 5 modes. The awkwardness was not confined to the technician alone, but enveloped the entire operations department. It is worth noting that as one of the secret governmental agencies of the United States, particularly one tasked with combating extraterrestrial threats, the operations department prides itself on its technological advancements, believing itself superior to the majority of other governmental bodies. Yet, this very department found itself powerless against the metallic sphere presented by Russell. The technician, clearly embarrassed, felt his pride shattered. Thankfully, Russell graciously offered them words of consolation. With a flick of his wrist, the metallic sphere soared back into Russell's hand, and he spoke. This is not your fault. I invited the most exceptional robotic engineers from this world to create it for me. It is entirely reasonable that you cannot decipher it. Although these words were intended to be comforting, they sounded somewhat harsh to the members of the action department, particularly to Alex, who could not help but retort. Is that so? As a journalist, how did you manage to enlist the services of those outstanding robotic engineers? Quite simply, as I mentioned, you have your channels. And I have mine. Alex wished to say more, but Kara could no longer contain herself and interjected, Enough, Alex. I trust Russell. Upon witnessing Kara's resolute demeanor, Alex felt compelled to hold her tongue. Kara, relieved, turned to Russell and inquired, Am I ready? Is it merely a matter of placing my hands upon it? Indeed. After taking a deep breath to alleviate her tension, Kara gently placed her hands on the metallic sphere held by Russell, all eyes upon her. In that instant, the sphere began to emanate a blue light, undulating like waves, accompanied by the voice of small girl. Kara, My name is Wednesday. It is a pleasure to serve you. This made Kara glance nervously at Russell. What happens next? It was not Russell who answered, but the voice of the girl named Wednesday. I am an artificial intelligence created by Mr. Russell. Wednesday. Whenever you call my name, as in, hello, Wednesday, you can awaken me. I possess 5 functional modules: blue mode, green mode, red mode, gold mode, and white mode. You can control me using your voice, like this. Hello, Wednesday, activate blue mode. Wow, that sounds amazing. Kara glanced at Russell, and under his encouraging gaze, she declared, hello, Wednesday, activate blue mode. All right, Kara, the first activation will take a little time. Please do not worry. As she spoke, the metallic sphere began to writhe, transforming as if it were liquid, and it started to envelop Kara's body from her arms down. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Kara was transformed into a silver metallic figure, with only her brain remaining unchanged. Body information collection complete, proceeding with mimetic integration. The silver metal began to shimmer with a different radiance, and before the astonished gaze of the onlookers, it morphed into a brand new uniform. Gone were the ultra-short skirt and the long black stockings. Instead, Kara resembled a superhero, clad entirely in a blue suit, with a red cape billowing behind her. Blue mode activated. As Wednesday's voice echoed, Kara marveled at her heroic attire, her face alight with joy. Wow, pants. Cool. Russell, how is this possible? There is not a hint of discomfort. It feels as if this uniform were my original attire, even more comfortable than before, and I truly adore it. To be candid, she prefers this ensemble as it lacks the awkwardly youthful characteristics of her previous attire, the excessively short skirt and stockings, presenting her instead as a mature warrior, akin to her cousin, Superman, clad in a full-body blue suit that accentuates her powerful physique. However, there are distinctions. Russell smiled as he highlighted the unique aspects of this new blue nano-uniform. Firstly, it enhances the tensile strength of her original uniform, rendering it less susceptible to damage while simultaneously absorbing impacts. Secondly, its surface possesses anti-static properties, making it resistant to dust accumulation, thus eliminating the need for frequent cleaning. Furthermore, it aids in shielding against various energy impacts, such as electric shocks and energy pulses. Most importantly, this feature allows her to command deactivate blue mode Wednesday. Upon the utterance, the nanorobots adorning Kara gradually receded, converging around her waist to form a palm-sized disc adorned with an emblem. This is the crux of the matter. It is easily concealable, allowing her to place it wherever she desires. When needed, a mere press activates it swiftly. However, there are some drawbacks. Firstly, it bears a slight weight, though this poses no issue for her. Secondly, as a robotic entity, it necessitates recharging, requiring a considerable amount of power. Of course, if the remaining 4 modes are not utilized, the power consumption is manageable, lasting up to half a month. Nonetheless, when in use, recharging should ideally occur in a secure location, such as the mobile unit or within my vicinity, as domestic power sources cannot accommodate such substantial energy demands. Regrettably, current technology has its limitations, but I plan to implement further enhancements regarding energy and size. Kara, deeply moved, embraced Russell and remarked with self-deprecation, I am quite satisfied with it. At least I no longer have to awkwardly disrobe during transformations. So what are the other functions? You'll find out when you try. Kara responded with evident enthusiasm and adaptability. Hello, Wednesday, activate green mode. Upon her command, the nanorobots again enveloped Kara, but this time with remarkable speed, swiftly covering her form. The resulting attire bore minimal distinction from her new Supergirl uniform, yet green luminescence emerged within the patterns. This green glow, undoubtedly, evoked thoughts among those present. Russell did not hesitate to express his insights. Although I do not possess kryptonite, the Luthor Group has conducted some research on it. Based on that information, I have developed this model. Under this framework, the green light emitted by these nanobots can simulate the electromagnetic waves emitted by kryptonite, neutralizing its radiation, thus eliminating concerns about head exposure. Much like the Earth's magnetic field, these electromagnetic waves will create a protective field enveloping Kara. However, as I mentioned earlier, this requires a significant amount of energy, a challenge I may address in the future. For now, it is prudent to act swiftly. Clearly, kryptonite is a sensitive topic, and Russell, aware of this, swiftly transitioned to the next model. Next, we have a red mode. Kara wisely chose to bypass the discussion of kryptonite and activated the red mode. Unlike the textured green light of the green mode, the Supergirl's new uniform in red mode transformed into a vibrant crimson, exuding a captivating allure. I prepared this for Kara to counter the effects of the red sun. Kara, you have informed me that the red sun strips Kryptonians of their powers. Hence, I devised this mode. In this state, the red uniform will shield you from the radiation of the red sun, allowing you to retain your formidable strength. However, it is not without its flaws. You will be unable to absorb energy from the yellow sun, which means your power will gradually diminish. Therefore, I have also prepared the golden mode for you. Wednesday, activate the golden mode. As Kara's command resonated, her uniform erupted in a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire operations room. Enveloped in this golden radiance, Kara experienced an astonishing sense of comfort, akin to basking in a warm spring. She felt immensely powerful. However, this golden glow was fleeting. Wow, Kara exclaimed, overwhelmed with delight. I feel incredibly strong. Unfortunately, Russell interjected, somewhat curtly, it is merely temporary, akin to a battery. This mode is designed to complement the red mode since, under the radiation of the red sun, even with the protection of the red mode, your energy will dwindle. Thus, the golden mode can provide a single surge of energy, but it will deplete 50% of the nanobot's energy. That's more than sufficient, Kara exclaimed, clenching her fists in exhilaration. Her enthusiasm for the final mode was palpable. After all, the best is always saved for last. Wednesday, activate the white mode. As the command left her lips, to the astonishment of all present, the nanobots detached from Kara, flowing like water to her side, and then gradually coalescing into a figure strikingly similar to Kara, albeit with a somewhat vacant expression. Upon witnessing this, Russell expressed his satisfaction, remarking that this was the final model. Utilizing the ability of mimicry, he crafted an alternative version of Kara. However, there was no cause for concern, as she was merely a fade, devoid of any true capabilities of Kara. Thus, he referred to her as the white mode, to prevent potential infiltration. Her functionality was limited, governed solely by basic modular controls, and she lacked any means of connectivity or external communication. Observing the puzzled expressions of Kara and the others, who seemed unable to grasp the significance of Russell's creation, he articulated the crux of the matter. Imagine, while valiantly combating crime outside, Kara Danvers remained seated in the office of Kate Media. Consequently, no one would suspect her identity, even though the two bore an uncanny resemblance, differing only by the absence of spectacles. Chapter 30. Spear Industries, a newly established enterprise in the international city, sought to solidify its presence and enhance its stock value. Engaging with the media for promotional purposes had become routine. However, not all media outlets could be summoned at will to speak favorably on their behalf, especially the larger media conglomerates. Thus, as the mastermind behind Spear Industries, Beth Green was delighted to accept an exclusive interview after learning that Kate Media wished to cover their story. As evening approached, around 5 o'clock, Russell arrived at Spear Industries. The interview proceeded smoothly. Jack Spear and Beth Green first guided Russell on a tour of their factory before returning to the office to discuss their entrepreneurial experiences in America. Both Beth and the controlled Jack Spear were of Indian descent, yet they had lived in the United States for an extended period, fully assimilating into American culture. Russell, being of Asian descent, found common ground with them, though Beth remained blissfully unaware that Russell's reason for the interview was merely a pretext. He was there to stall for time, allowing the action department and Lena Luthor to prepare. At that moment, Russell's phone rang, displaying a message from Lena Luthor that simply read, Russell. Maintaining his composure, he retrieved his phone and addressed the jubilant Jack Spear and Beth Green, saying, apologies. Let's continue. No problem. In fact, by this time, the interview was nearing its conclusion, and Jack Spear seized the opportunity to present his latest achievement. Soon, Spear Industries will unveil an invention capable of impacting the entire world. I shall name it the Extreme Biochemical Nanobot, a herald of a new future, destined to create the third miracle in medical history. Beside him, Beth wore a proud expression, envisioning the surge in the company's stock price following the day's news report. Yet, at that moment, Russell unexpectedly struck them with a significant revelation. Wow, I'm truly eager for this encounter. The primary reason for my visit this time is the extraordinary biopharmaceutical nanorobots. Someone reached out to me and shared a video, Russell remarked, pulling out his phone and, amidst the astonished expressions of the two, began to play it. Gazing at the footage in which his own self was subjected to an experiment, Spielberg Jack stood frozen, trembling as he stammered, "I can explain." However, Russell did not respond directly. Instead, he posed a question. "May I inquire, Mr. Jack, whether your previous statement was of your own volition or prompted by Ms. Bethbrin beside you?" Spielberg Jack, utterly bewildered, found himself at a loss, while Bethbrin's countenance darkened ominously. "Mr. Russell, it appears you did not come merely for an interview." Russell maintained his placid demeanor. "Indeed, I have been informed that Mr. Jack has been subjected to mind control due to his self-experimentation, a notion I find difficult to believe." Upon hearing this, Spielberg Jack's face flushed with anger. "This jest is far from amusing, Mr. Reporter. If you continue in this vein, our interview must come to an abrupt end." "Is that so? Then I shall take my leave," Russell replied, gathering his belongings in preparation to depart. Just then, he heard Bethbrin's voice whispering ominously, "I'm afraid, Mr. Reporter, you may not be able to leave." Spielberg Jack, witnessing his assistant Bethbrin's devilish demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. "Beth, what are you saying?" Yet before he could finish, he appeared as if his very soul had been drained, becoming utterly listless. Observing this, Russell's expression shifted to one of realization as he spoke. "So, the intelligence I received was indeed accurate. The individual controlling Mr. Jack is you, Ms. Bethbrin." "Indeed, it is I," she replied nonchalantly, producing a blue, earbud-like device from her pocket and affixing it to her ear, then casually patting Jack's shoulder. "This technology bears significant side effects, namely the loss of personal will, rendering individuals mere tools susceptible to manipulation. This poor yet endearing young man has grasped the gravity of the situation and wishes to dismantle it all. However, he remains unaware that the value derived from this technology, be it in medical or military applications, will entice many to invest in it. Thus, I cannot allow him to succeed." "So, you intend to disclose all of this, preparing to eliminate me? Should I vanish here, suspicions would inevitably arise." "Oh, certainly not," Bethbrin stated confidently, patting Spielberg Jack once more, and in a grotesque transformation, her form morphed into that of Russell. "Many will witness your departure from Spear Industries, and even your return home to sleep, yet no one will associate your disappearance with Spear Industries." "Ah, it appears you were well prepared. It is not merely a precaution. I had long anticipated that this day would come." "Is that so? Then, did you foresee that I had already anticipated your anticipation?" "What?" Bethany suddenly felt a surge of unease as the sound of shattering glass echoed from a distance. Kara descended dramatically, crashing through the office door, followed by a swarm of agents from the operations department. Russell, visibly startled, addressed the camera, stating, "Ms. Bethany, everything you just articulated has been recorded." In a fit of rage, Bethany attempted to assert control over Jack, transforming into a swarm of nanobots to eliminate everything in the vicinity. However, to her dismay, she discovered her commands were rendered ineffective. Instead, the figure of Lena Luthor emerged, brandishing a similarly glowing blue device. "I have reprogrammed the nanobots within Jack's body. Are you prepared to spend the remainder of your life in prison?" The wailing alarms echoed throughout the entrance of Spear Industries. Journalists from various media outlets flocked to the scene, but they arrived too late, relegated to reporting mere scraps, as Kate Media had already streamed the unfolding events across their platform. This incited a tremendous uproar. The president of a major corporation, controlled by a mere assistant. Nonetheless, this did not deter the reporters from capturing countless images of the distant Lena Luthor. "How is he?" Russell inquired, observing Jack being loaded into an ambulance. Lena's expression was far from optimistic. The data she had just gleaned from her ex-boyfriend left her feeling despondent. "It's not looking good, to be honest. Jack's body has been irrevocably altered by the nanobots he created. The likelihood of reversing this process is virtually non-existent." Russell comprehended Lena's implication. It meant that Jack would no longer be human. "However, do not fret. I will soon acquire Spear Industries, and I shall fulfill all my promises to you. As for the exclusive interview, I will be available tomorrow and will personally visit Kate Media." "That sounds fantastic. My girlfriend has been eager to meet you." "Very well, then. I shall see you tomorrow." Chapter 31. Lena's interview. On the following morning, Lena Luthor arrived promptly at Kate Media to participate in the interview. The entire organization was on high alert. After all, when it comes to discussing anyone who could rival the superstar Superman, The only name that comes to mind is his arch-nemesis, Lex Luthor. Even in comparison, no one else comes close. Following Lex Luthor's incarceration, many hoped that Lena Luthor would fill that void. However, this matter bears no relation to Russell. It is evident that Lady Kate is quite displeased with some of Russell's presumptuous actions, hence she has taken upon herself to conduct the interview with Lena Luthor. Fortunately, Russell remains unperturbed. Yesterday's interview has already propelled him to the headlines, particularly his fearless demeanor while confronting the malevolent assistant, Beth Beal, which has left a lasting impression on many. Beneath the bright morning sun, numerous members of the Kate media gathered outside Ms. Grant's office, curiously peering in at Lena Luthor, clearly intrigued by the new leader of the Luthor Corporation. On the periphery of the crowd, near the skylight, stood Russell's colleagues, Kara, Wynn, and Jimmy. Wynn's curiosity rivaled that of the onlookers, as he remarked incessantly, "Truth be told, it is my first time witnessing someone hold their ground against Ms. Grant. No wonder she is Lex Luthor's sister. I caught yesterday's news. So, Kara's new battlesuit is akin to those nanobots? You exchanged this technology with Lena Luthor for that news." "Indeed," Russell replied, not feeling the need to conceal the truth from Kara and Wynn. "However, we merely drew inspiration from some of the patented technologies. In essence, they differ significantly. Kara's new battlesuit does not require such complex control codes. Speaking of which, Wynn, I still need your assistance. Your unparalleled computer skills are vital for refining and controlling the intelligent control module for Wednesday, of course, ensuring it remains impervious to intrusions." Wynn relished Russell's flattery, akin to a child anticipating a delightful new toy, and cheerfully responded, "No problem. Leave it to me." Nanobots, one exhilarating thought. Upon witnessing this, Kara retrieved her new uniform from her pocket and handed it to the excited Wynn. Then, addressing the three gentlemen before her, particularly her boyfriend, she inquired, "I must ask, have you forgotten something of paramount importance?" This left the three men momentarily bewildered. "What is it? Is the weekend approaching? ISNT, there's still a day left?" Wynn mused, fiddling with the silver disc in his hand. Kara appeared exasperated. "Today is Thanksgiving. Have you all forgotten? Do you have no plans for this Thanksgiving?" At this revelation, the men suddenly grasped the situation. Unfortunately, it did not spark much enthusiasm, as Wynn was the first to speak up. "In truth, as an orphan, I have not celebrated Thanksgiving in quite some time." Russell, under the impression that Kara was reproaching him for neglecting such an important occasion, attempted to make amends. "Neither have I, but this year is different. Do you have somewhere you wish to go, Kara?" Kara gazed at Russell with a look of regret, saying, "Russell, I would love to spend Thanksgiving with you, but there is a significant issue at hand." "A significant issue?" Kara gazed at Russell with a pained expression, her voice laced with exasperation. "Yes, my foster mother arrived unexpectedly this morning. She intends to spend the weekend with us." "Ms. Danvers? Is there a problem with that?" "We can celebrate this Thanksgiving together," Russell replied. Kara hesitated for a moment, then looked at Russell with a mixture of anticipation and peculiar concern. "You'd better prepare yourself mentally." "Mental preparation?" he echoed. "Indeed, my foster mother has always disapproved of me revealing my true identity, although she appeared quite pleased when we met this morning. Both Alex and I understand that she is concealing her anger. Alex has already inundated me with calls all morning. So, if you genuinely wish to join our family gathering tonight, you must devise a strategy for dealing with her, especially after she learns from Alex that I have become the source of your troubles." Despite Kara's seemingly cautionary tone, it was evident that Russell, not being foolish, would not shy away from the challenge. As soon as he agreed to meet her foster mother and attend the family gathering, Kara's spirits soared. "I shall eagerly anticipate your performance. Leave it to me." Lena Luthor's interview was brief, as she was quite a busy individual. The affairs of Luthor Corp already left her exhausted, and with the added complications of her ex-boyfriend's matters, the interview concluded swiftly after 30 minutes. With a radiant smile, Lena Luthor exited the office alongside Kate Grant. "To be honest, I am truly delighted to have had this exchange with a remarkable woman like you, Ms. Grant. Likewise, Ms. Luthor." At that moment, Lena Luthor noticed Russell approaching and extended her hand. "Thank you, Russell, for saving my boyfriend. I shall forever remember your kindness." "No need for thanks. It's what a journalist ought to do. Allow me to introduce you to my girlfriend, Kara Danvers. She is eager to meet you." Kara managed a polite smile, though internally she struggled to feel any warmth towards someone bearing the Luthor name. However, Lena's approachable demeanor quickly bridged the gap between them. "Hello, Lena Luthor. You are indeed as beautiful as Russell described. Thank you. I genuinely wish to invite you both for a meal to express my gratitude. But I have a charity event at an orphanage this morning. Perhaps we can arrange a time for another occasion. My treat. As Lena Luthor bid farewell with her infectious smile, Kara found herself involuntarily remarking, "Honestly, she leaves quite a positive impression." With Lena's departure, the office returned to tranquility, until another woman arrived. "You will regret this, Kate." In a fit of furious rage, the woman slammed the door behind her as she departed from Kate's office. Who was she? Although Russell was well informed about many matters in this world, he was not omniscient. Beside him sat a colleague, Vince Brandt, who spoke in an eccentric tone. "She is Leslie Willis, our radio host and announcer at Kate Media, a staunch opponent of Kate. She was once favored by Kate, but that is evidently no longer the case. Now, she has become the star of our foreign newspaper, yet she incessantly disparages Kate, despite being admonished several times. She appears oblivious to boundaries." To be candid, Russell was not particularly intrigued by this woman's exploits. What truly concerned him was the ominous nature of her words, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Unfortunately, his apprehensions were soon validated. That night, while selecting gifts for a family gathering, he witnessed, with his own eyes, the helicopter in the sky, pierced by lightning, carrying Leslie Willis and Carla. Chapter 32. Thanksgiving Thursday night, outside the apartment shared by Carla and Alex. Dressed in a tailored suit, Russell held a large bouquet of flowers. After a brief check of his attire, he knocked on Carla's door. The door was opened by Carla, wearing a bright, sunny smile. After embracing Russell and accepting the flowers, she quietly remarked, "Ms. Danvers is on the verge of an outburst. You'd best be prepared." "Don't worry, I'll speak well of you." With that, Carla turned and called into the kitchen, "Eliza, Alex, Russell has arrived." Eliza was the name of Ms. Danvers. "Oh, right. Eliza still doesn't know about Alex's work in the operations department," Carla reminded him. This revelation prompted Russell, as he stepped into Carla's home, to inwardly exclaim, "Was this the Smith family?" Perhaps influenced by Carla's presence, Ms. Danvers, who was Carla's foster mother, displayed a surprisingly warm demeanor upon first seeing Russell. "Welcome, Russell. Carla has told me so much about you. Your support has meant a great deal to her. Please, have a seat. Dinner is about to commence." As is customary during Thanksgiving in America, the turkey always occupies the largest platter on the table. Once seated, the four, Ms. Danvers, Carla, Alex, and Russell, engaged in light conversation about their families. Ms. Danvers then glanced at the turkey on the table and said, "Carla, it seems the turkey has cooled a bit. Would you mind warming it up in the oven?" "No need." Before Carla fully grasped her foster mother's intention, she removed her glasses, preparing to use her heat ray for warming the turkey, only to be stopped by Ms. Danvers. "No, Carla, I meant the oven." It was at this moment that Kara began to comprehend the situation. Clearly, Mrs. Danvers, her adoptive mother, exerted an inexplicable pressure upon her. After casting a meaningful glance at Russell, she took it upon herself to carry the turkey to the kitchen. Consequently, only 3 individuals remained at the dining table: Mrs. Danvers, Alex, and Russell. With Kara's absence, Mrs. Danvers's expression grew solemn, the earlier jovial atmosphere dissipating. Holding her knife and fork, she addressed Russell, stating, "I have heard about your parents from Kara, and I deeply regret what transpired. However, I believe that having endured such experiences, you should have a greater understanding of the importance of family safety." Noticing that her mother had not aimed the first cut at her, Alex wore a look of keen anticipation. Russell, sensing the tension, paused and remarked, "Indeed, Mrs. Danvers, your perspective is quite valid. But it is precisely because I hold Kara dear as my beloved family that I encourage her to pursue her aspirations." At this juncture, the dinner had come to a standstill, and Kara, in the kitchen, listened intently, her nerves on edge as she absorbed every word. "In truth, I comprehend your concern for Kara, Mrs. Danvers, especially after that incident. Prior to it, I had always considered myself an independent individual with mature thoughts, often disregarding the affection and advice of my parents. My mother frequently reminded me, no matter how much you grow, even until you have gray hair, as long as I am alive, Russell, you will always be my son. The child will never grow up." It was not until that fateful day when I lost everything that I truly understood. This revelation caused everyone present to pause, and a flicker of remorse appeared in Mrs. Danvers' eyes. Since that day, I have been reflecting on whether my previous actions were misguided, whether I had failed to appreciate and acknowledge their love. Yet, I ultimately realized that this is not the case. Most parents aspire for their children to thrive and become independent. No parent dislikes witnessing their child's growth. This desire does not conflict with their unwavering love for their offspring, which is why I encourage Kara to pursue her dreams. With a steady gaze directed at Mrs. Danvers, Russell articulated his prepared response. Just as I'm doing now, I encourage Kara to follow her passions, while I fulfill my role as a loving family member by supporting her and being her strongest ally. If ever a dreadful situation were to arise, I would be there to help her reclaim everything. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Danvers's tone softened slightly, though her anxiety remained palpable as she inquired, "Can you truly help Kara regain everything?" "I cannot say for certain, but I possess the resolve to do so," Russell replied, pausing momentarily before glancing at Alex, ready to reveal a monumental secret. "Kara should have informed you that, as an investigative journalist, I spent 5 years in the Middle East. However, there's one thing I have never disclosed to anyone. My pursuit was not for truth or justice, but rather for vengeance. Ultimately, I succeeded, delivering a bullet into that man's skull with my own hands. It was the sole instance where I wielded my extraordinary abilities to take a life." Both Ms. Danvers and Alex were visibly taken aback, and the kitchen filled with Kara's shock. "I apologize. I should not have broached such a topic during a family dinner. Yet, given that we are family, I felt it necessary to be candid. If my words have caused any discomfort, I believe it is time for me to take my leave." As Russell spoke, he wiped his mouth, stood up, and prepared to depart. Just then, Kara rushed out of the kitchen and embraced Russell tightly. "No, this is not your fault, Russell. If I were in your position, I would have acted similarly." "No," Russell replied, gazing at Kara with a depth of emotion, gently caressing her face. "You would not have done that, Kara. This is precisely why I firmly believe you will become an exceptional superhero." Observing her daughter and boyfriend in such an intimate moment, Ms. Danvers felt a reluctant acceptance dawning upon her. She realized her daughter had truly matured. No longer the little girl in need of her care, and she had found a partner who genuinely wished to protect her. "All right, sit down. I have no desire to be the villain who disrupts my daughter's relationship. Our family dinner has only just begun." Holding Russell, Kara understood from her adoptive mother-esque expression that her boyfriend had finally gained her approval. Meanwhile, Alex, observing this, felt a twinge of awkwardness and turned to her mother. "Actually, Mom, there's something I need to tell you." Ms. Danvers felt an unsettling premonition. "You're not about to tell me that you also have a boyfriend, are you?" Certainly not." Instead, Alex proceeded to explain to her mother that she had joined a clandestine government agency known as the Department of Operations and had become an operative. This left Ms. Danvers utterly speechless. "You all are indeed growing up." Ultimately, Ms. Danvers relented. "Take good care of your sister." "Of course I will." Thus, the family's greatest concern dissipated. Just when Ms. Danvers thought they could smoothly commence their Thanksgiving dinner, a call from Ms. Grant interrupted. Fortunately, Kara remained in good spirits, embracing Russell and then her adoptive mother, echoing Ms. Danvers' earlier sentiment. "It is Ms. Grant and Russell who are to accompany Ms. Danvers and Alex for dinner. I shall return shortly." However, Kara did not return swiftly, as the entire city was suddenly plunged into darkness due to a power outage, and at that moment, the call from the agency came through. Chapter 33. The flashpoint when Russell arrived at the building of Kate Media, the moment he stepped out of the elevator. He was greeted with the remnants of an explosion scattered across the floor. Several agents from the agency were diligently examining the area with their instruments, while Minister Hank Henshaw was engaged in conversation with Ms. Kate Grant and Kara. Upon noticing Russell's arrival, Ms. Grant remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Wow, Russell, I never imagined you were so devoted to your workplace. You actually came to the office on Thanksgiving night." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Russell explained, "I was nearby dining with Kara and her family. After hearing what transpired here, I came to check on you." "Are you all right, Ms. Grant?" Realizing the situation, Ms. Grant rolled her eyes at her assistant and replied, "What could possibly happen to me? It's merely my deranged employee, Leslie Willis, attempting to eliminate her boss." After saying this, Kate glanced around and, with visible displeasure, addressed Hank Henshaw. "I must say, what was your name again?" "Agent Ramant." Hank Henshaw confirmed his alias, stating, "Agent Ramant, your agents have caused more destruction in my office than Leslie has. I believe compensation is in order." Hank merely scoffed, We do not create destruction, Ms. Grant. They're all professionals. It is simply that you refuse our protection and to relocate to a secure area. We must take measures for your safety. Ms. Grant remained obstinate. Responding defiantly, I did not achieve my position by evasion. Tomorrow is Black Friday, and Cape Media will remain operational. Clearly, neither could persuade the other, and Ms. Grant was left with no choice but to temporarily vacate the premises. It was then that Russell approached with a question. What exactly is going on? Kara, with a downcast expression, replied, It's Leslie Willis. She now goes by the name The Flash. Because of me, she has gained superpowers, allowing her to manipulate electrical energy and traverse swiftly. She has come to seek revenge on Ms. Grant. Russell, puzzled, inquired, And what does this have to do with you? Kara continued to elucidate. Though the precise effects remain unclear, the lightning that struck me linked me with Leslie, causing her genes to be enhanced by my Kryptonian DNA, transforming her into a being of pure energy. What about your battle suit? Russell asked. Kara, looking embarrassed, confessed, Wade took it. He was alone today, so he thought he would help me modify it. I assumed there would be no issues. Russell did not press further. Well then, do you have any means to defeat her? Hank Henshaw, after casting a glance at Ms. Grant nearby, whispered softly, although Kara's new uniform could withstand electrical shocks. Capturing the Fireline was no trivial matter. She had become a pure energy entity, capable of traversing electronic devices at will. We must devise a method to maintain her in a corporeal state if we are to have any hope of capturing her. So what shall we do? Kara glanced at Russell, then back at Hank Henshaw. The Action Department's warehouse housed some equipment designed for extraterrestrial beings of pure energy. With some modifications, it might prove useful. This was indeed a viable approach. However, it lacked assurance, and Kara certainly hoped for more reliable methods. Thus, she looked expectantly at Russell. Russell, not disappointing her, responded, My solution is rather straightforward. Regardless of the changes in Leslie's body, one thing is certain. She has become a woman filled with electricity akin to a charged battery. Therefore, the solution is simple. Either induce an overload or drain the electricity from her body. Hank Henshaw's gaze sharpened. This was a promising idea, but the question remained, how to execute it? We do not know the limits of Leslie's energy storage. Today, she drained the entire power supply of International City, and moreover, Leslie is no fool. She would not allow us to proceed unopposed. That makes it even simpler, Kara. What do you think is the fastest way to incapacitate a precise electronic device? Kara realized Russell was testing her. She pondered numerous answers, yet felt none aligned with Russell's intent. Just then, Russell reminded her, Do you remember the oil tanker fire at the port? Fire. Kara suddenly connected the dots, exclaiming with delight, It's water. Water and electricity are incompatible. Hank Henshaw also grasped the concept, but was faced with another dilemma. Where shall we procure such a large quantity of water? We cannot simply bind Leslie and toss her into a swimming pool. Kara's eyes gradually brightened. I know where there is water, and it is ubiquitous. Hank Henshaw responded, You mean the fire hydrants in the city? Exactly. A splendid idea. But now, we face one issue. How to lure Leslie out. At that moment, unable to tolerate the agents wreaking havoc in her office, Ms. Grant approached Hank Henshaw and stated, I have a way to draw Leslie out, but I will only trust Supergirl. You must have her direct contact, correct? Half an hour later, after the agents of the Action Department departed to provide Ms. Grant and Supergirl with privacy for their meeting, the two women convened. Ms. Grant courageously proposed using herself as bait to lure Fireline into the open. The plan was remarkably successful. Grant publicly provoked Leslie throughout her time at the Fireline station, which led to Leslie, who had threatened to make Ms. Grant regret her actions, easily falling into the trap. Subsequently, Supergirl made her appearance, and a fierce battle erupted between the two on the streets. As anticipated, high technology proved unreliable at crucial moments. The particle container prepared for Kara by the Department of Action was quickly discovered and knocked away by Fireline. Fortunately, there was an alternative route, and Ms. Grant bravely stepped forward to divert Fireline's attention. Just as Fireline, illuminated and crackling with energy, prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Ms. Grant, Kara kicked a fire hydrant on the street, unleashing a powerful stream of water that struck Fireline like cannon fire. Amidst the cacophony of crackling electricity and the blinding lights, Fireline finally experienced the sensation of her own currents coursing through her, collapsing to the ground in a scream. With the crisis resolved, Supergirl soared back into the sky as Agent from the Department of Action appeared, using a suppressor to transport the incapacitated Fireline to their prison. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as Fireline was loaded into the vehicle, countless minuscule nanobots infiltrated the transport under the cover of night, burrowing into Fireline's clothing like mosquitoes, piercing her skin with sharp tubes. As the faint red light at their ends illuminated, these nanobots completed their mission, slipping through the vehicle's window and vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 34. Cohabitation with Fireline confined to the specially designed prison of the Department of Action. International City returned to a semblance of peace. Yet, despite the absence of supervillains, the crime rate in International City remained alarmingly high. Even with Supergirl's presence, these criminals seemed undeterred, with rampant robberies and violent incidents keeping Kara perpetually occupied in her fight against crime. However, not all was bleak. In the aftermath of the Fireline incident, the relationships between Kara, Supergirl, and Ms. Kate Grant appear to have grown more harmonious. Kara was in good spirits, yet Ms. Grant's mood was quite the opposite. As her mother had come to visit, one need not possess super hearing to discern the palpable tension between Ms. Grant and her mother, visible even from Kara's position as Kate's assistant. While Kara offered some words of comfort, Russell seemed utterly indifferent. When lunchtime arrived, Kara took Russell to the upstairs dining hall, where they encountered the charming Jimmy and his ex-girlfriend, Lucy Lane. Kara had long wished for a chance to share a meal together, but circumstances had thwarted her efforts. Lucy, who had been unable to rekindle her romance with her former boyfriend, had planned to leave International City that very day. However, a crisis involving a bomber delayed her flight, serendipitously allowing her ex, Jimmy, to reconsider his feelings. Nevertheless, Lucy's career ultimately lay beyond the borders of International City, and after several days, she would soon depart. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Kara contemplated seizing the opportunity to share a meal together that day. As Russell and Kara entered the restaurant, they spotted Jimmy and Lucy seated in the dining area, who promptly rose to acknowledge their arrival. Kara approached with her boyfriend, and just as she prepared to make introductions, she noticed a peculiar glint in Lucy's eyes directed at her partner, which did not go unnoticed by Jimmy either. With a hint of curiosity and surprise, Lucy inquired, "Are you Mr. Russell?" This left Kara quite bewildered. "Do you know each other?" Russell shook his head, confirming he was indeed unfamiliar with the woman before him. In response, Lucy bashfully shook her head as well, extending her hand and stating, "I apologize. I've seen you through my father. Thank you for your contributions to world peace." This unexpected remark left both Kara and Jimmy momentarily dumbfounded, as the conversation had taken an abrupt turn towards such grandiose matters. Seeing their confusion, Lucy invited everyone to sit, casting an apologetic glance at Russell as she continued, "I'm sorry. I know this is a secret. Did I say something I shouldn't have?" Russell waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's quite all right. I'm just an ordinary journalist now, and I trust Kara and you all." Kara, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, "It seems, Russell, that there are many secrets you have yet to share with me." Lucy, sensing the tension, hastily clarified, "This isn't Mr. Russell's fault. In truth, if it weren't for my father, I wouldn't have known either. His actions are understandable. After all, if this information were to leak, many would seek to retaliate against him." "What exactly is this all about?" Jimmy asked, unable to contain his curiosity, especially given the adoring expression on his girlfriend's face regarding Russell. With Russell appearing unperturbed, Lucy whispered, "All I can say is that 4 years ago, the FBI received a confidential tip that led them to neutralize a notoriously vicious terrorist leader, and upon investigation, that individual turned out to be Mr. Russell. That is all I can disclose." 4 years ago, in 2011, both Kara and Jimmy, being part of the news industry, were acutely aware of such significant events, and they instantly understood the gravity of the revelation, falling silent. Realizing she had broached an inappropriate subject, Lucy wisely redirected the conversation, gazing at the affectionate couple and asking, "So, are you two living together now?" Both appeared taken aback, and Kara, suddenly flushed, replied, Actually not yet." Russell simply held Kara's hand, exclaiming, "It's so soft." "Oh." Lucy raised an eyebrow playfully, "But isn't Tia getting close?" Kara smiled awkwardly, eager to shift the topic once more. "Lucy, are you returning today?" "Indeed. I have lingered here long enough. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention back in Metropolis. What time is your flight? At 3 in the afternoon. The ensuing moments were filled with idle chatter until, half an hour later, they finished their meal, and Jimmy and Lucy departed first. As Lucy walked away, Kara could not help but exclaim, "What an extraordinary woman she is she not?" Certainly, especially with one particular statement she made, which I found profoundly insightful. Still basking in the delightful atmosphere of conversation, Kara instinctively inquired, "What statement?" No sooner had the words left her lips than she felt her hands being grasped. Russell gazed at her with a tender look, gently pressing his nose against hers, and whispered, "Shouldn't we consider living together?" Kara's cheeks flushed crimson. The unabashed desire in Russell's words rendered her shy. Noticing Kara's hesitation, Russell sweet-talked her further. "This way, you could save on rent, and we could even purchase a car, living a true life as a couple like a genuine family." It must be said that Russell accurately tapped into some of Kara's thoughts. Both she and the Kryptonian tradition placed great importance on family. After some contemplation, Kara ultimately made her decision, adjusting her glasses and shyly murmuring, "Once Ms. Eliza departs, you must assist me in moving." With that, she hurriedly left. Observing Kara's retreating figure, Russell couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The caller was Veronica. "So, has what I requested arrived? It's currently clearing customs. Expected to take another 4 days. Is there something you wish to discuss, or are you simply longing for me?" "There are 2 matters. Both are quite significant. First, I have a few aliens who escaped from Rossbag, bringing with them a stash of extraterrestrial weaponry. Fascinating. Are you interested?" "Do not jest. I am a serious individual and do not engage in illegal activities." "Very well, then, the second matter, someone is investigating you. While they can maintain absolute confidentiality, I think it prudent to give you a heads up." "Who?" "Louise Lane from the Planet Daily." Chapter 35. The Department of Military Intelligence with Black Friday behind them. The weekend arrived. Ordinarily, this would be a splendid day for relaxation. Even so, there was no need to juggle a job while combating crime, allowing for a moment of respite. However, it was evident that the Action Department held a different perspective. Despite their numerous collaborations and the defeat of several formidable supervillains, Kara was still perceived by these professional agents as having considerable shortcomings. Consequently, to foster mutual understanding, the Action Department had specifically chosen this weekend to conduct an assessment of Kara's abilities. With nothing to occupy his time, Russell found himself at the headquarters of the Operations Division in the wilderness. 2 radar vehicles, 2 missile carriers, and an armored vehicle were stationed here. Amidst the resounding bursts of sound, Kara soared through the skies, pursued by supersonic missiles. Clearly, compared to Kara's velocity, these missiles seemed to lag behind, effortlessly outpaced by her. On the ground, Alex, feeling the strong winds, shielded his eyes from the sun while observing Kara's flight. Holding the freshly gathered data, he expressed his amazement to Hank Henshaw and Russell. "It is truly remarkable. Kara's speed has reached 3 Machs, and she appears to have reserves of power still." Hank Henshaw maintained his calm demeanor as he responded, "Our Supergirl, like her cousin Superman, possesses extraordinary potential. However, it is precisely this that necessitates her control over such power to prevent harm to ordinary individuals." Hank Henshaw's caution stemmed from Kara's burgeoning enthusiasm for her superhero endeavors, which expanded her focus beyond merely confronting nefarious criminals to encompass various societal aspects, ranging from retrieving balloons for children stranded in trees to addressing traffic accidents. This inevitably led her to showcase formidable strength before the public. While this power effectively intimidated wrongdoers, it could instill fear in the general populace, especially given Kara's immaturity. She often found herself swayed by her emotions. For an ordinary person, anger might be inconsequential, but as a superhero, her actions garnered amplified scrutiny under the spotlight. Kara soon completed her speed test and joyfully descended to her companions. "How did I perform?" "Nearly perfect." Russell readily lavished her with praise. Kara beamed with delight, flexing her arms to convey her strength as she exclaimed, "What shall we test next? I am eager to get started." Just then, the distant sound of rumbling wheels captured their attention, and they turned to see 3 armored vehicles speeding towards them. Observing this, Hank Henshaw glanced at Alex and inquired, "Have we received any recent requests from the military?" Alex shot him a skeptical look. "Well, have they ever requested? They always arrive unannounced." Russell chimed in with a question, Should I take cover? No. Hankin sabwab dismissibly. There is no need. You are one of us. The three armored vehicles soon halted before the group. And as they came to a stop, an elderly man clad in a U.S. Army general's uniform approached, flanked by soldiers, accompanied by a familiar face. Lucille Lane. Clearly, Lucille was taken aback by Russell's unexpected presence. Yet she refrained from speaking much, standing quietly behind him while casting glances at both Russell and the woman beside him. The illustrious Supergirl. In an instant, their eyes met. The previously indifferent Lucille seemed to suddenly grasp something, her expression one of astonishment. However, she quickly regained her composure. Kutta, too, since that she might have been recognized, momentarily thrown into a state of unease. Hank Henshaw evidently recognized the elderly man, his tone less than welcoming as he spoke. General Lane, how may I assist the Department of Military Intelligence? General Lane, exuding an air of arrogance, approached slowly, casting a glance at Kara, as he stated. I am here for a special requisition. I require the transfer of one of your agents to my command. Oh, who might that be? Came the skeptical reply from Alex. Why, it is this lady in red. Alex clearly harbored reservations regarding the military's unsolicited request. I regret to inform you that, strictly speaking, Supergirl does not serve the Department of Operations. In response, General Lane, employing his persuasive rhetoric, replied, in accordance with my operational style. External assistance is unnecessary for the Department of Operations. Your clandestine missions would be far more effective with merely my subordinates' assistance, thus eliminating the need for outside aid. At this juncture, General Lane's gaze fixed upon Kara, evidently implying that this outside aid referred to her, the extraterrestrial. This revelation irked Kara, who retorted, So, what precisely do you want me to do? We are developing a device intended for counterinsurgency, codenamed, and I require her assistance for a test. You have no choice. We possess a government mandate. At the mention of her name, Lucille felt a twinge of embarrassment as she stepped forward, presenting a document. This is my daughter and the legal officer, Major Lane. This document bears the president's signature. Any inquiries can be directed to the president himself. However, at this moment, you must adhere to my directives. Such a haughty and commanding demeanor caused discontent among all present, particularly impulsive Kara, who felt compelled to voice her dissent. Fortunately, a pair of hands intervened, blocking her path. Do not be hasty. After calming his girlfriend with a reassuring glance, Russell stepped forward, positioning himself before General Lane, and inquired about the requisition order held by Hank Henshaw. May I take a look? After numerous collaborations, Hank Henshaw had developed a modicum of trust in Russell. Thus, he extended the requisition order to him. Russell merely glanced at it, quickly discerning its flaws as he remarked, I apologize, General Lane, but are you aware of a certain matter? General Lane regarded the interloper with a look of disdain, querying, And who might you be? Russell's response remained composed. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that, thus far, neither our esteemed president nor Congress has acknowledged the legal rights of extraterrestrials on American soil. Furthermore, there exists no legislation that defines or constrains these beings. The more troubling aspect is that, due to their origins from other celestial bodies, no earthly law holds sway over them. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that even the President of the United States lacks the authority to command Wonder Woman. At this moment, General Ryan's daughter, Lucy, approached and whispered something into her father's ear. Suddenly, General Ryan appeared enlightened, the disdain in his eyes dissipating, yet he maintained an air of arrogance as he spoke. Ah, it is you. I have heard your tale. To be frank, I once believed you to be an astute individual, yet seems I was mistaken. Russell, however, remained unfazed by his condescension. Whether or not I am astute is of little importance. What truly matters is that both I and the entire operations department regard Wonder Woman as a friend. Hence, she is willing to assist us in combating those criminals. However, if this is to be done under such baseless orders, I must admit, I am not optimistic. With that, Russell gazed at General Ryan, unreservedly delivering his final remarks. If one is to solicit assistance, a modicum of courtesy is surely in order. Chapter 36. Red Whirlwind. I must admit, Kara felt a sense of satisfaction in that moment. Observing the once arrogant individual rendered speechless by Russell's remarks brought her immense relief. The members of the operations department, meanwhile, stood by, thoroughly entertained, harboring no less disdain for the military intelligence personnel than Kara herself. Fortunately, Lucy stepped forward to defend her father. You are quite sharp-tongued, Russell. But I believe the real question is, do you consider Earthlings friends or foes, Wonder Woman? Having recognized the true identity of Wonder Woman, Lucy's tone softened, lacking the rigidity of her father, as a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. Kara, seizing the opportunity, smiled and replied, certainly friends. So, what do you require of me? After all, she was enjoying herself immensely. General Ryan, seizing the moment, turned to the green crates being unloaded from the armored vehicle and declared, we have constructed a robot. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a well-dressed man holding a tablet interjected from beside the crate. No, he is not a robot. To be precise, he is a humanoid pseudo-entity equipped with combat capabilities. General Ryan's expression darkened as he regarded this man who had undermined him. I accept your correction. As the man swiped across the tablet, the green crate slowly opened, revealing a robot resembling a human, entirely clad in red. I have named him Red Whirlwind. So, what do we commence? General Ryan shrugged. I certainly hope for immediate action at the headquarters of the Operations Department, situated atop the desolate plains. A vast expanse had been cleared to serve as the battleground for the clash between Wonder Woman and Red Tornado. Most individuals sought refuge within tents to avoid being inadvertently harmed in the fray, leaving only Russell and Lucy by Kara's side. Gazing at the two before her, Lucy remarked with an expression of incredulity, you truly surprise me, Kara. Just how many people are aware of your identity? I presume I am not the last one to find out. Kara, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at her boyfriend's face and whispered, as you can see, aside from the operations department and Russell, there are only Jimmy and Wynn. Jimmy knows too. They are certainly adept at keeping your secret. Kara, with a hint of playful charm, responded, now you are one of them. You will keep my secret, won't you, Lucy? Lucy, with a resigned expression, eventually nodded. To be honest, if Russell weren't here, I would hardly be able to tell that you are two different individuals. Lucy contemplated but refrained from expressing her initial thought, silly girl, and instead shifted the topic. I am truly sorry. Ever since the influx of extraterrestrials to Earth, my father has been quite anxious, worrying incessantly. Although Kara felt some discontent towards General Ryan's domineering demeanor, she could only nod in agreement, saying, I understand. I will prove myself to be an ally, not an adversary. After speaking, she glanced at her boyfriend and the red robot before her. Do you have any suggestions regarding this experiment, Russell? Russell shrugged nonchalantly, replying, I don't have any specific recommendations, nor was my comment directed at your father, Lucy. However, if Superman were here, I believe your father would not speak in such a manner. Therefore, Kara, I recognize that you often restrain your powers out of concern for others. But perhaps now is an opportunity for you to show them why you are called Wonder Woman. Kara's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her fists, casting a pleading gaze at the robot before her. I understand. Just then, General Ryan's voice echoed from behind the tents. Lucy, come back quickly. The test is about to commence. We shall meet shortly. I look forward to your performance. As Russell passed by General Ryan and entered the tent, the general stopped his daughter and inquired, do you know them? It was evident to General Ryan, with any semblance of intelligence, that there was a unique connection between his daughter, Wonder Woman, and Russell. Fortunately, Lucy was no fool. Recalling their earlier agreement, she replied, I know Russell. He, like Jimmy, works as a reporter at Cape Media. Oh, I am unaware of your relationship, but it would be wise to refrain from any involvement with this man. General Ryan's warning left Lucy in a state of perplexity. Why? The general observed Russell, who had already entered the tent, and quietly spoke to his daughter. I possess far more knowledge than you do. You cannot possibly believe that this man could engage with terrorists for 5 years in such a place simply because he is a good individual. Trust me, Lucy. This fellow is 1,000 times more perilous than you can imagine. As everyone entered the tent, the battle between Red Tornado and Supergirl swiftly commenced. Heeding Russell's suggestion, Kara stretched her neck, her face radiating excitement. Truth be told, ever since her childhood, even now as Supergirl, the suppression of her strength had accumulated a great deal of anger and resentment within her. Thus, the presence of such a sparring partner was a source of exhilaration. Once the battle began, apart from Red Tornado's gust-producing hands causing Kara slight inconvenience, the ensuing combat was a one-sided affair, with Kara dominating in speed, strength, and ability, relentlessly overpowering the robot. Inside the tent, as the sound of Kara's powerful punches resonated against Red Tornado, his creator, Dr. Morrow, wore an expression of anxiety and embarrassment. In the presence of Supergirl's might, Red Tornado resembled a child's Lego toy, utterly at her mercy, unable to resist. As Red Tornado appeared on the verge of dismantlement by Supergirl, Dr. Morrow hastily interjected, proclaiming that the robot's experience system had been damaged and that it could no longer fight. The test was terminated. Satisfied, Alex relayed the news to Kara through her earpiece, prompting Kara to promptly halt her descending fist. A group exited the tent, gazing upon Red Tornado, who faced Supergirl as if a defeated foe kneeling in submission. General Ryan's countenance was filled with disappointment. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the robot suddenly activated, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Dr. Morrow, now in a state of panic, exclaimed that it must have triggered its emergency self-defense mechanism and was now out of control. Originally embarrassed by Red Tornado's effortless defeat, General Ryan quickly shifted the blame onto Kara. "This is all your fault," Kara retorted angrily. "You were the one who made me fight him. But now, due to your recklessness, this rogue killing machine will rampage through International City." With disbelief etched on her face, Kara realized that she could not match wits with this shameless old man, especially when he threatened the lives of the city's inhabitants. Fortunately, Russell was still present, chiming in with a sardonic tone. "Wow, wow, wow. So, General Ryan, your so-called test was merely to have Supergirl show mercy, allowing you to deceive the army for funding with your so-called robot? Then inform the military that you have squandered countless billions of dollars merely to create a killing machine that indiscriminately slaughters civilians in a state of chaos." General Ryan was momentarily taken aback, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Russell. However, it was evident that he held no ground in this embarrassing incident and ultimately turned to the developer of the Red Tempest, Dr. Morrow. "Immediately locate this heap of scrap metal and destroy it before it causes a more severe catastrophe," Dr. Morrow shouted, his neck veins bulging with tension. "No, we cannot destroy it. I have invested immense time and effort into this research." Unfortunately, General Ryan remained unmoved and pronounced the death sentence for the Red Tempest project. "Research what? Morrow, the Red Tempest is a failure, and so are you. From this moment onward, you are dismissed." Chapter 37. Moving on Sunday morning, Alex, Swan, and Lucy gathered at Kara's home to assist in packing her belongings as she was preparing to move in with Russell. To be honest, Swan, who had long harbored secret affections for Kara, felt a pang of sadness. "So, you have truly made up your mind to live with Russell?" "Yes, I have," Kara replied excitedly, busying herself with her personal items, eagerly anticipating their forthcoming life as a couple. As for Alex, despite her lingering wariness of Russell, she had witnessed his genuine care for Kara throughout their acquaintance. His earnest desire to establish a serious relationship rather than a fleeting romance had endeared him to her slightly. Nevertheless, she cautioned quietly, "Moving in is fine, but do be mindful of precautions. I certainly do not wish to hear news of becoming an aunt in a few days." Although Eliza might be thrilled upon hearing it, this caused Kara to blush, while one wore a rather constipated expression. At that moment, Kara noticed Lucy, who seemed somewhat downcast, and curiously inquired, "What is wrong? Is something the matter? Jimmy didn't come today?" With the absence of the prior conflict instigated by Jimmy's indecisiveness, which had pitted Kara and Lucy against one another, their relationship had naturally grown closer. Not to mention, Lucy was Kara's cousin and the sister of Lois, Superman's girlfriend, which made them, in a sense, family. Now they shared a common secret, the knowledge of Lucy being Supergirl, deepening Kara's appreciation for her friend. Although Lucy was reluctant to bring up her troubles during such a joyful moment, she yearned to share her feelings and thus expressed her distress. "Last night, my father met with Jimmy." Without needing to think, Kara and Alex could easily guess what had transpired. "Indeed, my father does not approve of our relationship." Their conversation was quite unpleasant. Lucy sighed. Kara and Alex exchanged glances, unsure of how to provide comfort. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of a car horn resonated from below. Kara instinctively glanced down and spotted Russell in a pickup truck, waving at them. This gesture filled Kara with delight, as she cherished the feeling of being cared for. Indeed, it was Russell who had arrived in his vehicle. They could finally commence their plans. "Let me see which item we should move first." Observing Kara's blissful state of infatuation, Alex and Lucy exchanged glances, filled with both envy and contentment. Meanwhile, One could only transform his sorrow into determination. Allow me to assist. In truth, Wynn's help was unnecessary. As a tech enthusiast, his slender arms lacked the strength. And strictly speaking, he was outmatched by the three ladies present. Of course, they did not require assistance either, as Russell was more than capable on his own. Approximately half an hour later, Russell had loaded all of Kara's belongings into the pickup truck. After securing them with ropes, he turned to the three ladies and one gentleman, stating, "I will deliver these items first. You can drive over when ready. Once everything is settled, I will personally prepare dinner for everyone to sample my culinary skills." "Wow, Russell, you can cook?" Lucy exclaimed incredulously. Kara appeared exceedingly proud, snuggling against her boyfriend and grinning. "Russell's cooking is exceptional, especially his Chinese cuisine. You certainly won't want to miss it. You should have informed me sooner. I would have at least prepared a bottle of red wine," Lucy playfully complained. Kara embraced Lucy and mischievously remarked, "It's not too late now. All right, let us go purchase a few bottles of fine wine." Thus, the three ladies, with Alex driving, set off to acquire red wine, while one, feeling somewhat awkward as the only gentleman, climbed into Russell's pickup truck, heading toward Russell's home. The three ladies were evidently elated and soon discovered a vineyard. However, before they could select their wine, a phone call interrupted the moment, and Wynn's voice echoed through. "Kutta, you might need to come over. There's a killing machine on the loose, and he intends to eliminate Russell." 2 minutes prior, Russell was driving along the road with one in his pickup truck. Despite Russell's attempts to initiate conversation, the atmosphere in the vehicle remained somewhat tense. "How was the transformation of Kara's new uniform coming along?" Wynn inquired, striving to maintain an air of confidence. "I can't do much. I lack the upload and download ports for those nanobots. However, I must admit, the nanobots are remarkably flawless. I haven't detected any flaws or vulnerabilities." "Your words bring me reassurance," Russell replied with a smile, regarding Wynn with a peculiar expression. "You might think I am flattering you, but I genuinely believe, in this world, you're the most intelligent person, at least in the realm of computing." "Wow," Wynn remarked, taken aback by the sincerity in Russell's demeanor. "Thank you for your kind words." Russell continued driving as he spoke. "No need to thank me. Although we may be rivals in certain aspects, I believe our intentions for Kara are aligned. If even you cannot find any vulnerabilities in these robots, then I trust that very few individuals in this world could breach their systems and bring harm to Kara. As for the upload and download terminal for these robots, I possess one at home. I can give it to you shortly, allowing you to perfect Kara's new uniform." Russell's openness provided some comfort to one, who responded with a hint of relief. "However, you seem less courteous towards Jimmy." Without turning to look at him, Russell gazed ahead at the bustling road. "Would you like to hear my honest thoughts?" "Certainly." "Well, my candid opinion is that I do not like Jimmy Wilson. I believe loyalty is paramount in romantic relationships, yet Jimmy lacks this. On one hand, he remains entangled with Lucy, while on the other, he seeks to draw closer to Kara. Russell, of course, refrained from sharing another reason. While he detests racism, he also harbors a dislike for certain individuals, though he makes an exception for black beauties. It must be said, one found it hard to contradict Russell's words, having witnessed firsthand the muddled nature of Jimmy's romantic affairs. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of defiance. "Do you not have one or two ex-girlfriends you miss?" "I know what you are implying." Russell, confident in his response, said, "I can assure you no. I was quite popular in high school, but I never entered into a serious relationship. Later, while studying in the UK, I spent every hour honing my skills, leaving no time for romance. After graduation, do you not think I was preoccupied with other pursuits?" At this, one found himself a loss for words, only able to inquire, "So what exactly were you doing in high school, if not pursuing romance?" "You weren't a bookworm like me, were you?" "Certainly not. At that time, I was clear in my priorities. Making money took precedence over romantic entanglements." Just then, before Russell could finish his sentence, one heard a startled exclamation from him, followed by a whirlwind of chaos. Chapter 38. Awakening of Consciousness on the Bustling Road. Various alarms blared incessantly. A red humanoid robot descended from the sky, crashing violently onto the pavement, while a nearby pickup truck was overturned, its contents strewn across the ground. Inside the cab of the pickup, although the two occupants sustained no significant injuries, the disorienting sensation left one feeling queasy as he exclaimed, "Russell, are you not a superhuman? Can't you stop it? So, you wish for me to reveal my abilities in front of so many onlookers. Besides, are you not unscathed at the moment?" Enough with the chatter, Call Kara. I will stall for a moment. With a forceful kick, the car door swung open, and Russell emerged, immediately spotting the robotic menace. Red Cyclone, that had fled the previous day. Upon seeing Russell, Red Cyclone's arms began to whirl rapidly, evidently intent on swiftly dispatching him. In response, Russell hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Wait. Even if you intend to eliminate me, shouldn't I at least be granted clarity in my demise? To his astonishment, the robot ceased its aggressive motions at Russell's words. Seizing the moment, Russell continued his verbal sparring. As the saying goes, debts should be repaid to their rightful owners. It was not I who struck you yesterday, so we should harbor no animosity, correct? As his words hung in the air, Russell noticed the light in the robot's eyes flicker, seemingly conveying an emotion, before it angrily raised its arms and resumed its furious spinning. A powerful gust surged toward Russell. Yet he remained unscathed, for Kara had descended from above, shielding him with concern etched upon her visage. Russell, are you all right? Gazing at the valiant Kara, Russell experienced the exhilarating sensation of being rescued by a hero. Truth be told, it was a rather splendid feeling. No wonder both men and women are easily swayed by such gallant acts. However, time was of the essence. Fear not. I am unharmed, but remember, when you engage it, simply disarm it of an arm or a leg. Do not restrain it. Allow it to escape. Noting Kara's puzzled expression, Russell had no time for elaborate explanations. I will clarify later. For now, I must extricate one from the vehicle. Trusting her boyfriend, Kara engaged in battle with the distant Red Cyclone. The confrontation unfolded with relentless dominance. After Kara severed one of its limbs with her freezing breath, Red Cyclone ascended into the skies, fleeing from the operations headquarters. Its appearance had evidently disrupted Kara's moving plans. After tidying up and parking the car in front of Russell's home, he, Kara, Lucy, and Alex were compelled to return to the operations base. Upon entering, they were met with General Ryan's furious roar. Why? You could have dealt with it, Supergirl. Why did you allow it to escape? News of Red Cyclone's appearance in International City had swiftly reached the operations base and into General Ryan's ears. Hank Henshaw, having reviewed the surveillance footage of the incident, regarded the group with confusion, awaiting their explanation. Without requiring Kara to speak, Russell stepped forward. As the victim of the assault, I was the one who instructed Kara to let the robot go. Observing General Ryan's impending fury, Russell swiftly gestured for silence and continued. My actions, of course, are underpinned by reason. It is quite simple. The Red Whirlwind is under external control. Do you wish to capture merely the machine itself, or to confront the individuals orchestrating it? This revelation left General Ryan momentarily taken aback, while Hank Henshaw inquired, what leads you to such a conclusion? The answer is straightforward. I do not believe that a machine governed by programming possesses the intelligence to comprehend the nuances of life and death. Furthermore, unless it possesses self-repairing capabilities, how can one explain the restoration of its battered form, which was left in disrepair after being struck by Kara yesterday? General Ryan and Hank Henshaw exchanged glances, and ultimately, General Ryan acquiesced. Well, you have persuaded me. Then, who exactly is behind the control of the Red Whirlwind? Russell cast a sidelong glance at General Ryan and remarked, I believe you already have an inkling of the answer, General Ryan. However, the identity is of lesser importance. What truly matters is tracking their whereabouts. This is precisely why I instructed Kara to disarm it. General Ryan took a deep breath to compose himself and inquired, So, have you found them? It should pose no problem, Russell replied. I have a friend who is the foremost computer expert in the world. At that moment, as Russell finished speaking, his phone rang, and upon answering, a warm voice greeted him. I must say, Russell, you have provided me with an excellent assignment. I have located both the shadowy controller and the Red Whirlwind. When Alex and Kara, along with the members of the task force, arrived outside the laboratory of Dr. Morrow, the creator of the Red Whirlwind, the surroundings were eerily quiet, as if nothing had transpired. Only the mechanical sounds were audible. Alex gestured with his hand, signaling the team to advance, and they charged inside. They encountered no danger. The laboratory was desolate, save for Dr. Morrow, who wore a blue sensor on his head and was diligently attempting to repair the Red Whirlwind before him. Sensing no immediate threat, Alex instructed the team to remain vigilant and cautiously approached Dr. Morrow, who had his back turned. Dr. Morrow, he declared, in light of your actions in controlling the Red Whirlwind and endangering society, you are under arrest. Please surrender and resist not. Upon hearing Alex's words, Dr. Morrow paused momentarily, then set down his tools and slowly turned around, a self-satisfied smirk adorning his face. Do you have any idea how much time and effort I invested in creating it? You would never guess. Yet, despite the perfection of this machine, you deem it worthless. What father would allow his child to be so tarnished? Kara stepped forward to offer an apology. I'm sorry, Dr. Morrow, she began, but was abruptly interrupted by him as he retorted with a tone laced with sarcasm. There is no need for me to apologize, for I have never harbored resentment towards you. In fact, I should be the one to express my regrets. You may not be aware of the true purpose behind the creation of this machine, nor the reason it was imperative to enlist you as a test subject. Kara's brow furrowed in concern. It seems you might have deduced the truth. Indeed. This machine was conceived by the American military with the sole aim of extinguishing your life, as well as that of your cousin, Superman, and indeed all of your Kryptonian kin. Morrow suddenly became unhinged. The military personnel have never placed their trust in you extraterrestrials, even as you strive with all your might to protect this world, much like myself. At this juncture, Morrow abruptly produced a handgun from his pocket, causing panic to ripple through the onlookers, and then, to their utter disbelief, he aimed it at his own temple. A gunshot rang out and Dr. Morrow collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. This shocking turn of events left both Kara and Alex aghast, unable to comprehend why Dr. Morrow would choose to end his own life in such a manner. Just then, Kara's earpiece crackled to life with Wynn's voice. Oh dear, this is quite dire, Kara. I just detected a profoundly disturbing information flow through the arm of Red Tornado that you provided me. Is this fellow insane? He has uploaded his consciousness into the brain of Red Tornado, which now possesses self-awareness. As Wynn's words resonated, the dormant robot, Red Tornado, opened its crimson eyes under the incredulous gazes of Kara and Alex. Chapter 39. Courage and Strength Before the Surveillance Screens of the Action Department. Hank Henshaw, General Lane, and Lucy gazed in disbelief at the scenes unfolding. Just moments ago, Red Tornado had been subdued beneath Kara's might, yet now it appeared to awaken completely, turning the tide of battle, leaving Kara powerless to retaliate. Why was this happening? What had transpired? General Lane's face was etched with confusion, his gaze ultimately shifting to Russell. Observing the combat, Russell quickly discerned the answer and spoke into the earpiece directed at Kara. Do not be alarmed. After the previous two encounters, Red Tornado has grasped your fighting style. You must adapt to regain the upper hand. I understand. With the passage of time and through rigorous training, Kara was no longer the novice fighter she once was. Yet the issue remained thud. She was struck by Red Tornado, crashing into a myriad of boxes. Her face now covered in dust as she exclaimed, "The problem lies in how I should proceed." Moreover, he has evidently evolved, possessing not only self-awareness but also enhanced strength and agility. Having said this, she charged forward once more, engaging Red Tornado in combat. She had to hold him off, otherwise, it would be Alex and the agents of the Action Department who would suffer the consequences. At this moment, the simplest course of action for Russell would have been to intervene, yet he held steadfast in his belief that Kara could rise to the occasion. As a superhero, there are times when one must confront challenges alone. Thus, he refrained from stepping in and turned to Wynn. Wynn, do you have any suggestions? In Russell's home, Wynn sat before the computer, nervously analyzing the situation while connected to the dismembered arm of the Red Tempest, which Kara had previously interrupted. Actually, I do have a few thoughts. Although this madman, named Morrow, has transferred his consciousness into a robot, granting this killing machine a semblance of self-awareness. Human intelligence is not merely a matter of when began, but the battered Kara had little patience for his rambling. It's quite simple, she interjected. His current intelligence is akin to that of a child. The only data he possesses comes from your two encounters. Therefore, if you employ an attack he has never seen before, he will appear as foolish as a simpleton. However, the opportunity is fleeting. Should he become familiar with it, it may not prove effective next time. This revelation sparked an idea in Kara's mind. Fortuitously, since her encounters with Red Tempest, she had indeed devised a technique she had yet to employ. With that thought, she gazed at the robot, still entangled with the agents of the Action Department, and shouted, "Dr. Morrow, I am here." Sure enough, upon hearing Kara's voice, Red Tempest soared toward her. Kara remained motionless, channeling the energy within her cells. concentrating it in her eyes as searing, crimson heat rays erupted forth. Red Tempest, caught off guard by this unfamiliar assault, offered no resistance and absorbed the full force of the attack. Kara initially felt a surge of joy at the success of her heat vision, but that joy was short-lived. "Why is my attack ineffective?" she exclaimed, as Red Tempest, though halted in its tracks, remained unscathed. Inside the action department, General Ryan reluctantly provided the answer. Red Tempest was engineered specifically to counter Kryptonians. While we lack the precise data on Superman and your heat vision, the materials used in its construction include certain biopolymer substances infused with lead, which effectively resist your heat rays. This revelation left Kara disheartened, and she noticed that Red Tempest seemed to be acclimating to the impact of her heat vision, gradually beginning to move again. At that moment, Russell's voice crackled through Kara's earpiece. "Remember, whether it is Superman or you, the true limits of your power do not stem from your Kryptonian abilities, but from the courage within your heart. Your cousin, Superman, has faced even more perilous situations countless times and emerged victorious. Thus, I believe you can do the same." Beside her, Alex understood that her sister needed encouragement at this critical juncture. "I too believe in you. You are undoubtedly capable." In this moment, Kara, who had initially felt a twinge of hesitation, finally mustered genuine courage, spurred on by the encouragement of her two most cherished family members. Guided by this newfound strength, a formidable power surged through her, and with Kara's fierce roar, an even more magnificent stream of fiery energy erupted, completely engulfing the red tornado. This spectacle instinctively prompted applause from all present, and Alex, exhilarated, dashed to Kara's side and embraced her, while Russell's voice echoed in Kara's earpiece, affirming, "You did it." "Yes, I did." At that moment, Kara's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation, the power of Krypton within her becoming more turbulent and overwhelming. To celebrate Kara's triumphant defeat of the Red Tornado, coupled with the joy of today's housewarming, the evening's festivities grew even more vibrant. In addition to the presence of Jimmy, the new arrival, the warmth shared among those who had jointly vanquished the Red Tornado, along with Russell-esque conversations that resolved certain emotional knots, invigorated the atmosphere. The three ladies, clearly intrigued by culinary endeavors, busily assisted Russell in the kitchen, albeit their help often resulted in more chaos than aid. Yet, despite this, their enthusiasm remained unbridled. Meanwhile, in the living room, when delightedly recounted the day's battle against the Red Tornado to Jimmy, as if he himself had been the one to confront the adversary. However, after a while, he noticed Jimmy seemed less than captivated, his gaze fixed instead on the ladies in the kitchen. Recalling the topic Russell had mentioned regarding Jimmy, when shifted the conversation. "I heard Lucy rejected her father's wishes and chose to stay in International City. Congratulations." Jimmy's expression was ambiguous, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Indeed, yet his attention remained lingering on Kara. To be candid, one found himself somewhat in agreement with Russell's sentiments. If a girl as remarkable as Lucy were willing to forsake her career in another city and defy her father for him, he would certainly not disappoint her. However, it was clear that such fortune was not his to possess. Thus, he turned on the television, seeking distraction in the mundane programming. Fortunately, Russell and the ladies soon completed their preparations for dinner. Ding, ding, ding. The housewarming and celebratory feast commenced. Chapter 40, When's Homecoming, accompanied by delectable cuisine and fine wine. The three women shared an endless array of stories, spanning from school days to careers, from fashion to relationships. The gentlemen, particularly, seemed somewhat outmatched, especially as each harbored distinct thoughts. As the dinner progressed, the three ladies appeared noticeably tipsy, including Kara, who radiated joy. More than the victory over the Red Tornado, she reveled in the knowledge that she was, without a doubt, the hostess of the evening. Sated and content, the ladies and gentlemen settled onto the sofas, encircling each other, continuing their lively conversations. Observing the ladies with their faces flushed with joy, it was evident that he could not interject into the conversation. After careful observation, he had concluded that even though Kara and Russell's relationship appeared steadfast, Jimmy was still intent on inserting himself into the dialogue. This made him somewhat reluctant to engage with Jimmy, leading him to converse with Russell in a rather superficial manner. Most of their discussion revolved around topics favored by tech enthusiasts. Fortunately, as one burdened by the curse of knowledge, Russell was able to engage with one's topics. fostering a growing rapport between the two. After a while, one finally recalled a subject for discussion and remarked, "You mentioned in the car today that you started earning money in high school. Do you have any financial tips?" This piqued Russell's interest as he inquired, "Are you in dire need of funds?" One replied, somewhat exasperated, "Who isn't in need? I merely repair computers at Cape Media, unlike you. How much do you think Mrs. Grant pays me? The only value I find in remaining at Cape Media is the pension they provide." This topic seemed to give Jimmy the opportunity he had been waiting for, as he interjected, "If you're interested, I could recommend some stocks." One responded, "Stocks? To be honest, I've considered it, but I know nothing about it. What do you think, Russell?" At that moment, one clearly placed more trust in Russell's words, which did not sit well with Jimmy. Russell, sincerely offering his advice, said, "If you ask for my opinion, stock investment is indeed a viable option. However, I believe that changing jobs would be the best choice." Changing jobs? This response left one somewhat perplexed, while Jimmy openly expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "I don't think that's a good idea. Aside from Cape Media, I can't think of a place more suitable for you than this." To which Russell retorted, "What are you suggesting? Fixing computers at Cape Media?" Before long, the argument among the gentlemen caught the lady's attention. Kara, herrchefsfrushit, leaned over the sofa and inquired of the three men, "What is going on? You seem to be having an unpleasant conversation." Jimmy, eager to assert his presence before Kara, replied, "Russell thinks one should find a better job and leave Cape Media." This revelation surprised Kara, as one was her closest friend at Cape Media. She approached her boyfriend, plopped down beside him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and, with a breath of alcohol on her lips, declared, "Why do you hold such an opinion, Russell? If one were to leave Cape Media, I would lose my best friend. You aren't leaving, are you?" The other two ladies, witnessing this exchange, also approached, with Lucy naturally sitting beside her boyfriend, while Alexis found herself seated next to one. One felt somewhat anxious as he suddenly became the focal point of the conversation. He longed to assert that he would not depart, but at that moment, Russell interjected, "I understand, one is our best friend, but truly, I believe he deserves a brighter future." The meaning of this left Carla feeling dazed and bewildered. Russell then turned his gaze towards one and spoke softly, "I hope you do not misunderstand me, but I genuinely feel that you should not merely be an ordinary employee at Cape Media repairing computers. You possess an extraordinary talent in computing and mechanics that far surpasses that of the average individual, even most individuals. Just like today's battle with the Red Cyclone." At this point, Russell glanced at Alex. "I mean, no offense, but frankly, within the action department, I cannot identify anyone with a talent that can rival Winess in this realm. Even among the brilliant minds I am acquainted with in International City, only Maxwell Road and Spielberg can be compared to you. Yet here you are, merely a computer technician at Cape Media." The gathering was momentarily struck with disbelief, including one, who was astonished that Russell would liken him to such geniuses. His insecurities as a tech enthusiast prompted him to hastily wave his hands in protest. No, Rue said. "I'm truly flattered by your words. Honestly, this must be the highest compliment I have ever received, but I cannot accept such praise. On the contrary, I think Russell has a point." To everyone's surprise, Alex spoke up. She seemed to grasp Russell's intent and addressed one, who looked on incredulously. "Today, the intelligence department sought to breach the Red Cyclone's systems to extract its technology from the wreckage, but regrettably, none could accomplish what you did. They wished to enlist your assistance, but for your safety, I declined. Thus, at least in the realm of computing, you are indeed, as Russell said, a genius." This revelation caused one to genuinely question himself. He hardly believed that the strong-willed, rational Alex would flatter him for the sake of social niceties. "So, am I truly a genius?" Carla, though still slightly confused, seized the opportunity to encourage her friend. "Of course, you are undoubtedly a genius. Not only did you help me improve my uniform and belt, but you also aided me in defeating the Red Cyclone and building our secret base." Winess' spirits lifted as he gazed gratefully at Russell. "Wow, I never imagined I could be so remarkable. Perhaps I should consider your advice. Russell, what kind of job do you think would suit me?" "Ideally, one with a higher salary." Russell smiled gently, glanced at one, and then turned his attention to Alex beside him. "You currently have a commendable superior by your side with whom you might engage in conversation." Understanding Russell's gaze, one raised his hand in a gesture of alarm, firmly declining. "Alex? The action department. No, that is too perilous. I cannot become a spy. I am merely an ordinary individual." At that moment, Alex, contemplating something, did not dismiss Russell's suggestion and, akin to gathering a chick, took hold of one, stating, "Do not worry, not everyone in the action department is a spy. There are also technicians who do not undertake missions. However, to be candid, whether you can meet the department's expectations remains uncertain. Coincidentally, I have a task that requires your assistance." Chapter 41. The sun of Krypton swiftly, night fell, and the hour reached 11. Regardless of how joyful the atmosphere may be, all good things must come to an end. Lucy, observing her boyfriend Jimmy's restless demeanor, chose to bid farewell first. Following suit, Alex, as if cradling a chick, ushered went into her vehicle. Despite Wynn's apparent reluctance, his overall excitement suggested a burgeoning anticipation for his forthcoming career as a spy. After bidding farewell to everyone, the two returned to their home. Kara gazed at the space that felt both unfamiliar yet imbued with a sense of belonging, experiencing an ineffable feeling of safety and stability. Glancing at the gentleman before her, she playfully implored, "Hold me tight." In that moment, the emotions and ambience aligned perfectly. Russell extended his arms, drawing Kara into his embrace, their eyes locking in a gaze that was merely a heartbeat away from a kiss. However, it was evident that Kara's state seemed somewhat amiss. She spoke as though under the influence. "Russell, my beloved boyfriend, I feel so fortunate. I once believed I could never have a relationship like those of ordinary people. Yet fate has brought you to me." Without uttering a word, Russell leaned in and kissed her. After a prolonged embrace, they eventually parted, their eyes now filled with a haze of desire, reluctant to break the connection even for a moment. Feeling the heat within, Russell held Kara tightly, as if wishing to meld her into his very being, whispering softly in her ear, "I have tidied up the largest room. We shall reside there from now on, while my other room will be reserved for our future child. In a couple of days, I will purchase a car so we can commute together each day, just like a true married couple. I will also begin preparations for our wedding. Tell me, Kara, where do you wish to go?" Russell tenderly articulated his dreams for their life together, while Kara's response was succinct yet fervent. "Carry me to bed." In that moment, words became unnecessary. Russell lifted Kara effortlessly into his arms, and with an eagerness that could scarcely be contained, ascended the staircase. He pushed open the door to the prepared room and tumbled onto the bed with Kara, their lips meeting in a passionate embrace. As they entwined, a blissful Kara seemed to cling to her last vestiges of awareness, murmuring, "There's something in the cabinet. Darling, please retrieve it." Russell groped around the bedside cabinet and discovered a box. Upon opening it, a small vial glimmering with an emerald hue emerged. "What is this?" Kara inquired, her cheeks flushed, as she endured the discomfort brought on by the radiant glow. "It was a gift from Alex. Only with it can I suppress my powers." Without a moment's hesitation, Russell closed the box and returned it to the cabinet, gazing at the blushing Kara as he proclaimed, "Never underestimate your boyfriend." With that, he lunged at her like a ferocious beast. For this couple, immersed in their fervent romance, the night was destined to be sleepless. Indeed, even the system seemed to pale in significance. Ding! You and Supergirl Kara Danvers have officially become one. From this moment forth, you shall embody each other, becoming the most vital part of one another's lives. Reward: 70 Kryptonian physique. Kryptonian child. You are no longer merely a genetic replica of Supergirl Kara Danvers. Your genes are derived from the Genesis Codex of Krypton, signifying your true identity as a Kryptonian child. Even Kryptonian intelligence cannot discern this, greatly enhancing the yellow sun's influence on your cells, granting you boundless power. Super strength. Your physical form is no longer constrained by the laws of physics. Instead, you absorb energy from the yellow sun, reinforcing your cells to attain unparalleled strength, capable of effortlessly moving stars. Super speed. Your flight no longer relies on gravity. Rather, you generate a unique gravitational field through your intrinsic energy, even reaching light speed. Super defense. Your cells are becoming increasingly robust, in addition to formidable defensive capabilities. Wherever the yellow sun shines, you possess an inexhaustible healing ability, even able to withstand the pressures of a solar core. Super breath. With the enhancement of your cells, your pulmonary capacity has been magnified, allowing you to survive with minimal air, enabling prolonged flight in a vacuum. Freezing breath. With your powerful lung capacity, you can compress air to unleash a formidable freezing breath, capable of extinguishing stars. Super brain. The fortification of your cells has endowed your mind with enhanced development. Beyond remarkable memory and rapid information processing, you inherit genetic advantages in analysis, science, logic, and rationality from the Kryptonian Thinkers Guild found within the Genesis Codex. Supervision. Your eyes can perceive spectrums invisible to the human eye, granting you extraordinary sight and a heightened observational capacity of the microscopic world. Heat vision. Your eyes have acquired the extraordinary ability to absorb and emit light, granting you the power to project thermal beams and perceive through illumination. Enhanced hearing. Your ears can detect sounds imperceptible to the human ear, largely unaffected by environmental barriers, endowing you with formidable auditory capabilities. Moreover, your range has expanded to the extent that you can hear any sound from anywhere on the planet that piques your interest. Consequently, you have become increasingly attuned to the nuances of sound. Telekinesis. Under the fortifying influence of the Kryptonian legacy, your psychokinetic abilities have reached new heights. As your observational skills of the world intensify, your control over all that exists becomes more adept, beyond merely manipulating visible objects and energies and restructuring their forms. You are beginning to grasp the profound power of molecular control. As you further integrate into this world, the curse of knowledge and the genetic legacy of the Kryptonian thinkers have harmonized perfectly, bestowing upon you a delightful surprise. The ancient legend. Ancient legend. 18 millennia ago, during the zenith of their civilization, the Kryptonians dispatched countless spacecraft across the cosmos, conquering and colonizing various worlds, Earth being one of them. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, one such vessel destined for Earth met with disaster, crash landing and severing its connection with Krypton. Rumors suggest that all aboard perished. Yet whispers persist of one or two surviving Kryptonians. Chapter 42. The Mystery of Hank. As dawn broke, the sun slowly ascended the horizon, casting golden rays of light through the windows of countless homes. Within a seemingly cozy abode, a minimalistic yet luxurious double bed cradled a pair of slumbering figures, entwined in each other's embrace, the air thick with an intoxicating aura of desire that lingered unyieldingly. Time passed, and the Kryptonian genes within them were drawn to the golden sunlight, prompting them to awaken almost simultaneously. They gazed into each other's eyes, filled with sweetness. In stark contrast to the chaotic passions of the previous night, the now awake Kara felt a tinge of bashfulness, her fair skin radiating a delicate blush, especially when recalling her wild, warrior-like fervor from the night before. Nevertheless, this did not deter her from playfully nestling against her boyfriend's chest, relishing the warmth of their bare bodies and savoring this moment of tranquility. Until suddenly, her phone rang, shattering the peace with the voice of Ms. Grant. "Good morning, Ms. Grant." "Good morning." "Kara, you can't possibly be unaware of the time." Kara, momentarily bewildered, glanced at the top right corner of her phone screen, and in an instant, panic surged through her as she scrambled out of bed. At 9:30, "Oh, my apologies, Ms. Grant, I overslept." Kara frantically began to search for her clothes on the bed and floor. Ms. Grant, initially intent on reprimanding her tardy assistant, suddenly heard a man's voice on the line. "Don't worry, Kara, your underwear is right here." This startled Ms. Grant, causing her to recoil from the phone as if dodging something frightful, before she slowly inquired, "Kara Zor-El, did you two spend the night together?" "I'm sorry, Ms. Grant, I'll be there shortly." No need for explanations. I'm not a naive little girl. Kara, I'm granting you a day off today. Come back to work tomorrow, but make sure I don't catch a whiff of anything unusual. With that, Ms. Grant disdainfully ended the call, her face revealing a mix of peculiar amusement and relief as she resumed her work. Meanwhile, in their shared home, having just donned her underwear, Kara, still feeling exposed, sighed in relief upon seeing the call had ended. She had been worried about facing Ms. Grant's teasing at work. Just then, Russell stealthily approached from behind, pinning his girlfriend beneath him and kissing her, their bare bodies pressed together, rekindling memories of their joyful exploits from the previous night. Kara felt a rush of emotions. Yet, as a woman of conviction, especially one regarded as a formidable heroine in National City, she was reluctant to become overly engrossed in such matters. "It's daytime, darling. We can continue this tonight," she suggested. Russell, hearing this, gently kissed Kara's forehead. "All right, my dear, whatever you say." In a small room within the action department, Alex looked at Kara, who entered with a flushed face, and teased, "It seems you two had quite the enjoyable night." Kara, feeling embarrassed, could only chuckle awkwardly as she quickly shifted the topic. So, what is it that even Russell can't divulge? As it turned out, that very night, while bidding farewell to Alex, she had whispered to Kara, urging her to come to the action department the following day. Kara had assumed it was nothing of significance, but Alex had cautiously glanced around before quietly revealing. "Hank seems a bit off." Kara paused, questioning whether she had misheard. "Why? Do you recall the incident with the bomb threat over a month ago? The one involving the Rod Tech Supertrain?" This triggered a memory for Kara. "Yes. Is there a problem?" "There's a significant issue. The site of the bomb threat wasn't just that Supertrain, but also the airport." "Indeed, but did you not dismantle the bomb at the airport?" "The crux of the matter lies here. That bomb was disarmed solely by Hank. He assured me it was merely a dud, yet upon further inspection, I discovered that this so-called dud possessed a safety mechanism. Consider this. If it were indeed a non-explosive dud, why would there be the unnecessary complication of installing a completely superfluous safety feature?" At this juncture, Kara, feeling a sense of unease, inquired further. "So what now?" "I conducted my own investigation for some time, but regrettably, it bore no fruit until last night when your boyfriend Russell prompted me. Thus, I took one along and tasked him with a particular endeavor, to infiltrate the operations department's mainframe." Kara looked at Alex as if he had lost his mind, for such an act bordered on treason. Yet after a moment's reflection, she regained her composure and asked, "What did you uncover?" "When successfully breached the operations department's mainframe and retrieved some documents regarding our father, Jeremiah. However, most of the content have been altered. The gist of it is that 2 years ago, Jeremiah accompanied an agent to South America on a mission to apprehend a hostile extraterrestrial being. Unfortunately, the outcome was dire. Both Jeremiah and the agent vanished without a trace. A month later, that agent returned unscathed, claiming to have no recollection of the events that transpired. And that agent was Hank. What is even more troubling is that the individual responsible for altering and concealing this information is Hank himself. Do you comprehend the implications of this?" Kara's expression shifted to one of seriousness and indignation. "This signifies that both we and the entire operations department may have been deceived by an extraterrestrial, the very being responsible for Jeremiah's demise. What are we to do?" Alex, witnessing her distress, hastily sought to reassure his sister. "We must not act hastily, for he may be the last person to have seen Jeremiah alive." Though Kara is merely the adopted daughter of this family, her feelings for her adoptive father are no less profound than Alex's. Despite the faint hope, knowing Jeremiah has been missing for 2 years, they cannot afford to relinquish their aspirations. "I understand. So what should I do?" Alex gazed at his sister, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. "Although I still regard Russell as a roguish flirt, it seems he is, apart from one, the only one who might assist us." "I understand. I will contact Russell immediately." Alex grasped Kara's hand firmly. "Do not rush. We are still uncertain of Hank's capabilities. I have already set up jammers to prevent eavesdropping, but I cannot ascertain whether he can intercept other electronic devices." Kara nodded in understanding. "I see. I will go directly to his home and convey everything in person." "Yes, that would be best. By the way, don't you have work today?" Ms. Grant granted me a day off. This struck Alex as somewhat peculiar, and he inquired with a light-hearted tone to ease Kara's tension. "What is this, a holiday for singles?" Unfortunately, Kara was not in the mood for jest. Her only desire was to convey everything to Russell. Thus, she stepped forward and declared, "I'm going to find Russell." However, at that moment, she was suddenly engulfed by an unfamiliar sensation of weakness. Chapter 43. Golden Sun, What is Happening? When Russell received the message and arrived at the operations department, the first sight that met his eyes was Kara lying on the apparatus, blood being drawn from her. Her skin, which was impervious to missiles, was now pierced by a mere medical syringe. Upon seeing Russell, Kara, feeling uneasy due to her weakness, extended her arm towards him. Russell, noticing this, hurried over, grasped her hand, and supported her, cradling her in his embrace. Alex, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed. "Do not worry. It has already been assessed. Kara likely depleted her cellular energy during the battle with Red Tornado. Once she absorbs sufficient radiation from the yellow sun, she will return to normal. However, during this interim, Kara's body will be as feeble as that of an ordinary human, susceptible to illness and injury." Kara, nestled in his arms, expressed her confusion. "Then why was I fine yesterday, but not today?" Alex glanced at his sister and brother-in-law, speaking in a peculiar tone. Perhaps your battle last night was quite exhausting. This revelation left Kara feeling quite embarrassed, but fortunately, the doctor had already exited. Suddenly, she turned to her boyfriend and inquired, Russell, doesn't the suit you made for me replenish my energy? Once again, it was Alex who responded. I'm afraid, Kara, that is a different concept. The power of the sun surpasses any energy source currently producible by humanity, including your new suit. It merely simulates the radiation of the golden sun to recharge you. However, your cells are in a state of dormancy. Ordinary energy cannot activate them. Only the immense energy of the golden sun can do so. Do not fret. This may be a fortuitous opportunity for you to rest. Your brother Superman once lost his powers as well, but he recovered in just a few days. Though Alex offered this reassurance, the sudden loss of her abilities left Kara feeling anxious. Russell, noticing her distress, felt compelled to comfort her. Perhaps I have a solution. This caught Alex off guard, while Kara's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she looked at her boyfriend. Since you said that only the rays of the golden sun can help, wouldn't it suffice for Kara to be in closer proximity to its light? Alex pondered aloud. That is theoretically correct, he continued, but you must proceed with caution. Kara's body is currently in a state akin to that of an ordinary human. She may not be able to endure the high-altitude environment. I understand. Leave it to me, Russell replied, gazing at his new girlfriend in his arms. Just as fate would have it, Ms. Grant has granted you a reprieve, as a commemoration of sorts. Perhaps we could embark on a celestial journey for just the two of us. What do you think? Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a cacophony of sonic booms, Kara, cradled as if in a princess carry, soared skyward in Russell's embrace, trailing a veil of shockwaves behind them. How do you fare, Kara? I'm perfectly fine. This is my first experience being swept into the skies in such a manner, and I must admit, it feels rather delightful. Kara, despite her currently fragile state akin to an ordinary human, was shielded by Russell's telekinetic prowess, rendering the gravitational forces of supersonic flight inconsequential to her. Before long, they breached the troposphere, transcending the clouds and entering the stratosphere. With the clouds now absent, the colossal sun above radiated its brilliant light upon them. In that moment, both Kara and Russell felt as though they were luxuriating in a hot spring, the sun's rays enveloping their bodies like warm waters, filling them with an overwhelming sense of warmth. This feeling is simply marvelous. Observing his girlfriend in such rapture, Russell gently released Kara from his arms. Kara, attuned to the moment, fully extended her form beneath the sun's embrace, eyes closed, as if she were cradling the sun itself, every cell in her body greedily absorbing the energy emitted by the celestial body. Behind her, Russell, also basking in the golden sunlight, felt his own body's cells igniting with vitality, akin to a supercharged engine, all the while gazing at Kara with eyes brimming with affection. He did not wish to deny that his initial proximity to Kara was motivated by the pursuit of power, fraught with deception and concealment. However, his love for her was genuine. In Russell's view, love is a remarkably simple matter. Firstly, Kara's golden-haired charm was utterly irresistible to him. Secondly, her kindness, integrity, and bravery endeared her to him even more. Finally, her capacity to reciprocate the same affection she received from him ensnared him completely. Of course, their relationship was not devoid of challenges. Kara's naivety and impulsiveness sometimes clashed with Russell's inherent rationality. Fortunately, Russell was not overly concerned with these discrepancies. As a traveler from another realm, possessing an understanding of the world's essence, he harbored a remarkable tolerance for the naive antics of superheroes, especially when mutual affection was in play. This also elucidated why he sometimes indulged in playful banter, a tactic that proved remarkably effective in this world. However, as she felt the surging power within her, although possessing merely 70 of Kryptonian vitality, the descriptions of the Kryptonian sun revealed that she had nearly attained a complete Kryptonian essence. This signified that Russell no longer needed to conceal or disguise his strength. Thus, on the following day, as the sun's radiant light illuminated International City once more, Kara, floating in the cosmos, found herself no longer reliant on Russell's assistance. Her crimson cape billowing behind her as she stood resolutely in the sky. My strength has returned. At the moment she sensed her powers replenishing her being, Kara did not hesitate, but leaped directly into Russell's embrace, for she alone understood the sacrifices her boyfriend had made for her. Russell had devoted nearly 24 hours by her side, meticulously controlling and safeguarding her, ensuring that the sun's rays continuously graced her form. This made her feel an overwhelming urge to reciprocate, and thus, in the heavens above, she shared a profound kiss with her beloved. After what felt like an eternity, they slowly parted. With a spark of inspiration and gravity in her voice, Kara softly declared, "I wish to take you to a place to formally announce our relationship to my mother and family." Russell paused, then recalling something, inquired, "Is it the action department? The AI your mother left aboard your ship?" Kara shook her head, her gaze drifting towards the distant north. "No, it's another place in the Arctic, which my cousin Superman refers to as the Fortress of Solitude. Although Krypton has vanished, it is where all that once belonged to us Kryptonians remains. If all goes well, you shall meet my cousin and his girlfriend there." Chapter 44. The Fortress of Solitude in the Arctic. The howling winds pierced the silence, and under the cloak of darkness, the sky sparkled with countless stars, illuminated by the stunning green auroras. Silence and frost were the only melodies here, interrupted only by the occasional cracking of glaciers. Though it was technically early morning, the unique polar night rendered this place eternally shrouded in darkness. Typically, this locale saw few visitors, yet today, it welcomed a few extraordinary guests. As two pairs of individuals descended from various directions, landing upon the vast glaciers, Supergirl Kara Danvers and her cousin Superman, Clark Kent, reunited after many years, accompanied by their respective partners, Russell and Lois Lane. As the last surviving blood relatives on Earth, Kara and Clark embraced the moment they laid eyes upon each other. "Clark, Kara." After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, standing beside their partners. "Allow me to introduce, this is Russell, my boyfriend. And this is Lois, my wife," dressed in a thick down jacket, tightly wrapped and adorned with substantial gloves. Louise gazed at Russell with the keen eye characteristic of a journalist and extended her hand. "Hello, I am Louise Lane. Just call me Louise. Long admired, I am Russell. Likewise, my apologies for the lack of courtesy. It is simply too cold here. Each time I visit, I must envelop myself in layer upon layer." Louise offered an explanation for her gloved handshake. "I understand," Russell replied, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he glanced at Louise and then at the world-renowned superhero before him. Kara's cousin, Earth's mightiest son, Superman, albeit in his middle-aged form. "So, Clark Kent is Superman, and Superman is Clark Kent." Clark smiled and shrugged, acknowledging that though he was not meeting this man for the first time, it was indeed their inaugural face-to-face encounter. Given Russell's current status as Kara's boyfriend, he extended his hand with courtesy, and the two men's hands clasped firmly for the first time. "Clark, a pleasure to meet you. The last time I visited International City, I intended to express my gratitude. You have been a tremendous support to Kara, but regrettably, you were absent at that time." "Yes, I was elsewhere, crafting Kara's new uniform. At this, Kara proudly patted her nanoduit. Russell helped me design this. It protects me from kryptonite and red solar energy. Perhaps you could have one as well. While my suit is constructed from Kryptonian materials, to be frank, it merely defends against conventional firearms." "Not a problem. Just provide me with your body data, and I can create an identical one for you." "Thank you so much." The trio engaged in pleasant conversation, but Louise remained unperturbed by the cold, unlike the three men. "I say, we needn't stand at the door to chat." Clark, realizing this, offered an apologetic glance to his wife and surveyed the snow beside them, revealing a massive, diamond-shaped object adorned with a golden emblem. Kara, astonished, exclaimed, "You must be joking. You left the key to the Fortress of Solitude right at the entrance." "Fear not. It is constructed from compressed dwarf star matter, weighing millions of tons. Few can lift it." Clark replied as he hoisted the key and inserted it into a slot shaped like an ice formation before them. Instantly, with a flicker of blue light, the glacier trembled, parting to reveal an entrance glowing with a dim blue luminescence before them. "Follow me." As the four entered, it was Russell's first encounter with the legendary Fortress of Solitude, which housed all the technology of Krypton. What puzzled him was that Kara, much like himself, displayed a face of eager curiosity. This prompted him to ask, "Dearest, is this your first time here as well?" The response came from Superman, Clark, who continued walking forward as he spoke. "Indeed, this is Kara's first visit. I had invited her previously, but she always evaded with various excuses. Therefore, When I received Kara's message expressing her desire to come here, I was equally astonished. Kara replied with a somber expression. I was merely feeling a pang of homesickness. Upon hearing this, Russell grasped his girlfriend's hand and said, "From now on, you have me." Thank you, Russell. Meanwhile, Clark and Lois observed the affectionate interaction between Kara and Russell with peculiar expressions, reminiscent of their own youthful days. Suddenly, Lois interjected, "So, are you two officially together now?" "Yes," Kara affirmed resolutely. "I came here specifically to share this news with Mom and all of you in this special place. Congratulations to you both. Being the partner of a superhero requires immense courage. Just like Clark, I spend more time witnessing his endeavors than I do with Perry, our editor-in-chief at the Daily Planet. You must have heard of him. Clark is always out there combating crime around the globe." Lois, now of a certain age, began to ramble on like a jilted spouse, causing Clark to wear an expression of embarrassment and helplessness. "I owe her so much," Lois continued unabated. "Have you two considered your life after marriage? For instance, children? Clark and I have argued countless times about this. We are both far too busy to even fathom how we would manage with kids." This question left Kara somewhat flustered, as she had never contemplated it before. While she adored children and wished to have them with Russell, the thought of shifting her focus entirely to a child made her feel somewhat lost. Noticing his bewildered cousin, Clark, with an exasperated expression, said, "Lois, we agreed not to discuss this." "I apologize," Lois replied sheepishly to Kara. "I seem to be increasingly turning into a nagging wife." At that moment, Russell stepped forward and said, "In my view, this is not a concern." He then gazed tenderly at Kara, smiling as he spoke. "Kara is aware that, despite possessing formidable abilities, I harbor no desire to become a superhero. I would rather embrace the simplicity of an ordinary life, even to the extent of being a devoted house husband, standing as the unwavering support behind Kara." With a gentle expression, Kara listened as Louise cast a peculiar glance at Clark and remarked, "If only Clark shared your sentiments." "Congratulations, Kara." This left Clark feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, as the four of them ventured deeper into the glacier, the interior of a colossal spacecraft unfurled before their eyes, accompanied by a golden robot that, exuding politeness, addressed them all. "Kal-El, Kara Zor-El, Louise Lane." Just then, the robot's gaze seemed to fixate on Russell, emitting an incredulous exclamation. "Wow, this is impossible." Chapter 45. Ancient Legends. The robot's sudden, peculiar utterance instantly captivated the attention of the four individuals present. Among them, Russell appeared to have the least connection to the Fortress of Solitude. Nevertheless, the robot inexplicably began to hover around Russell's form, its eyes scanning him intently. "What is happening? Why is this robot circling around me?" Although Russell suspected this had something to do with the ancient legend he had recently acquired, he feigned a sense of wonder and confusion, inquiring of those present. Never doubt Russell's acting prowess. It is a skill refined through countless brushes with mortality. Kara appeared equally perplexed. "This is our robotic assistant from Krypton, named Chris. Can you explain what you are doing?" Upon hearing Kara's voice, the robot named Chris soared toward Russell, its bulbous eyes fixated upon him. "This is impossible. My scans indicate that he possesses Kryptonian genes." At this revelation, Clark, Kara, and Louise were all taken aback. Kara, struggling to comprehend, asked, "Are you joking?" Russell, equally incredulous, questioned, "You mean to say I am also Kryptonian? That is impossible. There are no spaceships in my home, and I was undeniably born from my mother." Yet, the robot remained resolute in its assertion. "I apologize. My detection is infallible." This unexpected turn of events disrupted all prior arrangements. Clark and Louise exchanged glances, and ultimately, Clark spoke up. "What on earth is happening? You must clarify this." The robot gradually ascended to the central control console and pointed at the screen above. "I do not know, but if you wish to find answers, please place your hand here." Russell glanced at Kara and then at Clark. "You cannot possibly expect me to go through with this. My identity as a human is indisputable." At this moment, Kara, equally perplexed, expressed her desire for clarity. "Darling, give it a try. You two are eager to uncover the truth, aren't you?" With a resigned sigh, Russell approached the console under the watchful gaze of the three others and gently pressed his palm against the screen. The instant his hand made contact, a crimson glow emanated from his palm, rippling like waves and gradually enveloping his entire being. The other three approached, their eyes fixed on this extraordinary phenomenon. After nearly a minute, the radiant display subsided. "Is it done?" Russell inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Yes," came Clark's response, though he was more intrigued than Kara by the sudden turn of events. "Chris, do we have answers?" "Indeed," replied not Chris, but rather two blue figures that materialized on the control panel. One was an older gentleman, while the other was a woman clad in a flowing robe. Upon seeing these figures, Clark and Kara simultaneously exclaimed, "Father, Mother." Indeed, the man was Clark's father, Jor-El, and the woman was Kara's mother, Alara Zor-El. Both parents greeted their children warmly, leaving Kara and Clark with an unsettling sense of confusion. Concerned for her boyfriend, Kara urgently asked, "Mother, what is happening? Is what Chris said true? Russell is a Kryptonian." Alara responded, "No, this individual is indeed a human from Earth." This revelation deepened the bewilderment of everyone present. It was Jor-El who began to explain. "Allow me to clarify. This human, Russell, simply call him Russell, is indeed from Earth. However, within his being lies a fragment of our Kryptonian genes, intricately linked to an event from 18,000 years ago. This connection is why we have all been simultaneously activated and brought forth here." Both Kara and Clark found themselves in a state of disbelief. Did I hear correctly? 18,000 years. Kara struggled to fathom such a monumental figure. Not 18 years, nor 180 years, but 18,000 years. "You heard correctly," Jor-El affirmed, floating gracefully before his son Clark, gently elaborating. "In truth, Carl, you're not the first Kryptonian to have arrived on Earth. 18,000 years ago, our vessels from Krypton descended upon this planet. However, an unfortunate accident severed our connection to Krypton, resulting in the loss of not only the explorers aboard, but also countless Kryptonian embryos. At this moment, Louise, the journalist, keenly perceived something amiss, and, without any formality towards the artificial intelligence representing her husband as father, inquired, "Wait, explorers? Are you certain? It sounds more like colonizers to me." This rather unfriendly designation left both Kara and Clark momentarily taken aback, as their understanding of their home planet, Krypton, and its people was that of a profoundly peaceful civilization. Alas, their understanding was flawed. After a brief contemplation, the specter of Jor-El chose to unveil the truth. "You are not mistaken. According to human comprehension, Kryptonian technology was highly advanced 18,000 years ago. We routinely dispatched numerous ships, a multitude of explorers, and countless Kryptonian embryos to various planets, transforming them into environments suitable for Kryptonian life, thus establishing colonies. However, misfortune befell Krypton, leading to the circumstances you're now familiar with." This revelation left Kara in disbelief. Her worldview shattered, rendered speechless. It was Russell who stepped in next, saying, "Kara, this does not concern you. After all, that was all 18,000 years ago." Clark, maintaining a more composed demeanor, cast a rational glance at Russell and remarked, "But what does this have to do with Russell?" It was Kara's mother, Alara, who responded, "In fact, the Fortress of Solitude is that very Kryptonian vessel that once landed on Earth. It merely became encased in ice for 18,000 years after its descent in the Arctic. It was Carl, 26 years ago, who, with the Solar Stone, reactivated it. Although the records from those 18 millennia have been entirely lost due to the ship's malfunction, we have reason to suspect that the explorers and embryos aboard did not perish completely when the vessel was encased in ice. The appearance of this man serves as proof of that, for the Kryptonian genetic sequences contained within him bear striking resemblance to those of the explorers and embryos aboard that ship. Moreover, it is quite the coincidence that the name of the ship's captain at that time was also Kara Zor-El. In that moment, even Kara could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "What on earth is this?" Chapter 46, More Secrets Wow, Russell exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. This time, it was not an act. He was genuinely surprised. It is worth noting that, regardless of the time or place, Kara has always embodied the image of a golden-haired sweetheart. Even when expressing her emotions, she would typically only exhibit mild excitement. Yet, this was the first time she had ever resorted to such coarse language, which also astonished both Clark and Louise. Kara also realized what she had just said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Did I just curse? Oh no. Russell, however, remained unfazed and remarked, "Would you like to hear my true feelings?" You were absolutely incredible just now. Yet this time, Kara found no solace in her boyfriend's words. After casting him a sidelong glance, she looked at her mother, bewildered. My mind is in complete disarray. Russell, on the other hand, began to untangle the statements made by the two Kryptonian apparitions. So, what you're implying is that within the genes of my body, there exists a fragment of the Kryptonian DNA that arrived on Earth 18,000 years ago. In simpler terms, you mean to say that those Kryptonians could potentially be my ancestors? The two phantoms echoed in unison, indeed. The most rational explanation is that Kryptonian genetics have enhanced your cells, which accounts for your extraordinary powers. Russell paused momentarily before continuing. To be honest, this feels akin to listening to a rather kitsch novel. Clark and Louise exchanged glances, both feeling that Russell had articulated their innermost thoughts perfectly. At this juncture, Russell stepped back and stood beside Kara, saying, I trust this does not hinder you from blessing Kara and me. It was then that Kara recalled the purpose of her visit. The apparition of Alara seemed to understand as well. So my daughter, you have found your other half and come here seeking my blessing? Although Kara's mind remained somewhat foggy, she still grasped the importance of the matter. Yes, mother. This is my boyfriend, Russell. Very well, I bless you both. Alara's response was succinct and resolute, leaving Kara feeling a mixture of elation and uncertainty. Are you sure you don't want to say more? No, my daughter. My blessing is genuinely heartfelt. If you wish to hear more, I could speak for 10 days and nights. Upon Alara's words, Jor-El also floated over, saying, I can attest that your mother's wishes come from the heart. In fact, we all consider this to be an incredibly fortunate event. What do you mean? Jor-El approached Russell, observing his eyes intently. Since the destruction of Krypton, the technology for gestating Kryptonian embryos has vanished, signifying that no new Kryptonians will be born. Although this individual is from Earth, if his Kryptonian genes can merge with yours, it may very well lead to the birth of new Kryptonians. At this revelation, Russell instinctively raised his arm. May I pose a question? Of course, please do. If my memory serves me right, there are indeed other Kryptonians on Earth, such as Karazhan Astra and her husband. Are they not capable of bearing new offspring? A thought-provoking inquiry, indeed, and one that deserves elucidation. Joel has departed to be with his son, Clark, since the internal issues on Krypton arose. The planet has implemented stringent measures regulating procreation. All Kryptonians must be created through the Genesis Codex and embryo technology. Clark is the first naturally conceived Kryptonian since that era. Yet we are all aware that the impulses of love and desire can sometimes be uncontrollable, even in defiance of Kryptonian law. Upon this revelation, an air of awkwardness enveloped the gathering of men and women present. Consequently, we are compelled to adopt alternative strategies, such as genetics, education, and culture. In this atmosphere, millennia later, natural reproduction has become an abhorrent act to Kryptonians, their bodies rejecting it vehemently. However, Kara and Clark are exceptions. Having grown up on Earth, the influence of their Kryptonian heritage is minimal compared to that of the frail human female. A man's physique, in bearing Kryptonian genes, is far better suited for procreation. Louise, clearly targeted by this remark, furrowed her brow and retorted with biting sarcasm. Frail human female? Surely, you cannot be referring to me, Kryptonian. Clark could only offer an apology on her behalf. At that moment, Alara also stepped forward, affirming, Joel speaks the truth, so I earnestly advise you. Enough of this, Russell. We are leaving. Despite receiving blessings, Kara's mind was in utter disarray as she grasped Russell's hand, eager to depart. Russell, resigned, followed her into the sky. Watching his cousin and her boyfriend recede into the distance, Clark turned to his wife and inquired, What are your thoughts? I am uncertain. Louise's gaze turned cautious. I cannot find any flaws in him, which almost leads me to believe he is indeed a simple man, if not for my prior investigations. At this juncture, Louise cast a dubious glance at her husband. The mysteries concealed within him are countless. Who would believe that a mere 10-year-old possesses knowledge of stock trading and, by the age of 14, has amassed a fortune of $100 million? Furthermore, no one is aware of the bloodshed he wrought as a journalist seeking vengeance for 5 years. Yet, this very individual now willingly chooses to live as an ordinary reporter. Aside from his desire to be close to Kara, I can conceive of no other rationale. Then why did you not disclose all of this to Kara earlier? Clark countered. Louise shook her head. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is because I genuinely sense his affection for Kara. This intuition resonates within me. Or perhaps it is simply that, until we uncover the true reasons, I am reluctant to conjure a formidable adversary. The revelation of his ties to Krypton, however, astonished me profoundly. Clark, witnessing his somewhat disoriented wife, tenderly caressed her cheek. Since even you are unable to make a decision, there is no need to rush. As the saying goes, adapt and improvise. I shall take the lead. Gazing at her dependable husband, Lois seemed to be transported back to the moment they first met. Seeking solace in his embrace once more. You always instill such a sense of reliability and safety. Meanwhile, beyond the Arctic skies, Kara, in a hurried departure, contemplated the necessity of providing her boyfriend with an explanation. Thus, she paused, intending to articulate her thoughts, only to be silenced by his kiss. In that instant, Kara comprehended her boyfriend's sentiments, offering no further words but responding with a passionate kiss. The golden dawn bathed the two in its light, crafting a breathtaking tableau. This day was remarkably significant for Russell as well, for the excuse of Kryptonian genes justified many of his actions and abilities. Chapter 47. The submarine factory. The fervent moments are always fleeting, even though this young couple indulges in each other's affections every night. Their lives are predominantly filled with the mundane routines of work and existence. And, of course, the pursuit of justice against criminals. Kara confided in Russell about her suspicion that the Minister of the Action Department, Hank Henshaw, might be an alien in disguise. Although Russell knew that this individual was, in truth, the Martian Manhunter, a veritable paragon of virtue, he found himself compelled to propose an alternative course of action for reasons he could not articulate. Honestly, I have never encountered a human more devoted to Earth than Minister Henshaw. Moreover, his kindness towards you and Alex is evident. Even if he is an alien, he must be a decent fellow. My suggestion is that, if possible, you might consider having an open dialogue. With Kara by your side, there is nothing to fear. After Kara relayed this to Alex, Alex heeded Russell's advice, though she hesitated about the prospect of an honest discussion. Nonetheless, this did not impede her from following Hank Henshaw's orders in the Action Department until an unexpected earthquake struck. An alien criminal possessing telepathic abilities thus escaped the confines of the Action Department's dungeon, seizing control over everyone within, which precipitated internal turmoil. Alex seized this opportunity to confront Hank Henshaw, revealing his true identity as a Green Martian, thereby resolving the ensuing conflict. The days that followed seemed to settle into a more tranquil rhythm. Kara's relentless efforts against crime over the past few months finally bore fruit, as the crime rate in International City began to decline, granting everyone a moment of respite in their work and lives. However, despite the fact that Russell and Carla both work at Kate Media, with their desks less than 10 meters apart, they refrained from overt displays of affection in the office, opting for a discreet communication through work-related software. I have an interview to attend shortly. Where to? To the International City port. A source has tipped me off about a significant story, and I must investigate. You must be careful. Rest assured, I'll be fine. But what about you? What would you like for dinner? I might return home early today. To be honest, I adore everything you make, but if I had to choose, I'd go for cola chicken wings and corn rib soup. He chuckled. Leave it to me. See you tonight. As an assistant, Carla was required to remain close to Ms. Grant, while Russell, as an investigative journalist, had the responsibility of conducting field research, interviewing, and gathering accurate information for impartial reporting, granting him a degree of freedom. Naturally, major news was not a daily occurrence, and Russell was not infallible. Yet every exclusive story he provided always positioned Kate Media's forum report at the forefront of all media headlines, which was sufficient for Kate Grant. Upon arriving at the International City port, Russell was greeted by an old friend, Veronica. Clearly, the supposed headline news was fabricated. Russell had ulterior motives for his visit. Observing Russell descend from a Honda, clad in a bookish attire with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a notepad in hand, Veronica was taken aback. Honestly, if we weren't childhood acquaintances, I would hardly recognize you, and it seems you are quite enjoying yourself. Russell, unfazed, replied, "There is an old saying in Chinese, life is but a play. Hence, the distinction between reality and illusion is of little consequence. Are the items I requested ready?" Of course. Veronica promptly led Russell towards a warehouse, inquiring as they walked, "How are things with Louise, Ryan?" "No need for concern. It's manageable for now." "That's good to hear. Soon, They arrived at a warehouse filled with numerous large silver boxes, exuding a sense of technological sophistication. Everything you requested is here. I procured these automated devices from a robotics super factory in Shanghai at a fair price, and complete confidentiality is assured. Thank you, Veronica. You've truly been a tremendous help. No need to rush your gratitude. I have another gift for you. What is it? Veronica asked, her excitement evident. Have you considered where to establish your super factory? If not, I would love to share my suggestions. Absolutely, I'm all ears. Russell's gentlemanly demeanor pleased Veronica immensely, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. I adore this modesty of yours. It's utterly captivating. What do you think about a submarine? This revelation astonished Russell. A submarine? Indeed. It lies beneath our very feet. Upon hearing Veronica's words, Russell's interest was piqued, prompting him to activate his X-ray vision. As the rays emanated from his eyes, the ground beneath them was penetrated layer by layer, revealing a colossal black submarine, reminiscent of a mythical sea creature, lying concealed in the dark depths of the ocean. Russell was utterly taken aback. How did you manage this? He inquired. It's quite simple. Many American billionaires harbor a profound apocalyptic obsession, leading them to construct doomsday fortresses, with submarines being a prime choice. This particular vessel is a fourth-generation attack nuclear submarine that was commissioned in 1969 and decommissioned in 1996. It was subsequently purchased by a billionaire who transformed it into his personal fortress. Unfortunately, the anticipated apocalypse never materialized, and the shifting tides of time began to erode his wealth, eventually rendering him unable to sustain the exorbitant maintenance costs of such a voracious asset. Recently, I learned that the previous owner was looking to part with it, and I seized the opportunity to acquire it. What do you think of this gift? Russell gently caressed Veronica's cheek as he spoke. Veronica, I must confess, no one has ever understood my heart or grasped my desires as you do, she replied, leaning closer to Russell's chest. You have bestowed upon me everything I yearned for, fame, status, wealth, and granted me control over such vast resources. I cannot fathom what my life would be without you. Thus, I merely wish to reciprocate your trust in me, nothing more. It must be said that a woman with such understanding had indeed captured Russell's heart, and he was never one to be miserly. Perhaps I know what reward I should bestow upon you, Veronica. Veronica's gaze met Russell's, and she discerned the implication, her voice tinged with excitement. You have agreed? I have never declined. I simply had not found the right means to enhance your vitality until now. Chapter 48. Nanobots. The original name of this nuclear submarine was the Rosefish. It belongs to the American Sturgeon-class submarines, measuring 921 meters in length, 97 meters in width, with a submerged displacement of 960 tons. Powered by nuclear energy, it boasts a maximum underwater speed of 30 knots and can reach depths of up to 500 meters, accommodating a crew of 107. However, the current Rosefish is merely a moving shell. Clearly, the American government would not entrust a vessel brimming with formidable weaponry and a nuclear reactor to an ordinary individual, even if they were a billionaire. Consequently, most of the intricate weaponry and the nuclear reactor were dismantled, leaving only a fuel-dependent propulsion system. This reduced its speed and diving capacity significantly. Furthermore, as the crew requirements were diminished, many unnecessary public facilities were removed, resulting in a spacious interior, rendering the once formidable submarine almost cavernous. Although a submarine may be somewhat confined in terms of space when likened to a factory, its security is undoubtedly unquestionable. Once submerged beneath the ocean, it remains undetectable, allowing for boundless movement. For Russell, this is more than sufficient. He merely seeks a clandestine base rather than a colossal global factory. Naturally, should the need arise, it can be remodeled using some extraterrestrial technologies acquired by Russell. On the vast expanse of the sea, a speedboat glides swiftly across the surface while beneath it, a colossal black phantom trails closely. After traversing approximately 20 miles beyond the coastline of International City, entering international waters where the surroundings are deserted, the speedboat finally comes to a halt. Let them aboard, commanded Veronica, holding a walkie-talkie. The surface of the water churned as the enormous black steel beast slowly ascended. In that moment, Russell could not help but acknowledge the profound impact that this representation of humanity's formidable destructive capabilities instilled within him. Indeed, A man remains youthful at heart until death. Regardless of the immense power one possesses, there's an irresistible allure to such grandiose machinery. As the submarine fully emerged from the depths, Russell discerned through the clarity of light that, aside from its external resemblance to a submarine, the interior had undergone a radical transformation at the hands of its previous owners. Veronica then elaborated, "This submarine has been thoroughly reconfigured by my predecessors, divided into 9 isolation compartments. Except for the 8th compartment at the rear, the fuel engine room, and the 9th compartment, the propulsion engine, which retain most of their original form. The remaining compartments have been stripped of their intricate machinery to create more spacious interiors. The first compartment serves as the control room, the second as the entertainment chamber, the third as the living quarters, the fourth as the dining area, the fifth and sixth as storage rooms, and the seventh as the escape pod. Of course, this was its previous state. Now, the interiors are quite empty, allowing you the freedom to embellish this vessel as you wish. Its registration is fully documented under my name with the United States Navy Department of Defense, granting you unrestricted access." As Veronica concluded her remarks, the hatch above the submarine, Rosefish, swung open, and 3 men of Asian descent emerged. Among them was a familiar face to Russell, which sparked his interest. "Dr. Luo, it appears you have accepted my invitation." Indeed, the bespectacled man before him was Dr. Luo, whom Russell had met at the Kyoto University Institute of Cell and Material Science in Japan. Although their acquaintance was brief, this intelligent and tactful individual had left a favorable impression on Russell. The man, whose true name was Luo Wang, nodded nervously and bashfully in acknowledgement. "The conditions you have presented are simply irresistible, particularly those remarkable blood samples. However, let it be clear that I am here merely to assist, as I have my own responsibilities to attend to." "Very well, let us proceed inside and discuss matters in greater detail." Veronica then introduced 2 additional individuals, who are entrusted with the daily maintenance and operation of the nuclear submarine, ensuring their absolute reliability. Naturally, once you become accustomed to this grand vessel, you may choose to invite individuals you deem trustworthy. "Thank you, my dear Veronica. Given the unique nature of the submarine's underwater navigation, it is designed to withstand immense aquatic pressure, rendering it largely sealed. Its entry and exit points are quite narrow. Fortunately, its previous owner had modified it, transforming the torpedo launch port at the bow into an opening resembling a shark's mouth, allowing for entire small submarines to enter. Although this modification sacrificed some performance, it markedly enhanced comfort. Clearly, Veronica had undertaken some preliminary preparations for the entire submarine. Upon entering, we were greeted by a pristine and spacious interior, each compartment resembling a grand room. "Do you require assistance in arranging these items?" I inquired. "Please leave it to me," Russell responded, and, as his words echoed, astonished gazes fell upon him. He retrieved from his pocket a blue device resembling a headset and affixed it to his head. Almost immediately, a cacophony of sounds emanated from the backpack behind him as countless nanobots swarmed forth, alighting upon the silver boxes and diligently beginning their work, methodically disassembling and assembling the machinery. Veronica appeared thoroughly intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. "What is this?" she asked. Dr. Luo recognized it and replied, "These are nanobots from the Luther Group and Spear Industries." However, I recall reading in the news that this technology had failed, leading to Spearjaff from Spear Industries becoming incapacitated. Russell candidly responded, "The fundamental flaw in both the Luther Group and Spear Industries nanobots lay in their inability to effectively control the vast data associated with these robot swarms. They opted to model their approach after bees and starlings, hoping to harness biological synergy, but ultimately, they met with failure. Initially, I too believed it impossible to achieve success, managing only a small number of nanobots through the simplest programming language. However, fortunate enough, as Russell remarked, he tapped the blue device upon his head just 2 months ago. The U.S. military developed a robot that caused considerable trouble in International City, Red Typhoon. Veronica immediately recalled that significant headline. Indeed, the Red Whirlwind. While the machine's exterior did not evoke any particular sense of wonder within me, its control module was exceptionally remarkable. Its creator had intricately linked their own neurons with this robot, even managing to transfer their consciousness onto it. This sparked a wave of inspiration within me. prompting me to harness this technology to forge a connection between my own neural pathways and these nanobots. Dr. Luo suddenly grasped the implications, yet found himself even more perplexed. Are you suggesting that you have fashioned yourself as a model for these nanobots? In simpler terms, these nanobots serve as your alternative robotic avatars, sharing a singular brain. However, this is implausible. While the human brain is indeed wondrous, processing such a vast amount of information instantaneously is entirely beyond capability. Most individuals struggle with multitasking, let alone controlling an extensive swarm of robots. In response to Dr. Luo's bewilderment, Russell provided a singular retort. Who told you I am an ordinary human? Dr. Luo's expression shifted to one of sudden realization and disbelief. Now, we should address more pressing matters. Dr. Luo, how have you progressed with the blood samples I provided? Chapter 49. The post-human experiment. Dr. Luo did not disappoint Russell, responding with palpable enthusiasm. It has gone remarkably well. The blood samples you provided this time were far easier to analyze than the first batch. Under normal conditions, they retain their human semblance. But upon exposure to a specific form of energy, they undergo a fascinating transformation, converting into a pure energy state. Even more astonishingly, this transformation is controllable. As one burdened with the curse of knowledge, Russell maintained a perpetual curiosity about all things. Could you elaborate further? Veronica, too, seemed to sense that this was the gift Russell had alluded to. Her interest piqued. Certainly. In fact, the cellular tissues you provided on both occasions exhibit certain similarities, being more robust and brimming with energy than typical cells. Based on the analysis and the information you supplied, it is evident that this is related to the enhanced electromagnetic forces between the electrons and atomic nuclei of the life elements constituting these cells. This results in a denser arrangement of the atoms, molecules, and chemical compounds within these life elements compared to their ordinary counterparts. To illustrate, it is akin to balloons of identical size. The balloons formed from these aberrant cells can accommodate hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times more air than those composed of normal cells. Yet, there are distinctions as well. At this juncture, Dr. Luo also exhibited a flicker of excitement. The initial cellular structure you presented to me was remarkably stable, allowing it to maintain the appearance of normal biological tissue. However, the second instance was markedly different. Its cellular organization exhibited instability. The sudden fluctuations in the electromagnetic forces within the atoms readily permitted electrons to escape the confines of their atomic nuclei. This phenomenon elucidates the potential for a pure transformation into energy form, enabling both the absorption and release of electrical energy. Fortunately, forces are inherently reciprocal. When electrons surpass a certain distance from the nucleus, the electromagnetic interactions ensure that they do not completely abandon their atomic anchorage, thereby preserving the most fundamental energy state rather than being entirely annihilated and dissipated into the ether. Naturally, there exists a critical threshold that maintains this electromagnetic force's equilibrium, which is the provision of basic energy within the cells. In other words, does this imply the necessity of life? Russell provided his answer. Indeed, in death, all is lost. And the fate is even more dire. There may not even be a body left. Upon hearing this, Veronica offered her own perspective. It seems there is little distinction. I do not require a resurrection akin to those mummies. Dr. Rowe understood immediately. Upon hearing Russell's inquiry, he responded, how is your reverse engineering research progressing? Can we harness the secrets within this blood to enhance human physical capabilities? Dr. Rowe cast a glance at Russell and slowly replied, please hold on. With that, he hurried toward the isolation chamber. Watching Dr. Rowe leave, Veronica turned to Russell and asked, so, is this your plan, to transform me into the new Fireline? Residing in the international city, Veronica was aware of certain news, particularly the electric woman, Fireline, who had instigated widespread panic, casting the entire international city into darkness during Thanksgiving. Indeed, Leslie Willis's transformation from an ordinary woman into Fireline represented a possibility, a potential for ordinary individuals to evolve into superhumans, and she would certainly not be the only one. Thus, I sought out her blood sample, believing that should the research succeed, even if you cannot become the new Fireline, your body could still attain greater strength. At that moment, Veronica's gaze toward Russell brimmed with anticipation. Having grown up alongside Russell, she understood the magnitude of his power and brilliance, akin to the chasm separating divinity from humanity. She felt fortunate to be a woman who could win Russell's favor and thereby partake in all of it: wealth, power, and prestige. Yet, she also felt a disquiet. For beauty fades and youth is ephemeral. Particularly now, she was no longer the young and beautiful girl she once was. Moreover, Russell's affections had never truly rested upon her. This realization led her to comprehend that one day, Russell would distance himself from her, and at that moment, all that she had gained would vanish. This was the root of her profound unease and her fervent desire for a child of Russell. In the past, she believed that motherhood was her sole path, but now, Russell has offered her an alternative, a chance to become a deity wielding immense power, much like him. How thrilling! Dr. Luo soon approached, cradling a package draped in a black curtain, and with a mix of nervousness and excitement, he placed it before the three of them. Although science seldom guarantees absolute certainty, ever since I acquired these blood samples and grasped your intent, Russell, I have conducted some animal experiments, achieving a degree of success. I have named it Sonic. As he spoke, Dr. Luo unveiled the black curtain, revealing a transparent glass enclosure, within which lay an endearing, slumbering squirrel. As the light penetrated the enclosure, the squirrel awoke, startled by the sudden presence of so many onlookers. It emitted a blue electric glow and began darting around the glass box, the dazzling blue light illuminating the faces of the trio. Wow, this is truly incredible. So you have succeeded. That would be an overstatement. After all, I have only experimented on animals. Due to confidentiality, I cannot conduct experiments on humans. Hence, I cannot ascertain what changes might occur in a human body based on my findings with animals. At that moment, Veronica gazed into the glass cage. Captivated by the squirrel's erratic movements and its radiant glow, her eyes filled with anticipation. You will know soon enough, she remarked, turning to Dr. Luo. The experiment can commence here, right? Dr. Luo cast a nervous glance at Russell. Immersed in her aspirations of divinity, Veronica was abruptly jolted back to reality by Russell's chilling words. Veronica, I have warned you not to let desire cloud your judgment. She turned to find Russell's dark, piercing gaze, which sent a shiver down her spine, reminding her of the harrowing moment when she first witnessed him transform a person into a mere puddle of flesh. I apologize, Veronica exclaimed hastily, her usual composure shattered, replaced by a look of sheer terror. Observing her fear, Russell slowly extended his arm, resting it reassuringly on her shoulder to help her regain her composure. You need not apologize to me. I merely wish to convey that you are far more significant to me than you realize. Therefore, do not recklessly place yourself in unpredictable danger, understand? Besides, since a path has been revealed, waiting a little longer is of no consequence. With your abilities, acquiring suitable subjects should not pose a challenge. And remember, ensure that everything is conducted with utmost cleanliness. Chapter 50. The new uniform that night, within the cozy confines of a small house, Russell was preparing a meal, eagerly awaiting the return of his beloved girlfriend. Having a female head of the household indeed brings a delightful ambience. The once spacious home is now filled with Kara's belongings. Many items throughout the house have begun to appear in pairs, the refrigerator brimming with an array of ingredients, and the rooms are now adorned with vibrant hues, teeming with youthful colors that uplift the spirit. At that moment, the sound of the door opening heralded the arrival of Kara, accompanied by her sister, Alex, and one. Darling, I'm back. The love-struck couple gazed at one another, their eyes reflecting an unceasing affection. After exchanging a tender kiss, Russell greeted Alex and one. However, it was evident that the mood of Kara, Alex, and one was rather somber. Please, make yourselves comfortable. What seems to be troubling you? Kara inwited, hanging her bag and coat on the rack. Alex revealed that she and one had attended an interview for the action department, but unfortunately were not selected. This left Russell perplexed. Could it be that the people in the action department, including Minister Henshaw, were blind to their merits? No, that is not the reason, Kara interjected. At that moment, one, in a fit of frustration, plopped down onto the sofa. Alex stared at her in disbelief, while Kara's expression mirrored disappointment. Yet as a true friend, Kara mustered the courage to speak. Why didn't you tell us sooner about your father-esque situation? When curled up on the sofa, shouting in anger and despair. What is there to tell? My father is a notorious murderer. For years, I've tried to forget him and avoid any connection. Who would have thought I couldn't escape it after all? Russell seemed to grasp the gravity of the matter. It appeared that regardless of the nation, Joining a government department necessitated certain unavoidable scrutiny. He approached one and gently patted her shoulder. I believe in you. Please take a seat. I'll prepare dinner, and we can talk while we eat. I'll help. Kara joyfully chimed in, eager to assist. Observing Russell, donned in an apron and embodying the role of a domestic chef. Alongside the bustling Kara, Alex couldn't help but acknowledge that the two indeed resembled a married couple. With this realization, she felt a sense of relief and offered words of comfort to one. Don't worry, both Henshaw and I recognize your capabilities. As long as we clarify your father's situation, there is still hope for you. Sadly, one remained curled up on the sofa, biting her thumb, and said nothing. Before long, Russell and Kara brought several large platters of dishes to the dining table. Time to eat. Clearly, as superhumans, both had hearty appetites, and the generous portions of each dish ensured there was no concern about insufficient food. However, the center of attention at the dining table today shifted to one who seemed utterly disinterested in conversing with anyone else. Instead, he channeled all his frustrations into his appetite, voraciously devouring chicken wings, ribs, beef, and vegetables. This prompted Russell, Kara, and Alex to exchange glances, uncertain of how to initiate a conversation. Ultimately, it was Kara who turned to her boyfriend, silently urging him to think of a way to break the ice. With a sense of resignation, Russell decided to introduce a topic. When it appears you have some time on your hands lately, perhaps you could do me a favor. Of course, one replied, feeling gratitude towards Russell, who had always been supportive, despite their somewhat rivalrous feelings for Kara. What favor? I have prepared a new set of nanotechnology uniforms and need your insight on any potential safety issues. Russell's words piqued the interest of the three, and one, now alert, responded with curiosity. You are so considerate towards Kara. What does it look like? Let me see. In truth, Kara assumed the new uniforms were intended for her, but to everyone's surprise, Russell shook his head. No, this new set of nanotechnology uniforms is not for Kara. It is for Alex. As the words settled in, shock enveloped the group, and Alex, who had been eating, nearly choked, incredulity etched on her face as she asked me. Yes, Russell explained, meeting his girlfriend's bewildered gaze. What Ms. Danvers once said rings true. It is utterly inappropriate to place family in peril. However, I also understand that you, Kara, would never relinquish your desire to become one. Thus, I have pondered whether I should take action or find a solution that balances both sides. Russell's words touched Kara, yet they also plunged her into contemplation. Fortunately, an idea emerged. Although Ms. Danvers might wish to harm me upon learning of this, the plan involves granting Alex superhuman abilities. In doing so, Kara would at least have a trusted partner to fight alongside her. Of course, this is also my selfish desire and could place Alex in grave danger. Before Russell could finish his thought, Alex's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great idea. Upon hearing this, Kara's expression shifted, and she instinctively rejected the notion. No, Alex, I absolutely cannot agree. I cannot allow you to be put in harm's way. You have no idea how terrifying those individuals are. Alex, with a hint of amusement, looked at her sister and replied, Kara, in fact, I understand far more than you realize. Do not forget, I am an operative in the action department, and I have encountered far more extraterrestrial scoundrels than you have. This left Kara momentarily speechless, and she could only cast a reproachful glance at her boyfriend, murmuring her discontent. Russell, look what you have done. The conversation between the two could hardly escape Alex's notice. However, Alex was not perturbed. Rather, she gazed at Russell with a sense of anticipation. Let me see the new uniform you have prepared for me. Moments later, Russell appeared from upstairs, carrying a silvery box. As he opened it under the expectant gazes of those present, two bracelets emerged, imbued with a sleek black texture and adorned with silver lines. Realizing that these were prepared by her boyfriend for her, Alex, without hesitation, reached out and retrieved the bracelets. What am I supposed to do? Quite simple, Russell replied. Place them on your wrists, then cross your arms so that the bracelets touch each other. With decisive movements, Alex donned the bracelets on her wrists and stood up, moving to a more spacious area of the living room. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, she took a deep breath and gently tapped the two bracelets together. In an instant, a multitude of black sand-like nanobots surged forth from her wrists, enveloping Alex's entire form. Within mere seconds, a striking figure materialized before everyone. A sleek black suit adorned with white patterns, featuring a white emblem on the chest and captivating white accents around the eyes, resembling a seductive female superhero. Chapter 51. Cadmus Wow. A breathless exclamation escaped from one, her cheeks flushed. The alluring black uniform accentuated Alex's stunning physique, making it difficult for anyone to divert their gaze from certain areas. Russell, too, was taken aback by the revelation of Alex's remarkable figure. Crafted in the image of Poison Ivy's Gwen, a true epitome of sensuality. If Kara's uniform was akin to a youthful channel, then Alex's was undoubtedly geared towards an adult audience. Nonetheless, he maintained a serious demeanor and inquired, "How does it feel?" "It feels incredible," came the low, husky reply, indicating that the uniform had altered Alex's voice in some manner. Immersed in the newfound sense of power bestowed by the suit, Alex paid little mind to the obscured vision created by the nanobots. In fact, her sight was remarkably enhanced, offering an expansive field of view, nearing a full 360 degrees without blind spots. It was evident that these nanobots had fortified her visual capabilities as well. After a moment of adjustment, she slowly approached the full-length mirror, gazing at her reflection. With a hint of pride, she remarked, aside from a touch of embarrassment, "I now understand what Kara feels like wearing that superhero uniform." At that moment, Kara, feeling a twinge of jealousy, turned to her boyfriend and inquired, "Is it just my imagination, or does Alex's uniform seem even cooler than mine?" Russell, of course, would not concede to such a notion, offering an explanation instead. "In truth, this uniform is far simpler than yours, devoid of numerous functional modules. Its sole purpose is to harness the kinetic energy provided by each nanobot, thereby endowing Alex with enhanced strength, speed, defense, and observational capabilities. Nothing more. These attributes are inherently yours, Kara. Of course, should you desire, I could discreetly craft one for you." The last statement was whispered by Russell, yet it succeeded in garnering Kara's glance of mercy towards him. Russell then resumed, speaking earnestly to Alex. "Indeed, Alex, you may require some time to acclimate to the power of this nano-uniform, enabling you to harness its full combat potential. As for the design of the uniform, it is not fixed. However, at this juncture, Russell suddenly paused, a frown creasing his brow as his gaze drifted towards the window. This caused the three individuals present to momentarily freeze. Kara reacted swiftly. Her super hearing had detected the ominous sound of an approaching threat. Upon removing her glasses and employing her supervision, she grew tense. "Be careful." Without a moment's hesitation, Kara transformed into a blur, rushing out of the house. Soaring into the sky, now clad in her Supergirl uniform, she instantly spotted three missiles, their long tails of flame, hurtling towards them with alarming speed under the cover of the pitch-black night. With a roar, searing heat emanated from Kara's eyes, detonating the three missiles mid-air. The intense explosion and flames illuminated the surroundings, awakening the entire community and triggering the cacophony of car alarms, plunging the area into chaos. It was precisely dinner time, and the neighborhood was bustling, with pedestrians populating the streets. After the sudden blast, initial panic transformed into exhilaration as onlookers spotted their superhero in the sky, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture the moment, as if they were starstruck fans. "Look over here. Wow, she is stunning." Observing the scene, Kara urgently shouted to the crowd, "Leave this place. It's dangerous." Yet the bystanders hesitated, rooted to the spot. After all, this was their city's superhero. Where could be safer than where she stood? Just then, a green energy pulse shot through the sky, converging upon Kara. To the astonishment of the crowd, their superhero plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, leaving a long trail of destruction on the road. Above, a buzzing sound akin to swarming insects filled the air as a mass of dark clouds surged toward them, coalescing into the enormous visage of an Indian man, who bellowed at all assembled. Simultaneously, another shadow, cloaked in darkness, descended heavily from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. As it lifted its gaze, the figure revealed a body that was half mechanical and half human. Beside this dark silhouette, a creature emerged, its bare chest exposed, adorned with a mechanical apparatus resembling a spider, at the center of which gleamed a green kryptonite gem. The three figures fixed their unwavering stares upon the fallen Kara. It was evident to even the most oblivious that the situation was dire, 3 against 1. Consequently, the onlookers lost their appetite for spectacle. fleeing in panic and frantically dialing emergency services. Fortunately, at that moment, Russell, Alex, and Wynn burst forth from their dwelling, rushing to Kara's side. "Kara, are you all right?" Russell inquired with genuine concern. "Fear not, dear. Your suit has finally proven its worth. Be cautious. The stone embedded in that creature's chest is kryptonite." Kara replied, nonchalantly, even jesting, clearly unscathed, as she instinctively activated the green mode of her nanosuit upon perceiving the green glow, shielding herself from the kryptonite's effects. Seeing his sister unharmed, Alex exhaled a sigh of relief, his gaze incredulously fixed upon the half-mechanical, half-human monster before him. "Hank, is it truly you? You're alive." Indeed, this grotesque entity bore an uncanny resemblance to Hank Henshaw, the head of the operations department. Upon hearing Alex's words, the creature's blue mechanical eye glowed ominously as it coldly roared. "Yes, I am very much alive. But everything I once possessed has been usurped by that imposter from the operations department. However, it matters not. I am now a mechanical Superman, and I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me." As the words left its mouth, the blue mechanical eye transformed into a fierce crimson. When a technology enthusiast instinctively gasped at the sight. "Wow, a mechanical Superman. That sounds incredibly cool." However, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly added, "My apologies." Meanwhile, Russell, assisting Kara to her feet, turned his attention to the other adversary composed of nanobots, questioning with a hint of skepticism, "If memory serves me right, Spielberg, you should be receiving treatment at Luthor Corp under Lena Luthor's care." Indeed, the foe that stood before them was none other than Spielberg, who had been rescued by Lena Luthor and the operations department after Russell had exposed him. Yet, the response came in a voice entirely different from the Spielberg they once knew, a mechanical timbre. "No, I'm not Spielberg. I am Nanoman. Cadmus has granted me a new existence." Chapter 52, 33, Cadmus. Upon the utterance of that term, both Russell and Alex displayed expressions of astonishment, while Kara and Wynn appeared blissfully unaware. "Cadmus, what is that?" Alex, responding to Kara's inquiry, exhibited a rather troubled demeanor, seemingly contemplating how to delicately articulate the existence of this organization. The Cadmus Project, orchestrated by the military of the United States, is an initiative targeting extraterrestrials, marked by a far more extreme stance than the Department of Action. If the Department of Action is akin to a prison, then the Cadmus Project resembles a dissection room, where aliens are subjected to gruesome experiments such as dissections, blood extractions, skinning, and any other brutal methods one can conceive. What? This inhumane and bloody revelation was unbearable for Kara. The naivete of her spirit could hardly fathom the existence of such a terrifying organization on Earth, aimed at extraterrestrials. Why do they do this? The answer is rather simple: to harness the abilities of aliens for military enhancement. Russell responded, his expression darkening as he turned to Alex. "This is also one reason why I have never trusted the government behind the Department of Action." This revelation startled Alex. He had not anticipated that Russell was aware of the Cadmus Project. "Of course," Russell replied, not intending to boast, but rather to clarify that this initiative is not as clandestine as one might imagine. Many are aware of it. They simply choose to turn a blind eye. For in the eyes of many, there is little distinction between aliens and lab rats. It was only after encountering certain extraterrestrials that I became aware of this organization's existence. At this juncture, Russell cast a glance at Kara and continued, "In fact, this project is also related to your cousin, Superman." Without needing further elaboration, Kara grasped that one of the objectives of the Cadmus Project was evidently to confront Superman. This revelation ignited even greater fury within her. She had always regarded the protection of her cousin as her paramount duty, even though she now found herself in the role of the one needing protection. Consequently, Kara charged forward, shouting at the group, "I will thwart your plans." "Oh really, sweetheart? However, you may not succeed. Even your cousin Superman cannot stop us." One of the men among the trio, adorned with a green kryptonite emblem, replied with a villainous scowl. Utilizing his X-ray vision, he discerned that beneath this exterior, the body was devoid of flesh and blood, composed entirely of metal. Russell intervened, restraining his impulsive girlfriend, and directed a question at the man. "And what shall we call you?" "Metal Man," was the simple and direct reply. Russell then turned his gaze to the three individuals before him, his expression darkening slightly as he inquired, "Mechanical Superman, Nano Man, Metal Man, can you provide me with a reason? Why do you intend to assault me? I cannot recall any animosity between myself, you, and Cadmus. Enough. The response came in the form of an impatient roar from the mechanical man. Do you truly believe your lackluster performance could deceive the illustrious Cadmus? We are well aware of your identity, and we possess knowledge far beyond your imagination. This retort astonished several present, yet Russell maintained an air of indifference as he inquired, Wow, you truly are formidable. So what are your intentions? If it is a battle you seek, we shall engage to the fullest. He then cast a glance at Alex, saying, It seems there is no time for you to acclimate to your new uniform. Are you ready, Alex? Absolutely. Alex's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she clenched her fists tightly. Despite her extensive combat training, her human frailty had always hindered her ability to stand alongside her sister. However, things had changed. Feeling the strength bestowed by her new uniform, Alex was now filled with fervor. You once said that real combat is the finest teacher, did you not? Very well. Win, retreat to the house. I can assure you it is entirely safe there. Wynn understood that remaining would only be a hindrance, and he swiftly made his way toward the house. Yet, no one paid him any heed. The desolate street was dominated by the standoff of 6 superhumans. Russell, Supergirl, Alex, the Nano Man, the Mechanical Man, and the Metal Man. The atmosphere instantly transformed into a tense tableau. In that moment, the most elated of all was Kara, reveling in the thrill of fighting alongside family. Her confidence surging as she declared, It appears your timing is rather unfortunate. Clearly, this did not intimidate the trio across from them, as the Nano Man stepped forward, addressing Russell. While I am not averse to employing violence, I wish to extend an invitation to you, Mr. Russell, before the impending conflict commences. Join the illustrious Cadmus. To possess such formidable power in a human form is precisely what we require. The Nanoman's sudden proclamation startled everyone present. Without a moment's hesitation, Kara shouted, Not a chance. Russell would never join you. Or perhaps I should refer to you as Carrot Ambers. That remains to be seen. Upon hearing the Nanoman accurately utter her name, Kara instinctively felt a jolt of alarm. This confirmed that these 3 indeed knew her true identity. I do not believe you are in a position to make decisions for Mr. Russell. After all, you're merely boyfriend and girlfriend, are you not? Not even family? The statement momentarily choked Kara. Indeed, she and Russell were merely dating. Although they had cohabitated, they had neither registered their union nor celebrated a wedding under the auspices of a clergyman, thus implying that they were not recognized as a legally binding marriage. Furthermore, even had they been wed, Kara, as a beacon of the modern independent woman, would not relinquish her right to express her opinions in deference to her husband. Fortunately, Russell stepped forward, declaring, at least in this matter, Kara's opinion is my opinion. Is that so? What a pity. In that instant, beneath the shroud of the midnight sky, a tense atmosphere engulfed the quiet street, heralding the imminent clash. Observing this, Russell quietly inquired, Are you ready? Of course, Hank is in my hands. Alex was the first to select her adversary, her armored wristbands clashing together, the nano fabric enveloping her form. That metallic being is my target. With those words, Kara's uniform transformed into its kryptonite mode, radiating an ethereal green glow. This scene evidently caught the trio of villains off guard, an unsettling sensation washing over them. However, Kara would not afford them a moment's contemplation, charging forth and executing a tackle that sent the metallic figure hurtling away like a cannonball. Although Alex was slightly slower, she too rushed towards the mechanical superhuman, aiming a strike at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Hank's. The nanofabric uniform endowed Alex with strength beyond her expectations, unleashing a force that instantaneously propelled the mechanical foe backward. Wow! Alex marveled at the impact of her punch, a bit incredulous. Nonetheless, she had long desired to act thus. Yet, she had little time for astonishment, for within her line of sight, the mechanical superhuman returned, seething with rage. Chapter 53. Lillian Luther. The battle between Kara and the metallic being, as well as Alex and the mechanical superhuman, raged fiercely, but at the very center of the battlefield. Russell and the Nano Man remained motionless, gazing at each other without any intent to engage. Not only Russell, but the Nano Man too, glanced at the distant melee between Kara and Alex before turning back, a triumphant expression adorning his face as he spoke. Now, Your lovely blonde sweetheart and her sister are not present. Perhaps we can have an open and honest conversation. I have conducted an investigation into you, Mr. Russell. With your intellect and ambition, you must not be content merely to be this blonde sweetheart's boyfriend, unless you have ulterior motives. Russell's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he boldly queried, "What motives do you suspect, Ms. Lillian Luthor?" Upon utterance of the name, the nano-man visibly paused for a moment, his gaze becoming vacant. After a few seconds, he regained composure, his expression darkening as he slowly replied, "Do you know? You remind me of my son, Mr. Lex Luthor. Indeed, you both exhibit remarkable intelligence, cunning, and adeptness at disguise, along with intricate connections to Kryptonians. Regrettably, Lex was destined to forge a friendship with Clark, yet he ultimately relegated Lex to imprisonment. Do you envision yourself following in my son's footsteps? While I am grateful for your comparison to Mr. Lex Luthor, I must candidly assert that we are not of the same ilk. At least, I have never perceived Kryptonians as a threat. Oh, what then? A romantic interest? You are human, and she is a Kryptonian. Why should that be an impediment? At least during our current interaction, when we set aside our identities. Kara bears no significant difference from human girl. The disparities are even less pronounced than those stemming from skin color. Or do you, Ms. Lillian Luthor, adhere to a doctrine of racial superiority? Regrettably, Ms. Lillian Luthor, under the influence of the nanomites, did not directly address this query, but instead remarked, "I should add, you possess a silver tongue akin to his. Thank you for the compliment. It appears we have reached an impasse. Thus, I shall resort to certain unconventional measures." Ms. Lillian Luthor's tone grew somber as she continued, "I must confess, had you not approached this dear one, perhaps I would not have been so quick to notice you, to uncover your true identity and past. However, now, perhaps by tomorrow morning, all your secrets will be laid bare before the media, the military, and your adversaries, including your identity, family, assets, powers, and all your former history." Ms. Lillian Luthor believed this to be a potent threat, yet upon finishing her statement, she observed Russell's nonchalant demeanor, even detecting a hint of disappointment in his gaze. "Ms. Lillian Luthor, would you care for my assessment of your threat?" "Of course. Petty." Russell succinctly articulated his four-character evaluation, then shrugged dismissively. "Do you truly believe this could intimidate me? It seems, Ms. Lillian Luthor, you do not comprehend me as well as I had anticipated." Instead of becoming irate, Lillian Luthor responded with calm composure, "You are merely posturing. If so, why then do you so deliberately conceal your identity?" "No, I do not deliberately hide. Rather, it is a means to avoid numerous complications without incurring excessive costs. Since you have investigated my background, you should be aware of my whereabouts in the years preceding my arrival in International City. Though many Middle Eastern nations are affluent, the place I visited was the most impoverished and chaotic, where the inhabitants struggled to secure their daily sustenance, let alone access the internet or smart devices. This signifies that the people there are utterly deprived of the right to communicate with the world, which explains why my actions remain unknown to anyone. However, the International City is vastly different. Intelligent devices abound, and surveillance is omnipresent, with massive satellites overhead and various secret departments operating discreetly. Lillian Luthor grasped the underlying meaning in Russell's words and remarked, "In other words, from the moment you approached Caradanthus, you were prepared to declare your existence to the world?" Russell, however, shook his head in disappointment. "No, Ms. Lillian Luthor, you still fail to comprehend my point. The crux lies in the cost. It appears you do not understand why your son, Lex Luthor, has never employed this tactic against Superman." The Nanite man's expression dulled once more, and after a long pause, he slowly articulated, "It seems you consider yourself a god among men, akin to Superman, do you?" "Sorry, I do not subscribe to any faith." Russell's response remained succinct. "I must say, you are increasingly resembling my son. If Lex were here, he might engage you in delightful conversation. However, now that you have entirely declined my invitation, I shall resort to alternative methods. I find your powers quite intriguing." As the words fell, the Nanite man's body began to writhe, and countless nanites surged forth, resembling a locust swarm, advancing towards Russell. "Truth be told, if I were you, I would never take such an approach." As Russell uttered this seemingly enigmatic statement, he gently raised his hand, directing his palm towards the oncoming swarm of nanites. In an instant, as if time had been frozen, the densely packed nanites were immobilized in midair. "Ms. Lillian Luthor, You are far too hasty, somewhere within the international city, in the secret base of Cadmus. In the dimly lit facility brimming with intricate machinery, a woman and two men sat. At the center was an elderly lady, the mother of Lex and Lena Luthor, Lillian Luthor. Flanking her were a scientist intently observing the screen and a soldier adorned with a blue control device. Before the trio, the screen displayed Russell with his palm extended towards them. This abruptly frozen image left the three momentarily stunned, prompting Lillian Luthor to furrow her brow and interrogate her subordinate. "What are you doing?" The soldier, in a state of distress, replied, "I don't know. I can't move. I can't control the nanite." "What?" The scientist, on the other hand, brightened with realization, operating the instruments while explaining, "This is fascinating. Ms. Luthor, it appears that this is the extent of Mr. Russell's abilities. This is impossible. The sensors exhibit no energy response whatsoever. What force is at play here?" The scientist exclaimed with palpable excitement. "This signifies that Mr. Russell's powers are even more enigmatic than we had imagined, transcending any known wavelengths of energy." At that moment, a crimson warning symbol suddenly illuminated the entire screen. "What has transpired?" Lillian Luthor inquired, her bewilderment evident, as the screen's alteration provided the answer. The image of Russell, initially presenting his palm towards them, abruptly transformed into a visage of Russell himself, accompanied by the chilling resonance of his voice. "Ms. Lillian Luthor, has your ward, Ms. Lena Luthor, failed to inform you that she has bestowed upon me the nanobot technologies of both the Luthor Group and Spire Industries?" Chapter 54. Mutual restraint in a space that seemed as if frozen in time. It was densely populated with an array of nanobots, each governed by a central rhombic controller. These nanobots possessed mechanical appendages akin to crab claws and elongated, sharp mandibles. Their numbers were staggering, creating a veritable sea from the perspective of the nanobots. However, it was precisely this overwhelming quantity that rendered it easy to overlook more diminutive entities. For instance, on a scale of magnitude, there existed individual units that were half the size, resembling ladybugs with their oval bodies, 6 sharp mechanical limbs, and similarly pointed mandibles. Though fewer in number, they clung to the surface of the nanobots like parasites, piercing the bodies of these larger constructs with their acute mandibles. This was the result of Russell's amalgamation of the nanobot technologies from both the Luthor Group and Spire Industries, enhanced with his proprietary control technology. Both Kara and Alex's uniforms were crafted from these nanobots. Nevertheless, in terms of control systems, Russell's nanobots were markedly more sophisticated. Building upon the already embedded artificial intelligence known as Wednesday, they incorporated the neural control technology of the Red Cyclone. Furthermore, due to Wednesday's intelligence system, which was rooted in the original coding of the Luthor Group and Spire Industries nanobots, Russell could infiltrate and commandeer his own kind through these nanobots. As for the risk of being invaded, Russell bore little concern, having already mitigated such vulnerabilities by entrusting these nanobots to one whose expertise in computing was beyond reproach. Those who serve as the technological backbone of superhero narratives are invariably favored by the deity of knowledge. It is likely that one did not foresee that in acquiescing to Russell's so-called request to enhance Kara's uniform's control system, he was simultaneously augmenting Russell's nanobot control system. Moreover, even if the truth were revealed, it would pose no issue, for Russell currently stands on the side of justice. Aside from invasion and control over his kind, there are other functionalities, such as the secret base of Cadmus. The sudden breach of the base's systems caught everyone present off guard, yet this was merely the beginning. Gazing at the screen displaying Russell's mocking words, Lillian Luthor's eyes transformed into a dangerous glare as she exclaimed, "Hurry and expel him." "I'm trying," replied the scientist-like man, relentlessly striking the keyboard, yet the ominous red invasion alert persisted. As if he had stumbled upon something far more dreadful, the man turned in terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he shouted, "This is bad. He is infiltrating the base's mainframe." The alarms blared, not only from the screen before them, but throughout the entire facility. Impossible. He has successfully breached the system and is downloading intelligence from the mainframe. What? Lillian Luthor could no longer remain seated. She stood abruptly, grasping the scientist's arm as she demanded, "What are you doing? Stop him at once." Though this was merely one of Cadmus's secret facilities, the data concealed within the mainframe remained of utmost importance. "I am trying." but the screen continuously displays operation denied. He has entirely taken control. There's nothing I can do unless we resort to physical destruction. Witnessing the man's ineptitude, Lillian Luthor made the most judicious decision. She seized a nearby submachine gun and, amidst his horror, unleashed a barrage towards the base's mainframe. As the sound of gunfire erupted, sparks flying, the entire Cadmus network instantaneously collapsed. It seemed rather too late. Now we are even. Observing the final words left by Russell's visage before it vanished from the screen, Lillian Luthor's demeanor shifted from one of control to an expression of grave seriousness. Summon them back. Our adversary this time is more formidable than ever before. Perhaps we must deliberate our strategy carefully. Beneath the night sky, upon receiving Lillian Luthor's orders, the Metal Man prepared to depart first. His sole advantage against Kara lay in the emitted kryptonite shockwaves. However, in light of Kara's new attire, this proved utterly ineffective. He could only rely on his extensive combat experience in metallic form. Yet in the presence of Kara's ironclad physique, it was evidently insufficient. Nevertheless, Kara was not inclined to let him escape so easily. At that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed from the sky, signaling the arrival of the operatives. Upon witnessing this, a sinister smile crossed the Metal Man's face as the kryptonite in his chest emitted a green energy shockwave, instantly striking the helicopter's rotor above. Upon witnessing this, Kara was left with no choice but to rescue the individuals aboard the helicopter, inadvertently granting the Metal Man an opportunity to escape. In contrast to Kara's battle with the Metal Man, the confrontation between Alex and the mechanical Superman proved to be far more intriguing. Both parties were highly trained operatives, empowered by technology to wield formidable strength. The mechanical Superman relied on the augmentation of his own body, while Alex drew his prowess from a suit of nanotechnology. In terms of strength, the two were relatively evenly matched, yet their combat styles diverged significantly. The mechanical Superman's attacks were blunt and forceful, charging forward recklessly, whereas Alex's strikes were agile and multifaceted, utilizing leverage to counter force. Despite initially struggling to adapt to his new nanotechnology suit, which placed Alex at a disadvantage on several occasions, the two engaged in a spirited exchange throughout most of their skirmish. However, as dictated by orders, the mechanical Superman sought to disengage. A hollow chamber formed in the center of his palm, for which a rocket was launched. Alex quickly evaded, but by the time the explosion subsided, the mechanical Superman had vanished without a trace. Damn it! With an exclamation of frustration, Kara plummeted from the sky, wielding the out-of-control helicopter. The agents of the Bureau, still shaken, hastily leaped down, only to encounter Alex, enveloped in his nanotechnology suit. Fortunately, Kara's reassurances dispelled their apprehensions, clarifying that this unfamiliar figure was not an adversary. "Are you all right, Alex?" "Rest assured, I feel fantastic. Please check the surroundings for any issues. We must locate Russell." With another touch of his bracelet, Alex's nanotechnology suit was deactivated, and together they arrived at the battlefield where Russell was situated. To their relief, nothing unexpected had occurred. The Nano-Man, having reverted to Spire Jack, lay quietly on the ground, while Russell was engaged in a phone call. "Lena, wow, what a rare occurrence. The illustrious journalist Russell is calling me. Could there be another revelation in the works? It seems you're unaware, Lena. Perhaps you ought to take a look at this." Meanwhile, in the illuminated offices of LexCorp in Metropolis, Lena Luthor, weary from the demands of her duties, had her mood slightly uplifted by Russell's unexpected call. However, upon receiving the photograph sent from Russell's phone, her spirits plummeted to an all-time low. Chapter 55, Martian Hunter at the headquarters of the Bureau. When Russell, Kara, and Alex returned, they were naturally met by Hank Henshaw, eager to inquire about the unfolding events. Yet, the trio remained reticent, leading him instead to the Bureau's combat training room, a sanctuary of confidentiality. Initially perplexed, Minister Henshaw quickly grasped their intent upon hearing Alex's subsequent revelation. "We encountered Hank Henshaw. He is not dead. He now serves Cadmus, having been transformed into a mechanical Superman, seeking vengeance against us." At this moment, Minister Hank Henshaw comprehended the truth, that he was not the genuine Hank Henshaw, but rather an impersonation crafted by the Martian hunter, Ron Rons, a fact that remained a secret within the entire operations department. Ron Rons, feeling a tinge of disappointment, remarked, "I had anticipated the arrival of this day. I shall elucidate everything to everyone. No, Alex interjected, aware of the dire consequences that would ensue should this truth be unveiled. Now is not the time, Ron. If those individuals at the Department of Defense were to learn that the leader behind the entire operations department, Minister Hank Henshaw, is an extraterrestrial, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Besides, we are currently entangled in even more troublesome matters. Cadmus is aware of Kara and Russell's true identities. Alex then recounted the recent events to Ron's, leaving him astounded as he gazed at Russell. It was no surprise that Cadmus knew Kara's true identity. After all, the authentic Hank Henshaw, now a robot, was once the minister of the operations department and had long been aware of Kara's Kryptonian heritage. He had even paid her a visit, intending to exert control over her. It was Kara's adoptive father, Jeremiah Danvers, who secured her freedom from the operations department by agreeing to join as an agent. But how had they discovered Russell's identity? In response to Ron's inquisitive gaze, Russell succinctly explained, Cadmus has been observing Kara, which naturally brought me into their line of sight. This revelation caused Kara to once again hesitate regarding her identity as a Kryptonian, contemplating the peril that proximity to her might entail. Fortunately, Russell, sensing her distress, reassured her, Do not dwell on this. Kara, it is not your fault. You need not bear the burdens of others' misdeeds. In truth, I do not perceive Cadmus's knowledge of our identities as particularly perilous. Why? Kara invidet, intrigit. Firstly, Cadmus's awareness of Kara's identity is not a recent development. It has been known for quite some time. Yet, throughout these years, they have not taken any action against her, indicating they have ulterior motives regarding her. Secondly, their current target is me, not Kara, suggesting they're not yet prepared to engage in conflict with her, which implies we may still have some time. Wait, you just mentioned that Cadmus's target is you? Ron's keenly discerned the implication. Indeed, Alex confirmed. They desire Russell to join Cadmus. They are intrigued by his ability to wield such formidable powers while maintaining a human guise. Ron's grasped the situation. Cadmus was, at its core, a clandestine organization serving the interests of the military, striving to empower ordinary soldiers with extraordinary abilities. Thus, whether the subjects of their experiments were extraterrestrial or terrestrial held little significance to them. Continuing his discourse, Russell recounted to the audience certain occurrences during the confrontation between Alex and Kara. While Kara, Alex, and the metallic beings engaged in battle, the nanoman refrained from direct intervention. After a moment of contemplation, he perhaps believed that exposing my identity could serve as a means of coercion, compelling me to join their ranks. Yet, they should never have resorted to such underhanded tactics to intimidate me. Russell's confident assertions momentarily astonished the three present. Kara, taken aback by her boyfriend's self-assurance, expressed her surprise. My dear, what have you discovered? Russell chose not to respond, but instead requested, Could you provide me with a computer? Without hesitation, Alex stepped outside and shortly returned, presenting a sleek black laptop before them. Russell remained succinct, extending his thumb towards the laptop's interface. A swarm of nanobots emerged from his attire, traversing his thumb and infiltrating the device. In an instant, the screen erupted with a myriad of files. This spectacle left everyone in attendance utterly astounded, with Alex incredulously inquiring, What is this? Nanorobots, Russell clarified. Specifically, they're the very nanobots that comprise your and Kara's uniforms, albeit with enhanced capabilities functioning as controllers. Clearly, the new master of the Nanoman is unaware that I possess a deeper understanding of this technology. Thus, when the Nanoman launched his attack, I successfully infiltrated his control system with my nanobots, yielding unexpected results. As he gestured towards the incessantly proliferating files on the screen, he continued, I have successfully breached the mainframe of Cadmus and downloaded these files. A collective awe illuminated the eyes of all present, and Kara, in her exhilaration, embraced her boyfriend, exclaiming, You are simply remarkable, my love. However, Alex, pondering an implication, posed a question. You and T also be able to use this to control us and infiltrate the operations department's mainframe, would you? This inquiry rendered the previously elated Kara momentarily speechless as she regarded her sister. Alex, I understand your caution, but shouldn't you place a bit more trust in Russell? Let's not forget, he crafted a nano uniform for you. Had it been in the past, Alex might have responded with indifference. But the passage of time had allowed Russell to earn her trust. She could only offer an apologetic, I'm sorry, to To which Russell responded nonchalantly, "It's quite all right. There is no need for apologies, Alex. I comprehend your perspective. However, it will not come to fruition. I have informed you that both your and Kara's nano-uniforms are designed with fully enclosed modules to prevent any potential intrusion or control by external entities. Thus, I have eliminated any external interfaces, employing the simplest physical means to thwart any possibility of breach, much like a computer disconnected from any network. This signifies that they will not be linked to your department's mainframe. If you harbor doubts about my assurances, you may consult with one." At this moment, Hank Henshaw discerned something and addressed Alex. "Did I mishear? Did you just mention that you also created a nano-uniform for her, Alex?" Alex remained silent, responding instead with action. As the bracelets on her wrist clashed once more, Alex, clad in a black nano-uniform, materialized before Hank Henshaw. "Now, I can fight alongside Kara. With its power, I have restrained the mechanical superhuman. This surely constitutes good news." Hank Henshaw was not averse to the notion of Alex possessing superhuman strength. With the genuine Hank Henshaw's emergence, he had already sensed that his future was fraught with uncertainties. In this moment, it would be optimal if Alex could step forward to stabilize the situation. Just then, Hank Henshaw's phone rang. "Minister Henshaw, Lena Luthor has arrived." Chapter 56, Master of Technology in the Medical Room of the Action Department. The cold iron bed cradled the lifeless body of Spire Jack. His eyes were closed, lips tinged with blue, devoid of breath. Clearly, Spire Jack had succumbed to death. Clad in a black women's suit, Lena Luthor gazed upon the scene with tear-filled eyes, overwhelmed by sorrow. After a moment, Hank Henshaw felt compelled to step forward. His tone considerably subdued. "I apologize, Ms. Luthor. While I am deeply saddened by Mr. Spire Jack's passing, for the sake of safety, I must pose a few questions. When was the last time you saw Mr. Spire Jack?" Hank Henshaw's inquiry jolted Lena Luthor back to reality, as she wiped her tears and regained a semblance of her formidable demeanor. "A week ago, prior to that, I had been diligently attempting to restore Jack's body, but the results were far from satisfactory. Coupled with the pressing affairs of Luthor Corp, I found myself utterly overwhelmed and could only visit him at the Luthor Corp hospital once a week. This implies that Mr. Spire Jack has been missing right under your nose for at least 7 days. Enough, Hank." Witnessing Hank Henshaw probe Lena Luthor's wounds, Kara could no longer endure the situation and stood up. "It's all right." Lena Luthor maintained a facade of strength, her gaze fixed upon the corpse of her former boyfriend. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Indeed, this is my fault, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you." Hank Henshaw, observing this, pressed on with his inquiries. "Do you possess any valuable information regarding the mastermind behind the abduction of Mr. Spielberg and his transformation into a nanoman?" Lena Luthor shook her head and, turning to Hank Henshaw, who looked notably skeptical, declared, "I understand that you do not believe me. As the president of Luthor Corp and an ex-girlfriend, I was entirely unaware of Jack's abduction from the hospital, but I speak the truth. If it were not for Russell's call, I would still be in the dark." Hank Henshaw and Alex exchanged glances, their expressions revealing persistent distrust. They wished to inquire further. But at that moment, Lena Luthor interjected, "Could I have a moment alone? I would like to speak with Mr. Russell." The others exchanged looks, ultimately deciding to leave the space for Russell and Lena Luthor, departing from the room. Thus, the medical chamber was left with only Russell and Lena Luthor. It was then that Lena shifted her gaze from her ex-boyfriend, her beautiful, sparkling eyes fixed upon Russell as she asked, "Do you know who killed Jack?" Russell met her inquiry with unwavering resolve. "You must already have an inkling of this, Lena. Who could have taken Mr. Jack from Luthor Corp without your knowledge as the president?" The two held each other's gaze until Lena, overwhelmed with sorrow and anger, relented and asked, "Did you share this with them?" "No." "Why not? Are you waiting to negotiate with me? What is it that you desire this time?" "No. I merely believe we should consider ourselves friends. Since it pertains to a friend's family matter, I ought to hear your thoughts." Russell's response surprised Lena. This is not the behavior of a superhero. Russell's answer remained simple. "No, I'm not a superhero. I am merely a terrestrial being who cares for family and friends." This response illuminated Lena's eyes. Although Russell did not explicitly state it, his words subtly affirmed some of her suspicions. As a clever woman, since the last time Russell had coerced her into a deal, Lena had conducted an investigation into him, which yielded unexpected results. The mysteries surrounding Russell were numerous, even beyond her comprehension. This led her to speculate, especially after reviewing the surveillance footage of the Luthor Corp building countless times without discovering how Russell had entered her office. I understand. Thank you. With her questions answered, Lena Luthor's gaze regained its determination. Leave Jack's matter to me. I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. At that moment, Russell also heard the voice of the system echo in his ears. Ding! From this moment forth, you shall embody the persona of Lena Luthor, one of the most astute women in this realm, capable of forging heartfelt connections with friends. Hence, you have once again earned the favor of the deity of knowledge. Reward: Master of Technology. You possess an extraordinary comprehension of advanced technology and the ability to create high-tech devices. It must be said, this opportunity has arrived at an opportune moment. Prior to this, the curse of knowledge that Russell acquired merely opened the door to understanding the vast expanse of the realm of knowledge. It did not imply that he instantly transformed into the genius akin to Iron Man. He still had his limitations. For the sea of knowledge is as boundless as the universe, and no individual can master everything. Growth necessitates time, and there exists a significant disparity between theory and practice, particularly concerning the intricacies of advanced technological devices. This explains why, in the realm of nanobot creation and various research endeavors, Russell had to rely on specialists. Now, with the title of Master of Technology, Russell has gained enhanced practical abilities in the realm of high-tech equipment manufacturing and creation. Furthermore, the information acquired through the infiltration of the Cadmus secret base is far from simple. Let us not forget, this is a clandestine initiative aimed specifically at extraterrestrials. Although the incursion was brief, the data downloaded is substantial, containing astonishing alien technologies. Russell has meticulously categorized and concealed this information. Soon, observing Lena Luthor's hurried farewell and her noticeably altered demeanor, the members of the operations department, including Kara, expressed keen interest in what had transpired between the two. What did you discuss with her? She mentioned she would provide me with a response regarding the attack on me by Spearjack. Before that, I need to keep certain matters confidential. My apologies. This statement rendered Kara's gaze perilous, as her boyfriend now shared secrets with another woman. Kara was evidently poised to inquire further, but Russell proactively softened his demeanor, seeking to appease her. When the time comes, I will surely inform you. Kara, trust me. Observing her boyfriend's submissive attitude, Kara's irritation dissipated, for she had a matter of greater importance to address. Given your significant contribution, I shall let this slide this time. Significant contribution? What significant contribution? Kara exclaimed with excitement. We have just reviewed the data you obtained from infiltrating the Cadmus base and discovered something astonishing. What is it? As Alex produced a laptop, a plethora of images illuminated the screen, and Kara pointed to one of the photos, exclaiming, "This is the list of all agents in the international city from Cadmus. Alex, and I discovered my adoptive father, Jeremiah Danvers, among them. He is still alive. While this might seem like a minor change, in the depths of the multiverse, an unknown transformation is gradually unfolding, awakening the overseer who has long been watching this universe, the Monitor." Chapter 57, a familiar ringtone pierced the silence, gently rousing Russell from his slumber. Yet, as he opened his eyes, the sight before him instantly heightened his alertness. His enhanced vision, acute hearing, and superior intellect activated simultaneously, driven by a singular purpose: to ascertain what had transpired. The reason for Russell's heightened vigilance was simple. He had awakened not in his own home. Russell was certain he had not mistakenly entered the wrong room. His mind vividly recalled the events of the previous night. First, the battle with the Cadmus trio, then a meeting with Lena Luthor at the Department of Action, and finally, upon returning home, Kara had rewarded him for unearthing the mystery of his adoptive father's survival with an entire night together. Given their physical affinities, such an intimate encounter could not possibly exhaust him to the point of forgetting everything, not to mention Russell's inherent wariness of a stranger approaching him and relocating him elsewhere. Unless, of course, this individual possessed powers that far exceeded his comprehension. Soon, his heightened intellect revealed the truth of his surroundings. This was the apartment Kara had rented before moving in with him. However, this place should have been vacated long ago, with its furnishings moved to his home. Turning to glance beside him, he saw Kara, radiantly beautiful, her golden hair tousled, peacefully asleep next to him. Since he could not find the answers himself, He had no choice but to consult the system. Just then, Kara slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Russell, her expression morphed into one of shock. She gaped at the sight of the naked Russell, then at her own bare self beneath the covers. Before he could respond, she delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying across the room. The tremendous force propelled Russell from the bed, crashing into numerous pieces of furniture. In another room, Alex, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, instinctively raising his gun at the unfamiliar man on the floor, shouting furiously, "Who are you? Hands up!" Meanwhile, Kara, having quickly donned her uniform, joined Alex, utterly bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "Who are you? Why are you in my bed?" she demanded. The questions from both left Russell momentarily bewildered, and, disregarding his state of undress, he stood up and asked, "Wait, Kara, Alex, do you not recognize me?" Kara and Alex were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances to confirm that they indeed did not recognize the man before them. "I'm quite certain that I do not know you. So who exactly are you?" Cara demanded. Russell seemed to grasp the situation and replied, "I am your boyfriend, Kara." "Boyfriend?" Kara was taken aback, her expression reflecting disbelief as she exclaimed, "This joke is not amusing at all. This is no jest. Look at your uniform. It was crafted by me," he asserted. Kara was about to retort that it was actually Wynn who had designed the outfit for him, but when she glanced down, she was utterly taken aback. At that moment, the uniform she wore was entirely different from what she remembered. The short skirt and black attire had been replaced by trousers. Alex also noticed the change, his expression shifting to one of concern. They had brought Russell, who offered no resistance, to the alien detention facility. Hank Henshaw had also arrived, and he too seemed unfamiliar with Russell. After hearing Kara and Alex's account, he asked incredulously, "Are you certain he is telling the truth?" Kara found herself at a loss for words, glancing at the man in the cell who claimed to be her boyfriend. "I don't know. I have no recollection of him, but he appeared in my bed this morning, and look at my new uniform. I don't even know how to take it off." "Then how did you put on?" Hank inquired. "I have no idea. I didn't even realize I had a new uniform." Alex, still watching the silent Russell in the cell, quietly suggested to Hank, "Perhaps you could use your powers to discern whether he is lying." "Understood." With his eyes glowing red, Hank Henshaw, the Martian hunter, activated his telepathic abilities, attempting to penetrate Russell's mind to uncover the truth. However, he encountered an astonishing barrier that obstructed his psychic powers. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break through this shield, leading him to conclude that the man claiming to be Kara's boyfriend was no ordinary human. Therefore, he chose to abandon the effort, stating, "I have failed. This individual possesses the ability to block mental probing." "What?" Kara and Alex were both astounded. After a moment of contemplation, Kara decided to take the initiative and asked Russell in the cell, "How can you prove that you're my boyfriend?" This question finally snapped Russell, who had been communicating with the system, back to reality. Surprised, he looked at Kara and replied, "No, I was mistaken. You are not my Kara." This left Kara even more bewildered. "Are you toying with me?" Russell did not elaborate in detail, merely mentioning a name, the world of 38. Where Kara resides, she suddenly comprehended, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you referring to the Earth of the parallel universe?" Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed Russell's figure gradually becoming translucent and vanishing, along with her new uniform. Ding! Detection of the host's influence on a multiverse of 38 indicates that the quantitative change has reached a qualitative transformation. The sacred timeline of 38 has been distorted, and 38 within the multiverse has been torn apart, giving birth to a new universe, aptly named 38. Ding! Detection of the host's multiverse attempting to rectify this error. The host's doppelganger is indeed being created to incorporate the host into the sacred timeline of the multiverse. To prevent unnecessary errors, the system is actively intervening. Ding! Intervention successful. The doppelganger in this world perished due to the host's encounter with a horrific attack at the age of 18. The system's creative power has been expended, and the host has temporarily lost the opportunity to enter the new world. Ding! 38 has successfully separated. This is a realm devoid of past and future, existing solely in the present. The host has become another guardian of this world, joining forces with Supergirl to become the protagonists of this universe. Every action you take will influence the existence of this world. Ding! The newly formed 38 is exceedingly fragile, adrift outside the sacred timeline. The multiverse continues to strive to mend this error. and you shall require greater strength to safeguard this realm. Chapter 58. A New Journey. Beep, beep, beep. The familiar ringtone of the phone once again roused Russell from his slumber. Gazing at the once familiar ceiling, the experiences he had just endured seemed to dissolve into a fleeting dream. Yet, the disarray of time and space did not unsettle him. As someone who did not belong to this world, he had long grown accustomed to traversing realities. However, the profound implications hidden within the system's simple notifications caused his brow to furrow uncontrollably. At that moment, Kara stirred awake beside him, seemingly unaffected, stretching with vigor and greeting her boyfriend with a cheerful voice. "Good morning, darling." "Good morning," Russell replied with a smile, feigning normalcy. He tenderly inquired, "It's the weekend. Do you have any plans?" This seemed to jog Kara's memory as she glanced at the time on her phone and hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. As she spoke, her voice echoed, "I'm sorry, dear, but I want to be able to accompany you for the next few days. I need to meet with Alex, and we'll be staying at her place tonight. We want to see if we can gather more information about Jeremiah from the intel you discovered. Do you need my assistance?" "Not at the moment. We know too little. However, knowing that Jeremiah is still alive is already a delightful surprise." Kara quickly finished her morning routine and departed from their home. Before leaving, she did not forget to give her boyfriend a parting kiss. "I will call you if something comes up." However, once Kara departed, the gentle smile that adorned Russell's face vanished, replaced by a demeanor of cold seriousness as he began to contemplate. Earth 38. Clearly, the previous night was merely an ordinary one for Russell, yet for this vast multiverse, it heralded the birth of a new universe, one that emerged from the existence of Russell himself, a new world that split from the multiverse where Kara resides, designated as Earth 38. Although Russell was not well versed in the intricacies of the narrative of the Arrowverse, he was nonetheless grateful for the Flash, as it afforded him some understanding of the multiverse in which he found himself, particularly regarding several intriguing crossover episodes. In summary, within this multiverse inhabited by superheroes, Earth stands as the unequivocal center, with each universe named after it, and these superheroes serve as the guardians of their respective realms. For instance, Supergirl and Superman inhabit Earth 38, while the Flash, Green Arrow, and Legends of Tomorrow dwell on Earth 1. The formidable antagonist from the second season of The Flash, Zoom, along with the doppelganger of Dr. Wells, resides on Earth 2, and there are also worlds such as Earth 10, occupied by Nazis, Earth 27, home to the Injustice League, and the Earth where the malevolent Kara and Green Arrow exist, alongside the Superman prequel and Kingdom Come Superman, among others. To be candid, although his lack of familiarity with the plot left him with only a vague impression of these worlds, their existence was undeniably concrete. Now, due to Russell's presence, a new multiverse had come into being. He had never imagined that he would be the catalyst for the creation of a new universe. While he had heard tales of how the existence of travelers could disrupt timelines and give rise to parallel worlds, understanding such concepts was entirely different from experiencing them firsthand, especially since he had become the guardian of this new realm. Nonetheless, two pressing questions lingered. Firstly, according to the system, this new multiverse, Earth 38, was perpetually threatened by the possibility of being restored by the multiverse, owing to its existence outside the so-called sacred timeline. Although the specifics of this threat remained unclear, it could hardly be anything favorable. Particularly concerning was the system's assertion that this multiverse was in the process of creating his doppelganger, thereby incorporating Russell into the sacred timeline of the multiverse. As for the nature of this so-called sacred timeline, the system provided no explanation. However, Russell surmised it could pertain to the original narrative, or, in a manner more befitting the grandeur of the multiverse, referred to as destiny. Russell held no aversion to being governed by fate. His sole concern was whether the future that awaited him would align with his interests. If not, as he had discussed with Lillian Luthor, the counterpart of Cadmus the previous night, he pondered, what would be the cost? The second question arises. As a time traveler, his existence has given rise to a parallel universe within this superhero realm. Will his journey to other worlds yield similar outcomes? If every world he visits births a new parallel universe that requires his guardianship, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. In truth, there appears to be an answer. 438 is not the only world he has traversed. During this period, he ventured once more into the universe of the film Powerless, which seemingly did not present such complications. Regrettably, Russell's inquiries are numerous, yet the system offers no inclination towards providing answers. Even the pivotal question regarding the so-called power of creation remains undisclosed to him. This seems to pertain to his ability to access new worlds. Prior to this, he possessed an opportunity to journey to other realms, a reward granted by the system after he personally dealt with the mastermind behind the horrific attack that led to his parents' demise 3 years ago. However, Russell has yet to utilize this chance. This hesitation stems from 2 reasons. He has not yet approached Kara to acquire Superman's powers, and he wishes to retain a contingency plan for himself. Although, based on the narrative he is familiar with, the multiverse he currently inhabits appears to be of a lower tier, devoid of those formidable beings who could obliterate multiverses at will. The unstable factor of the Flash is absent from his universe, and even the crisis on Infinite Earths concluded without calamity. Nevertheless, it is prudent for a time traveler to maintain a safeguard. Thus, he has held onto this opportunity to traverse to other worlds, yet now it has vanished. This implies that Russell must continue to remain inconspicuous while hastening to acquire the final 30 of Kryptonian physiology. But how should he proceed? Marriage, perhaps? Now that they share a bed, fully intertwined, it seems this is the only course left to consider. Of course, if one were to contemplate further, children could serve as a potential breakthrough. However, after cohabiting for such a duration, Kara shows no signs of pregnancy, suggesting this is not an effortless endeavor. Is it due to Kryptonian genetic factors, or is Kara simply not ready yet? Reflecting on this, he realizes there are many avenues still open to him. To prepare for the new future, he must begin his preparations. So where should he start? Perhaps with the advanced technology obtained from the Cadmus base. Chapter 59. Advanced technology, 20 nautical miles off the coast of International City. A cargo ship sails across the vast ocean. Here we are. As the vessel docks, machinery whirs to life, and a multitude of tightly sealed iron containers, obscured from view, are cast into the sea. Upon completing this task, the cargo ship resumes its journey, seemingly untouched by its previous actions, swiftly disappearing beyond the horizon. Deep beneath the ocean, approximately 100 meters below the surface, a multitude of glimmering red lights revealed the presence of countless nanobots, whose origins remained a mystery. These tiny machines adhered to iron crates, prompting the boxes to move autonomously, drifting further into the abyssal depths of the sea. After around 10 minutes, clusters of green light emerged in the shadowy seabed, reminiscent of airport guiding lights, leading the iron crates to their destination, the submerged behemoth known as the submarine rosefish. As the crates reached the bow of the colossal submarine, the hatch opened, allowing seawater to rush in while the cargo was systematically transferred inside. Once the hatch sealed, the immense pressure expelled the water, and the door to the drainage chamber finally opened. The red nanobots departed, making way for a greater number of green glowing nanobots, who took over the responsibilities of their red counterparts, transporting the crates into another compartment. This new area appeared to be a storage room for supplies, bustling with innumerable green and blue nanobots working in perfect harmony. They constructed intricate pathways resembling information superhighways, with the green nanobots tasked with opening the crates and categorizing the materials and equipment within. The blue nanobots, in turn, efficiently delivered the required materials deeper into the submarine based on demand. As the scene unfolded, a futuristic assembly line factory revealed itself, where the blue nanobots meticulously transported materials to their designated locations. Fully automated production equipment operated tirelessly, producing even more nanobots, which were coded into red, green, and blue classifications to fulfill their designated roles. Within the relatively compact confines of the submarine, this simple tricolored nanobot community formed a meticulously organized micro-society. In the sole experimental chamber, the only area habitable by humans, Veronica gazed in awe at the spectacle before her. She turned to Russell, who was seated on a sofa, and exclaimed, "You have captivated me more and more, Russell. I never imagined that in such a short time, you would create such technological marvels here. At this rate, you could even establish a robotic kingdom." Russell, seemingly unperturbed, replied, "I had no choice. I required assistance, and these machines proved to be far more reliable than humans, never betraying me. I would not." Veronica interjected, her interest piqued. Had it not been for the awkward presence of Dr. Rowe, She would have welcomed a more in-depth conversation with Russell. Russell, affirming his trust, remarked, "I certainly believe in you, Veronica. Our relationship has withstood the test of time. So, Dr. Rowe, how is your research progressing?" "Very smoothly." Dr. Rowe, finally seizing the opportunity to speak, responded with enthusiasm. "Veronica has provided a number of willing volunteers, allowing me to conduct some tests. I now possess a 70% certainty of successfully granting Veronica the power she desires." "Is it merely 70? That seems rather modest." "To be frank, 70 is quite substantial. Evolution is the most elusive of concepts, and humanity has traversed this path over thousands of years. Yet we seek to accomplish it in merely 3 months. If not a miracle, what else could it be? Furthermore, Russell, if you could resolve one issue, might this probability increase? Perhaps to 90. What issue?" "Energy. I have meticulously studied the transformation of that woman into a conduit of fire. Apart from the cellular changes, it is evident that the lightning strike was a crucial factor. Due to the absence of concrete observational data, I can only estimate that the energy required falls between 1 to 1,000 times 1 billion joules, which roughly equates to the total electricity consumption of the entire international city in one night. Clearly, the energy supplied by this submarine cannot meet such demands. It lacks even a nuclear reactor and instead relies on fuel engines." At this moment, Russell's eyes lit up as he turned to Dr. Luo. "I must say, fate is indeed favoring us, Dr. Luo." Dr. Luo appeared somewhat perplexed. "It's quite simple. I have recently acquired a technology related to energy, known as the Omega Polyhedron. It originates from an ancient, now extinct planet and can significantly enhance the conversion rate between matter and energy. Unfortunately, it is not complete, but that is not an insurmountable obstacle. I shall devise a solution." In the desolate night, amid the howling winds of the Arctic, Russell descended upon this place. Here lies Superman's secret base on Earth, the Fortress of Solitude, housing remnants of Krypton. By infiltrating the mainframe of Cadmus, Russell has indeed acquired a plethora of advanced technologies. Through analyzing this data, he discovered that most of these so-called black technologies date back to 12 years ago, coinciding with Kara's arrival on Earth from the Kryptonian prison, the Fortress of Solitude. Although Cadmus has conducted sufficiently detailed research on these technologies, such as energy technology, anti-gravity technology, portal technology, and spacecraft technology, humanity remains largely ignorant of their intricacies due to their advanced nature. Consequently, Russell resolved to make this journey. Previously, he had ventured here accompanied by Kara, Superman, and Lois, but this time, he is alone. This marks a personal endeavor. As a member of the once most powerful race in the universe, Krypton, which colonized the cosmos thousands of years ago, the abundance of advanced technology at his disposal is immeasurable. Gaining access to these technologies would be an extraordinary fortune. Fortunately, the initial phase proceeded smoothly. As Russell unlocked the entrance with the key concealed at the doorstep and stepped inside, he was greeted by Chris, a service robot from Krypton. "Mr. Russell, how may I assist you today?" The robot's amiable demeanor left Russell somewhat astonished. He tentatively inquired, "May I pose a question to you?" "Of course. It is my honor to serve you, Mr. Russell." One must admit that Chris, as an assistant robot, exhibited the manners of a true gentleman in both speech and action. "I am quite curious. I should not be a Kryptonian, so can my word command you as well?" "Indeed, in truth. The ship's Kryptonian intelligence system is not designed to serve any singular Kryptonian, but rather all Kryptonians. Therefore, the true key to activating the system lies in Kryptonian genetics, not in a name or identity. Furthermore, since your last visit here with Miss Kara, the ship's intelligence system has automatically updated your identity information. Then, if I were to request that you keep everything I do here confidential, not disclosing it to anyone, including Kara or Clark, could you comply?" Floating in midair, Chris seemed to ponder for a moment before responding, "I regret to inform you, Mr. Russell, that your permissions fall short of those of Kara Zor-El and Kal-El. However, I will not voluntarily disclose any occurrences here unless Kara Zor-El or Kal-El actively inquire." "Very well, I understand," Russell replied, appearing to grasp the situation, and then proceeded to address the matter at hand. "I have come here with one question, which pertains to the prospect of having children with Kara. Despite my earnest efforts, I have yet to achieve any results. I trust you comprehend the implications of my words?" "Certainly," Chris answered with resolute clarity. Observing this, Russell posed his critical inquiry. "So, my question is Is there some reason I'm unaware of? Regrettably, I must apologize. Regarding the matter of procreation, my authority is insufficient to provide you with an answer. Chris replied candidly. Just as Russell contemplated whom he should direct his questions to, a woman's figure materialized on the ship's control console amidst flickering blue lights. Russell, wow. I did not anticipate that this question would summon you. Lady Alara. Indeed, the holographic apparition before him was none other than Kara's mother, Alara. No need for apologies. You are my daughter's boyfriend. In fact, I am aware of the crux of your concerns, which is precisely why I have manifested here. Russell appeared contrite. That is truly wonderful. I am not in a rush to have children with Kara, nor did I intend to secretly come here without her knowledge. I merely wish to clarify matters in advance, as there are certain topics I cannot broach with Kara directly. I understand. In fact, Clark has previously inquired about related issues. His situation with his wife, Lois, is equally intricate. So what is the answer? Last time, you informed Kara and me that, due to my possessing a portion of Kryptonian genes, we should find it easier to conceive than Clark and his wife. However, that does not seem to be the case. I distinctly recall that the last word I used was perhaps. Very well, you may elaborate on the distinction. Certainly. Aluna's figure began to float gracefully as she spoke softly. I previously mentioned that Krypton's history is profoundly ancient and over the vast expanse of time, in order to regulate its population. Krypton has genetically eradicated the possibility of natural procreation. Even Clark's parents conceive him only with the aid of advanced technology. This left Russell somewhat bewildered as he inquired, if that is the case, why do you believe that Kara and I might be different? It's quite simple, although we remain uncertain as to how this is achieved. There indeed exists a portion of Kryptonian genetic material within you. Fortuitously, this Kryptonian lineage likely traces back to the inhabitants of Krypton from 18,000 years ago, when the planet had yet to impose population controls, making natural conception the norm. Coupled with your earthly heritage, it stands to reason that you may have a chance to transcend the constraints of genetics. Is it possible that you cannot ascertain the origin of my genes? Indeed, as I mentioned, due to a malfunction and the subsequent 18,000 years of cryostasis, all prior data has been entirely lost. It was only when Clark, in his youth, brought a new sunstone here to update the ship's control systems that we were able to restore functionality. However, the systems contained within the sunstone he brought were from Krypton after the implementation of population control, which meant that much of the genetic information was either preserved or obliterated, leaving behind only the records pertinent to the creation secrets. Thus, we can only make the most reasonable deductions about your origins, rather than confirm them. Moreover, unlike Clark, who was conceived naturally, Kara was brought into existence through the secrets of creation and Kryptonian embryo technology. Consequently, although life on Earth has rendered her body less resistant to natural conception, her genetics still harbor certain anomalies. Therefore, you cannot merely abandon your powers to facilitate procreation. Is there no possible solution? How did Clark's parents manage it? Would that method be applicable to Kara and me? This inquiry caused Aluna to fall silent for a moment. After a brief pause, she continued, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide an answer. The circumstances surrounding you and Clark's parents are not analogous. Your genetic makeup comprises both Earthling and Kryptonian elements. This response seemed to plunge Russell into despair. He lowered his head, inhaling deeply several times before slowly articulating. I have an idea, though I'm uncertain of its viability. Please do share. In a sense, I'm also a scientist. Might you grant me some degree of access to investigate Kryptonian technologies? Perhaps I could uncover a solution. Unfortunately, Aluna did not appear inclined to acquiesce. I comprehend your thoughts, yet I find it unnecessary. The technology of Krypton surpasses human understanding. Alara was merely interrupted by Russell before she could finish her statement, while simultaneously activating her most formidable skill. I am fully aware, of course, that hope appears scant, yet should we not persevere? Russell gazed intently at Alara, his eyes brimming with emotion. Kara had informed me that Krypton, akin to our own nation, places immense value on familial legacy and holds the belief that blood is thicker than water. Therefore, regardless of whether you stand before me as a supercomputer from Krypton or the true mother of Kara, I believe you can fathom my plight and lend your support. In that fleeting moment, the interior of the Fortress of Solitude succumbed to a profound silence, and the phantom of Alara seemed to enter a state of contemplation. After an extended pause, she finally spoke. In truth, you already possess these privileges. You are a scion of ancient Krypton, brought here by Kara to receive our recognition and blessings. Russell paid no heed to the veracity of her words, but expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I shall take good care of Kara. No need for thanks. Now what must I do? Simply place your palm upon the controller. I shall bestow upon you new permissions. And there is much for you to learn. Most importantly, you must grasp the language of Krypton, for only then will you be able to navigate the systems of this vessel and comprehend the lexicon of Krypton." Chapter 61, Multiverse, Earth 38. Although Russell's recent journey through time and space felt akin to a fleeting dream, it compelled the inhabitants of Earth 38 to take heed. Particularly Kara, for that man had proclaimed himself her boyfriend, and the two had shared a bed that very morning. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Alex mobilized all resources of the action department to investigate Russell's background, swiftly yielding results. Within a confidential chamber of the action department, Kara anxiously inquired of Alex and Hank Henshaw as they entered, "Have you found anything?" "Yes, but the results indicate that this individual perished 9 years ago in a terrorist attack." Alex responded, handing his findings to Kara. She scrutinized the information, yet found no connection between this man named Russell and any possible acquaintances. This left Kara somewhat speechless as she remarked, "So, what exactly is going on? Could it truly be a parallel world? He is my boyfriend in the realm known as 38. I cannot say for certain. It may indeed be true, or perhaps it is merely a cruel jest by some supervillain," Alex replied calmly. It was Hank Henshaw who then posed a question. "What do you sense?" "Supergirl, since he suddenly appeared by your side and claims to be another version of your boyfriend, you must be the key factor in this situation. Perhaps you hold the answer." Kara was momentarily taken aback. She intended to express her complete lack of feelings, yet inexplicably, an overwhelming emotion surged within her heart, rendering her unable to articulate her thoughts. With a sorrowful expression, she said, "It feels strange. Though I have no acquaintance with him, there is an odd sensation that reminds me of Kenny." "Who?" The name sparked a recollection in Alex, who explained he was Kara's first love, a high school classmate, and of Asian descent. "Interesting. Perhaps I could seek him out to inquire if there is any connection," Alex remarked, casting a silent glance at Hank Henshaw before turning to his sister, who was lost in painful recollections. He whispered to his superior, "Kenny is dead. He was murdered during our high school years." "Oh, my apologies." Hank Henshaw, noticing that the line of questioning yielded no answers, offered consolation to the sorrowful Kara. "In that case, Kara, you should return home and rest. As it stands, there doesn't seem to be any peculiar occurrences continuing." Kara did not object. She indeed felt unwell. Contemplating this, she returned to her home. Yet her mood did not improve. Lying on the sofa, her emotions grew increasingly complex. The death of Kenny remained an indelible sorrow for Kara, as he was the first boy she encountered on this planet who accepted her alien identity and all. However, on the night he confessed his feelings. In a moment of panic, Kara had rejected him, only to receive the news of his murder the following day, an event that became her greatest regret. At that moment, she felt a wave of disorientation, her surroundings blurring as if she were dreaming. Faintly, she overheard a familiar conversation. "Alex, have you found any useful information?" "Just a bit. We might be able to trace Jeremiah's whereabouts through the Cadmus agents. Should we inform Eliza that Jeremiah is still alive?" "Not now. I don't want her to endure another ordeal. We'll wait until we have confirmation. Then let us continue." Initially dazed, Kara felt a flicker of clarity upon hearing the crucial information that her adoptive father, Jeremiah, was still alive. In her haze, she realized she seemed to be in the Department of Action, and before her stood two familiar figures. One of them was her sister, Alex, while the other turned out to be herself. This bizarre scene instantaneously brought to Kara's mind a realization. Could this be Earth 38? Just as she was about to confirm her thoughts and speak, a formidable force abruptly yanked her back, causing her to snap her eyes open. She found herself once again in her own room. Kara's gaze transformed into one of incredulity. Unbeknownst to the Kara of Earth 38, at the moment she was pulled back, she and her sister Alex were delving into the computer's files, seeking information related to their adoptive father. In that fleeting instant, she sensed something amiss and turned her head abruptly, her expression one of perplexity. "What is it, Kara?" Kara, feeling a twinge of oddity but unable to articulate it, hesitantly replied, "Alex, did you just feel someone standing here?" Alex glanced behind them into the empty space, and then looked back at her sister, hesitating before responding. "Are you tired? Perhaps we should take a break." "No." Kara dismissed the notion, pondering that she might have misinterpreted her feelings. "Let us continue. Earth. This is an extraordinarily unique universe, possessing a timeline, history, and culture similar to the vast majority of universes. Except for one pivotal difference. Germany invented the atomic bomb before the United States. As a result, the Nazis triumphed in World War II, reigning over the entire world, with the F-Rare not meeting his demise until 1994. The new F-Rare was none other than the Green Arrow of this world, Oliver Queen, alongside his wife, Supergirl. This implies that the presence of the Supergirl from Earth 38 was not only sensed by her counterpart, but also by the nefarious version of herself from this world. Within a lavish palace, upon a bed of crimson as vivid as blood, the evil Supergirl was jolted awake from a nightmarish slumber, incredulously recalling the scenes she had just witnessed. Beside her, her husband, the malevolent Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, was equally roused. "What is it? Your heart?" Oliver inquired, concern etched across his features. In her quest for the immense power to conquer this earth, the wicked Kara had drawn too close to the sun, which granted her formidable abilities but also accelerated the decay of her cells, leading to her heart's deterioration. However, this awakening was not sparked by such a concern. She gazed at her beloved and recounted all that she had just seen. "I encountered another version of myself, a version that appeared almost foolish. I cannot discern if it was a dream or something else." Upon hearing this, the malevolent Oliver's eyes gleamed with newfound intensity as he grasped Kara's hand. "What if this is not merely a dream? It could represent an opportunity for your salvation." The wicked Kara's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet she furrowed her brow, questioning. "A multiverse?" But the dilemma remains. How do we reach that world? This too caused Oliver to frown in contemplation. At that moment, a sudden flash of red lightning illuminated the palace, alerting the nefarious Kara and the villainous Oliver. It was then that a figure clad in a yellow uniform halted before them and uttered a singular phrase. "I just heard that you wish to venture to another world." Meanwhile, on Earth 38, Russell, oblivious to the unfolding events, was engrossed in studying the language and script of Krypton in the solitary fortress, until a phone call interrupted his intense focus. "Russell, I need your assistance." Chapter 62, Astra's Action Division. The atmosphere was chaotic, evident from the aftermath of a fierce battle, with many individuals bearing injuries. Upon returning, Russell surveyed the scene and, guided by an agent, made his way to the alien prison of the Action Division. In addition to the already awaiting Kara and Alex, another figure was present. "My dear," Kara exclaimed, rushing into Russell's embrace, clearly fatigued. As Russell held his girlfriend, he glanced at the familiar faces in the prison, his gaze meeting Astra's, who regarded them with a peculiar look, while Alex appeared anxious. "What transpired? Where is Director Hank?" "Hank has been captured." Alex, seemingly flustered, explained the situation to Russell. This revelation took Russell by surprise. "By whom?" It was Kara who responded, her composure visibly restored in the presence of her boyfriend. "By known, Astra's husband. This morning, Astra appeared above the city, and we engaged in battle. However, it turned out to be a trap. While I was distracted, Known led criminals from Rossburg to assault Raw Technologies. Hank rushed to provide support. Though I defeated Astra, Known managed to abduct Hank. Russell finally grasped the situation, raising an eyebrow. "It seems that during my absence, quite a lot transpired. So, who is in charge of the Action Division now?" "Currently, it is I," Alex replied. "Congratulations on your promotion." Russell jested before turning his attention back to the cell housing Astra. "So, did you manage to extract Hank's whereabouts from his Astra?" Without needing a response, Russell discerned the answer from Kara's furious gaze. Left with no recourse, he approached Astra. "Greetings, Ms. Astra. I believe this is our first encounter." Despite her imprisonment, Astra exhibited no sense of defeat. Instead, she regarded Russell with the demeanor of a victor. "I'm acquainted with you. The young gentleman who has captured my little niece's heart. Even among mortals, you stand as the most formidable. However, you must not presume that I would divulge to you the answers that even my dear niece cannot extract from me." This audacious demeanor ignited an unparalleled fury within Kara, compelling her to approach in a fit of emotion. Fortunately, Russell restrained her, urging her to regain her composure as she sulked to the side. Observing this, Astra couldn't help but revel in her triumph. Even with a boyfriend, my little niece remains unable to temper her fiery temperament, Russell remarked nonchalantly. It appears Kara spoke true. Ms. Astra, your former relationship was indeed profound. Kara has recounted numerous tales for her childhood, and I can sense that she regards you as a maternal figure. Astra's gaze flickered with a hint of softness, yet she maintained her steely resolve. You do not imagine that such sentimental platitudes can sway me, do you? Certainly not. However, I've been pondering that Kara truly values you. How splendid it would be if we were not adversaries. In such a case, I would undoubtedly invite you to my wedding with Kara. By the way, Kara took me to the Solitude Fortress, where I met Lady Aluna and received her blessing. Yet, I understand that the blessing she genuinely seeks is yours, Ms. Astra. After all, the Lady Aluna, there is merely a specter, while you are Kara's true kin. In that moment, Astra's demeanor softened, revealing a flicker of emotion. While Kara's earlier ire dissipated as she gazed upon Astra, reminiscing about their shared past, her eyes softening. Seizing the moment, Russell continued, Indeed, if circumstances allow, once Kara and I have children, we could live together as a true family, 3 generations united. I envision it as a profoundly heartwarming scene, a cherished aspiration for both Kara and myself. Astra seemed to reflect on something, slowly articulating, yes, blood ties and family. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Kara stepped forward, pleading, I implore you, Astra, I know you have never wavered. You will forever be the one who cared for me. Astra's gaze wavered at the sight of her little niece's beseeching eyes. Russell, sensing the need for space between the two, declared, I shall step outside and await you. Alex, perceptively offering Kara a knowing glance, followed Russell's lead. As they departed, Astra regarded her niece, remarking, You have chosen a commendable man. Kara, outside the prison. Russell and Alex waited. Observing Russell's relaxed demeanor, Alex complimented, You truly are remarkable, effortlessly handling every situation. Russell dismissed the praise with understated humility, merely responding, Everyone has something they find difficult to let go of. What about you? Unfortunately, Russell did not respond. Observing this, Alex shifted the conversation and inquired, Where have you been these past few days? It seems you were absent from International City. Indeed, I was occupied with preparing for something, Russell replied. Can you divulge what it is? Gazing into Alex's inquisitive eyes, Russell pondered for a moment before revealing a proposal. This revelation left Alex somewhat taken aback. It indeed clarified her lingering doubts. Her demeanor relaxed slightly as she asked, So, you plan to surprise Kara? There's no other way. Such matters require a man to take the initiative, don't they? Besides, I might need your assistance when the time comes. Rest assured, I am at your service. Would you like me to offer some suggestions? That would be splendid. Just then, an agent hurriedly approached. Director Danvers, we have received a message from the Kryptonians. They wish to negotiate. Alex and Russell exchanged glances before hastening to the control room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the image of Lieutenant Known from Krypton and his urgent message. I'm Lieutenant Known of Krypton. We each hold key personnel from the other side. Let's negotiate. You return General Astra to us, and I will provide you with Hank Henshaw. You have 48 hours. Otherwise, I will execute him. With that, Known's image vanished, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. Russell, however, sensed something amiss and turned to Alex. It seems something is not quite right. Before Alex could respond, Kara rushed out anxiously. Observing this, Alex hastily asked, Did you uncover Hank's whereabouts? Not directly. Astra didn't say it outright, but she hinted at something regarding the Great Purge. Chapter 63. Establishing Trust, the Great Purge? The three were no strangers to this term, as Russell had heard it from Lieutenant Known months prior. The operations department had conducted an investigation, but unfortunately yielded no results. Russell, beginning to grasp the situation, stated, It seems my suspicions were correct. Astra and her husband Known's plans are far from simple. Why do you say that? Alex, acting as the acting head of the operations department, remained remarkably composed. It is quite simple, Russell began, turning his gaze to Kara. First, Astra's defeat raises significant questions. Although Kara, you have made remarkable progress recently. Defeating Astra and capturing her is no easy feat, Kara, rather than feeling disheartened, responded with understanding. Indeed, I too sense something amiss. Given Astra's cautious nature, it is unlikely she would openly challenge me. I find it more plausible that no one would act in such a manner. Moreover, she has just divulged certain matters regarding events preceding the destruction of Krypton. Astra once contemplated initiating a cleansing on Krypton to save it, but was thwarted by my mother, who employed me as bait to lure Astra into revealing herself. At this point, Kara felt an overwhelming sorrow. She had just learned that her mother had deceived her. When she was quite young, her identity was used to send messages to Astra, ultimately ensnaring the ever-cautious Astra into capture. Her mother had manipulated Astra as affection for her. Did she elaborate on what this cleansing entailed? No, Kara despondently shook her head. Observing this, Russell refrained from further comments, offering a comforting embrace to Kara before continuing. This indicates that the crux of the matter does not revolve around Kara, nor Astra, nor even Hank. They are merely a fade designed to divert everyone's attention. Their true intentions need not be elaborated upon. Alex interjected with a spark of realization. Rod technology, Maxwell Rod, Alex continued, albeit with a hint of frustration. But he is utterly unwilling to cooperate with us. It seems I must pay him a visit to see if I can glean anything from Rod technology. This marked Russell's second visit to Maxwell Rod. The previous encounter had bestowed upon Russell a formidable ability known as the Curse of Knowledge. While it may not possess the immediacy of Kryptonian genetic power, it indeed proved invaluable to Russell, particularly in situations where he could not directly exhibit Kryptonian strength. However, this did not foster a closer relationship with Maxwell Rod. In fact, subsequent contact ceased altogether, and he even turned down an invitation for a trial run of Maxwell Rod's Supertrain. Thankfully, Russell possessed a certain resilience, a quality essential for any aspiring actor. Upon arriving at the location, Russell soon discovered that he was not the first to have come here. Jimmy Olsen was also present, seemingly embroiled in a dispute with Maxwell Rod, and was escorted out by security. Russell's arrival naturally drew the attention of both parties. Wow, one has left, and another has arrived. Russell, are you here in pursuit of the so-called truth like your colleague? Jimmy paused, camera in hand, regarding Russell. Even with Lucy, who deeply adored him, and his burgeoning relationship with Kara, Jimmy had not relinquished his pursuit of Kara. After learning of recent events from the warm atmosphere of the secret base, he had decided to come to Maxwell Rod, hoping to uncover something that would earn him favor in Kara's eyes. After exchanging a courteous greeting with Jimmy, Russell turned his gaze towards Maxwell Rod. While I would very much like to affirm, I believe that honesty is paramount in this situation. Therefore, my answer is no. In addition to my primary duties, I also serve a clandestine special division, which I presume Mr. Max has encountered before. This piqued Max's interest as he remarked, I expected you would resort to the feeble excuse of press freedom like this gentleman. This left Jimmy utterly speechless. I understand that a perceptive individual like Mr. Max would uncover the truth I just shared. Thus, there is no need for concealment. Max shrugged and replied, Surely, you do not think I would be swayed by such insincere flattery? Of course not. However, I believe Mr. Max would not mind granting me a moment for us to converse. Max's expression then brightened as he addressed Jimmy. Do you see? This is the attitude a professional journalist should adopt towards their interviewee. Follow me. The esteemed reporter need not join us. Within the office of Rod Technology, under Maxwell Rod's invitation, Russell settled onto the sofa. Maxwell appeared quite hospitable, surveying his liquor cabinet in search of an appropriate beverage to offer. Would you care for something to drink? Coke. This response elicited a chuckle from Max, lightening the atmosphere. Maxwell retrieved 2 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator, placing them before each of them. After opening a bottle and taking a hearty swig, he remarked, I must say, Coke is truly a marvel of human history. Beverages like coffee, cocoa, wine, and tea have millennia of tradition. Yet Coke, having existed for less than 150 years, has captivated the globe. I hadn't considered it so deeply. I simply prefer sugar over alcohol. Sugar, the essence of human life and energy. I wonder if those Kryptonians share our fondness for such delights. The thought of a world under their rule, devoid of Coke, fills me with despair. So, Mr. Max, might you enlighten me about the true purpose of the Kryptonians' visit today? Max, upon hearing this, vigorously shook his finger, gazing intently at Russell. Not so fast, journalist or agent. Trust is a mutual endeavor. Your earlier candor merely secured you the opportunity for this dialogue. To pose your next inquiry, we must establish a new foundation of trust. What does Mr. Max believe such trust should entail? Russell inquired with an air of ease. Why don't we begin by watching a video? As the words left his lips, the screen in Max's office flickered to life, revealing footage of a few months prior. The military intelligence's robotic unit, Red Cyclone, confronting Russell during his move. Max watched intently, commenting as he did so. In order to decipher the system of the Red Cyclone, the military sought my assistance, and I fortuitously unearthed some intriguing information within. Alex Danvers, Lucy Lane, and Hank Henshaw were all implicated. Initially, I paid little heed to it until I stumbled upon some fascinating connections. A charming blonde sweetheart intertwined with individuals who otherwise bore no relation to one another. Chapter 64. Mutual probing at last, there was a semblance of normalcy. This was the sentiment that enveloped Russell after he absorbed the words of Maxwell Lord. He felt neither the panic of being threatened nor the irritation of Kara's identity being unveiled. The rationale was quite straightforward. Russell had inhabited this world for 27 years, a span not to be trifled with, affording him a rather profound comprehension of its peculiarities. To put it succinctly, this world exuded an air of absurdity, perhaps reflective of the adolescent-targeted superhero narratives it stemmed from. As an audience member, one might perceive the plots as somewhat implausible and melodramatic. Yet to truly exist within this realm evokes a sensation of childishness and absurdity. For instance, one could engage in verbal sparring, yielding unexpectedly illogical outcomes. The superheroes and supervillains appeared almost naively incapable of acceptance. The notion that a mere pair of spectacles could ingeniously conceal one's identity struck Russell as laughable. Moreover, the pervasive presence of distasteful political correctness clashed starkly with Russell's rationality, engendering within him a profound sense of disconnection from this world. In his imagination, a genuine superhero universe should resemble The Watchmen or The Boys, teetering on the edge of grimness. At least akin to the likes of Man of Steel or The Dark Knight Rises, not merely a playground for children. Fortunately, the company he kept was not that of unruly youths, but rather that of an enchanting female superhero. This made the experience bearable, akin to indulging a young lady. He had assumed that the vast majority of individuals in this world were similarly naive, including those he had encountered who were deemed intelligent, wielded power, or possessed formidable superpowers. Even Lena Luthor, whom he greatly admired, seemed unable to escape this folly. Yet now, finally, there was a person of sound mind, Maxwell Lord. The only individual known to Russell who, with merely a shred of evidence, discerned that Kara was indeed the clever superheroine. As for Lillian Luthor, Russell harbored doubts regarding her capability to unearth Kara's true identity through her own prowess. He was far more inclined to believe that she had received assistance from her son, Lex Luthor. This added an intriguing layer to the discourse. My apologies, Mr. Lord, but what you have suggested comes at a different price. This response, though evasive, seemed to please Maxwell Lord immensely. He had an affinity for rational individuals. How fascinating. In light of this, allow me to pose another question. What prompted you to join this clandestine government agency? Was it for the sake of your charming young girlfriend? I must clarify that I am not a member of this clandestine government agency. My primary vocation remains that of a journalist. My presence here is solely due to our shared adversary, the Kryptonians. More accurately, the malevolent Kryptonians. Russell corrected Maxwell Lord's error, who, undeterred, continued his inquiry. Then why not join this secret government agency? Russell refrained from answering directly, instead stating, I apologize, Mr. Lord, but that constitutes a second question. As you rightly mentioned, reciprocity is the foundation of trust. Perhaps you might first entertain one of my inquiries? Go ahead, Maxwell Lord responded, evidently intrigued. Seizing the moment, Russell posed his question. Why did those Kryptonians attack Lord Technologies? Maxwell Lord replied, they stole something from me. What was it? He inquired with a sly grin. Isn't this your second question? Maxwell retorted. Very well, then, Mr. Lord, what is your second question? It's quite simple. The question you just posed, why do you not join this secret government agency? My answer is equally straightforward. I do not trust them, including the Department of Defense and the U.S. government behind them. The localized thermodynamic equilibrium system interface controller. Is that your answer to my previous question? Now it's my turn. Why do you distrust them? This seems at odds with your demeanor, particularly considering your girlfriend's sister is a member of this agency. Maxwell Lord pressed, his eagerness palpable. Russell's mind wandered into the realm of memories as he replied, "The truth is, I have never trusted the U.S. government, especially following the events surrounding my parents' demise. They were not true Americans. They came to the U.S. believing in the American dream promoted by television and newspapers. However, upon their arrival, they discovered a reality utterly different from their expectations. Not only were they discriminated against by Americans, but even their fellow countrymen turned against them. This place changed them. Fortunately, they managed to endure the most challenging times, and as their wealth grew, they were surrounded by more trustworthy individuals. Little did they know that their fleeting happiness would be shattered by a horrific terrorist attack. I once believed the U.S. government would respond to this attack, but to my astonishment, they chose silence. In fact, very few people in the entire country were even aware of the incident. At that time, I was still naive, until I personally sought out the orchestrator of that operation, and only then did I grasp the truth. The bombs that killed my parents were supplied by the U.S. The soldiers were trained by them, and even their leader was a local representative of the U.S. Do you think at that juncture I could still trust them?" In that moment, Russell's response plunged Maxwell Lord into his own reverie, prompting him to respond without hesitation. The interface controller for the local thermodynamic equilibrium system allows the Kryptonians to manage all satellites belonging to Rod Technologies in space. However, the true intentions of those malevolent Kryptonians remain a mystery to me. Russell, coming to his senses, inquired, "Is there no way to disable it?" The response was disheartening. "It is quite difficult. You may perceive it as a unique interface, akin to an individual backend account and password granted to each administrator on a website, bestowing supreme authority. To alter it, there are only two options: either destroy all the satellites or rewrite the system. However, that is an impossibility. Even if I were to agree, I would find it unfeasible. Rod Technologies does not belong solely to me. These privileges are shared with other stakeholders. I am confident that even in the face of an apocalypse, they would not consent to the destruction of private assets valued in the billions." With the answers he sought now revealed, Russell saw no reason to linger further. "Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. I shall take my leave now, hoping our next conversation is equally pleasant." "Indeed," replied Maxwell, watching Russell depart before he made his way to another secret laboratory. There, on a hospital bed, lay a girl connected to numerous medical devices, her pupils as dark as night. Maxwell, upon seeing her, wore an expression of anticipation and murmured, "I apologize. Our time is limited. Let's proceed directly to the next phase of the experiment." Upon returning to the operations department, Russell encountered an intriguing situation. Chapter 65, Occupation of the Nest. What was happening? Upon his return, he found the place transformed. Various soldiers clad in American military uniforms had taken over, relegating the agents to the sidelines. Before Russell's inquiries could be addressed by Kara and Alex, General Ryan from the Intelligence Division approached with an air of authority. "This question should be directed at you, Mr. Russell. I did not see your name in the personnel files of the Operations Department. You should not be here." It was Alex who interjected, stating, "Mr. Russell, like Wonder Woman, is an external employee of our Operations Department, not listed among the agents. You have no say in the matter, Agent Danvers." General Ryan dismissed them, returning to his soldiers, for he now considered himself the victor. Alex then led Russell and Kara to a corner, where he quietly explained, "They have received orders from the president to take over the operations department during Ron's absence. But enough about that. How did your conversation with Maxwell go?" Russell replied nonchalantly, "It went reasonably well. He informed me that Known and his associates had stolen something from Rod Technologies known as the Local Thermodynamic Equilibrium System Interface Controller, which enables them to control all extraterrestrial assets in the sky." This revelation left Kara perplexed. Why would controlling these extraterrestrials serve any purpose for Known and his crew? "I am uncertain. It seems that Mr. Max is equally oblivious. Of course, it is also possible that he is reluctant to disclose the information to me. Nevertheless, we must prepare ourselves promptly. Max informed me that there are only two methods to render this controller ineffective. One is to obliterate all satellites, which is manifestly impossible. The other is to rewrite the systems of these satellites. Yet this requires the consent of the Rod Technology Board, making it no less challenging than the first option. This predicament has plunged Kara and Alex into a state of anxiety. What shall we do now? Should we convey this to them? Kara glanced at the soldiers from the Intelligence Department who had taken over the premises, along with General Ryan. Alex remained relatively composed. Of course we must inform them. whether to seek a solution or to rescue Hank. Kara, after some contemplation, declared, I will inquire further with Astra. However, at that moment, they noticed General Ryan and a contingent of soldiers advancing with a box, their destination being the detention facility. As Russell, Kara, and Alex arrived at the prison, they witnessed the soldiers poised to inject Astra with green syringes. The green kryptonite lamps within the prison rendered Astra as vulnerable as an ordinary human. Kara instantly recognized the contents of the green syringes and shouted in fury, What are you doing? General Ryan, seemingly unfazed, replied, Supergirl, you should not be here. Since you are unable to extract information about the base from her by your own means, I shall resort to my own methods. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the soldiers to proceed. Without a moment's hesitation, Kara activated her nanosuit's anti-kryptonite mode and charged forward, dispatching the soldiers with a flurry of punches, shielding Astra behind her. This left General Ryan astounded. Why is it that these kryptonite lamps have no effect on you? Kara had no time to explain. She turned to Astra and implored, Astra, I know this is not the real you. Now, tell me, where is Hank? There is still time. Yet Astra remained obstinately defiant. Kara, the only way to save him is to agree to their terms. This infuriated General Ryan even further as he bellowed, I do not know how you have rendered kryptonite ineffective, but we will never negotiate with a terrorist. If you dare to do so, I will arrest you for treason. In an instant, all the soldiers raised their weapons, aiming them at Kara and Astra, intensifying the tension in the air. On one side stood humanity from Earth, and on the other, the family from Krypton. At that critical juncture, Russell stepped forward, positioning himself between both parties, and raised his hands in a gesture reminiscent of a French soldier, proclaiming, Wait. The situation has not yet escalated to such a point of hostility. Regrettably, General Ryan exhibited complete indifference to the views of Russell, a mere mortal, and disdainfully bellowed, Step aside, or I shall treat you as an accomplice. Witnessing this, Alex rushed forward to align himself with Russell, asserting, I apologize, General Ryan, for I do not intend to defy the President's command. But I firmly believe there exists a more prudent course of action. Please remain calm. This display elicited both admiration and confusion from Kara, who remained uncertain about the appropriate course of action. Fortunately, Russell provided a solution. 3 minutes. Grant me 3 minutes, and I shall offer you a resolution. Alex, keep a close watch on Kara. Do not allow her to act impulsively. With a meaningful glance towards his girlfriend, he ventured forth. Naturally, General Ryan was reluctant to acquiesce. Yet faced with the unwavering presence of Alex and Supergirl, particularly the latter's retained powers, he found himself without recourse and conceded, You have only 3 minutes. In that moment, both Kara and Alex exhaled in relief, though their hearts raced with trepidation as they remained unaware of Russell's plan. Nevertheless, Kara's faith in her boyfriend ignited a flicker of hope within her as she grasped Astra's hand. This is our final hope, Astra. Astra's expression softened, for she had never lost faith in her niece, and at that moment, she chose to stand beside her family. 3 minutes, indeed, passed swiftly, and soon Russell re-entered, standing before the eager gazes of the assembled crowd. Fear not, the matter has been resolved. Are you jesting? Resolved? Resolve what? General Ryan's countenance reflected derision as he observed Russell, seemingly having accomplished nothing, while Kara and Alex wore expressions of bewilderment. At that juncture, a soldier from the intelligence division entered, visibly anxious, and approached General Ryan. General Ryan, there is a call for you. With irritation, General Ryan retorted, Do you not see that I am occupied with pressing matters? The soldier, flustered and apprehensive, replied, The call is from the White House. It is a private line from the First Lady. What? General Ryan finally focused, accepting the call, and, under the incredulous gaze of Russell, stated, I understand, Madam President. Following the call's conclusion, General Ryan gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons, declaring, I do not know how you accomplished this, but remember, luck is a fleeting ally. With a glance at Kara and Alex, he begrudgingly added, The First Lady has consented to the prisoner exchange plan. Prepare yourselves. As they watched the reluctant General Ryan depart, the crisis averted, Kara exuberantly rushed into Russell's embrace, holding him tightly. Alex, equally astonished, inquired further, You are acquainted with the esteemed Madam President. Every individual harbors a few secrets, do they not? Russell did not articulate this directly, merely stating it succinctly. However, General Ryan affirmed that fortune only graces one, but a single time, prompting Russell to embrace his girlfriend while gazing toward Astra, confined within the prison cell. Astra, Kara regards you as family and has done everything within her power for you. Such fortuitous circumstances shall not present themselves again. Chapter 66. An unexpected assault in International City. At a certain chemical plant, this was the predetermined venue for the prisoner exchange. As several black sedans arrived, Astra, shackled with Kryptonian restraints, was escorted from the vehicle by Alex. Although I harbor reservations about usurping Kara S. Russell, he spoke a truth. Such luck may never grace us again. If you truly consider Kara as family, then do not disappoint her any further. At that moment, Kara descended from above, her gaze complex as she addressed her sister and aunt. They have arrived. No sooner had she spoken than two figures descended from the sky. They were none other than Lieutenant Known of Krypton and the apprehended Director of Operations, Hank Henshaw. The two parties regarded one another, with Lieutenant Known's eyes filled with disdain as he instructed Hank Henshaw, proceed. As Astra's shackles were unfastened, she cast a glance at her niece and slowly approached. The exchange transpired smoothly. Hank rejoined Kara and Alex, while Astra returned to Known's side. Back at the operations department, Hank Henshaw appeared considerably more relaxed as he addressed Alex and Kara. Although our policy dictates that we never negotiate with terrorists, I must extend my gratitude. This elicited involuntary laughter from both, with Alex adding, your gratitude should be directed not at us, but at Russell. It was he who persuaded Madam President to agree to this transaction. This revelation left Hank Henshaw somewhat astonished. Yet at that instant, Kara suddenly perceived something amiss, her expression shifting to one of tension as she surveyed the skies. Something is not right. Without needing to be reminded, everyone could see countless Kryptonian criminals converging from all directions, surrounding all personnel within the operations department. It became evident to all that this was a trap. Inside the operations department, General Ryan observed this unfolding scenario on the large screen, turning to Russell with a reproachful expression. I warned you, these Kryptonians are untrustworthy. Russell, however, remained fixated on the screen, calmly responding, do not rush. Let us continue to observe. Meanwhile, at the exchange site, Lieutenant Known, witnessing the daughter of Alara and these earthlings stepping into his trap, wasted no time in declaring, eliminate them. Kara, filled with fury, rose abruptly, her gaze fixed upon Astra, while Alex chose to transform without hesitation. Just as the battle was on the verge of erupting, Astra suddenly shouted at her husband, stand down. Astra's command halted all Kryptonian criminals in their tracks. Noon, perplexed, inquired why, General. This is the perfect moment. They are completely under control. Astra replied firmly, honor the agreement. Noon, no fighting today. Though Noon's face displayed endless reluctance and frustration, he ultimately turned to the Kryptonian criminals and declared, withdraw. With their retreat, Noon, in a fit of rage, ascended into the sky, disappearing from sight. Astra then cast a warm yet fierce look at her niece, saying, do not mistake my compassion for weakness, Kara. The cleansing has only just begun. With that, she leapt into the heavens. Witnessing this, Kara gazed at Astra's departing figure, her resolve stronger than ever. I will stop you, she proclaimed, letting out a sigh before returning to Hank Henshaw and Astra, saying, let's go back. Inside the Department of Action, General Lane, feeling a sense of bitterness, sarcastically remarked, the war will never cease. With that, he turned to leave, with Hank Henshaw's return. His presence here had lost its significance. Just when everyone believed the war could finally pause, a sudden explosion resonated in the sky, a brilliant green light illuminating the horizon. Kara whipped around, her eyes widening as she beheld Astra descending from the heavens. No! In an instant, Kara soared into the sky, catching the falling Astra, only to see a glowing green Kryptonian arrow pierce Astra's chest. Tears welled in Astra's eyes as she gazed at Kara, whispering, Kara, I am so sorry. No, no, no. Astra. At that moment, a shadow swept across the sky, striking Kara and sending her flying, while Astra was brutally knocked down, crashing to the ground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Just as they intended to rush forward, they were surrounded by countless soldiers emerging from nowhere, armed and ready. Inside the Department of Action, this sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. General Lane, the head of the intelligence department, stared incredulously at the screen displaying these figures. Dressed like the SS from World War II, and asked, "Nazis? What is happening? Where did these people come from?" However, Russell did not respond. Instead, he transformed into a gust of wind, sweeping away from the entire Department of Action. General Ryan was utterly stunned, and soon grasped the gravity of the situation, letting slip a curse. On the battlefield, with the sound of gunfire, soldiers clad in Nazi attire opened fire. Fortunately, the presence of a car provided cover, preventing significant casualties. "Hank, this is in your hands," Alex exclaimed as she transformed and dashed forward. The bullets, striking her, merely sparked without inflicting any harm. With the superhuman strength endowed by her uniform, Alex surged into the midst of the soldiers, effortlessly dispatching them. At that moment, a red glowing arrow whistled through the air. Through her recent training, Alex had adapted to the myriad capabilities of her nanosuit, notably her enhanced reaction speed, and she caught the arrow mid-flight. Yet, before she could ascertain the identity of her assailant, the arrowhead erupted in a brilliant explosion. The violent shockwave sent her flying. Behind her, Hank Henshaw, though he should be referred to as Martian Hunter Ronan Rons, immediately activated his telepathic abilities and spotted a hooded figure wielding a bow and arrow atop a massive chemical storage tank in the distance. At that moment, he realized he could no longer conceal his identity. Both Kara and Alex, along with the operations team, needed him. As his eyes glowed crimson, a colossal green-skinned giant materialized before the astonished agents, marking the first public revelation of Martian Hunter Ronan Ron's true form. "Protect yourselves." With that final command, Ronan regarded his subordinates with a complex expression, their fearful gazes prompting him to soar toward the hooded figure. However, an unsettling presence surged forth within Ronan's sight. A red flash darted forward, almost instantaneously reaching him. In that moment, he beheld an evil visage and heard a chilling voice declare, "Ronan Rons, your name shall be known to all in the future, and thus I shall not allow you to thwart our opportunity to annihilate this world." With that, the figure raised a trembling arm, aiming for Ronan's heart. Time seemed to freeze as Ronan felt the impending doom, yet found himself paralyzed. Just as he believed his fate was sealed, a figure appeared, delivering a punch that sent the malevolent entity reeling, leaving behind a resolute command. "Hold them off. I must take Astra back. She cannot die." Chapter 67. The evil trio, with barely a moment to utter gratitude. Russell's form appeared like a gust of wind, only to vanish just as swiftly. However, Ron Rongs could not afford to dwell on this matter, his entire being alert as he gazed at the individual not far away who had been hurled by Russell. He sensed that this formidable opponent, who had nearly taken his life, was undoubtedly the most terrifying adversary he had ever encountered. Particularly haunting was the recent utterance, "The future shall be destroyed." At this moment, Alex also took notice of the situation, rushing over. Shielded by her nano suit, she emerged unscathed from the recent explosion. Realizing that their enemy was not merely one individual, Alex resolutely chose to stand alongside Ron Rongs to confront the threat together. "Are you all right?" "Rest assured, Russell saved me, but we must remain vigilant. This enemy may prove to be the most challenging we have ever faced." Indeed, the reverse lightning, known as Elbert Swan, had sustained no harm from the previous blow. As a wielder of reverse speed, the protective stance of his ability rendered him immune to the majority of physical damage. However, this did not mean he could tolerate the humiliation of having been ambushed. As a proud speedster, being taken by surprise was utterly disgraceful. In an instant, he regained his momentum, transforming into a streak of lightning, and confronted the crowd with a furious bellow. "Who dares?" Alas, he found himself unable to spot his assailant. Even the Kryptonian, struck by an arrow, had vanished. In his furious state, a towering figure suddenly appeared before him, a massive hand gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground, demanding answers in an enraged tone. "Who are you?" Elbert Swan displayed no fear beneath his yellow mask. An evil grin emerged as red lightning coursed through his body. With a surge of energy, he swiftly freed himself from Ron Rongs' grasp and began to sprint away. Observing this, Ron Rongs, with his cape billowing behind him, pursued without hesitation. Elbert Swan's figure transformed into a red streak, darting through the streets of International City, with Ron Rongs closely trailing, causing panic among the city's residents. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Alex had also spotted the cloaked figure atop the enormous piggy bank. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her pulse launcher. The bow and arrow figure, having evaded this attack, loosed an arrow that, with a long grappling hook, secured itself to another point. He descended from the heights, landing before Alex. It was at this moment that she clearly discerned his appearance, clad in a sleek ensemble of black and crimson leather, his face obscured by a black mask and bearing a quiver of arrows on his back. Instantly, Alex comprehended that this individual was responsible for the harm done to Astra and for the ambush against her. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her weapon. Yet, this adversary displayed remarkable reflexes, deftly dodging several of Alex's shots before drawing an arrow and knocking her weapon aside, forcing both into close combat. Initially brimming with confidence in her hand-to-hand combat abilities, Alex was abruptly confronted with the terrifying prowess of her adversary. Although, in terms of sheer strength, her opponent appeared to lack any extraordinary abilities, merely possessing a slight edge over an ordinary human. Their combat experience was overwhelmingly superior. The foe's ruthlessness and lethal precision left no room for hesitation. Coupled with sharply honed arrows, Alex, even with the augmented strength granted by her nanosuit, found herself at a significant disadvantage, manipulated as if she were a mere plaything. Had it not been for the defensive capabilities of her nanosuit, she would likely have met her demise. It was evident that she was facing an opponent the likes of which she had never encountered before. Who was this scoundrel? Meanwhile, high above, Kara sensed a peculiar disquiet. The enemy before her evoked an unsettling familiarity, as if she were battling a reflection of herself, possessing a power that mirrored her own. Fueled by intense rage following Astra's demise, Kara unleashed her fury upon the assailant, who donned a cloak akin to her own and bore a mask, seemingly another woman. Without any restraint, she attacked. Yet, to her astonishment, the opponent matched her in speed, strength, and reflexes, even employing the same freezing breath and heat vision. This uncanny similarity perplexed Kara, prompting her to demand, "Who are you? Why did you attack Astra?" Regrettably, her adversary offered no reply, instead delivering a powerful blow to Kara's exquisite face. The two women spiraled into a fierce struggle amidst the skies. Simultaneously, Russell, transformed into a gust of wind, returned to the medical room, cradling the nearly breathless Astra. "Quick, prepare for emergency aid." Unlike the soldiers of the Military Intelligence Division, the agents of the Operations Division recognized Russell and were aware of his close ties with Minister Henshaw, Acting Minister Alex, and Supergirl. Especially given that it was Russell who had contacted the president to facilitate this transaction and save their minister, the team promptly heeded Russell's command and began administering first aid. In contrast, General Ryan approached with a grave demeanor, fixing his gaze on Russell. "I had no idea you possess superpowers. I believe you owe me an explanation, Mr. Russell." Russell cast a weary glance at the elderly man, his eyes conveying a warning. "An explanation, General Ryan? Who do you think you are? Even your president would not dare demand one from me. If you seek an explanation, I suggest you consult your president." Russell's audacious words instilled a sense of threat in General Ryan, yet he refrained from further comment. The mere fact that Russell could contact the president indicated that the situation was far from straightforward. Thus, he astutely shifted the conversation, directing his attention to the ailing Astra. "I do not believe this is a prudent course of action. Regardless of who attacked her, the death of a dangerous Kryptonian is preferable to her survival." In response, Russell posed a question to him. "Why do you think those Kryptonians have not yet annihilated the world? General Lane, believe me, this woman is the only one capable of controlling them. If she perishes, those Kryptonian criminals will spiral out of control, and the outcome will undoubtedly be catastrophic for you." This inquiry momentarily rendered General Russell silent, compelling him to concede with rare humility. "Perhaps you are right, but I cannot fathom her surviving. She appears on the brink of death." Indeed, in the emergency room, Astra had begun to convulse in agony, as if she might pass at any moment. The medical personnel of the Action Department stepped forward, stating, "I am sorry, Mr. Russell. The concentrated kryptonite solution has already permeated her heart. We are powerless to assist her." General Lane wore a triumphant expression, yet Russell remained devoid of hope. If the Action Department could not intervene, there was but one recourse left: Metropolis, the Luthor Corporation. Suddenly, the shattering of the floor-to-ceiling windows startled Lena Luthor, who was engrossed in her duties. Fortunately, she quickly discerned the identity of the intruder. "Lena, I require your assistance." Chapter 68, Project 7734. On the surveillance screens of the Action Department, the battle raged on between Supergirl, Martian Manhunt, Alex, Evil Supergirl, Evil Green Arrow, and Reverse Flash. Overall, it appeared that both sides were evenly matched, yet General Lane's countenance grew increasingly grim. Just moments prior, as he watched Russell depart with the Kryptonian criminal, he suddenly realized and posed a question to the agents of the Action Department. You didn't already know that Russell possessed superpowers, did you? The agents remained silent, but their conflicted gazes spoke volumes. You truly are adept at keeping secrets. He had initially believed that the Action Department's secrets ended there until he learned through the communications of the agents that the green monstrosity before him was none other than their long-assumed human director, Hank Henshaw. It seems I must inform the President that the organization intended to combat extraterrestrial existence is, in reality, teeming with aliens. The agents of the Action Department exchanged bewildered glances. To be honest, even they were taken aback at this revelation that Director Hank Henshaw was an alien. At that moment, the battlefield underwent a sudden transformation. All adversaries on the field appeared to synchronously disengage from their opponents and chose to retreat. This situation stirred a sense of unease among everyone, particularly for Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, and Alex. They refrained from pursuing the adversaries, acutely aware that this foe was far more formidable than they had anticipated. General Ryan of the Intelligence Division observed the inconclusive battle with a keen eye, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the exact nature of his apprehension until a phone call interrupted his thoughts. General Ryan, the Department of Defense has been breached. The 7734 Project Laboratory has been compromised. In an instant, General Ryan's expression shifted dramatically. Where's Astra? Upon returning to the operations center, Kara, disregarding the identity of the enemy, desperately sought Astra's whereabouts. The vivid memory of Astra being pierced by a kryptonite arrow weighed heavily on her heart, instilling a profound sense of dread. Fortunately, an operative from the operations center stepped forward to offer reassurance. Do not worry, Wonder Woman. Mr. Russell has taken her away. This news provided Kara with a slight sense of relief, yet her unease lingered, for only Kryptonians understood that kryptonite was a far more sinister substance than poison. At that moment, Hank Henshaw, or rather Martian Manhunter John Johns, returned alongside Alex. Upon entering, John immediately sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him. Despite having reverted to Hank Henshaw's form, he realized he could never truly return to his former self. It was Alex who stepped forward and declared, "Hank, it is your turn to take charge." Seeing this, John tentatively inquired, "Have you discerned the origins of these assailants? Where have they gone?" The operatives hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied with his command, busily gathering information. Unfortunately, they were unable to trace the satellites, leaving their origins and destinations a mystery. Neither the Intelligence Division nor Rosberg, nor any historical criminal records revealed their existence. Seeing that the team was still willing to heed his authority as director, John felt a sense of relief and continued to fulfill his responsibilities by asking, "Are there any criminal organizations in recent years that have an affinity for dressing as Nazis?" The operatives scoured the records with Nazi as a keyword, yet regrettably found nothing. Kara and Alex exchanged confused glances. Where could this enemy possibly have come from? John, isn't your telepathy proving ineffective? No, John shook his head. I have attempted to reach out, but they appear to have been prepared in advance. This revelation only deepened the collective confusion and uncertainty. Fortunately, John recalled something significant. It is not entirely fruitless. The swift individual who sought to eliminate me uttered a phrase. John Johns, your name will be known by all in the future, and thus, I shall not allow you to thwart our opportunity to annihilate this world. The gravity of this statement left everyone present momentarily stunned. In the future, Kara keenly perceived the term, and Alex, with hands on her hips and a pained expression, remarked, moreover, at the very least, we have come to realize their intent to obliterate our world. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps resounded, prompting the group to turn and behold General Ryan, accompanied by a throng of soldiers, entering with an air of formidable authority. He fixed his sharp gaze upon the trio and inquired, would you care to hear 2 pieces of bad news? What could possibly be worse than the current situation? Kara retorted, exasperated by the perpetually grim tidings brought forth by General Ryan. There is indeed something, and this particular piece of news is directed at you, Supergirl. The general's countenance darkened, instilling in Kara a profound sense of unease. While you were under attack, the Department of Defense's 7734 Project Laboratory was infiltrated by the same group masquerading as Nazis. They absconded with the weaponry contained within. What is the 7734 Project? Kara inquired, her expression growing increasingly grave as she began to piece together the implications. Without hesitation, General Ryan elucidated, the 7734 Project, which I personally spearheaded, was devised in response to the threat posed by your Kryptonian kin. It houses an arsenal capable of annihilating your kind, including a significant cache of kryptonite, red sun lamps, and even the red tornado was conceived for this very purpose. Kara's eyes widened in horror, and the events of the day overwhelmed her, inciting an uncontrollable surge of fury as she approached General Ryan. Why is it that my cousin and I have always sought to protect Earth, while you persist in your desire to eradicate us? General Ryan, undeterred by Kara's wrath, bellowed back, why, that question should be directed at you Kryptonians. In my youth, though my world was beset by war, it never resorted to the annihilation of the planet, until you and your cousin arrived. Look at what you have unleashed. Aliens, superpowered beings, and technologies capable of world destruction, rendering this planet increasingly fragile. This is wholly on you and your cousin. The general's accusations left Kara momentarily speechless, grappling for a response, for deep down, she recognized the truth in his words. After all, the criminals from Rossburg had indeed followed her to Earth. After venting his ire at Supergirl, General Ryan shifted his attention to Ron Rogas. The second piece of bad news is directed at you. How should I address you? Alien? Ron Rogas. In that instant, Ron had already deduced the impending revelation, and, as anticipated, General Ryan proceeded to speak. From this moment, you shall no longer hold the position of Minister of Operations. Everything here will be taken over by the Intelligence Department. The order signed by the President shall soon be delivered by soldiers, and you, alien, must submit to scrutiny to ascertain whether your tenure as Minister of Operations has compromised the national security of the United States. No, you cannot do this. We need Ron. Alex would naturally not acquiesce, yet regrettably, General Ryan remained utterly unmoved, countering with a sharp retort, I can indeed do so. Moreover, you, Agent Danvers, are also subject to examination. This left Alex momentarily speechless, and Kara found herself at a loss. Fortunately, Mr. Key always appeared with impeccable timing. General Ryan, I do not believe that internal strife at this juncture is prudent. Chapter 69, The Otherworldly Visitor Russell. Kara aspired to embody the independence of her boss, Ms. Grant, facing all challenges alone, yet she had to concede her inability to do so. Every adversary she encountered proved formidable, and without Russell, she scarcely knew how to navigate the turmoil. More importantly, she did not resent this reliance on others, particularly when those individuals were her boyfriend and family. As she gazed at her boyfriend entering the room, Kara rushed into Russell's embrace, anxiously inquiring, how is Astra? Russell's response did not disappoint her. Do not worry. Although she is yet to awaken, Astra's vital signs have stabilized. This revelation elicited a sigh of relief from Kara, who then held Russell tightly. Without him, she would have faced the prospect of losing yet another family member. However, General Ryan, upon hearing this, stepped forward menacingly, demanding, Mr. Russell, where have you taken our criminal? I have now assumed control of the operations department, and I have the right to know her whereabouts. This outburst ignited Kara's fury, yet Russell remained unfazed, responding calmly. I apologize, General Ryan, but from the moment the transaction was completed, she is no longer a criminal of the operations department. This was clearly a specious argument. Yet Russell cared not. Sometimes, unreasonable antics proved advantageous. Observing this, Alex stepped forward, pleading, Russell, can you contact the President? Could you assist Ron? Russell, filled with regret, addressed Ron with sincerity. I apologize, Ron. I wish to help, but you know that some favors can only be granted once. However, do not fret. Kara, and I will find a way. Ron's, this time genuinely grateful and devoid of his usual guarded demeanor, replied, I understand. I trust you and Kara. General Ryan had been thoroughly rebuffed by Russell on multiple occasions, and now that he had finally gained complete control of the operations department, he would not let go of the Superwoman and Russell, especially considering that they were both superhumans and extraterrestrials. You no longer have such an opportunity, Russell, Wonder Woman. I, as the Minister of the Department of Action, command you to submit to an inspection, Otherwise, I shall prosecute you for treason." Unfortunately, Russell remained indifferent. "I apologize, General Ryan, but neither Wonder Woman nor I are members of the Department of Action. Thus your commands hold no weight with us. If you wish to bring charges against me, you may need to seek an inspection order from the relevant authorities or the President herself. For now, we are departing." With that, Russell exchanged a knowing glance with Kara, who understood immediately. Without waiting for General Ryan to react, the two vanished from sight. As General Ryan felt the gust of wind generated by their departure, he could only mutter a curse in frustration. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, although they had temporarily escaped the Department of Action and secured their freedom, Kara found herself at a loss regarding their next steps. She turned to her boyfriend and asked, "What shall we do now?" Russell was already prepared. "First, we must ensure the safety of Alex and Ron in the Department of Action. Although I cannot request assistance from the President of the United States again, there is someone who can aid us." "Who?" Kara inquired. "Lucy," Russell replied. Instantly, Kara's concern transformed into hope upon hearing that name. As for Lucy, her whereabouts were no mystery. She had defied her father for love, choosing not to return to Metropolis but to remain in International City, where she had become Ms. Kate Grant's personal attorney and was living with her boyfriend, Jimmy Olsen. When Kara contacted Lucy by phone, she received an astonishing revelation. By this time, it was deep into the night, and Russell and Kara descended in front of the apartment where Jimmy and Lucy resided. As Kara removed her nanotechnology uniform and changed into her everyday attire, the two knocked on Lucy's door. Lucy opened it, casting a peculiar glance at Russell and Kara before looking around cautiously. Once assured that no one was watching, she said in exasperation, "Come in. I hardly know how to explain this to you." Upon entering, they encountered a man sitting on the sofa who bore an uncanny resemblance to Wynn. Yet his demeanor was markedly more weathered and mature, with disheveled facial hair. Beside him was another man clad in a thick down jacket, wielding a strangely designed gun and wearing a hood and goggles. Opposite them, Wynn sat on the sofa, looking curiously at this doppelganger, while Jimmy appeared lost in thought. Seeing Russell and Kara enter, Wynn finally breathed a sigh of relief, leaping from the sofa to join them, excitement radiating from him. "You will never guess what has happened. My double in another world is the leader of the rebellion, a general, a world ruled by Nazis. It's terrifying to even imagine." Kara, upon hearing this, instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. The temperature was already anticipated. This realization struck Wynn instantly, and with a grave expression, he spoke. "You haven't encountered the so-called evil leader, have you?" Kara's sigh conveyed all that needed to be said. At that moment, another one, seated on the sofa, finally took the initiative to stand and introduced himself. "You may call me General Short. This is my warrior, Captain Leonardo Schnatt of the Coal Brigade. It seems you have already battled those wicked individuals from our world." The room fell into a profound silence, and after a moment, it was Russell who broke the stillness. "So, you hail from another realm, akin to those who ambushed us today." Indeed, the arrival of these two individuals was somewhat unexpected for Russell, yet it alleviated his burden of crafting excuses for the source of his intelligence. Although he had forgotten much of the plot from a flash, he retained memories of certain crossover episodes. Thus, upon witnessing the Nazi-clad soldiers earlier, he immediately grasped the situation at hand. Simultaneously, he understood why significant events, which should not occur in this era, had manifested. Perhaps this was what the system was trying to convey. The multiverse has been striving to rectify this error. The universe he originated from was becoming increasingly intricate. In response to Russell's inquiry, General Short, who bore an uncanny resemblance to one, did not hastily reply. Instead, he calmly posed a question. "And who might you be?" "I am Russell, the boyfriend of Supergirl." General Short cast a glance at Jimmy, seemingly placing great trust in him. Upon this, Jimmy reluctantly nodded and spoke in a subdued tone. "Earth is our universe, a realm nearly identical to yours in history and culture, until World War II, when the Nazis emerged victorious. My fellow freedom fighters and I have been battling against their tyranny. 3 days ago, my comrade, the Guardian Jimmy Olsen, received word that the Nazis were erecting a mysterious facility. Jimmy sacrificed his life to uncover the truth about this facility. They discovered your world and constructed a device for traversing to your realm. To prevent your world from falling prey to Nazi persecution, we sought to destroy that machine. A battle ensued, but the Nazis proved overwhelmingly powerful. Just as we were on the brink of defeat, Superman appeared, buying us precious time, allowing Schnat and me to reach your universe and warn you of these events. This revelation left Kara perplexed and questioning. Does your world also have a Superman? How is that possible? Yet, Captain Schnat, with a charming smile, shook his head. No, not our Superman, but rather yours. Chapter 70. Crisis on Earth in Lucy and Jimmy's apartment. Kara anxiously dialed the phone, and it was not long before the call connected, allowing the two to converse. Louise, I understand. Do not worry. Clark will be fine, she reassured. With the call concluded, Kara turned her gaze back to everyone in the room and addressed her boyfriend. Clark has been missing for 3 days. He discovered an unusual red lightning wreaking havoc in Metropolis and went to pursue it, only to vanish since then. The answer seemed self-evident. Metropolis's Superman had likely been deceived by the reverse lightning and drawn to Earth. At that moment, amidst the silent company, Lucy Lane listened to Kara's words, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Did I hear that correctly? My sister's husband, Clark Kent, is actually Superman. She then glanced at her boyfriend, who remained silent, as if he comprehended something, and questioned him. Jimmy, you cannot possibly tell me you were aware of this. The sensation of being collectively deceived by everyone was undeniably infuriating for Lucy. I apologize. This should have been revealed to you by Louise and Clark, but right now, Lucy, I desperately need your assistance. Kara's heart was in turmoil. She scarcely had the capacity to elaborate. Observing Jimmy's persistent silence, Lucy felt for the first time that her boyfriend might not care for her as much, especially when contrasted with Russell, who consistently supported Kara. Initially, she had no intention of acquiescing to any requests, feeling like a fool for being kept in the dark. However, upon meeting Kara's pleading gaze, she suppressed her indignation and reluctantly replied, All right, what exactly transpired? Lucy, due to the revelation of Hank being an alien, your father, General Lane, has now taken over the operations department. I fear for Hank and Alex. Only you can protect them. To be honest, after discovering that her sister's husband was Superman, Lucy was not particularly shocked to learn that Hank Henshaw, the head of the operations department, was also an alien. Unable to refuse her friend's plea, she responded, I understand. I will do my best. Thank you so much, Lucy. The two girls embraced each other. At that moment, the previously silent Jimmy finally connected the dots and turned to General Schott, asking, You mean I am also a superhero in your world? Not quite, replied Captain Snart, the ever-cool soldier. We do not refer to ourselves that way. We call ourselves freedom fighters, battling for liberty. Jimmy, seemingly intrigued, inquired further, So, does that mean I possess superpowers in that world as well? No, you rely on mechanical technology crafted by General Schott. In truth, General Schott is the most brilliant mind in our world. He bestowed upon us the strength to combat the Nazis, creating numerous weapons, including the freeze gun I hold in my hand. This revelation ignited excitement within one. If he had previously harbored doubts about Russell's assertion that he was the most intelligent individual in existence, those doubts were now extinguished. At this juncture, Russell, too, voiced his lingering concerns, inquiring, Is there no Superman in your world? This question mirrored Russell's own trepidation. The multiverse had, in its quest to rectify this erroneous timeline, allowed Earth to preemptively invade his realm. However, to be candid, judging by Earth's current display of combat prowess, the formidable adversaries seemed unchanged. Apart from the troublesome Reverse Flash, the rest posed little threat. Even Kara and her companions could manage without his intervention. His greatest apprehension was the emergence of a dark Superman on Earth, a true calamity. This query captured everyone's attention. None wished to confront an evil Superman. Fortunately, Snot's response assuaged their fears. Not anymore. We refer to him as Nazi Superman. But he was slain by the F-Rare. What? He had arrived on Earth before the General. At that time, the F-Rare was still alive, having already dominated the world. The F-Rare adopted Superman and trained him to become the Nazi Superman. His immense power instilled despair in all freedom fighters resisting tyranny until the F-Rare deemed him uncontrollable. Thus, in 1994, as the F-Rare faced death, he took Nazi Superman with him as a burial companion. At this point, Snot turned his gaze towards Kara. The demise of Nazi Superman led us to believe there was hope for resistance against the Nazis, until 2003, when another spacecraft descended from the heavens, bringing you. In an instant, Kara comprehended everything, understanding the peculiar sensation she experienced while battling that strange foe. So, the individual I fought today is the counterpart of you from your world, General. We refer to her as such, though she bears other names, such as Ultimate Woman and Supergirl. One thing is certain. She does not possess the same benevolence as you in this world. Upon her arrival on Earth, she was taken in by another nefarious character, and like Superman, she was brainwashed to become a tool of Nazi domination. That individual, utilizing Supergirl's power, ascended to become the new F-Rare, known as Oliver Queen. Oliver Queen? I believe I've heard that name. Lucy interjected, responding to Kara's inquiry. He is the sole heir of the Queen family from Star City, a notorious playboy. However, he perished in a shipwreck several years ago. Evidently, this universe's Oliver Queen had not become the Green Arrow. That is indeed good news. Snot remarked with a smile. Kara, pondering, inquired further. Thus, Oliver Queen is that one. Oliver Queen is not a superhuman, yet he possesses remarkable archery skills and formidable physical prowess. So, who is the one that runs exceedingly fast? This question left two warriors from Earth equally perplexed, both gazing in astonishment at the crowd as they retorted. Who? A palpable sense of unease swept through the assembly as someone responded. A figure clad in a yellow uniform, adorned with a lightning emblem, sprinted at remarkable speed, accompanied by red lightning. General Shot and Snart exchanged glances, and it was Snart who spoke. I'm afraid we do not know whom you are referring to. There are no such superhumans in our world. This revelation plunged the room into silence, until Russell seized the opportunity to interject. It seems that the reason this group of guests from the parallel universe has arrived in our world is significantly tied to this unfamiliar individual. Everyone present was astute enough to grasp Russell's implication. However, at that moment, General Shot delivered an even more unsettling piece of news. I believe this is of little importance. There's an urgent question you need to address. Do you know why my world witnessed the Nazis' victory in World War II? The atmosphere grew tense with anxiety. Why? The collective unease was palpable, because the Nazis were the first to develop the atomic bomb. Chapter 71. The nuclear threat in a clandestine factory within International City. Countless soldiers clad in Nazi uniforms patrolled the vicinity. Inside the factory within a warehouse, two figures descended from above, and the surrounding soldiers resumed their duties after fervently shouting Heil Hitler. Just then, a streak of red lightning surged forth. As the masks were removed, the true identities of the three were revealed. The F-Rare of Earth's Nazis, Oliver Queen, Nazi General Carlazal, and Reverse Flash, Albert Thawne. Unlike their composed demeanor during the battle against the Superwoman of this world, the removal of their masks exposed their true natures. It seemed that infighting was a common ailment among the villainous alliance, as Albert Thawne, upon unmasking, erupted into a frenzied outburst. You won't be able to deceive them for long. You should not have allowed that Kryptonian to escape. As the malevolent Green Arrow, Oliver Queen held no trust for this unexpected individual, despite his assistance in bringing them to this world, and he remained confident in his archery. She is dead. My arrow has pierced her body, unless there is something amiss with my weapon. No, Albert Thawne retorted fiercely. Do you know what my experience teaches me? In this multiverse, nothing is absolute. We remain oblivious to the identity of the individual who rescued the Kryptonian woman, remarked the nefarious Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, with unyielding defiance. Did you not claim to hail from the future, possessing knowledge of all things? What I comprehend pertains solely to my universe, not this one, nor yours. The vastness of the multiverse transcends your imagination, and our endeavors may falter due to your hubris. Do not forget, this world is inhabited by Superman, and the metallic being cannot detain him for long. Nay, I beg to differ. Our world's metallic beings have slain Superman. This obstinate retort drove Reverse Flash to the brink of madness, as he could scarcely endure it, trembling with a tumultuous outpouring of malevolent rage. I shall reiterate, that is your universe, not this one. Should you persist in this manner, I shall be compelled to resort to extreme measures, such as ending your life. The plan to reshape this world cannot be jeopardized. The wicked Green Arrow asserted without a hint of trepidation. Is that so? Then by all means attempt it. As the two men engaged in a heated argument, the malevolent Supergirl, standing nearby, could no longer bear to witness the discord and intervened, separating them. She then addressed Reverse Flash, stating, "If you dare to enact such a thing, I shall shatter your bones, piece by piece." Once her warning was delivered, She turned to the gradually calming Reverse Flash and spoke to her beloved. Fear not. I can sense that my uncle known in this world has long harbored discontent towards Astra. However, the love and obedience ingrained in his genes have rendered him incapable of defying her commands. Now, we have provided him with an excuse. As for Superman, that is no longer a concern, is it? The inhabitants of this world have bestowed upon us the means to contend with him, the wicked Supergirl proclaimed, casting her gaze towards another hooded figure behind the trio, Prometheus, a devoted subordinate of the malevolent overlord, who led the assault on the Department of Defense and secured the weapons designed to combat Superman from Laboratory 7734. Upon witnessing this, Reverse Flash finally regained his composure and remarked to the wicked Supergirl, I had anticipated you would harbor reservations about slaying your cousin. Nay, the wicked Supergirl replied with a serene countenance. He is not my cousin. My true cousin perished long ago, and my heart now belongs solely to the Empire. Seeing that there was finally someone sensible, Reverse Flash ceased his quarrel with Oliver and stated, Then let us proceed with the plan as intended. It is time for this world's Supergirl to willingly offer her heart. An atomic bomb. This revelation ensnared the hearts of all present. No one could underestimate the sheer terror of nuclear weaponry, the most formidable arsenal humanity has ever forged through its own ingenuity. General Short's words only served to corroborate this grim reality. In our world, after the Nazis invented the atomic bomb, they erased New York, London, Paris, Moscow, Tokyo, and Rome from the map, resulting in the disappearance of countless lives. The entire globe became shrouded in the ominous shadow of nuclear weapons. Over the years, the Nazis developed more portable yet far more terrifying nuclear armaments, neutron bombs. We are uncertain of their proliferation in this world. But one thing is indisputable. The erasure of this city from existence is more than sufficient. Everyone stood in stunned silence, as if the apocalypse loomed before them. Observing the speechless crowd, Kara hesitantly inquired, should we not take action? However, Kara was already in a flurry of urgency. No, this matter must be reported to General Ryan, and we must notify the Department of Defense, even the President. We must prepare without delay. A threat of this magnitude cannot be faced solely by Wonder Woman. At this juncture, an idea struck Kara, and she turned to the two visitors from another realm. You will testify for us, won't you? Kara assumed the answer was self-evident. Yet to her astonishment, General Schott shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Our assistance has its limits. If it weren't for Superman's aid, we would not even have arrived in this world. Why? Kara expressed her utter bewilderment. This concerns the lives of millions. No, General Schott replied, his tone chillingly detached. That is of no concern to us. At least your world has yet to be tainted by the Nazis. While we have suffered under their dominion for over half a century, with lives lost beneath the atomic bomb numbering in the millions. With that, General Schott turned his gaze toward Kara. Moreover, I do not trust your government. You should understand better than I how corrupt the hearts of politicians can be, Wonder Woman. If they were to learn of a means to traverse to another world, I cannot guarantee they would not harbor sinister intentions. Right now, we are more in need of a return to our world. Our world requires us. Kara was momentarily rendered speechless. It was at this juncture that Russell posed a crucial question. So, may I understand that you possess a method to return to your own world? This inquiry was evidently fraught with peril. General Schott pondered briefly before responding succinctly. Yes, there are two methods. One involves the passage through which we arrived here. Yet, that is under Nazi control. Although Superman is present there, we do not know when the passage will next open. We cannot take that risk. Not to mention that our world harbors creatures capable of vanquishing Superman. What are they? Metal men, monstrosities created by the F-Rare, possessing powers akin to Superman's and equipped with kryptonite hearts. Superman is no match for them. Had he not been obstructed, he would have returned with us. Everyone gasped in astonishment and inquired, what is the other option? The answer illuminated their minds. To construct a machine that could transport them back. The prospect of journeying to that world and bringing back Superman would significantly enhance their chances of success by at least 90%. Is it truly possible? General Schott glanced at Kara. Although our world is under Nazi domination, our technology is not inferior to yours. This is thanks to the Kryptonian technology you and your cousin brought when you arrived. It has aided us in unraveling the truths of the universe. Furthermore, while preparing to dismantle that machine, I gained a rudimentary understanding of its principles. Of course, I cannot accomplish this alone. However, with the assistance of another version of myself, it may be feasible. Instantly, everyone grasped General Shot's implication and turned their gaze toward one, causing him to fidget uncomfortably, pointing at himself. Me. Chapter 72. A coalition of forces when found it impossible to resist such an alluring proposition, particularly when the request for assistance came from another version of himself. Yet, a crucial question arose, causing him to hesitate. Creating a machine capable of traversing the multiverse must require substantial funding, right? Do you have the resources? When queried the two visitors from another realm, which momentarily left Schnatter looking perplexed. You don't have any? Am I supposed to? One began to doubt himself at that moment. Schnatter quickly understood the implications and turned to his general. Sir, it appears we miscalculated. This version of you is not as exceptional as we imagined. We must devise an alternate plan. It turned out that General Shot had assumed that, as his counterpart in this world, one would be a remarkably capable individual, at the very least, a wealthy one who could assist in constructing the device to return home. However, it seemed he was mistaken. One, feeling the weight of his alternate self's gaze, retorted irritably, Hey, don't look at me like that. Not having money is not my fault. General Shot, unable to contain his frustration, stood up decisively. There is no time to waste. We must consider other solutions. Just as General Shot and Schnatter prepared to depart, Jimmy unexpectedly stepped forward to block their path. Wait, perhaps I have a solution. Jimmy, perhaps due to his affection for his own world's Jimmy. General Shot and Schnatter placed their trust in this version of Jimmy, while one, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, Jimmy, I had no idea you had become a billionaire. However, Jimmy was not offended by the jibe. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Russell. If anyone here possesses the means to assist our friends from Earth, it would be Russell. Let us not forget that he crafted Kara's nanotechnology suit. The resources at his disposal are beyond imagination. Suddenly, what appeared to be a splendid idea took a peculiar turn. The tone of Jimmy's voice revealed an unsettling and bizarre undertone. Jealousy, suspicion, and provocation. Both Kara and Lucy regarded Jimmy with a sense of bewilderment. Sensing the disconcerted gazes of the crowd, Jimmy remained oblivious to any wrongdoing and turned to the silent Russell, inquiring, What is it, Russell? Are you unwilling, or are you merely concerned that some of your secrets might be exposed? Kara, unable to contain herself, interjected, What are you talking about, Jimmy? Lucy, as his girlfriend, looked at him in disbelief, her eyes reflecting a hint of strangeness and disappointment. She was acutely aware of the reason behind Jimmy's behavior. She had known all along that despite their cohabitation, he remained infatuated with other girls. While she had endured for love, at this moment, a wave of nausea washed over her. With that thought, she began to gather her belongings, preparing to leave. This startled everyone present. Jimmy, perplexed, asked, Where are you going, Lucy? She offered no reply, but walked over to embrace Kara. I'm going to find my father. Alex and Hank will take care of me. Thank you so much, Lucy. The two girls shared a heartfelt hug, and without acknowledging her boyfriend, Lucy exited the house. Wow, even Captain Snart felt the shift in the atmosphere. What a complex web of relationships this is. At this moment, Jimmy realized he might have overstepped. His face flushed with embarrassment as he contemplated how to salvage the situation, yet found himself at a loss for words. General Shot, however, remained indifferent, addressing Russell. So, you truly can assist us? Russell nodded. Of course, but I have a stipulation. You must provide me with a copy of the technology that enables traversing the multiverse. His response redirected everyone's attention to the matter at hand and rekindled a tense atmosphere. No, General Shot rejected swiftly and without hesitation. I do not believe this is a wise proposition. Kara and one, standing by, shared a puzzled look at Russell's sudden demand. But soon, Russell's words clarified his earnest intent. This is undoubtedly a sound idea. You could traverse freely within our world, yet we cannot. That is unjust. No one can guarantee that such crises will not arise again in the future. We must have preventive measures. Russell's argument was impeccable, yet it failed to sway the visitors from Earth. How can I be certain that you will not misuse this technology to threaten other multiverses? You do not have to trust me. Russell's reply was succinct. But you can trust Kara. She embodies the hope and courage of our world. Russell's words prompted Kara to stand tall with pride. I can assure you. Certainly, if you cannot place your trust in Kara, at the very least, You should find solace in your counterpart in this world. 1. Wynn stood tall, yet General Shot remained unmoved as he declared, "What if I refuse?" Russell, with an air of calm composure, responded, "Then I regret to inform you that, while we appreciate your reminders, our collaboration ends here. We shall find our own way." At this juncture, General Shot had no alternative but to acquiesce, nodding and stating, "I agree. However, matters beyond this, including testifying on your behalf, are off the table." "No problem. Thus our agreement is sealed." This elicited a collective sigh of relief, as Russell, recognizing the urgency of the situation, added, "Please provide me with a list of your requirements, and I shall procure them post-haste. I will deliver it to you shortly." The negotiation was finally settled, yet another, more troubling concern loomed over everyone. What shall be done about my sinister counterpart? If they refuse to testify, how can we persuade the military and the president to acknowledge the existence of another malevolent universe? Deep down, Russell had already conceived an answer. Casting a glance at his girlfriend, "I believe this might present an opportunity." "An opportunity?" Kara exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed, a chance to unite the people of this world, be they aliens, humans, superhumans, or geniuses. Until now, they have been consumed by mutual hatred for various reasons, lacking a common cause to rally against. However, the threat of the multiverse has emerged, and regardless of their differences, I surmise that none can overlook the peril from another universe." Russell's words sparked a glimmer of understanding in Kara's eyes as she inquired, "So, what is our course of action?" "Quite simple. Since we cannot persuade the military alone, we shall seek out those who can influence them." "You mean?" "Lena Luthor, Maxwell Lord, and Ms. Kate Grant." Chapter 73, The Invitation. Russell did not arrive at this notion impulsively. It was a conclusion reached after careful contemplation. As a traveler and a citizen of Huagua, he had little interest in saving America. Had it not been for Kara's presence, he would hardly have cared about the potential destruction of this world, for he could traverse to other realms. Moreover, the multiverse's cycle of destruction and rebirth was far from novel. Countless universes had perished, and even the inhabitants of this world seemed indifferent to their own fate, which rendered him apathetic to their plight. This was the true reason behind his reluctance to assume the mantle of a superhero. However, the situation had shifted. According to the system, this new 38 had come into existence because of him deviating from the narrative arc, thus making him the protagonist of this world. This implies that this world has become his personal possession. The concept is entirely different. Russell is not inclined to allow anyone to disturb his domain. Moreover, the premature emergence of the Earth's crisis serves to validate the assertions made by the system, representing the butterfly effect in response to this world's multiverse correcting its own error. This indicates that such crises will undoubtedly recur. It is highly likely that unfriendly strangers will continue to intrude upon his sanctuary. This is an acceptance he is reluctant to concede. Relying solely on his own strength to safeguard a world is, evidently, a foolish endeavor. Setting aside whether he possesses such strength, even if he did, he would not resort to such measures. As a quintessential citizen of Huagua, he identifies more with collectivism than with the individual heroism of superheroes. Of course, more critically, if he were to depend solely on his own capabilities, it would mean that, in order to confront an increasing number of crises, he would have to reveal more of his hidden cards. For instance, this time, Jimmy Olsen's provocation is a perilous move. Although, on the surface, his taunting tone has led to a general aversion towards him from the perspective of the guardian of this world. And in addressing the moral imperative of the Earth crisis, he has no justification for refusal. He does not wish for such events to unfold a second time. International City. Morning. Merely the night before, this world had endured a monumental crisis originating from another realm. Yet for the ordinary inhabitants of this world, life continues with the regularity of work and routine. At Kate Media, the morning meeting concludes swiftly. Ms. Kate Grant sits in her office chair, selecting headlines for tomorrow's news while enjoying breakfast prepared by her assistant, Kara. At that moment, a voice surprises her. "Ms. Grant." Startled, Kate Grant turns to see Supergirl flying into her office through the window. This astonishes Ms. Grant, who exclaims, "Wow, I don't recall scheduling an interview for today." "No." Supergirl responds with a grave expression. "I am here to request your assistance." "What is it?" Supergirl recounts the events surrounding the Earth crisis in meticulous detail. This revelation leaves Ms. Grant astounded, especially upon hearing that these malevolent beings from another world possess nuclear weapons capable of erasing International City from existence. However, she harbors some doubts. So, you wish for me to report on these matters? No, we cannot incite panic just yet. Then what can I do? Due to the mistrust our friends from another world harbor towards politicians, they are unable to step forward and validate the severity of this crisis. This implies that I am unable to persuade the military to respond appropriately. However, someone informed me, Ms. Grant, you will find a way. You are the undisputed queen of the media in this country. Ms. Grant narrowed her eyes, seemingly grasping the significance of Wonder Woman's presence. Do you possess any evidence? You know I cannot persuade anyone without substantiation. Wonder Woman presented Ms. Grant with a plate containing all that we know. Ms. Grant, the fate of this world now rests in your hands. With that, Wonder Woman transformed into a gust of wind and departed. As Ms. Grant watched her leave, she pondered for a moment before shouting towards the outside. Kutta, a flustered assistant named Kara, rushed in. Ms. Grant, I need you to book me a flight to Washington. Immediately, Kara's eyes lit up at the urgency. Meanwhile, as Ms. Grant was en route to Washington, Russell arrived at Rod Technologies. Much like Ms. Grant, his endeavors were proceeding smoothly. In Maxwell Lord's office, the two met. Russell, I never anticipated that we would see each other again so soon. Maxwell exclaimed, I believe there is no need for further hesitation. I am here to seek your assistance. Russell appeared sincere, and Maxwell, recognizing his earnestness, gestured for him to continue. I trust you're already aware of the events that transpired in International City last night? Maxwell did not deny this. So, do you know who attacked you? Yes. They hail from another universe. Wow, did I hear you correctly? You mean a parallel universe? Maxwell's previously indifferent demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Indeed, a universe ruled by Nazis. Russell succinctly outlined the situation on Earth, and Maxwell's interest visibly peaked. Currently, my covert operations department is facing some challenges. The Hank Henshaw you encountered is, in fact, an extraterrestrial, yet he is entirely trustworthy. Therefore, I wish to leverage your influence, Mr. Maxwell, to convince the military of the existence of this crisis while temporarily setting aside animosities towards aliens so that we may unite against this threat from another universe. Maxwell appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. While intrigued, he posed another inquiry. Yes, I can assist with what you request. But the question remains, why do you believe I would help you? You know I, too, harbor a lack of trust towards the government. It is quite simple. Regardless of the conflicts that may exist among humanity, extraterrestrials, ordinary individuals, and superhumans, as well as between individuals and governments, one undeniable truth remains. We are all life within this universe, which is our home. Now outsiders have intruded, seeking to disrupt this sanctuary. Were it up to me, I would certainly not acquiesce to such an intrusion. Maxwell Rod did not hesitate, extending his hand and declaring, Russell, I have always believed we are of the same ilk, and it appears my sentiments were not misplaced. Therefore, you shall agree. Indeed, and if you do not mind, I believe we can fight side by side. Most welcome. The two men clasped hands in solidarity. With the alliance established, Maxwell Rod posed a question that weighed on his mind. Surely you seek others beyond just myself? Yes, Ms. Grant is among them. I know she shares a close rapport with the First Lady. A wise choice. Ms. Grant is one of the most astute women I have encountered. In addition, I intend to seek out Lena next. Her influence and wisdom remain indispensable. Lena Luthor is more easily persuaded than Maxwell Rod. Beyond her inherent kindness and integrity, she also owes Russell a favor. Thus, less than 24 hours had passed when the Department of Action, under the scrutiny of Inspector Ron Rons and General Alex Lane, received news of Russell and Supergirl's return. Chapter 74. Minister Lane in the interrogation room of the Department of Action. General Lane was interrogating Alex, with Colonel Lucy Lane, resplendent in her military attire, seated beside him. To be honest, General Lane had felt a surge of joy upon hearing that his daughter was willing to accompany him. But he soon realized that her presence here was not solely for him as a father. Yet what could he say? At that moment, Ron Rons had already concluded his interrogation and was confined in a cell designated for extraterrestrials. General Lane had become aware of all his background. No matter how fervently this alien professed his love for Earth, Concealing his extraterrestrial identity while assuming the role of Minister of Action was sufficient to place him before a military tribunal. As for the agent from Danforth, though she claimed ignorance of the situation, General Lane could see through her deceit with a mere glance. He now merely sought evidence. Of course, had it not been for his daughter's presence, he might have procured this evidence more swiftly, but he was unconcerned. As a father whose relationship with his daughter was not particularly harmonious, he would not pass up the opportunity to mend their bond, especially since he felt everything was under control. It was then that a soldier entered the interrogation room and whispered something in his ear. What? General Ryan furrowed his brow and, casting a glance at his daughter and Alex, exited the interrogation room, lost in thought. Upon witnessing this, Lucy understood that perhaps Russell and Kara had finally devised a plan. She offered Alex a reassuring look, which Alex acknowledged with a nod, her eyes filled with gratitude. Several times, she had nearly exposed herself, but it was Lucy's subtle assistance that had kept her safe. Lucy was not mistaken. As soon as General Ryan entered the operations department's hall, he immediately spotted Russell, the returning Supergirl, and another unexpected presence. Maxwell Lord, what brings you here? This is a covert government facility, and you should not be present. Russell, Supergirl, if you fail to provide me with an explanation, I shall arrest you both on charges of espionage. Unfortunately, General Ryan's words did not intimidate the two, particularly Kara, who stood tall and confident. Maxwell Lord stepped forward, producing a document as he spoke. I apologize, General Ryan, but I am here under the orders of the President and the Department of Defense to assist the Operations Department in addressing a crisis stemming from the multiverse. General Ryan took the document, and while it appeared legitimate, it only fueled his ire. He was well aware of the instigator behind all this and turned his piercing gaze towards Russell. Are you jesting? Do you believe such a fabrication can deceive everyone? A multiverse crisis. What a ludicrous excuse. Do you think this will persuade me to release your extraterrestrial companions? Russell's response was resolute. I believe you will, General Ryan, for I shall present you with a reason that you cannot refuse. Oh, do enlighten me, General Ryan replied with a scornful expression. Russell glanced at his watch. In 5 minutes, new orders regarding the operations department will be issued. To address this crisis, the Madam President and the Department of Defense will temporarily grant clemency to former operations director Ron Rons. As for his replacement, who do you think it will be? I am well aware. It will be Agent Danvers, Ron Ron's confidant and your dear friend, General Ryan asserted confidently, only to be met with Russell's shake of the head. Of course not. The clemency granted to Ron Rons is a concession made by the Madam President and the Department of Defense in light of the crisis. For the sake of our collaboration, I have recommended someone we can both trust, Major Lucy Ryan. Consider this, General Ryan. If this crisis were merely a ruse, so be it. But if it is genuine, Major Lucy Ryan, as the operations director, could resolve it, yielding significant political advantages. I believe you'll make the right choice. Upon hearing this, General Ryan hesitated. His desire for Jimmy to distance himself from his daughter stemmed from his hopes for Lucy to inherit his connections within the military and embark on a political career, rather than being merely the girlfriend of a gossip columnist. Yet, even with his esteemed position, facilitating Lucy's ascent to the rank of major was an endeavor that demanded utmost effort. To advance further necessitated exceptional qualifications, and now Russell had provided him with such an opportunity. In this moment, even General Ryan had to concede that this individual named Russell possessed a remarkable aptitude for manipulating human sentiments. Furthermore, he did not harbor a genuine aversion towards extraterrestrials. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced to allow his eldest daughter, Louise, to become the spouse of Superman. Everything he was currently orchestrating was from the standpoint of an American general. However, he was naturally reluctant to compromise. Yet he also did not wish to squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Lucy. Thus, the two exchanged glances until, after 5 minutes, a soldier approached with orders from the White House. After a brief glance, General Ryan exhibited no hesitation, turning to declare, "Release Ron Rons and Alex Danvers." Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Alex, Ron. Upon witnessing the two being released and returning to the operations department, Kara excitedly embraced them both. Alex and Ron, having learned of the developments through the soldier who facilitated their release, responded to Kara's embrace with gratitude. Casting appreciative glances towards Russell and sincerely uttering their thanks. If prior to this moment, both Alex and Ron harbored a modicum of wariness towards Russell, such sentiments had now entirely dissipated. Russell inclined his head in acknowledgement before approaching the still bewildered Lucy Ryan, saying, "I apologize. Lucy, I require a trustworthy individual to serve as a bridge between the operations department and the military, hence my recommendation of you. I regret my unilateral decision." Upon realizing that she had inexplicably been appointed as the head of the operations department, Lucy felt a bit dazed. Previously, she had merely leveraged her father's connections to secure a position as a legal advisor in the military, thereby obtaining the rank of major. Now, however, she was expected to lead a clandestine government division. Her lack of confidence rendered her somewhat irritated by Russell's audacious choice. Yet in this moment, his sincere and proactive apology caused her resentment to dissipate, leading her to respond, "No, I understand. This is also a tremendous opportunity for me. However, I do not believe I am suited for this position. Fear not. We shall all assist you. That is what friends are for." At this juncture, Kara, Alex, and Ron stepped forward to express their unwavering support, instilling Lucy with a newfound sense of confidence as she remarked, "Thank you. Perhaps I shall give it a try." General Ryan observed this with satisfaction. With the backing of these individuals, his daughter's future in the operations department would undoubtedly flourish. At that moment, Maxwell Lord also interjected, "Well then, with all matters settled, should we not contemplate how to confront these adversaries from the multiverse?" Chapter 75, The Constants of String Theory, the Operations Department. Everyone quickly became engrossed in their tasks, gathering in a circle, with Minister Lucian stepping into her new role as the initial step to address this crisis on Earth. The exchange of intelligence was paramount. Russell shared everything he had learned from General Shaw, information that Ron and Alex were previously unaware of. As the newly appointed minister, Lucian recognized her novice status and humbly sought input from others. "What are your thoughts?" she inquired. Ron, the former minister, placed his hands on his hips and pondered for a moment before speaking. "It seems that the gravity of this situation exceeds my initial assumptions. The nuclear threat, the superhumans trapped in that realm, and the Nazi forces are all pressing concerns. However, the most crucial element is the individual shrouded in mystery, unknown even to our allies on Earth. I have faced him before. He knows my identity and claims to hail from the future. He may very well be the key to this multiverse invasion." "Wow, from the future. This is becoming increasingly intriguing," Maxwell remarked. "Parallel universes and time travel. One can only imagine why our world is beset by so many calamities." No one voiced dissent against Maxwell's somewhat sardonic comments. Instead, silence conveyed their agreement. Lucian then contributed her own thoughts. "From what we can ascertain, the most pressing matter remains confirming the existence of those neutron bombs, as they possess the potential to erase the international city from existence. Is there a means to locate them? At present, we are in the dark. The only connection we have to these earthbound entities is this arrow," Russell stated. "Maxwell, can you trace anything through this arrow?" "I can attempt to, but have our friends from Earth provided us with any useful information?" Maxwell replied. "Perhaps meeting with them could yield alternative solutions." Maxwell's words evidently sparked a sense of ulterior motives among the group, prompting Russell to speak up. "I apologize, Maxwell. As a friend, I ought not to withhold information regarding our Earth allies, but regrettably, they are unwilling to meet with anyone, particularly those affiliated with the government. I can inquire, but I cannot guarantee anything." "That will suffice," Kara interjected. "Furthermore, I will monitor Earth around the clock and alert everyone should any anomalies arise." Ron added, "I will assist as well. If we can capture one of them, perhaps my abilities could help discern their whereabouts." This suggestion sparked a realization in Russell, who looked at the group and said, "Perhaps that truly is a viable approach." "What?" Russell's sudden declaration captured everyone's attention. Seeing their interest, he elaborated. "Though it is not easy to find those malevolent Nazis in our world, they are in fact ubiquitous on Earth. If we could journey to that realm and fortuitously capture some pivotal figures, we might harness Ron's telepathic abilities to uncover all the sinister plans of these nefarious individuals. More importantly, we could bring Superman back. With his assistance, our chances of success will be significantly enhanced." In an instant, everyone was invigorated by this notion, and Maxwell Rod did not conceal his admiration, exclaiming, "What a brilliant idea! Perhaps this is the most reliable method we currently possess. I shall fully cooperate." Ron also expressed his agreement. Upon seeing the consensus among the group, Lucy Lane made her own inquiry. Are our friends willing to assist? I will endeavor to secure their agreement. Understood, Russell. I am counting on you. Indeed, since everyone has no objections, let us take action. With the meeting concluded, Russell proceeded to a clandestine factory. This facility belonged to Spear Industries, which was acquired by the Luther Group following the incident involving Spearjack. Russell indeed possessed wealth, managed by Veronica, but his resources were scattered across various stocks. Although this is a world of superheroes, it remains grounded in reality, particularly considering the presence of Apple, which implies that he can leverage the technological and economic principles of the real world to profit in the stock market. However, it was beyond his capacity to procure advanced technological instruments and materials for his friends from Earth within a single day, prompting him to reach out to Lena for assistance. Upon his arrival, Russell beheld a vast factory adorned with a technologically sophisticated door, where General Short, One, and Snart were bustling about. Even upon Russell's entrance, they appeared oblivious to his presence, save for One, who greeted him warmly. How much longer will you require? If all goes well, my counterpart should be able to return home by tomorrow morning. Thank heavens. It was evident that Wynn's involvement here was far from pleasant, as he was quite eager to see his counterpart depart. Observing this, Russell approached the busy General Short and remarked, "There's been a slight change. Some individuals from our world may need to visit yours." This prompted General Short to lift his head, responding coldly, "This is not what we agreed upon." "No, it does not conflict. I have not altered our prior agreement." When then quietly inquired, "What has transpired?" "It is thus that we contemplate a journey to their world, in search of a malevolent Nazi who may possess knowledge of their nefarious plans. With Ron's telepathic abilities, we might uncover their every scheme, which could prove more reliable than our exhaustive search within our own realm. Moreover, we could potentially bring Superman back." One was compelled to acknowledge that this was indeed a commendable idea. However, whether to acquiesce would still depend on their counterpart's disposition. "What if I refuse?" Russell's expression remained serene. "I believe you lack a valid reason to decline. This endeavor benefits both parties. Though unspoken, I sense that your world lacks a means to confront Supergirl. Superman belongs to our universe. So swiftly discerning the evil Frere's plans and neutralizing them would also serve to rescue your world, would it not?" General Shot and Snart exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a silent understanding before Shot finally spoke. "Very well, I agree to your proposal, but I must clarify. My responsibility ends with transporting you there. I cannot guarantee your return." "What do you mean?" General Shot inquired, casting a peculiar glance toward the immense portal behind him. "Quite simply, I am unaware of the string physical constants of your universe." "String physical constants? Are you referring to string theory?" Russell, possessing a degree of genius himself, quickly grasped the concept. "Indeed, with the assistance of Kryptonian technology, our world has validated the existence of strings, the fundamental particles constituting the universe. They manifest as minuscule filaments, and through incessant vibration and motion, they give rise to all known electrons, neutrons, protons, atoms, and so forth. Strings are categorized into two types: open strings, which have endpoints, and closed strings, which resemble loops. The latter form the membranes of our respective universes, rendering them imperceptible to one another, while open strings are the sole entities capable of traversing these membranes. Thus, simulating the vibration and motion frequencies of open strings to open the portal to the desired world forms the theoretical foundation for our traversal of the multiverse. This frequency is known as the string physical constant. However, the challenge lies in the fact that our world, through decades of research and the aid of Kryptonian technology, has only recently determined this data. Even if I were to impart all the principles to you, discerning the constants would not be a simple task. It may require several years, if not over a decade. Fortunately, there is a stabilizer that activates for 1 hour once the portal is opened, which means we have only 1 hour. The action department responded. Upon learning from Russell that they had but a fleeting hour, the group's demeanor shifted to one of concern, contemplating the feasibility of this plan. Alex was the first to address everyone, stating, "Perhaps we should consider alternative methods. This is too perilous." Ron shook his head, fully aware that he was the most suitable candidate for the task at hand. It had been 24 hours since the last attack, and we could not afford to wait for the enemy to prepare. We must take the initiative. An hour would suffice. And if time proved insufficient, we would return early. Russell, do you have any thoughts? Ron's words drew the attention of the group back to Russell. After a moment of contemplation, Russell replied, "Perhaps I should accompany you. This may increase our chances of success." Without a moment's hesitation, Ron shook his head. "No, I can manage alone. We must leave more people here to protect this place." This was certainly not the primary reason. More significantly, Ron had become a solitary figure in this world. As the last of the Green Martians, he had lost all ties to this realm, particularly after his extraterrestrial identity was revealed and he lost the persona of Hank Henshaw. Everyone else had their families and friends. Seeing that no one could persuade Ron otherwise, Lucy spoke up to express her support and concern. "Ron, rest assured, when you return, I will inform the President and the Department of Defense about everything that has transpired here. You are a true hero who loves the Earth." Ron cast a grateful glance towards Lucy. However, to Russell, it seemed as though everything was in jeopardy. That night at home, Russell went about preparing dinner as he always did, despite the butterfly effect he had inadvertently caused, leading to an earlier onset of the planetary crisis and rendering the world perilous. He had more pressing matters to attend to than merely addressing the Earth's plight. When mealtime arrived, a weary Kara descended from the skies. For Kara, having only recently become a superhero, facing such a monumental crisis was indeed exhausting. Yet she always found refuge in the comforts of home. The aroma of the delicious meal filled the air, and seeing her boyfriend waiting for her, alongside her family, eased Kara's heart considerably. Russell, setting the food on the table, spoke. "You won't hold it against me for letting Ron guard the Earth for an hour, will you?" Of course, Kara would not. She embraced her boyfriend and gently replied, "No, my dear, I must thank God for bringing you into my life." Russell placed a tender kiss on her forehead, and together they approached the dining table. Only then did Kara notice that tonight's dinner seemed unusually extravagant, with candles and red wine adorning the table. She looked curiously at her boyfriend. In response, Russell pulled Kara into his arms, softly revealing his true intentions. "Kara, none of us can predict how the future will unfold. Although I have great faith in Ron and everyone else, I do not wish to leave any regrets." As he spoke, he retrieved a small box from his pocket, opening it to reveal a sparkling diamond ring nestled within. "Will you marry me?" Kara was taken by surprise, her eyes widening instantly, followed by her covering her mouth as tears of joy brimmed in her eyes. "I apologize. I should have proposed to you in a more solemn setting," Russell said, but Kara, overwhelmed with excitement and delight, shook her head fervently. "This is undoubtedly the happiest day of my life." With a voice quivering with emotion, she extended her hand, and Russell, understanding her sentiment, promptly slid the ring onto her ring finger. In that fleeting moment, their union as a married couple was officially declared. Kara gazed at the ring adorning her finger, then enveloped Russell in a warm embrace, her eyes glimmering with affection as she declared, "I wish for no regrets." A mere glance was sufficient for Russell to comprehend that, at this instant, dinner was of little significance. He mused that Ron would likely not mind him safeguarding this world for a few extra hours on Kara's behalf. That very night, Russell's system stirred once more. "Ding. You and Supergirl Kara Danvers have successfully created a bond of love, signifying your complete integration with this world. Reward, 100 Kryptonian physiology. World anchor, the power of Rao. The legendary Kryptonian deity Rao, revered as the sun god, possesses multiversal prowess. The El and Zod families, as his devotees, carry a fragment of his lineage within them. It is said that he was once deceived by a despair of omnipotent cosmic proportions, choosing to obliterate Krypton while allowing a select few survivors as a tribute. Kara Zor-El stands as the representative of those who survived Krypton's cataclysm, the true source of Supergirl's formidable strength. However, as an outsider, even with the acquisition of 100 Kryptonian physiology, the host remains beyond Rao's favor, implying an eternal inability to attain powers rivaling those of Supergirl. Instead, the host gains a fraction of Rao's divine essence from the Kryptonian bloodline, signifying the potential to become a deity. New Kryptonians, you and Supergirl Kara Danvers have conceived a bond of love, heralding the emergence of new Kryptonians. Unlike their predecessors, these new beings are no longer under Rao's protection, implying a loss of their source of power and the absence of super abilities. Unless the host ascends to become a new deity, thus becoming their source of strength. World Anchor. As the host becomes an integral part of this world, they acquire the World Anchor, enabling them to pinpoint location 38 at any moment. Caution. This is solely for locating purposes. Ding. This is a multiverse brimming with immense potential, yet the relentless manipulation of time and space has resulted in utter chaos. This represents both a crisis and an opportunity, as such disorder has granted the system the chance to deceive this world and assist the host in acquiring powers aligned with the corresponding rules. However, this necessity has vanished, for the host has now seamlessly integrated into this world, and the system has grasped its rules, thereby acquiring new abilities. Rule Modifier, Firebringer. Amendment of rules. Different worlds operate under varying regulations, indicating that certain abilities of the host can only be utilized within realms governed by identical rules. However, a significant change has occurred. The system now possesses the capability to adapt the host's abilities to the regulations of new worlds, transcending mere deception. Note that this applies solely to abilities already possessed by the host, and may potentially lead to the diminishment of certain powers. The Fire Thief, much like Prometheus, who stole fire from the divine realm to bestow it upon humanity, the system has acquired the ability to extract the power of creation from this world. What is the power of creation? It exists beyond matter and energy. It is the source of all. Ding! As the power of creation is replenished, the host gains the ability to traverse new worlds, prompting a chain reaction throughout this multiverse. Chapter 77. Rosberg. Rosberg, once a prison on Krypton for intergalactic criminals, has become the refuge of the malevolent trio from Earth after they eliminated Astra. They arrived here under the pretense that Farah had joined their ranks, and thus, the evil Nazis have also taken residence. This explains why neither the Action Department nor Kara's team can trace their whereabouts. Within the control room of Rosberg, Dr. Wells, known as Reverse Flash, is diligently working to repair a massive spacecraft. How's it going? Can you manage it? A matter of great importance. The malevolent Kara and Oliver have been keenly observing Dr. Wells' every move. Dr. Wells appears remarkably confident. Do not worry. Do not forget that I hail from the future. Although comprehending Kryptonian technology may be challenging for humans of this era, it poses no issue for the future. At that moment, Lieutenant None arrived, accompanied by a group of Kryptonians, immediately questioning, "I warned you to keep your subordinates in check. There are still many nefarious individuals within this prison." Evil Kara and Oliver are well aware that some of their soldiers have been slain and devoured by the alien criminals within this prison, yet they remain indifferent. "Do not fret, my uncle. We have as many soldiers as we need. The focus is on our plan, New Krypton." This statement momentarily swayed Lieutenant None. "To be honest, it is difficult for me to associate you with my naive niece. Nevertheless, you have persuaded me. But remember, there's only one Supreme Commander here, and that is my wife, Astra." With that, None departed with his entourage. The three present understood None's implication, yet they remained unconcerned, while Dr. Wells curiously inquired, "I am intrigued. Did you not bring Rosberg with you when you descended to Earth?" Evil Kara recognized that the question was directed at her and did not mind addressing some trivial inquiries. "No, although I too slumbered in the Phantom Zone for 24 years. Rosberg did not accompany me." This revelation stirred a sense of excitement within Dr. Wells. This is the marvel of the multiverse, the very same individual, yet transformed profoundly due to a mere nuance. However, the nefarious Kara evidently disapproves, comparing herself to the golden-haired sweetheart. Just as she was about to retort, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, rendering her weak and nearly causing her to collapse, fortunately caught by her husband, Oliver. "Are you all right?" Oliver inquired. The malevolent Kara shook her head, her cheeks flushed as she gasped for breath. "It's a memory from another version of myself. Honestly, it makes me somewhat nauseous. Yet, I must admit, it has been tremendously helpful. I now understand their scheme. They plan to invade our world and utilize Ronan's telepathic abilities to discern our intentions." At that moment, a loud explosion echoed. It emanated from Dr. Wells's location, where a complication had arisen during the repair process. He stared incredulously at his injured right hand, his expression grim, for in that instant, he acutely felt that his speed force field had failed to protect him. What is happening? Due to mutual misunderstanding, the evil leader and Kara were oblivious to the implications of this event. Dr. Wells, concealing his wounded hand, remarked, "It appears our adversaries contain some clever individuals. It's that golden-haired sweetheart's husband. He seems to be a pivotal figure. Astra was rescued by him, and time and again, he has thwarted our endeavors. Do you have any suggestions? Certainly. Dr. Wells's gaze deepened with insight. This may present a splendid opportunity to ensure the smooth execution of our plans. Both individuals furrowed their brows in intrigue. What do you mean? The crux of our scheme lies with the ship that is about to be transported. The markings upon it are of Kryptonian origin, indicating that Superman and Supergirl are critical. However, Superman is no longer a formidable threat. They are eager to uncover our intentions. The Martian manhunter, Ronin, is another pivotal point. Aside from these three, we need not concern ourselves with others. In fact, keeping Superman on Earth could aid us in resolving certain predicaments. What do you imply? As long as we eliminate Ronin, the candidates they could select from on Earth will be severely limited. The malevolent Kara's eyes lit up, yet another question soon arose. How do we dispose of Ronin? Doctor. Wells turned to the wicked Kara and said, "If neither of you minds, allow me to handle this. I know best what terrifies the Martian manhunt, but when it comes to confronting Superman, I will require the General's assistance. Alone, I cannot overpower him. Not an issue." Beneath the cloak of night, Ronin, restored to his authentic green Martian form, floated mid-air, employing his formidable telepathic abilities to sense every movement on this Earth. Although an hour had passed since the appointed time, Ron displayed no signs of impatience. Rather, he felt a profound joy witnessing the union of lovers. However, this moment also stirred memories of his own family. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ron. It was astonishing, for he distinctly recognized it as his wife's voice. This was implausible, yet two additional voices soon followed, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. Father, Kaiman Tungya. These were the voices of his two beloved daughters. In that fleeting moment, despite the awareness that this could be a trap, Ron found himself unable to suppress his emotions as he soared towards the source of the voices. The consequence of this impulsive act was that when Carla and Russell concluded their tasks and prepared to take over, they discovered Ron had vanished. Has he not been located yet? No. Ron must have encountered something beyond his control. Otherwise, given his capabilities, such a sudden disappearance would be inconceivable. This unexpected turn of events cast a shadow over the operation, leaving everyone uncertain of their ability to handle the crisis. Observing Carla's self-reproachful demeanor, Russell realized it was time for him to step up. Previously, he would never have allowed himself to fall into a perilous and uncontrollable situation, yet circumstances had changed. With the ability to anchor himself to this world, he felt unwavering confidence in his capacity to return. Additionally, there was another motive. Russell sought to establish a persona of self-sacrifice for the sake of the world. With this identity, even if he were to commit morally questionable acts in the future, he would be forgiven by all, for he had once sacrificed himself for this realm. No, I absolutely disagree. We do not know why Ron has disappeared. It could very well be because they are already aware of our plans. I cannot allow you to take that risk. Carla was the first to voice her dissent. Russell gently grasped Carla's hand and replied, "While what you say is quite plausible, it also signifies that our choice is indeed correct. Earth may hold all the answers we seek." He then addressed the group. "Do not worry. Although I lack telepathic abilities, I may possess more experience in interrogation than any of you. Let's not forget, I have dealt with terrorists before, and I will not allow myself to fall into a dangerous situation. If uncontrollable events arise, I will abandon the mission and return in a timely manner." At that moment, silence enveloped them all. They understood this might be the best course of action. Carla, though aware of this, could not hide the worry and reluctance in her eyes. Just moments ago, Russell had proposed to her, and they had only just become a family. Ultimately, it was Lucy who rationally issued the final command. "You must return. We are all waiting for you." Of course. Chapter 78. The rescue of Clark. As dawn broke, the factory of Spire Industries was filled with a gathering of individuals. Even Lena had arrived at this place. The reason was simple: to be prepared for any eventuality. If an unforeseen circumstance were to arise, Lena Luthor and Maxwell Lord, two of the brightest minds in the world, would join forces to discover a means to bring Russell back. Ron's whereabouts remained elusive, and Lena had become a pivotal force in this endeavor. Lena had flown in on her private jet, and upon disembarking, she embraced Kara warmly. Kara expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lena. You saved Astra." "No," Lena replied, her gaze complex as she regarded the woman of steel. If she still had any doubts about Supergirl's true identity at that moment, she would be a fool. You should thank Russell. If it weren't for his timely arrival with Astra, I wouldn't have had the means to heal her in time. At that moment, Russell approached, and Lena, evidently more enthusiastic, embraced him as well, exclaiming, "I've heard about what transpired here. You are a true hero, Russell." Russell relished this acknowledgement. "This is all I can do," he remarked. With Lena's arrival, all the key players had convened to confront this crisis. Lucy, the acting director, cast a glance at Russell and stated, "We will all be here waiting for your return." Everyone nodded in agreement, while Alex fastened a watch onto Russell's wrist. "From the moment you enter, this watch will begin its countdown. You have only 60 minutes. Afterward, she stood beside her sister, seemingly affected by the atmosphere. General Schott no longer bore his usual calm and serious demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Snart, saying, "You stay here, Snart. Return only at the last moment." Snart understood the general's intent and raised his freezing gun in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, General, I will protect this place with my life." "Then let us not delay any further. Let's commence." With that, General Schott pressed the switch to the transdimensional door. Instantly, as energy coalesced, a spatial tunnel materialized before them. As they began, Russell gazed at the already leaping General Schott, exchanged a tender glance with Kara, and reassured her, "Do not worry, I will return." This promise was for Kara and their child growing within her. The world before him was shrouded in darkness, with the acrid scent of smoke in the air. Upon arriving through the transdimensional door, Russell looked up, acutely aware of the sun hanging in the sky, yet thick clouds obscured its brilliance. Sensing Russell's confusion, General Schott, now back in their world, offered an explanation. "The environment is indeed dire, though the reasons remain elusive. It appears that our world's heroine has an aversion to the sun, leading her consort, the F-Rare, to transform most of this realm into such a state. Russell has begun to understand the situation. Perhaps it is linked to the excessive solar radiation affecting her cells. What is your current plan? You have but 1 hour. Within this hour, you must return here through the door behind us." Russell glanced at his arm, where the countdown had commenced, and spoke directly. "First, we must locate Superman. His assistance could save us a considerable amount of time. Follow me to our resistance base. They may possess the knowledge we seek. Just indicate the direction. By the way, you don't suffer from motion sickness, do you?" General Schott, who had just indicated the way, was caught off guard, and before he could regain control, he soared into the sky like a supersonic missile. Fortunately, with the protection of his stance, General Schott felt no discomfort. Approximately 2 minutes later, he pointed to a small hillock and declared, "We have arrived. It's right below." In an instant, the two descended, and the freedom fighters guarding the area recognized their general. Rushing forward in delight, "General Schott, you have returned. How wonderful. Where is Schnat?" Aware of the urgency, General Schott refrained from indulging in pleasantries. "We can discuss these matters later. For now, tell me, where is Superman?" Within the resistance base, guided by General Schott's warriors, Russell encountered Clark, who was indeed receiving treatment. Looking frail, with a green glow pulsating across his visage. "General, you have returned," exclaimed the attending physician, astonished, his expression reflecting the relief of finding a pillar of support. After a calm nod, General Schott turned to the ailing Superman, his expression darkening as he inquired, "What has transpired?" At that moment, the weakened Clark caught sight of Russell and, understanding the gravity of the situation, uttered, "I apologize, Russell. I have become a burden. What is the current state of our world?" "It is relatively safe for now. I came here to glean the true intentions of the Nazis through this location and, incidentally, to bring you back. However, Clark, you appear to be in a precarious condition." Clark groaned in painful explanation. "There are metal men in this world, and they are even more formidable, possessing extensive knowledge about me. To thwart my efforts, one detonated its kryptonite heart, and I was unable to evade in time. Shards and dust of kryptonite infiltrated my body. To complicate matters further, the sky here is shrouded in dark clouds, depriving me of sunlight, and my cells are incapable of self-healing." At this juncture, General Schott grasped the gravity of the situation and inquired, "Is there a remedy?" "Apologies, General. The fragments have been successfully extracted. However, the powder has mingled with his blood and entered his body." At this point, the doctor paused for a moment before continuing, "Our world's Nazi supermen met their demise in such a manner." The implication was clear, and General Schott, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Russell. After contemplating, Russell raised his arm and placed the countdown watch before Clark. Clark, do we have an hour? We now have only 54 minutes left. If we miss this window, we may never return. I possess a rapid method to heal you, but I must be candid. The process will be excruciating. Clark, understanding the gravity of the situation, responded, Rest assured, I can endure anything as long as it restores my strength. General Shot, I kindly ask you to gather intelligence to prepare for our forthcoming actions. While Russell said, his gaze shifting to Clark, whose eyes were gradually turning red. Upon witnessing this, Clark comprehended fully, a blend of astonishment and joy in his voice as he remarked, It seems Chris from the Fortress of Solitude was not mistaken. Russell, I am delighted to witness this. Yet, Russell maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, You may not remain joyful for long. Are you ready? I am prepared. In an instant, a searing red heat vision erupted from Russell's eyes, striking Clark's chest adorned with the emblematic uniform. The intense energy replenished Clark's cellular vitality while simultaneously vaporizing the blood and kryptonite powder within him. Chapter 79, Death and Terror. Superman's anguished cries echoed throughout the entire rebel base, inducing a sense of dread among all. Fortunately, General Shot stepped forward to steady the troops' morale. Do not be alarmed. A friend from another world is healing Superman. We have other matters to address concerning the Nazis. Have you received any recent intelligence on them? A soldier nearby spoke up. Yes, General Shot. We have discovered that the Nazis appear to be constructing a significantly large teleportation device. A larger teleportation device? How immense? Apologies, we do not know, but it is many times larger than the one we previously identified, which Superman has destroyed. This new one is heavily guarded by the Nazis, along with power suppression devices, making it nearly impossible for our forces to approach. This revelation heightened General Shot's tension once more. Clearly, the malevolent Nazis would not construct such a vast teleportation device merely to transport the F-Rare and his soldiers to another Earth. After some contemplation, General Shot made his decision. Provide me with the coordinates. Additionally, I believe it is time to activate the Red Tornado. Our world must be saved by our own hands. Meanwhile, within the camp, Superman's agonizing wails gradually faded, as if he had lost the ability to make sound. As everyone found themselves in a state of uncertainty, a resounding bang echoed, and two figures soared from the base into the heavens, ascending through the clouds. General Shot, witnessing this spectacle, realized that all was well. Indeed, within a mere minute, the silhouettes of Russell and Superman descended gracefully before the crowd. The golden sun had fully restored their powers, and Clark gazed at Russell with gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Russell. I scarcely know how to express my appreciation. However, Russell merely glanced at his watch and replied, Let us save our thanks for later. We have only 50 minutes remaining. Have we obtained the intelligence we seek? Aware of the gravity of the situation, Clark refrained from further discourse. General Shot promptly accessed a tablet, pointing to a location displayed on the screen. Our operatives have just received intel indicating that the Nazis are constructing a larger teleportation device here, with its purpose unknown, but heavily guarded. Russell understood the implications. This suggests there may be individuals here who are privy to the malevolent plans of the F-Rare. Indeed, Clark responded, suddenly contemplating, does this not imply that even if we cannot return in time, we might utilize this device to return to our world? I apologize, but I cannot be certain. However, I believe they will not allow you to approach easily. Furthermore, there is the issue of the superpower inhibitors scattered throughout. I'm uncertain how they might affect your abilities. Russell acknowledged, grasping the seriousness of the situation. He addressed Clark. While it would be prudent to deliberate further, the truth is we lack the luxury of time. We must act decisively. I wholeheartedly agree, General Shot asserted, displaying his commitment. We have resisted the Nazis for so long, and we have not done so in vain. We shall assist you. In the Obsidian world, three figures raced close to the ground. Leading them was a robot, resplendent in red, its legs spinning rapidly to generate a whirlwind for flight. This creation of General Shot was designed to combat the nefarious Supergirl, known as Red Whirlwind, guiding Russell and Clark in its wake. Russell and Clark flew in tandem, urgency pressing upon them. Russell, needing to prepare for all contingencies, inquired Clark, Have you devised a method to extract information from those Nazis? The question left Clark momentarily bewildered. So, do you have a plan? Upon hearing this, Russell turned to Clark, his gaze intent. You wouldn't mind if I employed some unconventional methods, would you? Methods I once used to interrogate terrorists. In that moment, Clark discerned the dangerous glint in Russell's eyes, and without a second thought, he surmised what those methods might entail. As a steadfast advocate of the no-kill principle, Superman found it challenging to acquiesce to Russell's proposal. Surely, there must be a better way, right? Russell did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. I have heard that Louise is investigating me. Is that not so? The sudden shift in topic amidst their rapid flight momentarily startled Clark. He had intended to offer an explanation, considering Russell had just saved him, yet Russell uttered words that left him utterly astonished. Do you know how I managed to silence those individuals? Mere similarity in skin color and bloodline is insufficient. I have attempted to bind them with incentives, which indeed proved effective to a great extent, yet not everyone grasps the virtue of contentment. Consequently, I dealt with some recalcitrant individuals, and thereafter, no one dared to speak out. The combination of profit and fear always manifests perfectly. Clark's expression subtly shifted, as if he were contemplating how to respond to Russell's remarks. However, Russell did not afford him the opportunity. There are still 45 minutes remaining. If we discard the last 5 minutes for our return, that leaves us with 40 minutes. Half for each of us. If you cannot resolve the matter in the first 20 minutes, then resort to my method. With that declaration, Russell accelerated past Clark with a resounding thud. At that moment, Clark's demeanor was complex, but after reflection, he decided to pursue Russell. Before long, a multitude of searchlights flickered, and the colossal Nazi factory airships emerged before the trio. The voice of General Schott crackled through their earpieces. I will buy you time with the Red Whirlwind. From here on, it is up to you. With those words, amidst the sudden blaring of alarms, the Red Whirlwind surged into the sky, heading straight for the Nazi airships. With a thunderous explosion, the enormous airship let out a mournful cry as it plummeted from the heavens, while the surrounding Nazi soldiers fled in panic. The searing flames and shockwaves engulfed everything, plunging the entire Nazi base into chaos. Observing this, Russell turned to Clark and remarked, "It would be foolish to charge indirectly. So, Clark, would you mind leading the way?" "Of course not." With that exclamation, Clark had already surged forward, while Russell concealed himself in the air, awaiting an opportune moment. Evidently, the malevolent Nazis had anticipated this, coating all the structures here with a layer of lead, rendering the light-perceiving abilities of both Clark and Russell ineffective. Yet, simply by observing the scale of these buildings, one could discern the appropriate direction to take. However, as Clark burst into the largest edifice, he was met head-on by a barrage of green gas and bullets. Chapter 80. New Krypton Clark was certainly no fool, especially after having been bested by the same trick once before. This time, upon entering and witnessing the green mist, he swiftly lifted his cape to shield himself while holding his breath. Though Clark's cape may lack the multitude of functionalities found in Kara's nanotech suit, it is crafted from the resilient materials of Krypton. It is noteworthy that since the onset of the resource crisis on Krypton, the inhabitants have prioritized durability in their creations. It is not uncommon for a garment to endure for over a century, a testament to the robustness of Kryptonian materials. Every weapon attack has its intervals. In seizing the moment, Clark flicked his cape, expelling a gust of air from his lungs that transformed into a tempest, sweeping away the Nazi soldiers wielding kryptonite weaponry before him. As the dust settled, Clark beheld his surroundings, a structure adorned with an array of scientific instruments, with walls aglow with various lights. At the heart of this edifice stood a colossal circular device, reminiscent of Stonehenge, radiating a crimson luminescence. Clark recognized this machine, albeit in a far more diminutive form than he had previously encountered. Surrounding it were armed Nazi soldiers, clad in black uniforms and masks. And at the forefront stood two familiar faces, Kara and the Speedster, even though the Kara before him was the malevolent version from this world. Her striking resemblance to his beloved cousin stirred a sense of nostalgia within Clark. He could not forget the one who had deceived him into this world. "My dear cousin, this marks our first encounter since our separation from Krypton, although you are not the Kara I once knew." The evil Kara regarded Clark with the disdain of a predator eyeing its prey, devoid of any sibling affection. Dr. Wells extended a sincere greeting. "Greeting, Superman. It is an honor to meet you. After all, across any multiverse, Superman's renown remains a vivid stroke in the annals of history." Yet Clark felt little joy, aware that time was of the essence. He acknowledged that the individuals before him were not his sunlit, courageous cousin, and inquired, "General, and you, speedster, why have you brought me to your world?" "Nay," replied Dr. Wells, his tone impeccably courteous. "I must correct a misconception, Superman. I do not hail from the General's universe. As for the reason you have been lured here, it is of course fear. In this world, as in any multiverse, none dare to defy Superman, which is precisely why the General is here. With her presence, Superman becomes less of a concern." The malevolent Kara wore an expression of amusement at this praise. Clark furrowed his brow, understanding the underlying significance of the man before him. "So, you two are not from this earth. Where do you originate? What is your name?" "Doctor." Wells proceeded to address Clark's inquiries. "You may refer to me as the Reverse Lightning. As for my origins, in the parlance of the future, we shall call it Earth 1, a realm devoid of superheroes. Yet now, I have transcended time and death, my essence permeating the vast expanse of the multiverse." Clark, aware of his purpose, pressed on with his inquiries. "Then why do you seek to invade our world?" The malevolent Kara chuckled mockingly at this. "Do you truly believe we would divulge such information, my dear cousin?" However, at that moment, Dr. Wells's demeanor shifted peculiarly as he proclaimed, "Indeed, Superman, I shall reveal it to you." This sudden alteration left both the malevolent Kara and Superman momentarily bewildered, with Kara questioning her own hearing. Yet, as she turned to confront him, her gaze was met by a syringe filled with a luminous green kryptonite liquid, piercing her neck. The viridescent kryptonite coursed through Kara's veins, robbing her of strength as she collapsed to the ground, desperately screaming at Wells beside her. "What are you doing?" In that instant, Dr. Wells regarded the writhing Kara with a chilling tone, stating, "Why? I am here to eliminate you. For only in doing so will the wrathful leader choose to annihilate that world." Realization dawned upon the malevolent Kara, her eyes now filled with terror. The sudden discord among the villains astonished Clark, who was close by, and even Russell, silently observing the unfolding events, was taken aback. He had intended to delve deeper into the situation, but suddenly, he seemed to hear something, prompting his departure. "I will kill you." Kara continued to scream in fury. Yet, it was futile. From the moment Dr. Wells's scheme came to fruition, she had lost all capacity for resistance. Dr. Wells then turned to Clark, whose expression was one of bewilderment, and inquired, "What do you find as peculiar, Superman? Allow me to elucidate. My ambitions diverge from theirs, and in fact, they are impeding me." With that, Dr. Wells pressed a button, revealing a colossal spacecraft on the massive screen before them. "Do you recognize this?" Wells appeared quite content as he began narrating a tale. 38 years prior in this world, when you first arrived, the Nazis, who had already seized control, discovered you. Your extraordinary abilities led Hitler to perceive you as a divine gift, shifting his obsession from Aryans to you as the future of humanity. Thus, he initiated a grand scheme to utilize your genes to transform mankind. At this juncture, Dr. Wells paused, stepping before the Nazi soldiers behind him. "Superman, are you not curious as to why I have shared so much, even harming their general, yet these soldiers show no inclination to thwart my intentions?" "Doctor," Wells spoke with a sinister smile as he removed the mask from the faces of the soldiers. In that instant, Clark was rendered speechless, for beneath the mask, the soldier's visage bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. At that moment, he seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Indeed, these were the clones of this world, a testament to Hitler's failed aspirations. These clones had not inherited his powers. They were merely stronger than ordinary soldiers, yet sufficient to contend with the average person. More importantly, they were entirely obedient to the F-Rare and could be mass-produced. Clark's fists clenched involuntarily, a manifestation of his profound fury. Yet, even then, Hitler remained unsatisfied. Bound by the limitations of technology, he found himself at a standstill until the day Clark, in this world, reached adulthood and was summoned by the Fortress of Solitude. It was then that Hitler discovered the Kryptonian technology housed within the fortress. Among these advancements was a technique once utilized by Krypton to colonize other planets, transforming them into environments conducive to Kryptonian life. However, by this time, Hitler was well into his twilight years, rendering him incapable of advancing this technology. Thus, it was sealed away, awaiting the arrival of another Kryptonian. Chapter 81. The true plan in that fleeting moment, the evil Supergirl, struggling helplessly on the ground, locked eyes with Dr. Wells. Supergirl's gaze was filled with hatred and fury, while Dr. Wells remained utterly indifferent. Kara Zor-El, Supergirl, he remarked. She is bound to this world's F-Rare, Oliver Queen. Though she possesses the same godlike powers as you, she is tormented by trivial human concerns, namely her and Oliver's inability to conceive. This is an intolerable predicament for a dictator, and thus the technology was once again brought to their attention. They believed it might offer a solution to their woes. In that moment, Clark finally grasped the sinister intentions of his world's malevolent cousin. She aimed to transform our Earth into a new Krypton. Congratulations, you are correct, Superman. Therefore, you should express your gratitude to me. I have saved your world. Clark could not accept the notion that this adversary had altruistic motives. So, what is your true objective? However, this time Dr. Wells showed no inclination to provide a benevolent answer. I'm afraid, Superman, that our conversation has lingered long enough. It is time to execute the plan. Dr. Wells declared as he seized the collar of the evil Supergirl, lifting her despite her furious struggles. I swear, I have taken many lives, but this will be the first for Supergirl. As his words fell, his left hand began to vibrate rapidly. Aware of her impending demise, the evil Supergirl roared in fury. Oliver will never be deceived by your base tricks. He will find you and kill you for my revenge. Dr. Wells cast a fleeting glance at Superman in the distance before shifting his attention to the dark heart he held in his hand. No, sweetheart, you're mistaken. I do not care whether Oliver Queen knows who killed you. All I require is a madman, one who would annihilate everything in pursuit of vengeance for his beloved. Now, General, it is time for you to reveal your true worth. I will not allow you to do this. At that moment, despite the evil visage of Kara before him, Clark stepped forward and shouted defiantly. Alas, Dr. Wells remained unmoved. Superman, do you truly believe I would confront you unprepared? Your weaknesses are as well known as your reputation. With those words, the vast laboratory erupted with the sounds of switches being activated, and red lights flooded the space, casting an ominous glow that enveloped everyone, rendering the atmosphere akin to a hellish inferno. Clark instantly felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. It was the red sun lamps. Observing the agonized expression on the malevolent Kara, who was similarly weakened, it dawned upon her the grim reality. You deceiver. Dr. Wells' excitement was disturbingly twisted. Indeed, across any universe, humanity will stop at nothing to combat Superman. The 7734 project exists wherever Superman does, yet in this world, Oliver has obliterated most weapons capable of destroying you. However, this only affirms his love for you. Now, no one stands in my way. With that declaration, and amidst Kara's terror-stricken gaze and Clark's furious roar, Dr. Wells' trembling arm slowly approached Kara's heart. Clark found himself in a dilemma, watching as Kara was on the brink of being slain by Reverse Flash. He felt utterly powerless, knowing that only Russell's intervention could save them, but he doubted whether Russell would act, for he was not a hero who adhered to a no-kill philosophy. Nor could Clark expose him. As it appeared, time was against them. With Reverse Flash's arm nearing Kara's heart, Russell had yet to appear. Instead, Dr. Wells suddenly halted, glancing around as if searching for something. The evil Kara, barely escaping death, summoned her last reserves of strength to struggle. After a prolonged search, Dr. Wells finally withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and directed it back to Superman. It seems I was mistaken, Superman. There is no one else here. Or perhaps he simply does not care about the fate of this wicked Kara. Clark comprehended what Reverse Flash sought. The meticulousness of this adversary was chilling. Yet, with this realization, Wells felt no further trepidation. In an instant, he launched a swift strike directly toward the heart of the wicked Kara. In a cacophony of agonized wails, Dr. Wells' rapid strike pierced through Kara's heart. In that fleeting moment, emotions of resentment, despair, and fury flooded the gaze of the malevolent Kara, who had once ruled the entire Earth. She never envisioned that the end of her life would manifest in such a manner. Alas, it was utterly futile. Even Kryptonians could not survive once their hearts were obliterated. Devoid of life, the wicked Kara collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Clark locked eyes with the deceased, evil Kara, his heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions, uncertain whether to feel anger. Meanwhile, Dr. Wells gazed at Superman with indifference, declaring, "Now is your turn, Superman." Just then, An eerie metallic rending sound echoed through the sky, prompting Clark and Dr. Wells to swiftly identify the source. "This is impossible," Dr. Wells exclaimed in disbelief as he peered at the laboratory's large screen, witnessing the enormous spacecraft ascend autonomously, vanishing in an instant from view. Stunned, Dr. Wells transformed into the Red Lightning and rushed to the main control console, seeking the whereabouts of the colossal vessel. But all he received was a message: access denied. This cannot be. What is happening? Who is responsible? As he furiously turned around, he encountered a familiar voice beside Clark. "It's you." Clark echoed the sentiment. "You did this." "Of course." It was Russell, who assisted Clark to his feet while explaining, "While you were engaged in conversation, I discovered this ship in the sky. After infiltrating its systems, I uncovered the true intentions of the Reverse Flash. The reason the evil Overlord and malevolent Kara did not directly transform their Earth into Krypton is that destruction must precede creation. As rulers of this Earth, they harbor significant reservations about annihilating their own world. Furthermore, the energy required to obliterate and alter a planet's ecosystem is beyond their current technological capabilities. Yet coincidentally, our world possesses a Kryptonian spacecraft capable of providing such immense power." Clark's eyes sparkled with realization. "You mean the Roswell?" Not only had they now comprehended their adversary's plan, but their hideout was no longer a mystery. "However, I wish you had arrived a bit earlier," Russell remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the lifeless evil Kara, his tone devoid of sorrow. "She is not Kara. We must return." With those words, Russell glanced around before clenching his fist, causing the red sun lamps within the laboratory to explode instantaneously. Clark, too, felt his strength surge back in an instant. Clearly, the infuriated Dr. Wells would not permit Russell Clark to depart so easily. "No, I absolutely will not allow you to leave here. Surrender my spaceship, or she shall perish." Initially emboldened by the restoration of his powers, Clark was about to retort, but as the screen shifted, his gaze once again faltered. Louise. Chapter 82. Against the monitor, and, no matter how confident Reverse Flash was in his speed, he would never underestimate Superman. It was imperative to prepare additional measures. For instance, at this very moment, as he gazed at the screen displaying a gaunt woman clad in prison garb, evidently tormented, with a blue collar around her neck, Clark knew that this was not his wife Louise, but rather the Louise of this world. Yet, he could not suppress his emotions. Observing this, Dr. Wells raised a handheld switch and calmly declared, "Louise Lane, everyone is aware of Superman's other vulnerability. The moment I press this activator, her brain will explode into a mass of pulp." Realizing the dire implications, Russell cautioned, "Clark, our time is running short. If our world is destroyed, the Louise of our universe will perish as well." "I understand, but that is Louise. She is innocent." Seeing Clark's hesitation, Russell felt a tightening in his chest, but ultimately sighed, glancing at the dwindling time. Less than 20 minutes remained, before turning towards Reverse Flash, bracing himself against the table and shrugging. "You have won, Mr. Reverse Flash. State your conditions, but do not be excessive." With the reins of power firmly in his grasp, Dr. Wells displayed no urgency. Instead, he scrutinized Russell, narrowing his eyes slightly. "My first question, how do you control this spaceship? If I recall correctly, it was constructed by Kryptonian technology. Of course, it is because I have also learned Kryptonian script. I acquired this knowledge from the Fortress of Solitude in our world, and I possess a certain aptitude for high technology," Russell replied with an air of nonchalance. Dr. Wells, intrigued, posed his second inquiry. "My second question, who are you?" "Just call me Russell." "No," Dr. Wells shook his head. "That is not what I meant. I am aware of a universe known as 38, which is remarkably similar to yours. The only distinction is that you do not exist there. It appears you are the origin of everything in this peculiar world." Russell maintained a demeanor of impatience. "I do not understand what you are implying. As for origins, if you wish to inquire why I exist in this world, you might as well address my deceased parents. After all, they're the ones who brought me into this world." Dr. Wells scrutinized Russell with keen eyes, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Regrettably, Russell's acting has reached a remarkable level of naturalness. "How could you possibly know that I have not attempted it?" The words of Dr. Wells seemed to astonish Russell greatly. "Surely, you do not mean to suggest that a paradise truly exists. Yet alas, my parents do not hold religious beliefs." This provoked a silence from Dr. Wells. as Russell's unreasonable outburst left him uncertain of the truth. After a moment's contemplation, he cautiously ventured, "What I mean is time. I have endeavored to return to the past in search of the source of all changes, but I have failed." "You mean to say you can traverse time?" This statement finally piqued Clark's interest, seemingly unlocking Dr. Wells's explanation. "Indeed, my speed allows me to effortlessly navigate the timelines, creating countless temporal remnants. This has granted me a form of immortality, transcending death. However, not long ago, I detected some anomalies. My speed abruptly began to wane, and the existence of my temporal remnants faced an inexplicable threat. I traced the origins of these changes, traversing through multiple universes until I arrived in yours, where I ultimately discovered the birthplace of all issues." So what distinguishes our world? Certainly, the perpetual crises and self-rebooting are the fate of our multiverse, representing the value of our existence. The life and death of every individual, the Earth, and the cosmos intertwine within this destiny. This is why our multiverse's time and space can be modified at will. However, intriguingly, such a fate does not exist in the universe where your Earth resides. It appears to operate under an entirely new set of rules. Although the space remains fragile, time has become remarkably stable, signifying that no one can disrupt the timeline of your universe. I have attempted to access both the past and future of your universe, yet regrettably, all efforts have been in vain, as if they do not exist. Russell furrowed his brow. Doesn't this sound like good news? No, Dr. Wells's gaze deepened. The creators of our multiverse fashioned everything we can perceive to derive strength from this infinite crisis to combat the source. The source. In that instant, a flicker of change appeared in Russell's eyes, for he vividly recalled the words of the system, which had guided him to other worlds and aided him in opposing the generative force of this universe's multiverse restoration, also known as the source. "What is it, Doctor?" Wells finally discerned something, his smile taking on an enigmatic quality. "No one knows who it is. Even the deity responsible for creating our multifaceted universe is merely aware of being an existence that transcends all matter and energy. There exists a conjecture that this entity is a being of higher dimensions than our own, merely leaving a conscious projection within our realm. It is said that even the creators of our world were brought into existence by her, endowed with power. The reason our world's creator has established things in such a manner is to combat the source. Do you truly believe she would permit the existence of a rebellious offspring? Our world's creator is certainly no benevolent deity. Moreover, we must not forget those so-called guardians of time, who recklessly manipulate its flow like superheroes. When discussing this superhero, it is evident that Dr. Wells's insinuation pointed unmistakably at his nemesis, the Flash family. Yet, Russell no longer cared. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "Thank you, Mr. Reverse Flash. You have indeed clarified many of my inner uncertainties. However, I shall not relinquish the controls of that spacecraft to you." He then turned to face Superman, who appeared bewildered, as if caught in a tale. "Now, Clark, leave this place. I have discovered Louise's location. She is in a concentration camp situated 20 kilometers northeast of here. Rescue her and then depart." "What?" Dr. Wells seemed taken aback, but at that moment, he finally noticed the presence of a peculiar black line. Initially, he had assumed it to be a mere signal wire, but it was now evident that it connected Russell's arm, resting on the table, to the mainframe here. Dr. Wells instantly grasped the situation, though it did not alter anything. "So that is it. You have hacked into this mainframe and located Louise's position. Nevertheless, I still advise against it. I am aware of Superman's remarkable speed, yet he is undoubtedly not swifter than I." As he spoke, he raised the launcher in his hand, poised to press the button. "No." Clark, upon witnessing this, nervously reached out to intervene, but Russell stood before him, his gaze sharp. "If I were you, Dr. Wells, I would refrain from doing so. I swear, you will never find your spacecraft, and you will also acquire two formidable foes." Dr. Wells narrowed his eyes slightly, then gently released the launcher, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Indeed, it is you." Russell, without turning back, addressed the still-dazed Clark. "What are you dawdling for, Clark?" The complexity of the situation left Clark somewhat bewildered, yet he remembered the vital task at hand, to leave and rescue Louise, the savior of this world. Just then, Russell gently grasped his arm. "Tell Karen not to worry about me. I will return." Listening to Russell's parting words, Clark hesitated no longer. "I know. We will all await your return." As Clark departed from this place, Russell turned to gaze at the reverse lightning before him, speaking candidly. Now tell me, who compelled you to invade and annihilate my world, Dr. Wells? Upon the conclusion of his words, with a smile from Dr. Wells, time seemed to come to a standstill. Behind him, a portal gradually opened, and amidst a cacophony of terrifying howls, countless shadowy demons surged forth, darkening the skies and enveloping the entire Nazi encampment. In an instant, Russell sensed impending doom. His foreboding was validated. Amidst a rhythm that seemed to shake the very fabric of this world, a towering behemoth with a skeletal visage slowly emerged from the portal. At that moment, even the once supremely proud Reverse Lightning, Dr. Wells, bowed his head and obediently approached the colossal creature, stating, "Come, meet my new creator of the antimatter universe, the Anti-Monitor." Wow. However, this terrifying monstrosity uttered no further words. Its icy gaze fixed upon Russell as it rasped, "Kill him." Instantly, an overwhelming tide of shadowy demons, akin to soul-sucking specters, howled as they surrounded Russell. At this moment, Russell was left in astonishment, never expecting that amidst the infinite Earth crisis, which had obliterated countless multiverses, the anti-monitor of this world would make a direct appearance. Was this not a tad unsporting? Without a hint of hesitation, Russell opted to activate the system to escape from this world, unwilling to waste even a millisecond. Thus concluded the first volume. To be honest, writing this was quite exhilarating. However, upon reflecting on the comments and data performance, it became evident that there were indeed issues. It lacked satisfaction. The protagonist did not shine brightly enough. I had considered allowing the protagonist to become a superhero, thus enabling them to fight alongside Kara. However, I found the villains in the Supergirl series rather lackluster, and if the protagonist were to emerge, it would overshadow Supergirl herself. In terms of comic book lore, the character hierarchy was overly populated. The protagonist's abilities were insufficiently impressive compared to others, which was rather awkward. The protagonist is not Superman, but the focal point of this world, with limitless power, yet struggles to assert dominance. As for continuing the narrative as it stands, I personally find it rather tedious. The Supergirl plotline is indeed lacking. Conversely, I have a fondness for the Flash, though the Speed Force's premise does not align with my vision. Regarding the setting of Rao, it was something I envisioned from the outset to introduce the concept of the solar deity, which will play a significant role in the second volume, including the birth of the new Earth, etc. I intended for the protagonist to evolve into a being akin to a new god of dimensions. Finally, concerning the book's performance, it has indeed been dismal. Although the initial readership was high, it plummeted sharply after 3 days, currently hovering around 500 readers daily. I am perplexed. It seems the bookshelf data should be better, yet the figures continue to dwindle day by day. However, to speak candidly, the situation has turned out to be better than I anticipated. I have always believed that both Supergirl and the world I am about to create, while not entirely obscure, are certainly not widely recognized in the realm of film and television. Thus, I shall endeavor to persevere, at least until the manuscript is reviewed to ascertain its potential for success. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the readers who continue to cherish this book. The forthcoming volume will herald a new beginning. Chapter 83. The zombie Taoist in the pitch-black night. Within a seldom visited grove, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, disrupted only by the intermittent calls of crickets and frogs. The air was thick with humidity, and the ground was carpeted with a dense layer of decaying leaves, infusing the entire forest with a scent of rot and decay. This amalgamation of odors coalesced into a heavy miasma, rendering the forest somewhat surreal. At that moment, amidst the tranquility of the woods, a sudden sound of descent pierced the silence, as a figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently to the ground. It was none other than Russell. The abrupt loss of his ability to fly caused him to mismanage his bodily equilibrium, resulting in a face-first landing upon the earth, where he inadvertently munched on a dried leaf. Indeed, despite his vigilance in the multiverse, that world remained perilously treacherous. Merely asserting his presence had attracted the attention of a formidable supervillain known as the Anti-Watcher. He dared not gamble on whether the system could shield him from the Anti-Watcher's assault. Consequently, he decisively employed the system's capabilities to transition to a new realm. Now, gazing upon the desolate unfamiliarity of his surroundings, he surmised that he should be safe here. As for where he had arrived, Ding, welcome, host, to the new world. This is a realm where mystical creatures and cultivators coexist, amalgamating elements from Zombie Taoist, My Date with a Zombie, and other cinematic narratives. Ding! Detection reveals the presence of a potent governing force in this world, known as the three books of heaven, earth, and humanity. Legend has it that from the dawn of creation, three natural programs capable of controlling the universe's entropy were birthed, later referred to as the three remarkable books. The Book of Heaven, which can manipulate human destiny through deduction. The Book of Earth, which governs various laws and wields the power of creation and destruction. And the Book of Humanity, symbolizing hope and the sole entity capable of resisting the Book of Heaven. Collecting all three books would grant one dominion over the cosmos, elevating them to the status of a singular true deity amidst the trials of existence. This power is immensely formidable. To avoid unnecessary complications, the host's Kryptonian attributes and telekinesis are temporarily rendered unusable. Ding! The rule modifier has activated. To adapt to the regulations of this realm, the host's Kryptonian constitution has been altered to that of an inherently pure yang body. The innate pure yang body. You are the nemesis of all malevolent entities in the universe. Not only are you naturally endowed with the ability to absorb the essence of the sun, granting you boundless vitality, but also the vast majority of malevolent sorcery proves ineffective against you. Your very blood possesses the power to restrain and exterminate most evil beings. Indeed, this is a world primarily inspired by the cinematic series The Vampire Exorcist and My Date with a Vampire. However, do not be mistaken. This is not the zombified realm of the film adaptation featuring the character Nine Uncle. Instead, the protagonist here is the other exorcist portrayed by Lin Zhengying, Mao Xiaofang, alongside the demon-slaying Ma family. Mao Xiaofang may sound somewhat unfamiliar, yet Russell's mention of certain phrase, a phrase overused in past web games, should resonate with many. Zombies are born from the collective resentment of heaven and earth, existing in a state of neither aging nor death, cast aside by the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. They wander aimlessly, subsisting on resentment and blood, using the lifeblood of the living to express their profound loneliness. However, with the existence of malevolent spirits comes the emergence of righteous individuals to uphold justice and dispel evil. To the north, we have the demon-slaying Ma family, while to the south stands the renowned exorcist Mao Xiaofang. With profound mastery of Taoist arts, Mao bravely traverses the realms of yin and yang, taking upon himself the responsibility for the safety of all beings, thus becoming the bane of zombies. Regrettably, even the most formidable human efforts have limits, and Mao cannot escape the trials of reincarnation. His legacy, steeped in chivalry, will be celebrated through the ages. Both series were produced and aired by the former Hong Kong Asia Television, also known as ATV, sparking a fervor for zombies that captivated audiences. Due to certain connections, the universes of these two series share some links. For instance, the first installment of My Date with a Vampire originally intended to feature Lin Zhengying as the lead and was meant to be filmed as the third part of The Vampire Exorcist. Unfortunately, Lin Zhengying's declining health and subsequent passing rendered this endeavor moot. Moreover, the opening of the first episode of My Date with a Vampire features the dialogue mentioned earlier, with the initial scene depicting Ma Dana of the Ma family performing a ritual to honor Mao Xiaofang. As for why this world was chosen over that of Nine Uncle's films, the reason is quite straightforward. Although the Nine Uncle film universe enjoys greater popularity, it pales in comparison regarding the sophistication of Taoist arts and supernatural beings. The most formidable zombies in that realm are merely the mutated royal zombie from Uncle Zombie and the musical zombie from Musical Zombie, while the pinnacle of Taoist arts is epitomized by the Master Brother's lightning fist. In contrast, the worlds of the Vampire Exorcist and My Date with a Vampire not only feature ghostly emissaries, but also showcase a higher caliber of Taoist techniques. For instance, Mao Xiaofang possesses the ability to project his spirit and create a bridge between the realms of life and death, demonstrating a superior level of Taoist mastery. Furthermore, this world is populated by various deities, demons, and extraordinary beings such as the Penga clan, Niwa, and Fushi. If Russell had the opportunity to choose upon his first traversal, he might have opted for the cinematic realm of Master Geo. However, now that he has acquired the power to protect himself within this world, Mr. Vampire and My Date with a Vampire have emerged as superior choices. Yet, the differing rules of these two realms have significantly diminished Russell's capabilities. His physical condition has reverted to that of an ordinary human, only slightly more robust, while his telekinetic abilities and various superpowers derived from Kryptonian traits have vanished. Fortunately, his intellect remains sharp, and his physique is still somewhat stronger than that of an average person, which should suffice for self-preservation in this world. Coupled with the inherently formidable pure yang physique, his journey here appears to be safer than in the multiverse. Nevertheless, Russell is not one to relax. Although this world lacks superhumans, it is rife with demons and monsters. The immediate priority is to locate the master of this realm, the zombie Taoist Mao Xiaofang, to seek his tutelage. Yet, where could Master Mao be? At that moment, a voice pierced the stillness of the night, echoing in Russell's ears. Help! Help! Is anyone out there to rescue us? Upon discerning the pleas, it seemed 3 women were calling for aid. However, rather than rushing to their assistance, Russell furrowed his brow and turned to leave. In a world inhabited by supernatural beings, the late-night appearance of 3 distressed women in a desolate area was a familiar ruse. Likely a trap set by some malevolent entity, probably a female demon. Without hesitation, Russell decided to feign ignorance and walked in the opposite direction. Yet, just as he believed he had evaded the snare, the cries for help rang out once more, this time more insistent. Not far down the path, 3 women dressed in simple, traditional garb reminiscent of the Republic of China appeared in the woods, exuding a demeanor of fragility and fear. Before them stood a ravenous wolf, its eyes glowing with a sinister green glare, fixated upon the trio. Russell could not help but scoff internally at the blatant nature of this scenario. Was it truly targeting him? He initially intended to ignore the situation and continue on his way, but upon catching sight of one of the women, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a demoness, he changed his mind and rushed forward. Chapter 84. You inging to be honest compared to traversing various cinematic worlds. Russell currently harbors a more pressing desire to inquire with the system about the possibility of returning to Earth. The reasoning is simple. Although the films and dramas he has encountered are undeniably classic, and he has watched them numerous times, the memories from his 28 years in the multiverse, not to mention his life prior to his traversal, have largely faded, rendering the plots of these shows almost unrecognizable to him now. This signifies that he has lost a considerable advantage in foreseeing the plot. Unfortunately, the system did not respond to Russell's request, nor did it acknowledge him in any way. Fortunately, although he may not recall the specific details of the narrative, the general outline of the story remains clear. Moreover, there exists a reliable means to anticipate events, observing the actors. For instance, among the 3 enchanting fairies, the one in the middle appears irresistibly charming, a girl who evokes sympathy. Russell distinctly remembers that this actress is named Yang Gongru. He has watched numerous films featuring her and recalls that she is a renowned screen beauty in Hong Kong's entertainment industry, often portraying delicate and pitiable young women. This suggests that even if she were to play a fairy, she would undoubtedly assume a positive role. Naturally, relying solely on this notion would not allow Russell to lower his guard. Yet since she has positioned herself right at the entrance, evasion is not an option. This realization prompted Russell to change his approach. Caution! Adopting an earnest demeanor, Russell rushed forward, shouting at the ravenous wolf. Get away! It was evident that this wolf was an actor summoned by the 3 fairies, as upon seeing Russell charge, it did not put on a performance and scampered away with its tail between its legs. After driving off the wolf, Russell approached the 3 young women and inquired with concern, "Ladies, are you unharmed?" However, upon nearing them, he could not help but marvel at the beauty before him. Even though he was fully aware that the girl was a transformed fairy, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her allure. The young woman, portrayed by the most beautiful Miss Hong Kong, was dressed modestly in a floral dress, yet radiated an extraordinary beauty, embodying an innate purity and a serene elegance reminiscent of a refined lady. As Russell gazed at her, the girl opposite him, too, found herself captivated, staring at him in awe. After a millennium of cultivation, she had never encountered such a handsome man. It is worth noting that Russell's appearance is strikingly handsome. Having traveled from the 22nd century, his demeanor is markedly different. His eyes exude a confidence absent in men of this era, and his complexion is fairer than that of many women, complemented by his modern attire, which enhances his sunny and charismatic presence. At the moment when Russell and the girl locked eyes, the two other young women on either side grew impatient, revealing their true, monstrous forms. With disheveled hair and an overwhelming aura, the pure yang energy radiating from Russell was akin to a sacred elixir for these female demons, who were eager to drain him of his essence. Although Russell could not see behind him, he was acutely aware of the malicious intent surrounding him. Just as he prepared to take action, the girl before him suddenly gasped and leaped into his embrace, causing the malevolent presence behind him to vanish instantaneously. The enchanting female spirit nestled against him rendered Russell somewhat speechless. Truly, she was a captivating creature. She nearly disrupted his resolve. Although she relished being dubbed the epitome of the three great illusions of life, in this moment, Russell sensed that the spirit bore no malicious intent. They merely embraced gently before hastily parting ways. Under Russell's gaze, the spirit shyly lowered her head, resembling an innocent maiden unaccustomed to the world. Amused by this sight, Russell inquired, "My lady, are you quite well? We are simply three sisters returning home to visit family." However, as we walked, night fell, and we encountered a ravenous wolf. In our flight, I twisted my ankle and stumbled. Thankfully, you came to our rescue. Otherwise, we would have met our end tonight. Having confirmed that the spirit indeed harbored no intention to harm him, Russell chose not to shatter the illusion. "Ah, I see. Our meeting is fated. It seems your foot cannot bear weight. Might I carry you? Oh, how can I impose?" The spirit's face flushed with shyness, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. "Do not worry," Russell replied, turning his back to her and bending down. As he felt the gentle weight of her form upon his back, he realized that the spirit held a certain affection for him. He could distinctly sense her nervous hands and the fragrant rhythm of her breath against him. It appeared that being handsome indeed held its advantages. "By the way, my surname is Luo, and my given name is Sue. You may call me Russell." "What is your name, my lady?" "My surname is Yu. You may call me Ying. Ying, which direction is your home?" "I have just returned from overseas and am not familiar with this area." "This direction will suffice." "So, you are back from abroad? Are you from England?" "I have heard it said that the English are all fair-haired and blue-eyed. Is that true?" "Not entirely. There's a variety of people there." "How fascinating. I never imagined there would be such dark-skinned individuals abroad." "You are quite intriguing, sir." As the two conversed merrily, behind them, Ying's two younger sisters observed. The youngest, Yu Qingqing, wiped her mouth, her face a canvas of confusion. "Sister, why aren't we allowed to absorb this man's vital energy? His aura is delightful, and his vitality is abundant. If we could draw upon it, our powers would surely increase. Is it that you wish to keep him all to yourself?" The second sister, Yu Su, swallowed hard, casting a begrudging glance at her elder sister, disdain evident in her tone. It's not about hoarding. Sister has merely succumbed to infatuation." "Infatuation? Surely not. He is just an ordinary man. What use is he to us other than for his vital energy?" Sister Qingqing looked at her oblivious sibling with scorn. "Men have many uses. They can provide great comfort as well." After speaking, he seemed to sense something and glanced towards the surrounding woods, where pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered. Even the restless spirits dare to vie for our sustenance, utterly oblivious to their own mortality. As the words fell, the solitary phantoms in the woods dissipated instantaneously. Observing this, Yu Su, who had followed, remarked, "Come, I wish to see if my sister has truly awakened her heart." It was evident that the familial visit concocted by Yu Ying was entirely fabricated. After more than an hour of wandering, they had yet to locate their intended destination. Although the two had engaged in pleasant conversation along the way, Yu Ying found herself awkwardly unable to continue, saying, "Young Master Luo, my home is not far. You may let me down, and I can make my way there alone. There's no need for that. I shall escort you, as your foot is still not well." "That is unnecessary. I am quite capable now. If my relatives were to see us, a lone man and woman together, they might misconstrue the situation." "Is that so?" Luo Su said, as he gently set the blushing Yu Ying down. "Then I shall not accompany you further. May fate allow us to meet again." "Indeed, may fate allow us to meet again," Yu Ying replied, somewhat bashfully. Just as Luo Su was about to turn away, she suddenly recalled something and called out, "By the way, young Master Luo, what is it?" Luo Su turned back. Yu Ying, somewhat anxious, said, "The roads are perilous at night. I have heard from my relatives that this area harbors unclean entities that particularly enjoy preying upon the vitality of men, especially someone like you. You must be cautious. Luo Su regarded Yu Yingying thoughtfully and replied, I am aware. My return from overseas was to pursue the path of enlightenment. The world of martial arts is vast. Miss Yingying, I hope our next encounter will be as delightful as this one. In that moment, Yu Yingying's expression shifted slightly, perhaps awakening to the reality of her dreams. Chapter 85. Gantian Town, nestled along the coastal region of Guangdong, there exists a town of considerable population known as Gantian Town. This town has gained fame due to the legend that beneath its surface lies a dragon vein of auspicious feng shui, a rare land of imperial significance. It is said that after her demise, Cixi secretly interred herself here. Logically, such a treasure of geomancy should attract numerous mystical occurrences. However, the contrary has been true for many years, as the region remains undisturbed. The explanation is simple. Gantian Town has been safeguarded for generations by a Taoist temple known as Fushi Hall, which protects the locale from the interference of demons and spirits. The current master of Fushi Hall is the legendary zombie Taoist, Mao Xiaofang. However, despite Mao Xiaofang's formidable abilities, his jurisdiction only extends to matters of the supernatural. Mundane affairs of the mortal realm are managed by the local police department. Presently, the head of the police department is a man named Song Shiweyong, appointed by the national government. He was originally a local gentry. When the national government was established in 1912, he was already over 50 years old and was unexpectedly appointed as the director of the police department. Naturally, Song Shiweyong had no reason to decline the position. However, by 1923, he had held the position of police chief in Gantian Town for 11 years, and his hair had turned completely white, signaling his old age. It was likely that he could not hold this position for much longer. Fortunately, his son, Song Zilong, had followed in his father's footsteps and joined the police department, demonstrating exceptional performance and showing promise to succeed him. Nevertheless, as is typical of youth, Song Zilong, due to his privileged background, was often derisively referred to as the young master soldier, which left him feeling quite indignant. Thus, he took the initiative in all matters, managing to suppress some of the gossip circulating within the police department. Just like now, the summer days in the south were always sweltering, even in the early morning. However, Captain Song Zilong and his subordinate Zhou Sanyuan had already commenced their routine patrol of the town. Yet, before they could complete a full circuit, the somewhat lazy and indulgent Zhou Sanyuan, wiping the sweat from his brow, plopped down at a nearby tea stall and ordered a cup of iced tea. Clad in his police uniform and wielding a baton, Song Zilong urged him, Hey, Sanyuan, we haven't finished our patrol yet. The slightly plump Zhou Sanyuan, unfazed, replied, No rush. No ruse. It's not too late to finish after I finish my tea. On such a hot day, even thieves are reluctant to go out. Come on, Captain. Join me for a drink. Seeing this, Song Zilong could only helplessly take a seat beside him. At that moment, while sipping his tea, Song Zilong suddenly spotted a young man on the street, someone he had never seen in town before, dressed in a remarkably fashionable manner. Even more striking than the foreigners depicted in newspapers, he drew a crowd, particularly a throng of young girls. Noticing this, Song Zilong patted Zhou Sanyuan on the shoulder and said, Let us go over and take a look. Zhou Sanyuan, also intrigued, shifted his attention to the young man's attire. These girls, truly, have they never seen a wealthy person before? They're all rushing to greet him. This young man was none other than Russell. After bidding farewell to Yu Yingying and traveling through the night, Russell finally encountered the presence of civilization. It was a small town, and the stone sign at the entrance read Gantian Town. Upon seeing this name, Russell realized he might have come to the right place. Although many details had faded from his memory, the name Gantian Town rang familiar. Indeed, as he entered the town and inquired about the name Mao Xiaofang, he found that everyone seemed to know him. Master Mao? Of course, we know him. He is the head of the Fushi Hall in Gantian Town. So you are here to find Taoist Mao. Let me take you there. By the way, I am Xia, 18 years old. Don't listen to this silly girl. She is actually 24. Let me take you there. My name is Lingling. May I ask your name, sir? Are you married? The young gentleman's attire is remarkably novel. It must be quite valuable. While locating Mao Xiaofang is not particularly challenging, Russell finds himself ensnared by the local young ladies. He had not anticipated such boldness from them. Fortunately, at that moment, two individuals approached, wielding batons to disperse the crowd. "What are you all doing here? Step aside, let the police do their work." As Russell gazed at the young man in uniform, he was struck by a sense of familiarity. The officer bore an uncanny resemblance to the protagonist of a Jiang Yao, albeit with less flamboyance. With the arrival of these two officers, Russell finally managed to extricate himself from the throng of women, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, officers." Noticing Russell's politeness, Officer Song Zilong responded courteously. "No need for thanks. You are not a local, I presume?" "Indeed. My surname is Luo, given name Su. I have returned from overseas, having heard tales of the esteemed Taoist Mao Xiaofeng, and I wish to seek his guidance." "Ah." Russell's sudden declaration startled everyone present. Zhou Sanyuan, unable to contain himself, remarked, "What peculiar hobbies the wealthy have these days, wanting to become Taoists." The young ladies echoed in agreement. "Indeed. How unfortunate for such a handsome man to choose the path of a Taoist." Officer Song Zilong, though intrigued, recognized Russell's courteous demeanor as indicative of his character. Upholding the police's duty to assist, he offered, "Since you seek Taoist Mao, please follow me." "Thank you." Zhou Sanyuan, sensing the crowd's curiosity, urged, "All right, young ladies, no more watching. He is here to become a Taoist. Disperse now." As the crowd parted, guided by the officer who bore such a striking resemblance to the character Quan Tianyu, Russell finally arrived at the entrance of a grand courtyard. Above, a plaque glimmered with 3 golden characters, Fushi Hall. "This is the place," Officer Song Zilong said, stepping forward to knock on the door. Moments later, it swung open, revealing a rather stout man, his eyes still heavy with sleep. He regarded the trio and inquired, "Good morning, Captain Song. What brings you here?" "Xiao Hai, this is Mr. Luo, who has come to seek Master Mao for instruction." "Seek instruction?" Inside Fushi Hall, beneath the plaque proclaiming "Upholding Heaven's Way," Russell sat quietly on a rosewood chair, savoring tea as he awaited his meeting. Clearly, Fushi Hall holds a significant status in Gantian Town. The extensive grounds alone attest to its importance. Upon entering, one could observe the spacious courtyard, numerous vacant rooms, and a garden adorned with a minimalist yet elegant design. Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan remained, sipping tea. Zhou Sanyuan sought to rest, while Song Zilong aimed to uncover the truth of Russell's identity. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the contemporary leader of the Fushi Hall, the sore-browed Taoist priest Mao Xiaofeng, entered the room in a formal Taoist robe, flanked by 2 disciples. In that instant, Russell's mind echoed with the phrase, "The yellow talisman of glutinous rice still lingers, yet Lin Jingying is nowhere to be seen." With this thought, he rose, adjusted his attire, and approached, offering a respectful bow, addressing him as Master Mao. Chapter 86. Seeking apprenticeship from Mao Xiaofeng. At this juncture, Mao Xiaofeng, observing the young man before him who was greeting him with such solemnity, was momentarily taken aback. This morning, after rising and completing his morning exercises, he had enjoyed breakfast as usual when he heard from his eldest disciple, Xiao Hai, the young man had come seeking to become his apprentice. Mao Xiaofeng's first reaction was disbelief. Despite Fushi Hall's esteemed reputation in Gantian Town, times had drastically changed. It was now 1923, 12 years since the Xinhai Revolution. With the establishment of the national government, the beliefs in feng shui and spirits were relegated to the realm of feudal superstition, causing a dwindling number of young people to believe in such matters. Particularly in Gantian Town, a coastal area with convenient transportation and smooth information flow, the situation was even more pronounced. While Gantian Town still retained some support for Fushi Hall due to its feng shui lineage, many regions beyond its borders had begun to associate the beliefs in feng shui and spirits with deception. This shift had rendered Fushi Hall somewhat desolate. In the time of his master, Lei Zhenzi, there were numerous disciples, many of whom were outstanding. Yet in his generation, only Xiao Hai and a Chu remained, leaving the vast Fushi Hall occupied by merely 3 individuals, with empty rooms stretching on. At times, when Mao Xiaofeng gazed upon the desolate hall, he felt a pang of melancholy, feeling that he had let his master down, yet he felt powerless to change the course of this great era. Now, the unexpected arrival of a young man, especially one returning from overseas, seemed implausible to Mao Xiaofeng, particularly as he observed Russell's demeanor and attire, which appeared more vibrant than the foreigners depicted in the newspapers. Please be seated, Mao Xiaofeng gestured, taking his place at the head of the table. While regarding the young man with a hint of confusion. This young brother, you may call me Russell, the young man replied. Ah, Russell, my young brother. I have heard from my disciple Xiao Hai that you wish to become my apprentice, Mao Xiaofeng inquired. Indeed, Russell responded, rising from his chair and kneeling before Mao Xiaofeng. I humbly seek your acceptance. Please rise, Mao Xiaofeng urged, while Xiao Hai, the eldest disciple, stepped forward to assist Russell in standing. Achoo, the second disciple, chimed in. Master, since this brother has come with such sincerity to seek apprenticeship, why not accept him? Mind your words. After giving a reproachful glance to his second disciple, Mao Xiaofeng turned his attention back to Russell and continued speaking. At the Fushi Hall, we naturally do not refuse those who are earnest in their pursuit of knowledge. However, I perceive that you, young brother Russell, possess an extraordinary demeanor and are not devoid of alternative paths. Why, then, do you wish to pursue the Tao? Russell, bowing respectfully to Mao Xiaofeng, began to articulate the excuse he had long prepared. In truth, I am also seeking self-preservation. Self-preservation? The onlookers were taken aback. Indeed, without concealing anything from Master Mao, I have had a unique constitution since childhood, which tends to attract malevolent entities. My parents, wishing for my survival, sent me abroad, believing the foreign world might be different, and perhaps these entities would not follow me there. Initially, this was somewhat effective, but as I grew older, its efficacy diminished. Even malevolent beings from overseas sought me out. It became tiresome. Eventually, a wise person abroad informed me that I possess a natural pure yang body. And this pure yang energy is a nourishing essence for malevolent beings, which explains my susceptibility to them. The only solution is to seek a wise master to learn the Tao. Thus, I crossed the ocean and returned to the mainland. As Russell finished speaking, Mao Xiaofeng's expression had utterly transformed. From initial skepticism to sheer astonishment, he hesitantly inquired, May I test whether you truly possess this innate pure yang body? Of course. Russell replied affirmatively. Then, Mao Xiaofeng, abandoning the composure befitting a sect leader, hurried to Russell's side. With hands forming intricate gestures, he directed his palms toward Russell, and a dazzling golden light manifested before all present. This miraculous scene left everyone astounded. What is this, master? One disciple exclaimed. Mao Xiaofeng did not respond to his disciple's query. Instead, he was filled with astonishment and a hint of impatience as he grasped Russell's hand, as if fearing he might flee at any moment. Young brother Russell, do you truly wish to be my disciple? Absolutely, Russell replied with unwavering conviction. Wonderful, wonderful, Mao Xiaofeng exclaimed thrice, his face radiant with joy. His disciples, Xiao Hai and Achoo, realized it had been a long time since they had seen their master this elated. Even Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan could discern that Master Mao was genuinely delighted at that moment. What is happening, master? Just a moment ago, you Achoo, the second disciple, displayed a lack of perceptiveness. Mao Xiaofeng, speechless, gently chided him before slowly explaining, Do you know what an innate pure yang body is? Both disciples shook their heads in unison. Seeing their ignorance, Mao Xiaofeng contemplated a detailed explanation, but ultimately decided to simplify. You need not know too much. Just understand that the innate pure yang body is the nemesis of all malevolent forces. According to historical records, the last person with such a body was El Dongbin, one of the 8 immortals. At this revelation, everyone stared at Russell in astonishment. Zhou Sanyuan, in particular, directly inquired, Wow, Master Mao, does this mean that this brother will become an immortal in the future? Master Mao gazed warmly at Russell, shaking his head. The notion of becoming an immortal is ethereal. It not only depends on one's cultivation, but also on fate. However, it is certain that his path of cultivation will be smoother than that of an ordinary person. Ah, Zhou Sanyuan also became exceedingly courteous, clasping his hands in respect towards Russell. In that case, Brother Luo, you must take good care of us. As a police officer, he had encountered some extraordinary beings alongside Master Mao. Thus, he was especially polite towards those with abilities. The eldest disciple, Xiao Hai, who understood his master well, noticed the eager expression on Master Mao's face and tactfully suggested, Master, since it is so, why not seize the day and have Brother Luo become your disciple today? Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaofeng felt his heart stir with excitement and tentatively asked Russell, What say you, Brother Russell? There was no hesitation from Russell. He directly knelt and performed the formal greeting. Disciple pays respects to the master. It appeared that Russell's initiation as a disciple was indeed expedited, as Mao Xiaofang moved swiftly. Soon, before the incense altar in the hall, offerings were arranged and candles were lit. Mao Xiaofang instructed Russell to kneel before the portrait of the founding master, Zhang Tianshi, while he and his two disciples stood to the left, with outsiders Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan positioned at the entrance. The apprenticeship ceremony was officially underway. First bow to the primordial heavenly venerable. Second bow to the supreme old lord. Third bow to the founding master, Zhang Tianshi. As Russell completed the three bows, Master Mao ignited a yellow talisman, offering it to the founding master, and then dipped a willow branch in water, sprinkling it before Russell, marking the conclusion of the initiation. Russell, from this moment forth, you are the 39th disciple of our Tiandao sect. These are your two senior brothers. This is Xiao Hai, and this is Achu. You must look after one another. Yes, master. Following the completion of the initiation, amidst mutual congratulations, Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan first departed, while the second disciple, Achu, began to tidy up the ceremonial items. Mao Xiaofang, gazing at his newly accepted disciple, did not rush to impart teachings. Instead, he addressed his eldest disciple, Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, please take Asu downstairs to settle in. From today onward, he will reside with us. Yes, master. Brother Luo, please follow me. Master, I shall take my leave now. Indeed, watching the two depart, Mao Xiaofang felt a surge of excitement. With such a prodigious talent, he could finally elevate the Tiandao sect to new heights. However, just as he turned to express gratitude to the founding master with incense, a flash of golden light suddenly emanated from the portrait, illuminating his face. This inexplicable sensation left Mao Xiaofang with an odd feeling, difficult to articulate, seemingly a warning or an admonition. Logically, having accepted such an excellent disciple should be a fortuitous event. Yet why did he feel this way? Contemplating this, Mao Xiaofang addressed his disciple Achu. Achu, I must step out for a while and shall return in 10 days. Before Achu could intervene or voice his concerns, Mao Xiaofang hurriedly departed. Chapter 87. Brothers of the same master. 10 fleeting days passed, and the Fushi Hall, once desolate, now thrummed with life, enriched by the presence of a new junior disciple. Early in the morning, even the typically lazy Chu rose early to partake in the morning exercises. The reason was quite simple. This junior disciple, returned from overseas, had brought with him a plethora of intriguing novelties. At this very moment, in the courtyard of Fushi Hall, Xiao Hai, the elder brother, was engaged in a sparring match with the third junior disciple. The two exhibited entirely different styles. Xiao Hai employed the long-cherished bagwazang, a martial art characterized by fluid palm movements and shifting footwork, delivering powerful strikes with a stable stance. As a fellow heir of Fushi Hall, Achu was well acquainted with this style, finding little novelty in it. Instead, it was the unfamiliar boxing technique demonstrated by the new junior disciple that piqued his interest. Ruo, the junior disciple, appeared to skip rope, twisting and turning with peculiar footwork, deftly evading punches while launching counterattacks that, despite their simplicity, consistently evaded Xiao Hai's strikes. Whenever he found an opening, he retaliated with formidable force, pushing Xiao Hai back several steps with a single hit. After a brief bout, Xiao Hai could no longer endure the exertion, shaking his hands in surrender. No more, no more. If this continues, I shall lose all feeling in my hands. Junior brother, your boxing is truly impressive. Ruo responded, retracting his fists. Brother, you flatter me. I merely possess greater strength. Boxing excels in direct and close-quarter combat. But in terms of skill, it cannot compare to our bagwazang. Achu interjected, handing them towels. No need for flattery between you two. Junior brother, your boxing is quite fascinating. I never imagined Westerners could possess such martial prowess. Why not teach me? Of course, if both elder brothers wish to learn, I shall certainly do my utmost to teach you. Ruo replied enthusiastically. That's splendid. The prospect of learning something new makes both Xiao Hai and Chu exceedingly delighted. Yet, whether this was merely a fleeting whim or a genuine desire to master boxing was a matter only they could discern, at least over these 10 days. Ruo surmised that his second elder brother, Chu, likely lacked the tenacity for such pursuits, while the resolve of elder brother Xiao Hai remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Having accepted the benefits offered by his junior disciple, Achu remarked with a hint of camaraderie, "Our master truly is something, so eager to take on disciples. Yet now he leaves junior brother Ruo here for 10 days without a word." Xiaohai, though somewhat puzzled, responded with respect for their teacher. "Master must have pressing matters to attend to. Junior brother, do not fret. He will return shortly." Ruo, however, was unperturbed. Having endured decades in the world, 10 days seemed but a fleeting moment. "Rest assured, senior brother, I am aware that the matters of cultivation can be elusive, and in these past 10 days, I have indeed made some progress. I must also extend my gratitude to junior brother Xiaohai for granting me access to the scripture hall to peruse its texts." Before Xiaohai could utter a word, Achu, feeling rather bored, interjected, "What is so fascinating about those scriptures? After years of perusal, I have gleaned little of substance." Observing this, Xiaohai playfully chastised his junior. "The issue lies not with the texts, but with your inability to engage. Have you not heard the saying, 'Within books lies the beauty of a fair maiden, and within books lies a mansion of gold'? Such beauty and wealth remain unseen by me. So I shall take my leave. The morning session is concluded, and I will venture outside to amuse myself while you remain in the hall." With that, Achu cast aside his aspirations of practicing martial arts, and Xiaohai, feeling helpless, addressed his junior, "You may continue your reading. I shall tidy up the hall in preparation for the opening. Do you not require my assistance?" "No, it is but a trifling task." "Very well. When I have finished my reading, I shall teach you my martial techniques at noon." "Excellent." As Xiaohai watched his polite junior depart, he felt a pang of inadequacy. Through these 10 days of companionship, Xiaohai had come to understand why the master had been so eager to accept disciples. This third junior brother was not only strikingly handsome and possessed an extraordinary demeanor, but also exhibited remarkable knowledge, conducting himself with grace and humility. In every aspect, he surpassed both Xiaohai and Achu, and in him, Xiaohai began to perceive the master's own reflection. While polishing the incense altar, Xiaohai glanced at the portrait of the ancestral master and suddenly felt that perhaps this third junior brother was indeed the chosen successor of Fushi Hall in the master's heart. Despite a twinge of discomfort within him, he harbored little jealousy. Once a teacher, forever a father, he resolved to support whatever the master's intentions might be. Shortly after, Xiaohai completed his tidying of the hall and approached the door, ready to commence business. However, as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of the master returning, weary from his travels. Within Fushi Hall, after serving tea to the master, Xiaohai curiously inquired, "Master, where have you been these past few days?" After finishing his tea, Master Mao Xiaofeng placed the cup on a nearby table and replied, "I traveled to the northeast." "The northeast? What business took you there?" "I have a friend within a mystical sect located in that region." Noticing the mixture of surprise and curiosity on his disciple's face, Master Mao refrained from further explanation and instead asked, "During my absence, how has ASU conducted himself?" This prompted Xiaohai to share his thoughts. "Junior brother Luo has been exemplary. During your absence, I led him in the morning sessions, and he introduced us to many intriguing concepts, including foreign literature and martial arts, as well as sharing numerous tales from overseas." "Is that so? And what transpired after the morning session?" After the morning session, junior brother remained in the scripture hall to read. "Reading?" This response left Mao Xiaofeng somewhat astonished. Indeed, the junior brother is quite remarkable. It is evident he has dedicated an entire day to his studies. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaofeng did not hasten to change his attire, but instead rose and spoke. "Let us go and take a look." Accompanied by Xiaohai, Mao Xiaofeng made his way to the scripture repository at the back of the Dao Hall. After walking a few steps, they soon spotted Russell seated by the window, engrossed in a scripture. At that moment, Russell had donned Xiaohai's simple attire, appearing quite modest. Yet his inherent demeanor remained unblemished, resembling not a Taoist, but rather a refined scholar. At that instant, Russell, sensing the gaze upon him, looked up to see Mao Xiaofeng at the door and exclaimed joyfully, "Master, you have returned." Mao Xiaofeng, maintaining a calm expression, nodded slowly and stepped inside. He regarded Russell and inquired, "I have heard from Xiaohai that you have been reading here for several days. How much have you accomplished?" Russell respectfully clasped his hands together and replied, "If one does not seek profound understanding, I have finished all the texts housed here." Upon hearing this, both Mao Xiaofeng and Xiaohai were taken aback. "You have read them all?" they exclaimed in disbelief. Xiao Hai, particularly astonished, added, "Junior brother, there's so many books here." Russell smiled slightly and explained, "In total, there are 165 volumes, encompassing various scriptures, texts, and collections of anecdotes about the disciples of past generations of the Heavenly Tao sect." This figure left both Mao Xiaofeng and Xiao Hai momentarily speechless, for in truth, neither of them knew the exact number of books present, which had been amassed by the successive masters of the Fushi Hall. Observing their incredulous expressions, Russell, without any intention of boasting, continued, "To be candid, Master, I have possessed the ability to read 10 lines at once and have a photographic memory since childhood, thus allowing me to read swiftly, albeit it is merely a cursory reading without deep comprehension." At this revelation, both Mao Xiaofeng and Xiao Hai were profoundly astonished. Mao Xiaofeng, having seen much of the world, understood that there are indeed extraordinary individuals in this realm, especially considering that his disciple is of pure Yang constitution. Such a gift is not unusual. However, he cannot resist asking, "Since you have read so many texts, tell me, what is the Tao?" Russell understood that this was a test for Mao Xiaofeng and pondered before responding. The Tao is both formless and formed. Formless because it is the origin of heaven and earth, the mother of all things, a collective term for the laws governing the universe. And formed because it manifests in the sun and moon, yin and yang, the 5 elements, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna. At that moment, Mao Xiaofeng could no longer conceal his admiration, nodding appreciatively as he remarked, "Indeed, you are a prodigy in the Tao, capable of discerning such profound truths through reading." At this juncture, Mao Xiaofeng came to a realization and resolved to inquire of Xiao Hai, "Where is Chu? Where is Chu?" Upon witnessing this, Xiao Hai felt a twinge of embarrassment and spoke up. Chu had already ventured out to enjoy the day, and Mao Xiaofeng, contemplating the situation, sighed and remarked, "Well, I suppose this is a testament to his insufficient fortune." After saying this, he turned to Russell and inquired, "In that case, I ask you, what do you think the term Tian Daoan, our Taoist sect, signifies?" Upon hearing this question, Xiao Hai, the esteemed senior disciple, understood that his master intended to impart wisdom to Brother Russell. He quickly supported his master, saying, "Master, please have a seat." The moment Mao Xiaofeng settled down, his demeanor transformed, shedding the guise of the zombie Taoist and embodying the essence of the 38th generation leader of the Fushi Hall's Taoist sect. Russell recognized that this was a pivotal moment and pondered the question before responding. Could it be the celestial laws governing the heavens, the principles of nature, or perhaps the will of the heavens? Mao Xiaofeng nodded in appreciation. That is partially correct. From a scholarly perspective, there is no fault in that interpretation. However, to truly cultivate the Tao, one must grasp a deeper understanding. As he continued, Mao Xiaofeng's gaze shifted to his 2 disciples. This was not merely an opportunity for Russell's enlightenment, but also a moment of instruction for the senior disciple, Xiao Hai. For us cultivators, the path consists of 4 stages: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and merging the void with the Tao. Without delving into the latter 3 stages is the first step, refining essence into qi, that poses the greatest challenge. For only by surmounting this initial hurdle can one truly step into the realm of cultivation. He elaborated further, among cultivators, there exists a saying, "A person has 3 flowers gathered at the crown, and qi encompasses the yin and yang of the 5 elements. The 3 flowers represent the essence, qi, and spirit of an individual, corresponding to 3 specific locations within the body, known as the 3 palaces. These are the lower palace, the middle palace, and the upper palace, arranged from bottom to top. The lower palace, referred to as the Dantian, is where the essence resides, situated 3 inches below the navel. The middle palace, known as the Jiang Palace, is where the qi is stored, located at the heart. Lastly, the upper palace, commonly called the Naiwan Palace, is where the primordial spirit is housed, positioned at the crown of the head. This explains the notion of the 3 flowers gathered at the top. Furthermore, regarding the yin and yang of the 5 elements, the upper corresponds to yang and the lower to yin. Heaven is associated with yang, while earth pertains to yin. Movement is yang, stillness is yin, ascent is yang, and descent is yin. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, correspond to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The interplay of yin and yang and the five elements gives rise to the cycles of the small and large heavenly circuits. Thus, the essence of cultivation lies in refining the primordial essence within the dantian, allowing it to circulate through the small heavenly circuit, transforming into spiritual energy that enters the middle palace, and subsequently flowing through the large heavenly circuit to converge in the Niwen palace, where the primordial spirit is ultimately condensed. As for the refinement of the spirit and the merging of the void with the Tao, it signifies the attainment of a higher realm. In simpler terms, refining the spirit into the void involves the condensation of the primordial spirit, allowing it to exit the physical body while still relying on the corporeal form as its vessel. However, upon reaching the realm of merging the void with the Tao, one can entrust the primordial spirit to the heavenly way, which represents the true path of immortality, one that enables one to share longevity with the cosmos and the radiance of the sun and moon. Mao Xiaofang succinctly conveyed this cultivation process to his two disciples. Russell experienced an epiphany, and Xiao Hai appeared to benefit greatly as well. Observing this, Mao Xiaofang continued, "Nevertheless, there lies a concern. The essence of ordinary individuals is finite. If depleted excessively without replenishment, it may lead to premature aging, illness, and susceptibility to malevolent forces. Aside from the natural remedies of food and medicine, replenishing essence also necessitates maintaining purity and practicing daily discipline. Of course, this pertains to ordinary people. For us cultivators, we possess unique methods exclusive to our kind, such as harnessing the forces of heaven and earth to absorb their essence and the spiritual energy of all things for our own use." At this juncture, Mao Xiaofang turned to Russell and remarked, "In the two characters of our sect's heavenly way, there exists a concept you have yet to mention, which comprises 4 words: the resonance between heaven and humanity. Indeed, the resonance between heaven and humanity is correct. It involves harmonizing with the sun, moon, and stars above, drawing their essence into oneself for transformation. This constitutes the fundamental practice of our sect." At this moment, Xiao Hai comprehended and expressed, "Now I understand. No wonder, Master. The incantations, spells, formations, and techniques you teach us are all closely related to the sun, moon, and stars." Precisely. Mao Xiaofang regarded his eldest disciple with satisfaction. Despite Xiao Hai's slightly inferior aptitude, his earnest and steadfast determination surpassed that of a Chu. However, Xiao Hai then inquired, "Master, how does this relate to our junior brother's innate pure yang constitution?" Of course, as I mentioned earlier, the concept of yin and yang denotes that heaven represents yang, while earth represents yin. The sun signifies yang, and the moon signifies yin. Movement corresponds to yang, whereas stillness corresponds to yin. This signifies that not only does a Su possess abundant essence, but he also inherently possesses the ability to resonate with these pure yang entities, which is the reason he is referred to as having an innate pure yang body, rather than one acquired through later cultivation. Xiao Hai grasped this and remarked, "No wonder junior brother Russell possesses such great strength." Indeed, Mao Xiaofang nodded and gazed at Russell, imparting a cautionary note. "However, it is vital to remember that, as the saying goes, isolated yin cannot flourish and solitary yang cannot be born. One must not be excessive in any endeavor." Russell nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, I am aware, Master." "Very well. In that case, I am at ease. Rest well today, and tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. When the purple mist rises, I shall take you to observe the heavenly court, personally safeguarding you in your cultivation." Chapter 89. Entering the sect observing the heavenly court involves a pavilion constructed by Master Mao's teacher, Lei Zinci, located outside Gantian town. This pavilion occupies a prime location, surrounded by an uninhabited expanse, where the winds are brisk and the skies remain perpetually clear, unmarred by clouds. It is an ideal spot for observing the stars and the moon, a place conducive to tranquility and concentration. Even before dawn, the disciples of Fushi Hall, under the guidance of Mao Xiaofang, have arrived here. Ah Chu, who is pushing a unicycle, clearly did not have a restful night, and with a hint of complaint, he remarked, "Master, why must we come to this place? I can't even sleep properly." Mao Xiaofang, seeing this, admonished him for his lack of ambition. "All day long, you only think of slacking off. Do you know what this place is? It boasts a favorable location and abundant spiritual energy. How many people yearn for the opportunity to cultivate here? Ah Chu, who feared Mao Xiaofang the most, still managed to retort stubbornly. We don't need to bring so much stuff. Russell, witnessing this exchange, interjected, Ah Chu, let me handle it. No, let him push. Mao Xiaofang firmly refused, as this was meant to serve as a reprimand for Ah Chu. After such a splendid opportunity for learning yesterday, Ah Chu had wandered off to who knows where, leaving Mao Xiaofang deeply disappointed. Noticing his master's displeasure, Ah Chu could only offer an awkward smile and continue pushing the cart. Soon, they arrived at the observation pavilion. It was not a place of extravagance. Rather, it appeared quite humble, consisting of a simple wooden structure set amidst the wilderness. This will do. Set up the altar and arrange the formations. Russell, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, Master, must it be so elaborate? Mao Xiaofang shook his head. Better to be overly cautious than to be caught unprepared. Your constitution is unique, and your cultivation differs from the ordinary. Unusual phenomena are likely to occur, attracting various demons and spirits. It is imperative for me to protect you. Touched by his master's unwavering concern, Russell responded earnestly, Thank you, Master. I will not let you down. Very well. Mao Xiaofang nodded solemnly, and then began the arrangements. With the assistance of 2 disciples, the altar was soon set up. Holding a peachwood sword and stepping into the formation with the 9 palaces 8 trigrams technique, he hung the trigrams on the pavilion, signaling that everything was ready. After calculating with his fingers and observing the purple qi rising from the east, Mao Xiaofang turned to Russell with a serious expression. ASU, do you remember what I taught you yesterday? Recognizing the gravity of the moment, Russell nodded confidently. I remember everything. Excellent. The time has come. You may begin. Yes, Master. As his words fell, in a space before the pavilion, already prepared and enveloped by the trigram formation, Russell centered himself, clearing his mind of distractions. With the grace and vigor of a soaring tiger, he began to move, stepping into the flying steps of the 9 heavens. The flying step of the 9 heavens is the most pivotal technique of the Tao of Heaven sect. It is not a martial art of fists, but rather a method of movement. By emulating the footsteps of the Big Dipper and the 28 lunar mansions, one attunes oneself to the celestial bodies, advancing closer to the cosmic stars with each circuit. After 9 circuits, one's mind can reach the 9th heaven. Whether or not it can truly reach the 9th heaven, Russell remains uncertain. Yet he undeniably feels the heat surging within his body with every completed circuit. Realizing this, Russell dares not to slacken his efforts. Enduring the intense heat, he completes the flying step of the 9 heavens and then sits cross-legged beneath the celestial stars, fingers forming intricate seals. Each transformation of his fingers bears a unique significance, representing yin and yang, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, the 12 hours, the 5 directions, the 4 symbols, and the 28 lunar mansions. Through this, he simulates the cosmic celestial movements, crafting a microcosm of the universe within his palm. As his fingers continue to weave the seals, the fiery energy coursing through Russell's body begins to circulate under their guidance. In the pavilion, Mao Xiaofang witnesses this scene, his expression alight with excitement. Has it worked? Has it truly worked? He exclaims. What has worked? Ah Chu responds, bewildered. Mao Xiaofang casts a disapproving glance at his disciple. Your fellow disciple has taken the first step in cultivation, refining essence into qi. The flying step of the 9 heavens is designed to refine the essence within him, while the technique born of divine mechanism and celestial transformation serves to guide the nascent spiritual energy within his body when he lacks sensitivity to qi. Upon hearing this, Ah Chu, feeling displeased, retorts, Master, you are biased. Why didn't you teach such an impressive method to me and my senior brother before? At this, Mao Xiaofang glares at his disciple. Are you certain I have not taught you? Or is it that your memory is lacking? Little Hai, recalling with clarity, interjects Ah Chu. Do you not remember? The master taught us this when we were young. It was you who deemed it useless and forgot it. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafts into the noses of Xiao Hai and Ah Chu. They exchange curious glances. Master, what is that delightful aroma? Mao Xiaofang, having also caught wind of it, becomes serious, gripping his peachwood sword, and warns, be cautious. They are coming. What is coming? As his words fall, a cacophony of wailing emerges from the surrounding woods, and countless restless spirits surge forth, charging directly at the meditating Russell. In an instant, they stand before him. At that moment, The Bagua chart hanging in the pavilion glimmers with golden light, sending these lost souls scattering in terror. Yet even so, a relentless tide of malevolent spirits continues to surge forward, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. At last, Xiao Hai and Chu comprehend the source of the enchanting aroma. Mao Xiaofang, with a serious demeanor, explains, "Have you ever re-journeyed to the west?" "Of course, master. Who doesn't know about the great sage, equal to heaven?" The two disciples nervously remarked, gazing at the countless restless spirits surrounding them. "Excellent. Your junior brother is now the Tang monk. He embodies a primordial pure yang essence. His yang energy far surpassing that of ordinary mortals by thousands or even millions of times. The fragrance you just sensed is the lotus scent, which can only emanate from those of pure and sacred nature. Even a mere whiff can alleviate much of the karma burdens of common specters." At this revelation, the two disciples finally grasp the reason behind the sudden influx of malevolent spirits. "What shall we do now? You two, armed with your tools, shall position yourselves beside your junior brother and form the triad formation of heaven, earth, and humanity." "But master, there are so many ghosts." "Let me stay by your side instead. Fear not. With me here, no harm shall befall you." Reluctantly, Chu followed her elder brother, Xiao Hai, as they leapt from the pavilion to join the meditative and tranquil Russell, taking on the roles of his guardians. Not far away, amidst the forest teeming with demons and spirits, the three sisters, Yu Ying, followed the alluring scent to this very spot. Compared to these mindless souls, they exhibited considerable wisdom, refraining from recklessly rushing in, and thus, they discerned the source of the fragrance. "Sister, it turns out it's not a foul odor, but rather a fragrant man. Had we known, we three could have consumed him and spared ourselves the trouble of contending with so many restless spirits." Yu Ying paid no heed to her sister's words. Her gaze filled with affection as she looked toward Russell in the distance. At that moment, as the sun began to rise, a ray of dawn light illuminated Russell's face, and he suddenly sensed an extraordinary transformation. Chapter 90. The Earth Book with the sun rising above the horizon. The first glimmer of dawn graced Russell's visage. As he continuously altered his hand seals to guide the flow of energy within, he felt an astonishing change. Prior to this, he had already been able to distinctly sense the circulation of spiritual energy within him. The essence refined from the lower dantian flowed to the middle dantian, circulating through his organs, forming a small microcosmic orbit. Logically, reaching this stage could be considered normal, marking the initiation into the first phase of cultivation, the refining of essence into energy. The subsequent phase, transforming energy into spirit, would require his internal spiritual energy to reach a certain threshold before breaking through the middle dantian and entering the upper dantian, where the primordial spirit would coalesce. However, as the first ray of dawn shone upon him, it seemed to resonate with a peculiar force within Russell, flooding his being with an overwhelming influx of energy. He quickly discerned the nature of this force. It was a fragment of solar divine power from Rao, the supreme deity of Krypton, which he had brought from his world. Astonishingly, his Kryptonian physiology, previously obscured in this realm, now exhibited signs of awakening. This triggered an incredible chain reaction. His cells began to thirstily absorb the sunlight infused within the dawn. Thus, in this harmonious union of the Eastern art of meditation and the Western lineage of strength, the power bestowed by the Lao bloodline enabled him to fervently absorb the essence of the sun from this world. The Eastern cultivation techniques swiftly transformed this essence into spiritual energy, while the formidable constitution derived from his Kryptonian heritage accelerated this process. Consequently, Russell felt as though his body had become an exceptionally efficient apparatus for the conversion of spiritual energy. An abundance of spiritual energy surged forth, akin to the waters of the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, breaking through the barriers between the central and upper Yuan palaces, transcending the stage of refining essence into Qi and entering the Niwen Palace, thereby leaping directly into the phase of refining Qi into spirit. At this moment, an even more astonishing phenomenon unfolded. The process of refining Qi into spirit naturally refers to the condensation of one's spiritual energy into the primordial spirit. Generally, the primordial spirit is akin to the human soul, albeit reconstituted through spiritual energy, resembling the human soul to a great extent. Yet at this moment, The primordial spirit coalescing within Russell's Naiwan palace bore no semblance of human form. Instead, it transformed into a radiant point of light, dazzling like a golden sun, emanating warm luminescence that illuminated Russell's Naiwan palace, seemingly brightening the entirety of the dark cosmos. Just then, the voice of the system resonated promptly. Ding! As the host embarks upon the path of enlightenment and successfully steps through the threshold of cultivation, the power of the world's rules opens its doors to you, instigating the fusion of 3 distinct world rules. The divine power from the solar deity Lao, the telekinetic energy from the world of uncontrollable superpowers, and the cultivation methods of this realm merge flawlessly, resulting in miraculous transformations. Reward: the Membrane of the Earth Book, New Solar Deity. Membrane of the Earth Book. The Earth Book, rumored to be one of the 3 great programs governing this universe, possesses the power to master all matter, dedicated to creation and destruction. However, do not misconstrue this. You do not possess the Earth Book itself, but merely a thin membrane of it. As your current power is still quite feeble, and your grasp of the rules is nearly non-existent. Yet, as you accumulate more rules and power, the form of your Earth Book will gradually coalesce, ultimately becoming the true Earth Book. New Solar Deity. The cultivation methods from the East have successfully activated the Lao power within you. With the assistance of the Earth Book, you embark on the path to becoming a new deity, successfully creating a sun that belongs solely to you. Though it is as diminutive as a grain of rice, you begin to establish your own dimension, which also awakens a portion of your Kryptonian constitution. Once your universe is fully formed, your power will no longer be constrained by any rules. You shall be your own god. As the system's voice faded, a nearly transparent, unadorned ancient tome materialized within Russell's Naiwan palace, revolving around the minuscule golden sun. Surrounding Russell, who sat in tranquil meditation, were his companions, Mao, Xiaofeng, Xiaohai, and Achu, all shielding their eyes from the blinding radiance, gazing at Russell, now aglow with golden light, as if he were a celestial being. Surrounding specters and wandering spirits, upon being illuminated by this golden radiance, appeared as if they were being scorched, their souls scattering in disarray. At that moment, the sky adorned itself with a breathtaking violet cloud, drifting from the direction of the sun and enveloping Russell's head, swirling around him. This enchanting spectacle left the 3 disciples utterly astonished. "What is this, Master?" Xiaohai inquired, his voice trembling with disbelief. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaofeng could hardly contain her excitement as she exclaimed, "The purple aura comes from the east. This is indeed a symbol of auspiciousness. It is said that such phenomena only manifest when one has achieved the convergence of the 3 flowers atop the head and the 5 energies returning to their source. Yet, it is evident that ASU has not reached such a state, leaving only one possibility. Not far away, fearing the golden light, Yu Yingying, who had kept her distance, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. With a hint of humility in her gaze, she looked at Russell, who shone like a small sun, and spoke. "So it is, young Master Russell. Are you the reincarnation of a celestial being?" As someone who had cultivated for a millennium, Yu Yingying had indeed heard of such phenomena. Yet, she realized that perhaps she had been overly sentimental. How could a divine figure possibly harbor feelings for a mere little demon like herself? Her 2 younger sisters, evidently perplexed by the implications of this revelation, wished to question their elder sibling further, but Yu Yingying had already danced away with graceful sleeves, prompting the sisters to follow her. As the 3 sisters departed, the surrounding spirits and phantoms gradually dispersed. The 3 disciples exhaled a collective sigh of relief, and at that moment, the sun began to rise slowly, illuminating the entire world. Observing this, Mao Xiaofeng utilized her spiritual essence to communicate telepathically with her reincarnated disciple, saying, "ASU, you may cease your exertion. Be cautious not to fall into excess or become entranced." Fully immersed in his own mud pill palace, where a sun no larger than a grain of rice radiated brilliant light amidst the humble, ancient texts revolving around the entire realm, Russell received his master's message and diligently calmed his spirit, gradually withdrawing his consciousness from the mud pill palace. When he opened his eyes, he found himself gazing into the caring eyes of his master and 2 senior brothers. It had been countless years since Russell last felt such a gaze, and the rationality he had steadfastly clung to began to wane as he softly uttered, "Master, senior brothers, it's good to see you awake. We shall discuss other matters once we return to the Fushi Hall." In the northeast, amidst the icy expanse of the greater Shingon Range, there resided a prominent family known as the Ma clan, renowned for their exorcism abilities. They were the largest exorcist lineage in the north, adhering to the ancestral decree of passing down their knowledge to daughters only. To outsiders, they appeared merely as priestesses capable of commanding spirits, exorcising evil, healing ailments, and divining fortunes. However, only those within the mystic sect understood their true prowess, particularly the two divine dragons possessed by the Ma clan. However, much like the situation encountered by the Fushi Hall, with the establishment of the Republic of China, the art of shamanism was relegated to the realm of feudal superstition. The Ma family has seen a decline through generations. For instance, at present, only the clan leader Ma Rong'er and her niece Ma Dan Na remain, relying on one another for companionship. Yet today, Ma Dan Na found herself summoned by her great aunt, who entrusted her with two ancestral dragons that had served the Ma family over the ages, and urged her to leave for the south to seek the Taoist priest Mao. Dan Na, the situation in the northeast is chaotic, and the Japanese are becoming increasingly overbearing. Remaining here will only lead to greater peril. Today, I have sensed unusual movement from a sun star, and indeed, the direction points southward. The dragons have issued a warning, and, coupled with the recent visit from Master Mao seeking divination, I suspect it may be connected to his new disciple. You should investigate. Naturally, Ma Dan Na felt reluctant to part ways, but she could not disregard her Grey Tant's words, leading to a tearful farewell, for she understood that this parting might signal a day of no return. Chapter 91. He Xing Building the Sun. Within the Fushi Hall, as everyone returned to rest, Russell did not conceal any changes in his condition from his master. When Master Mao learned that Russell had progressed directly from refining essence to the stage of refining chi into spirit, he was taken aback. Though upon reflecting that his disciple was a reincarnated immortal, it seemed quite reasonable. However, he was left somewhat bewildered upon hearing that the primordial spirit Russell had manifested was that of the sun. It is worth noting that neither Master Mao's extensive years of cultivation nor the records of Fushi Hall had ever documented such an occurrence. The so-called primordial spirit is typically a reflection of the practitioner's soul. How could it possibly transform into something else? Nevertheless, recalling his disciple's innate pure yang body, which is a rare phenomenon, one could understand the occurrence of such peculiarities. Well then, as long as you feel there is no issue, that is sufficient. With this thought, Master Mao presented Russell with 3 tomes of secret techniques. Since you have entered the stage of refining chi into spirit and possess a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, you may begin to learn these arts. I have selected the 3 techniques from our Tiandao sect that are most suitable for your constitution: the Golden Light Spell, the 5 Thunder Method, and the Samadhi Fire Technique. These 3 methods are characterized by their pure yang essence and are perfectly suited to you. The Golden Light Spell can dispel ailments, purify the 6 senses, exorcise malevolent spirits, stabilize the primordial spirit, and provide unparalleled defense. The 5 Thunder Method is divided into the Lesser and Greater Thunder. The Lesser Thunder can summon winds and clouds, while the Greater Thunder can command spirits and drive lightning. As for the Samadhi Fire Technique, it corresponds to the 3 palaces of the human body: the fire of essence, the fire of chi, and the fire of spirit. Although it cannot ignite objects, it can harm the 3 flowers of practitioners. These 3 techniques offer both advancement and retreat. As long as you can cultivate them, few malevolent forces will be able to harm you. You may practice on your own, and should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask your master. It is imperative, however, that these techniques remain confidential. Yes, master. Russell reverently accepted the 3 techniques with both hands, his heart swelling with excitement. For he knew that each of these teachings held considerable renown in various cinematic works and mythological tales. I shall devote myself to diligent practice. Indeed, I have complete faith in you. At this point, Mao Xiaofang observed Russell's excited demeanor and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke. However, there is no need to rush on this day. The path of cultivation is most perilous when one is overly eager for success. Speaking of which, you have spent these days engrossed in study at the Fushi Hall, yet you have not explored Gantian Town, have you? Russell pondered for a moment. seemingly grasping Mao Xiaofang's intent, and nodded. Yes, master. Observing this, Mao Xiaofang retrieved 2 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to his eldest disciple, Xiaohai. Xiaohai, achoo. Today, I grant you both a day off. Take your junior brother to thoroughly explore Gantian Town and appreciate its beauty. Upon witnessing his master's generosity, as he presented 2 silver coins, something rare compared to the usual small denominations, Ichu was instantly thrilled and exclaimed, pulling along his elder brother and junior brother. Why hesitate? Let us depart. Junior brother, I will take you to the finest establishment in Gantian Town for a sumptuous meal. My thanks to you, master and elder brother. He arrived at Hixing Lu, the grandest tavern in Gantian Town. Upon entering, Ichu greeted the staff as if he were at home. Cixi, please arrange a prestigious seat for us. Cixi, a modest-looking young lady, stood tall yet appeared somewhat shy. However, before she could respond, another shorter girl nearby interjected. What's this, Ichu? Have you struck it rich today? Her gaze remained fixed on Russell throughout her inquiry. Indeed, Ichu was elated by their newfound wealth, casting his eyes around to seek a suitable spot. That will suffice. Our master has bestowed upon us 2 silver coins to treat our junior brother. So let us not hold back on fine wines and exquisite dishes. At this, both girls turned their attention to Russell, and the previously speaking girl, still quite forward, continued. I have long heard that a noble young master from overseas has arrived at Fushi Hall. Could it be this young man? How may I address you, young sir? Ichu, placing his arm around Russell's shoulder, impatiently replied to the girl. Enough, Ajun. Do not harbor any delusions. Our junior brother has returned from overseas and would not be interested in a rustic girl like you. Now, find us a splendid table. This remark not only incensed the girl named Ajun, but also caused Cixi to exhibit a demeanor of self-doubt, while Xiaohai gazed at his junior brother in disbelief. Observing the 2 young ladies before him, Russell shook his head and remarked, Elder brother, you are mistaken. I see that these 2 young ladies are beauties, yet they are unaware of it. Huh? What do you mean? Ichu was momentarily perplexed by Russell's words. Russell, seeing this, explained with a hint of exasperation. What I mean is that these 2 young ladies are indeed quite lovely. They simply do not recognize their own beauty. Upon the utterance of those words, both the young lady named Asian and the one called Cixi found their spirits lifted. However, Ichu remained unimpressed, mistaking Russell's remarks for mere flattery, and bluntly retorted, Brother, flattering a lady is not your forte. Such deceit leads one straight to the depths of hell. Russell shook his head, gazing at the 2 young women before him, and spoke with a measured tone. I am not speaking falsehoods. Both Asian and Cixi, regardless of their features, appearance, or physique, possess the makings of beauty. It is merely their attire and presentation that appear somewhat rustic. After spending many years abroad, I have come to understand a profound truth. There are no unattractive women in this world, only those who lack the art of adornment. Despite being scrutinized so boldly by Russell, the 2 ladies did not take offense. Rather, they felt a surge of excitement and joy. Is that truly the case? Ichu queried, approaching with a hint of skepticism, examining them closely yet failing to discern their beauty. Clearly, the 2 young women were not very confident under Ichu's gaze. They felt a twinge of shyness. After casting an indignant glance at Ichu, Asian expressed her gratitude to Russell, saying, Thank you, young Master Russell. Although your words may serve as consolation for me and Cixi, they still bring me great joy. Today's meal is on me. Noticing their disbelief, Russell pondered for a moment and suggested, It seems you ladies doubt my sincerity. If you have the time, I possess some insights into the art of feminine beautification. Should you be willing, I would be delighted to assist in transforming your appearance. He then glanced at his senior brother, Xiaohai, and added, Brother, I trust you won't mind if I determine how to utilize these funds. Of course not, Xiaohai replied, now intrigued, while Ichu displayed an expression of eager curiosity. The 2 young women exchanged glances. Since they would not be spending their own money, they readily agreed. Thus, they sought permission from the proprietor and, filled with excitement and anticipation, followed Russell to embark on their transformation journey. Chapter 92. A beautiful transformation. Is it true that there are no unattractive women? Only those who lack the skill of adornment? The answer is both yes and no. The reasoning is quite simple. Even in an era blessed with beauty-enhancing techniques, the 4 great Asian cosmetic arts in the 22nd century For a lady to genuinely enhance her beauty through adornment, rather than merely deceiving the eye through photographs, requires a solid foundation. Do the two ladies, Ajun and Cixi, possess such potential? Undoubtedly. In the fiercely competitive landscape of Hong Kong cinema, being cast in a television drama, even in a minor role, demands a certain level of physical appeal, and it is evident that these two young women possess such qualities. Thus, Russell led the seemingly unrefined ladies to a hair salon, intending to revamp their hairstyles. Regrettably, the prevailing mindset of the era was overly conservative, with most salons primarily focused on haircuts alone. Observing this, Russell decided to take matters into his own hands. Evidently, the young lady named Cixi possesses a certain depth of thought, opting to let another shy maiden, Ajun, go first. Russell, upon noticing Cixi's nervous demeanor, made a decisive choice. Do not fret, Cixi. Simply envision me as your hairdresser, he reassured her. With a nod of affirmation from Cixi, Russell commenced his work. In truth, there was little to be done. He merely unraveled her rather rustic braids and instructed her to wash her hair. Once she had cleansed and polished it, he deftly styled her long locks into an elegant updo, applying a touch of blush and powder to conceal minor imperfections. The transformation was immediate. Gazing into the mirror, Cixi marveled at her own reflection, now resembling a refined lady, her expression one of disbelief. It was a revelation to everyone present that she was indeed quite lovely. As she touched her face in astonishment, Russell encouraged her, "Fear not. A woman's beauty is rooted in confidence. Reflect on joyful memories and wear a smile." Under his encouragement, she finally managed a gentle smile, which only enhanced her beauty further, leaving Achu in awe as she exclaimed, "Wow, is Cixi truly this beautiful?" Witnessing this, Ajun's eyes glimmered with envy. Yet she felt a sense of relief and eagerly declared, "It's my turn." After transforming the hairstyles and applying makeup for the two young ladies, Russell led them to a boutique to select two suitable kipayos. When the pair emerged from the fitting room, both Xiaohai and Achu were left speechless, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this? Are these truly Cixi and Ajun?" With such attention upon her, Ajun radiated newfound confidence, standing tall to showcase her striking figure beneath the qipao, while Cixi appeared somewhat bashful, nervously clutching her chest. Observing this, Russell continued to offer reassurance. Do not be shy. In a grand city like Beiping, there are many young women dressed similarly. Cixi, embrace your beauty and emulate Ajun's poise. Ajun, buoyed by the compliments, grasped Cixi's hand and exclaimed, "Do not fear. Heed Russell's words. You are stunning. If Captain Song were to see you, he would surely be captivated." Mention of Captain Song prompted Cixi to slowly release her grip on her chest, much to the astonishment of Dahai and Achu. Achu unabashedly remarked, "So, Cixi's figure is truly remarkable, even surpassing Ajun." It was evident that compared to the somewhat shorter Ajun, the taller, slender she conformed more closely to masculine ideals. Ajun, upon hearing this, shot her a sidelong glance. However, in her current state of joy, she paid it little mind, instead gazing into the mirror at her own beautiful reflection and softly mused, "If only I could look this splendid every day." Evidently, she comprehended that once today concluded, she would revert to being the unrefined and unsophisticated version of herself, once again donning the role of a waitress. Observing this, Russell offered her some comforting words. With your and Cixi's qualities, finding a good husband should not pose a challenge. When that time comes, you shall be able to radiate beauty every day. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Ajun, who turned to Russell and performed a deep bow. "Master Luo, I am grateful to you for allowing me to envision such a beautiful version of myself. I am aware that I am unworthy of you, yet your kindness shall forever reside in my heart." Having adorned herself so splendidly, Ajun understood that Russell had likely encountered numerous beautiful women. There is no need for gratitude. Happiness must be pursued through one's own efforts. However, remember to tread carefully and protect yourselves. This era is not particularly kind to beautiful young ladies. Ajun, grasping the weight of his words, nodded appreciatively. "Cixi and I will remember. Master Luo, well then, should I have someone package this outfit, or?" Ajun shook her head, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, and softly stated, "Master Luo, allow me to indulge in a daydream." Thus, they parted ways. having spent their $2, and the trio returned to the Fushi Hall. However, neither Xiaohai nor Chu harbored any resentment towards Russell's extravagant spending. Simply put, the figures of Cixi and Ajin offered a feast for the eyes to the two men. Upon returning to the tavern, the transformed Ajin and Cixi left the patrons in awe, nearly unrecognizable. Once the reason for their stunning transformation became known, it was as if a hornet's nest had been stirred. By nightfall, all of Gantian town was abuzz with the news. Open the door! Open the door! Early in the morning, as the inhabitants of Fushi Hall were just awakening, they were startled by a frantic and clamorous knocking at the door. Mao Xiaofang initially assumed there was an urgent matter within the village, and, without waiting for his disciples, went to open the door, only to be taken aback. Standing outside were a multitude of women of various ages, predominantly young girls, along with a few elderly ladies. What brings you here? As Mao Xiaofang pondered this, two stunning girls stepped forward and addressed him. Master Ma, we have come in search of Master Luo. Master Luo? And who might you be? The two young women exchanged knowing smiles. Master, do you not recognize me? I am Ajin, and this is Cixi. Having witnessed the remarkable transformation of the two young women, Mao Xiaofang struggled to connect them with the girls from Hexing Tower. They had evidently grown accustomed to such astonished gazes, as Ajin continued. It is as follows, Master Mao. Young Master Luo is truly remarkable, deserving of his reputation as someone who has returned from overseas. He knows how to enhance a woman's beauty. It is with his assistance that we have transformed. Consequently, when the townsfolk witness our transformation, they all seek to apprentice under young Master Luo, eager to learn the art of makeup and adornment. Indeed, Master Mao, where is young Master Luo? We all wish to learn how to become beautiful. Let him come forth. We are willing to pay any tuition fee. Traditionally inclined, Master Mao initially intended to reprimand his disciples for their folly, but upon seeing the fervent gazes of so many women, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Su emerged and addressed the crowd. Ladies, please allow me a moment of tranquility. I understand your desires. The love for beauty is a universal sentiment. There is nothing inherently wrong with it. However, my ability to assist Ajin and Cixi stems from our friendship, and it would be inappropriate for me to extend that to others. After all, there are boundaries between men and women. If you truly wish to pursue this, allow me some time to contemplate a solution, and I shall respond to you in a few days. Chapter 93. Establishing a newspaper after bidding farewell to the enthusiastic women. Fushi Hall finally returned to a semblance of peace. Within the hall, the master and his 4 disciples sat together. And it was then that Mao Xiaofang turned to Luo Su and inquired, Su, speak candidly. What is it that you truly wish to accomplish? Mao Xiaofang was well aware that, compared to his 2 somewhat inept disciples, Luo Su, having returned from abroad, possessed a maturity of thought that was not inferior to his own. Coupled with Luo Su's previous statements, he sensed that the matter at hand was far from simple. Indeed, he soon heard Luo Su assert with unwavering resolve, Master, I wish to establish a newspaper. A newspaper? This response took Mao Xiaofang by surprise, as did both Xiaohai and Chu, who were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, as Luo Su clarified his intentions, expressing that he did not wish to engage in anything improper but merely sought to publish a newspaper, Mao Xiaofang exhaled in relief and encouraged him to elaborate. Master, although I have become your disciple and am now part of Fushi Hall, I still understand the importance of gratitude. During my return journey from overseas, I lost everything and was left penniless. Yet, you and my senior brothers have treated me with such kindness, providing for my every need. Therefore, I wish to earn some money to contribute to Fushi Hall. Conveniently, my previous occupation abroad was that of a journalist, so I possess some insights into the realm of publishing. Furthermore, I have an additional thought to establish a more substantial estate. While Mao Xiaofang was touched by the initial sentiment, the latter part of Luo Su's statement prompted him to inquire with some skepticism, establish a substantial estate. Is Fushi Hall not sufficient? Upon hearing this, Luo Su quickly clarified, Master, you misunderstand my intent. What I mean is that the current situation is growing increasingly chaotic. As you have observed, conflicts are rampant, and it is uncertain when they might encroach upon Gantian town. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to have established resources. Thus, by publishing a newspaper and building a more solid foundation, We will be better prepared for any uncontrollable events that may arise. Luo Su's words plunged Mao Xiaofeng into deep contemplation. He was well aware of this, especially during his recent journey to the northeast, where the chaotic scenes he encountered left him deeply unsettled. Death was rampant, and conflicts erupted everywhere. Truly, sanctuaries like Gantian Town had become exceedingly rare. Furthermore, as a practitioner of the mystical arts, he foresaw that in a little over a decade, the land of China would face an unprecedented calamity, one that could not be averted by the efforts of a single individual. Observing that his disciple could contemplate such distant events, Mao Xiaofeng felt, for the first time, the weight of his own shortcomings as a mentor. At that moment, it was the attentive Xiao Hai who inquired. But that must require a substantial sum, right? I've heard printing presses are quite expensive. Russell shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Do not worry. It won't cost much. Indeed, printing presses are costly, but if one were to construct it oneself, the expense would be significantly reduced, including the cost of paper. Around 20 silver dollars should suffice. Although Russell had lost the curse of knowledge and the mastery of technology in this world, his expertise from the 22nd century made crafting a rudimentary printing press a rather straightforward task. You can actually build a printing press? That's impressive. Teach me, exclaimed Chu, astonished. While Xiao Hai pondered further, 20 silver dollars is still quite a sum. No worries, Russell replied confidently. While wandering around Gantian Town with my 2 senior brothers today, I stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Oh, what is it? Chu asked, filled with curiosity and excitement. It's simple. I noticed that Gantian Town is blessed with talented individuals, many of whom are literate, yet there aren't many books available for their reading. Chu quickly caught on and eagerly asked, So, are you suggesting you can write books? Russell shook his head. While I can indeed write some things, it's unnecessary. Compared to writing books, translating foreign works is far more profitable. Do not forget, I have returned from overseas and possess some knowledge of foreign languages. Thus, I plan to collaborate with some publishing houses in Guangdong to translate a few international works and earn some modest income. This revelation left both Xiao Hai and Chu enlightened, although Chu felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing he would not be able to engage in this profitable endeavor. Just then, their usually silent master, who seemed deep in thought, suddenly spoke. There is no need for such complexity. After years of service at the Fushi Hall, I have managed to accumulate some savings. At this declaration, all 3 were taken aback. Chu exclaimed, Master, why have you suddenly become so generous? Mao Xiaofeng cast a disapproving glance at his second disciple and retorted, When have I ever been stingy? Chu wanted to argue, but was silenced by the warm gaze of his master. Mao Xiaofeng then turned to Russell and said, ASU, your words resonate with wisdom. My disciple aspires to achieve great things, and as a mentor, it is only natural for me to offer my support. My knowledge of running a newspaper is limited, and thus, my assistance is confined to this extent. Gazing into the sincere eyes of his master, Russell ultimately refrained from uttering any words of rejection, instead nodding emphatically. I understand, Master. I will not let you down. Indeed, Mao Xiaofeng also nodded in agreement, subsequently advising, establishing a newspaper is commendable, but do not let it interfere with your path of cultivation. Rest assured, Master, I comprehend. In the days that followed, everything progressed at a leisurely pace. Russell first designed a letterpress that, while primitive in his eyes, was advanced enough for this era. He then procured certain mechanical materials and white printing paper from overseas through a trading company in Gantian Town, according to his needs. This expenditure swiftly consumed $20. He could have economized, particularly regarding the paper, by opting for less expensive glossy paper, which could only be printed on one side, but Russell chose to forego that option. Given the logistics of this period, the wait for delivery was rather protracted, especially since these items were valuable and payment was required up front. Russell remained relatively calm, using the waiting time to engage in celestial cultivation. Yet Xiao Hai and Chu were somewhat anxious as they watched those $20 vanish without a trace. Even Mao Xiaofeng, who was generally indifferent toward money, displayed a hint of concern. $20 was indeed a considerable sum, one that could be deemed substantial by anyone's standards. Fortunately, after a fortnight, all the items arrived at Fuxitang. The trio gazed at the collection of iron pieces, which, under Russell's deft hands, transformed into a magnificent machine. Once powered on, it roared to life, leaving them awestruck yet profoundly relieved. Chapter 94. A new dawn since the transformation of the ugly duckling into a swan under Russell's guidance 2 weeks ago. Asian's life had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. Initially, she thought it was merely a fleeting daydream, yet soon, her newfound allure attracted countless beauty-seeking girls in Gantian town, eager to uncover her secret to elegance. To her astonishment, the allure extended beyond the ordinary village girls to the wives and daughters of the wealthiest gentry in Gantian town, who invited her to their homes. Unlike the timid and introverted Shi, Asian was a determined girl, aware that opportunity had knocked at her door. Consequently, she decisively resigned from hexing building, donning the exquisite qipao gifted by young Master Luo, and mingled within the circles of affluent ladies. Moreover, to bolster her presence, she enlisted Shi, who was initially reluctant, but was persuaded by her gambling father and elder brother, Zhou Sanyuan, who saw a chance for prosperity. The outcome, naturally, is quite satisfactory, not to mention the abundance of fine food and drink enjoyed daily in recent days. The generous tips bestowed by the affluent ladies are worth more than what she could earn in an entire year as a mere servant girl. However, as time passed, the scant knowledge of makeup and grooming that she had gleaned from Russell was swiftly exhausted. These ladies are remarkably astute. Upon realizing that nothing more could be extracted from Asian and Shi, their demeanor towards her shifted instantaneously. Asian was reluctant to let her fortunate days slip away, so she, accompanied by Shi, frequently visited the Fushi Hall, eager to learn something new from Russell. Although young Master Russell did not refuse them, he also did not grant their request, merely suggesting they wait a few days. Thus, they waited for half a month until, finally, there was some movement. On a brand new day, when Asian and Shi arrived at Fushi Hall early in the morning, they spotted Xiaohai and Chu busily engaged at the entrance, seemingly constructing a pavilion. Xiaohai, Chu, what are you up to? In the past, Chu would have disregarded Asian and Shi, but since their transformation from ugly ducklings to swans, her gaze towards them had genuinely softened. Wow, Asian, Shi, you both look increasingly beautiful. We are building a newsstand. A newsstand? The two were somewhat perplexed, and Xiaohai promptly clarified, you two have arrived just in time. Young Master Russell is waiting for you. Chu, continue your work. I will take them inside. Upon hearing that young Master Russell awaited them, Asian nodded excitedly and, under Xiaohai's guidance, entered the Fushi Hall. However, they were led to a side courtyard, which served as a training area filled with many empty rooms. As the two young ladies stepped inside, they were greeted by the strong scent of ink and the rumbling sounds of machinery. Out of curiosity, they ventured into a room, and their eyes were met with the sight of a continuously whirring machine surrounded by piles of newspapers and blank sheets. Young Master Russell stood before the machine, holding a newspaper and examining it intently. Asian and Shi approached him gracefully, and Asian quietly inquired, "Good morning, young Master Russell. What is it that you are holding?" Russell turned to them, glanced at the two young ladies, and replied, "This is a newspaper. Take a look." Asian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although she had encountered some worldly matters while assisting at the tavern and recognized a few characters, comprehending a newspaper remained a challenge. Yet upon receiving it, she discovered not only words, but also numerous illustrations. Her attention was instantly captured by an image depicting how girls style their hair. At that moment, Russell continued, "I have heard about your recent endeavors." Asian felt a sudden panic, fearing that young Master Russell would reproach her for using the knowledge she acquired from him to deceive others. To her surprise, she was met with praise. "You have done remarkably well. It is evident that you are a clever girl, adept at seizing opportunities." In this moment, Ajun felt as if her heart might dissolve. She had never encountered a man who understood her so profoundly. Even if Russell were to ask her to perish, she would comply without hesitation. "I am aware of your persistent thoughts over the past few days. Yet, as the saying goes, a man and a woman should maintain a respectful distance. Thus, I am unable to impart too much knowledge to you. After all, you wouldn't wish to remain unmarried in the future, would you?" This prompted me to establish this newspaper, Half the Sky, which embodies the notion that women can indeed hold up half the sky. In this world, the solitary yin cannot thrive without the yang. Women are equally capable of supporting half the sky. At this moment, both Ajun and she felt they had never encountered such profound wisdom, striving to commit each word to memory. Each newspaper consists of 2 sides, with each side divided into 2 sections. The first section on the right side contains articles pertaining to women's grooming and attire, while the second section on the left addresses pharmacological knowledge and health maintenance for women. As Russell spoke, he turned to the back and continued. The third section comprises enlightening anecdotes and stories to broaden women's horizons, while the fourth section features translated foreign works, all suitable for women and capable of refining their sensibilities. At this moment, Ajun and she perused the newspaper, lamenting their limited literacy. Due to constraints of time and effort, starting today, Half the Sky will publish bi-weekly on the 3rd and 7th, with each issue comprising only 500 copies, priced at 3 cents each. However, I can provide you with 30 complimentary copies to distribute to your friends. Should they desire more, they may purchase additional copies at the newsstand outside Fushi Hall. 3 cents may seem modest, yet in this era, it is quite substantial. Consider that 1 cent can buy a bowl of noodles, and a silver dollar can be exchanged for 1,300 to 1,400 cents. This implies that if all goes well, selling out each day could yield approximately 1 silver dollar. And after accounting for expenses related to paper, electricity, and labor, the profit margin could reach 70 to 80%, which is remarkably high. In Gantian Town, aside from occupations such as law enforcement, the average person might earn 20 to 30 cents a day, totaling merely 1 silver dollar a month, a figure that constitutes a decent income. Most individuals struggle to secure 3 meals a day. Although Ajun was not well-versed in reading, the illustrations on the pages conveyed the benefits the newspaper could offer her. Thus, she nodded gratefully. Thank you, young Master Russell. Rest assured, I will wholeheartedly promote this. Indeed, engaging with intelligent young women is a straightforward affair. Should there be anything unclear, you may consult Xiao Hai and Achu. They are both literate. Thank you, young Master Russell. As Russell bid farewell to the delighted Ajun and she, he departed the printing room and returned to the main hall. Upon entering, he beheld his master enjoying tea, while also perusing the newspaper published by their Fushi Hall. In the earlier editions, he exhibited no interest in matters concerning women. However, he found himself captivated by the worldviews, scientific knowledge, and various stories presented in the 3rd and 4th editions, particularly enchanted by a segment titled 100,000 Whys. It even piqued the interest of a Taoist priest. How delightful! He increasingly felt fortunate that such a knowledgeable and perceptive individual as Russell could become his disciple. Nevertheless, upon seeing Russell enter, he maintained his authoritative demeanor and inquired, "How have you fared?" "Rest assured, Master, the situation is manageable. Ajun is a girl who knows how to seize opportunities. With her promoting our newspaper, I am confident it will sell well." "Very well. Let Achu oversee the newsstand. He hardly has anything to occupy his time." "Understood. I shall proceed with my training now. Go ahead. You have worked hard these past few days." As he watched Russell depart, Mao Xiaofang felt a swell of pride for having taken on this disciple. Thus, time flowed gently onward, yet the news was not encouraging. 3 days after the inaugural issue of Half the Sky, it had garnered no attention, and only a few copies of the second issue had been sold. Just as Mao Xiaofang began to feel a twinge of worry, 2 disciples suddenly burst in. "Master, trouble has arisen. The newspapers have sold out." Chapter 95. The plot begins the swift rise in popularity of Half the Sky, founded by Russell, owes much to the era itself. Although 11 years have passed since the Xinhai Revolution, the entire expanse of China remains ensnared by the remnants of feudal ideologies. After all, the Qing dynasty has not truly perished, with the last emperor, Huai, still residing comfortably within the Forbidden City. This reality confines women of the era within the shackles of antiquated customs and doctrines. Even in a relatively liberal coastal town like Gantian, aside from those young women compelled to seek their livelihoods, most remain confined within their homes. This includes the daughters and wives of the gentry. Thus, when Ajun and she introduced the newly published Half the Sky to these noble households, presenting it as a newspaper dedicated to women, a sense of novelty emerged among the ladies. Upon learning from Ajun and she the significance of the title Half the Sky, they regarded Russell as a kindred spirit filled with gratitude. However, while appreciation abounded, persuading them to support Russell financially proved to be an insurmountable challenge. For these ladies were exceedingly astute with their finances. Nonetheless, the arrival of this newspaper provided these women with stimulating conversation topics within their secluded lives. Although many could not read, there were enough literate individuals to circulate Russell's Half the Sky amongst the circle of ladies. Before long, they discovered that this newspaper was not merely a source of entertainment, but held genuine utility, proving to be immensely beneficial. Let us temporarily set aside the adornments of women depicted in the first edition. The second edition, with its focus on health and wellness, has indeed proven to be a boon for many. In an era where female physicians are scarce, women suffering from ailments often endure their afflictions in silence, leading to a plethora of health issues. However, upon perusing the pages of Half the Sky, they discovered remedies and treatments for their conditions. With a spirit of experimentation, they had their servants procure the suggested medicines, and to their astonishment, the results were immediate and effective. Thus, the ladies came to appreciate the newspaper's true value, treating it as a precious treasure to be cherished. What followed was even more intriguing. Due to widespread illiteracy, the true interest of the populace in Half the Sky was largely confined to the first 2 pages. The dense text of the subsequent sections proved daunting for the ladies, who found reading them a chore. Unexpectedly, this newspaper captured the curiosity of children. With their mothers engrossed in the publication, the children too yearned to discover its contents. The ladies, unable to read the articles aloud, sought the assistance of literate individuals to relay the information to their offspring. To their surprise, the children exhibited an even greater fascination with the newspaper, particularly with the section titled 100,000 Whys. It was then that the ladies realized just how remarkable Half the Sky truly was, prompting them to invest in subscriptions. As the enthusiasm of the ladies grew, so too did the awareness among their servants, who eagerly joined in the purchasing frenzy. This sparked a wave of demand for Half the Sky throughout the town of Gantian. Each new issue was met with fervent anticipation, resulting in the swift sellout of every copy. For a small town of merely tens of thousands, this phenomenon was nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, Russell began receiving subscription requests from prominent clients, primarily from brothels, tea houses, and taverns of the time. Consequently, he had to increase the print run to 1,000 copies per issue to stabilize the situation. Nevertheless, the trend of rising demand continued, as residents of Gantian discovered that not only their town, but also surrounding communities and even larger cities were clamoring for Half the Sky. A newspaper purchased for 3 cents could be resold for several times its value, leading many to amass small fortunes. After all, Half the Sky was exclusively available at the Fushi Hall in Gantian, rendering it inaccessible elsewhere. Thus, in the span of 2 months, Half the Sky had cemented its status as a hot topic of conversation in Gantian. Each time a new issue was released, long lines formed outside the Fushi Hall. If prior to this, discussions about the Fushi Hall would elicit praise for the Taoist priest Mao, now another figure emerged in these conversations, the proprietor of Half the Sky, the disciple of Mao, Mr. Luo. This led Russell to swiftly become a prominent figure in Gantian town and its surrounding areas. Naturally, Russell was not swayed by such trivial matters. The Half the Sky publication was merely a means for him to earn some money in this world. After all, he did not wish for a mere penny to deter a hero. He understood what truly mattered to him, learning the ways of the Tao from Master Mao, and continuing his studies at the Observation Heaven Pavilion. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted. Looking out, one could see Russell engaged in combat with a horde of zombies in the desolate wilderness surrounding the pavilion. Although these zombies were not particularly formidable, being merely ordinary corpses with stiff movements and talismans affixed to their faces, their bodies were as hard as rock, possessing immense strength. Each strike generated a fierce gust of wind, a testament to their power, and there were at least 10 of them. Yet, amidst the onslaught, Russell remained unfazed, deftly countering each attack with precision. Within the pavilion, Mao Xiaofeng, who controlled these zombies, watched the scene with great satisfaction, while Xiao Hai and Achu stood in stunned silence. They had trained under Mao Xiaofeng for many years, and without using Dao techniques, they could only handle 1 or 2 zombies at most. However, this junior, having practiced for less than 3 months, was already able to navigate through the siege of the undead with ease. At that moment, surrounded by the encroaching zombies, Russell formed a hand seal for the golden light technique and chanted an incantation. Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies, manifest the golden light to protect my entire being. A radiant golden light enveloped him, and as the zombies made contact with it, They were repelled as though they had encountered something terrifying, flung away by a tremendous force. Yet Russell did not cease. He transformed the Golden Light technique into the Five Thunder technique, channeling the energies of the five elements into his hands. The thunderous light flashed, and the struck zombies were sent flying as if struck by a vehicle, rendered paralyzed and losing their corporeal essence. Just then, as Russell prepared to shift his hand seals to invoke the three palace fire and unleash the true fire samadhi, he was promptly halted by Mao Xiaofeng. That's enough. If you continue, these zombies will never be reborn. Russell then ceased his actions, withdrawing his aura. Mao Xiaofeng approached slowly, regarding Russell with immense satisfaction. Well done. Your progress has exceeded my expectations. It seems that over these 3 months, your Tao techniques have not faltered. Russell humbly replied. It is all thanks to Master S teachings. Mao Xiaofeng glanced at Russell, then at Xiao Hai and at Chu. Master S teachings are indeed valuable, but the disciple must also be capable of learning. Observing the shame on his two disciples' faces, Mao Xiaofeng understood that some things could not be forced. After months of diligent effort, I grant you a respite, coinciding with the upcoming Zhongyuan festival. The nights of the next few days will be adorned with lantern displays, and the town has invited a troupe to perform, allowing you the freedom to revel as you please. Remember, you have earned a modest sum over these months, but I urge you to refrain from causing any disturbances. Instantly, both Xiao Hai and Achu erupted in cheers, and even Russell displayed a flicker of interest. Chapter 96. The Zhongyuan Lantern Festival. The Zhongyuan Festival, one of the cherished traditional celebrations in Chinese folklore, occurs on the 14th day of the lunar month of July. It is said that the vital energy of the earth fades away, only to be reborn after 7 days, reflecting the cyclical nature of yin and yang. Thus, the number 7 holds particular significance in folk traditions, giving rise to various customs, such as the Head 7 observance. The 14th of July, known as July Half, subtly embodies this notion of rebirth, marking it as a day when the gates of the underworld swing wide open, allowing ancestors to return home and partake in the offerings provided by their descendants, hence the legends surrounding the Ghost Festival, to honor their forebears and fulfill their filial duties. Families, regardless of their means, prepare offerings for their ancestors on this day. Wealthier townships even host lantern festivals and invite troops to perform, creating a lively atmosphere that allows departed ancestors to enjoy the blessings of the earthly realm, thus fulfilling their filial piety. Gantian Town, naturally endowed with such resources and blessed by favorable feng shui, places great importance on ancestor worship. The Lantern Festival is set to last for 7 days, focusing on honoring not only the ancestors but also safeguarding the town's feng shui. As night falls, Gantian Town comes alive with vibrant lights and decorations, with families carrying lanterns as they head towards the outskirts of the town. Given that this is the Ghost Festival and in honor of their ancestors, the performance stage is erected on the town's periphery to prevent any malevolent spirits from causing disturbances. This site is home to the town's Dragon Vein tree, a magnificent ancient tree, thick enough for 7 or 8 people to encircle. Adorned with colorful ribbons for blessings, it stands before a large incense burner, surrounded by heaps of bonfires illuminating the area. After being granted a holiday by their master, Xiao Hai and Achu brought Russell to this place. Surveying the scene, most visitors kneeling before the tree are families, each with their own desires. Some seek wealth, others health, and still others yearn for romantic connections. The atmosphere is truly vibrant. Although Russell had encountered much livelier scenes in modern society, few evoked the same sense of communal warmth as this one. The vivid imagery reminded him of his childhood visits to various temple fairs, filling him with nostalgia. Achu led Xiao Hai to bow before the Dragon Vein tree, seeking personal love and auspicious clouds, while Xiao Hai wished for the health of all at Fushi Hall. Upon witnessing this, Russell did not exhibit any overtly eccentric behavior. He merely offered a respectful bow without articulating any wishes. Once the three had completed their bows, Xiao Hai turned to Russell, gazing at the Dragon Vein tree before them, and began to elucidate its significance. In truth, the essence of the Dragon Vein tree does not lie solely in the tree itself, but rather in the Dragon Vein stone nestled within it. This stone, discovered with great effort by the Master S Master, serves to harness the power of the Dragon Vein beneath our feet. It is the presence of the Dragon Vein stone that elevates this tree to the status of a Dragon Vein tree, Without it, it would merely resemble an ordinary tree. Ah Chu, however, seemed indifferent, her mind already wandering elsewhere. Enough of this, brother. Let us hasten to the Lantern Festival. I've heard that many beautiful maidens have arrived today. You, little brother, are in for a treat. Those young ladies who sought you out now have a chance to approach you. Ah Chu's observation proved accurate. Upon arriving at the Lantern Festival with his two senior brothers, Russell instantly became the center of attention. Many attendees, particularly the young women, eagerly greeted him, some even yearning to press into his embrace. At that moment, Xiao Hai and Ah Chu comprehended the meaning of a delightful dilemma. As Russell's protectors, they quickly recognized how overwhelming the attention from these young ladies could be. In an effort to shield their junior brother from their advances, they found themselves in a precarious situation, with their garments nearly torn and their faces scratched in the process. Luckily, they managed to escape to the stage, evading further chaos. To their surprise, upon reaching the stage, they encountered Mao Xiaofeng, along with the mayor of Gantian Town, chief song of the police, and several local gentry. Noticing the trio's arrival and the telltale scent of powder and the marks upon their faces, Mao Xiaofeng understood the situation. Just as he was about to speak, the local gentry approached Russell, showering him with compliments. So this is young Master Luo. Meeting you in person is a delight. Your demeanor is truly extraordinary. Master Mao is indeed fortunate. Who in Gantian Town and the surrounding areas does not know that he has taken a commendable disciple? In our town, we are blessed with Master Mao in martial prowess and young Master Luo in literary grace. You two esteemed gentlemen are the envy of many. Given such flattering remarks, Russell graciously replied, You honor me excessively. It is all due to my master's excellent teachings. The gentry reciprocated indeed. We all know of Master Mao's integrity and his commitment to eradicating evil. Naturally, his disciples reflect his virtues. Congratulations to Master Mao on acquiring another worthy apprentice. Amidst the chorus of congratulations, even someone as socially awkward as Master Mao felt a swell of joy in his heart, increasingly proud of the reputation his disciple was bringing him. At this juncture, Ah Chu noticed that their master had calmed down and curiously observed the actors preparing on stage, as well as the empty audience seats, where only a solitary orange rested. Master, did you not say that the performance would commence tomorrow? Why has it begun today? And what is the significance of this orange? Mao Xiaofeng was taken aback, realizing that while one disciple had just demonstrated insight, another had brought him embarrassment. Fortunately, at that moment, Russell interjected, saying, Senior brother, do you not recall what Master mentioned? On the occasion of the Zhongyuan festival, to prevent disturbances from our friends below, a separate performance is typically held on the first day for them. As for this orange, it serves as their offering. Oh, now I understand. Mao Xiaofeng sighed in relief, while several local gentry nodded in admiration. At that juncture, the mayor of Gantian Town stepped forward to introduce himself, stating, Young Master Luo, allow me to introduce these gentlemen, who hail from other towns. This is Boss Tang, this is Boss Ouyang, and this is Boss Li. They have come to us with a request. Having just spoken with Master Mao, who informed them that half the sky is your enterprise, thus seeking your opinion. Oh, what could it be? Well, young Master Luo, your half the sky has gained renown not only in Gantian Town, but throughout Guangdong Province. However, many places are unable to procure it. Therefore, these gentlemen wish to inquire if it could also be distributed in their towns. If you find yourself overwhelmed, they are willing to invest both time and resources to assist you in managing this publication. Chapter 97. A fortuitous reunion. A smile adorned Russell's face at that moment. He remained silent, merely regarding these individuals with a knowing smile. It must be said that despite their affluent status as gentry from various locales, they appeared utterly overwhelmed under Russell's gaze, their expressions betraying a sheepishness. Observing this, Mao Xiaofeng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was well aware that these gentlemen were attempting to usurp his disciple's enterprise. However, their audacity was indeed remarkable. Upon noticing Russell's silence, they increased their stakes, stating, Young Master Luo, rest assured, should you agree, each of us old fellows shall contribute 100 silver dollars to help you expand half the sky into the largest newspaper in Guangdong. Nay, in the entire southern region, indeed, across all of China, 100 silver dollars? Upon hearing this astounding figure, Chu quickly counted the individuals present. With so many people, That would amount to 700 or 800 silver dollars. The magnitude of such a sum left Chu momentarily speechless, while Mao Xiaofeng stood agape, astonished that his disciple's newspaper could be valued so highly. It was worth noting that the total expenditure on this publication thus far had only amounted to 20 silver dollars. In that instant, both of them felt an impulsive urge to acquiesce. However, Russell simply cast a slight glance at the group and spoke slowly. I have comprehended the meaning of the gentry, and I also understand the nature of wealth. It is far more beneficial for individuals to earn collectively than to toil alone. Upon uttering these words, the previously anxious gentleman revealed smiles and exclaimed, "Indeed, that is the essence of it. It is far better for all to prosper together." Young Master Luo is quite astute. Yet, their momentary joy was soon interrupted as Luo Su continued. "However, I must confess that I currently lack the energy. Having wealth is not always advantageous. To speak candidly, the success of half the sky is fundamentally attributable to my efforts. Were it entrusted to another, the outcome might not be the same. Do you find any flaw in my statement?" "None whatsoever. Absolutely not." They all nodded in agreement, eager to appease him. Luo Su then elaborated, "Truthfully, I could take your funds, dabble carelessly, and wait for half the sky to falter. Afterwards, I could adopt a new guise and recreate a similar venture, with you left powerless to object." The expressions of the gentry darkened at this realization, for it was an outcome they had not foreseen. "However, I am a person who adheres to my mentor's teachings and would never engage in such unscrupulous deeds. Therefore, if you truly wish to invest, it will be prudent to wait until I possess the necessary energy to proceed. Of course, by then, the terms will be considerably different." At this juncture, the gentleman recognized that this young man, having returned from abroad, was not easily swayed. Nevertheless, Luo Su did not entirely dismiss them. Instead, he granted them a semblance of respect, leading them to refrain from further demands. "In that case, we shall await that day. Young Master Luo, do not forget about us." "Rest assured, I shall not." With the matter finally settled, Director Song of the police department stepped forward. "All right, since everyone is in high spirits, we need not linger here any longer. The performance is about to commence. Let's find a place to enjoy some tea together. Young Master Luo, would you care to join us?" "Thank you, Director Song. The Lantern Festival is quite lively. I would like to explore a bit more." "Exploring is splendid. Youth should be imbued with vigor. Master Mao, why don't we accompany him?" "Certainly, Director Song." Master Mao nodded, casting a knowing glance at his two disciples, instructing them, "Stay close to your junior and do not cause any trouble." With that, he followed Director Song and the other gentlemen to partake in tea. As they watched their master depart, the group felt a sense of relief. Ah Chu, with a hint of regret, remarked, "Junior brother, you truly are remarkable. To turn down such a sum with such ease. Were I in your position, I would have undoubtedly agreed." Luo Su gazed at the stage, where the sound of drums and gongs began to resonate, and slowly replied, "Brother, just remember, these miserly souls are willing to pay such a hefty price for our newspaper, which indicates that its value far exceeds what they are willing to offer." This revelation struck Ah Chu with clarity. Indeed, the wealthier individuals tend to be more miserly. "You truly possess a keen insight, my clever junior." As the senior disciple, Xiao Hai gazed at his astute companion with admiration, reflecting that had he faced such temptations, he might have faltered completely. "Very well, let us continue our revelry." "Where to then?" No sooner had they stepped outside than they found themselves surrounded. Russell pondered for a moment, observing the painted faces of the performers. Ah, the Lantern Festival in Gantian Town, one of the rare nocturnal entertainments of this era, had drawn numerous attendees from neighboring towns. It resembled a quaint night market, with stalls lining the streets, each offering a variety of wares. Russell meandered through the throng, donning a mask, with Xiao Hai and a Chu no longer by his side, and the cloak of night ensured that none recognized him. However, the era was still starkly impoverished, and there was little to pique Russell's interest. As he wandered, he chanced upon a stall selling pirated copies of his newspaper, brazenly displayed for sale. Although Russell did not concern himself with copyright issues in this world, he was nonetheless intrigued as to who might have illicitly printed them. Just as he approached to inquire, a striking figure in a resplendent qipao caught his eye. In this world, everything, like the beings within it, is imbued with a vital essence, a force that grants the inhabitants the potential for cultivation. Both humans and spirits share this essence. And the first step in the path of celestial cultivation is the transformation of essence into vitality. Yet, despite the presence of this vital essence, the disparities among species render the cultivation process distinctly variable. Take, for instance, Yu Ying, whose true form is that of a moth. The insignificance of her original form means that, regardless of her fortuitous encounters, the essence within her cannot compare to that of larger demonic beings, let alone the so-called favored children of heaven and earth, the humans. Thus, although Yu Ying has cultivated for over a millennium, her transformation into human form has only occurred within the past few years. Nonetheless, achieving this milestone signifies that she stands out among countless beings. However, her transformation has also imbued her with certain human emotions, igniting profound curiosity about various matters. For instance, love. Her encounter with Russell that night was her first brush with the essence of love during her brief years as a human. Yet she soon grasped the bittersweet nature of fate. In recent months, through the foreign tales presented in the human newspapers, she has come to understand the courage required to pursue love. Now, as she gazes at Russell, who has unexpectedly reappeared before her, she seems to comprehend the sentiment encapsulated in the phrase. Upon a sudden glance back, the person stands amidst the dim lights. "Miss you, we meet again." At that moment, as Russell beheld the smile upon Yu Ying's face, he too seemed to grasp the meaning of the peach blossoms and the visage of a person reflecting each other in hues of red. Chapter 98. The Dragon Vein Stone in the lively night market. The two reunited souls strolled slowly along the roadside. Yu Ying harbored a multitude of thoughts she yearned to express, yet she found herself at a loss for words. In this moment, the identities of the two were no longer a secret. One was a Taoist priest dedicated to vanquishing demons, while the other was an enchantress who had cultivated for millennia. The mere fact that they could stroll together in the tranquil embrace of the night felt miraculous. It was not until the path lay empty of other souls that Russell finally broke the silence, gazing at the contemplative Yu Ying, and remarked, "Miss you. It seems we are truly fated. I thought our last parting would be our final farewell." At that moment, Yu Ying's heart swelled with joy that eclipsed her anxiety. She had much to say, but when the words escaped her lips, they transformed into, "I had thought you were here to capture me, the demon." It appeared that girls often reveled in their contradictions. However, upon hearing this, Russell suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Miss Ying, have you ever harmed anyone?" This question caused Yu Ying to halt abruptly, her expression shifting to one of distress as she met Russell's piercing gaze. Ultimately, she chose honesty and replied, "I have only harmed those who deserved it. If you seek vengeance for them, then come and rid the world of me, the demon." Upon uttering these words, she believed that their fateful connection might come to an end. Yet, as she turned to depart, a broad hand clasped hers, and upon glancing back, she found Russell's gentle eyes upon her. "I believe in you," he declared, and that single phrase conveyed more than 1,000 words. Feeling the warmth of his hand enveloping hers, Yu Ying could not suppress her radiant smile, her beauty shining as brilliantly as the dawn. It must be said, the allure of a smiling beauty is indeed difficult to resist. Sensing the delicate, almost ethereal hand in his grasp, Russell spoke softly, "In truth, there are matters I do not concern myself with. What matters more is the connection we share. However, my master harbors a deep-seated hatred for evil." As he spoke, he lifted their joined hands, palms touching. Still flushed with shyness, Yu Ying suddenly felt an influx of pure yang energy coursing through her body. In an instant, she sensed her internal energy surging, her spiritual essence amplifying, and the benefits derived from this single breath of energy surpassed her years of arduous cultivation. "I understand that your practice has not been easy, Miss Ying, and I do not possess the right to ask you to abandon it. However, the act of taking life, regardless of whether the victim is virtuous or wicked, is of no benefit to you. Therefore, starting today, I shall await your presence here every 7 days, offering my spiritual energy to support your cultivation, hoping that one day you may truly attain enlightenment." In that moment, Yu Ying's eyes glistened with tears. Throughout her millennia of cultivation, no one had ever treated her with such kindness. A sweet, honey-like emotion flowed through her heart. More significantly, the man before her, fully aware of her identity as a demon, still chose to treat her with such compassion. This was more precious than anything else. She softly nodded in agreement. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she recalled her two younger sisters, but mentioning them now seemed rather inopportune. Russell then spoke, well, we have agreed, and since the night is still young, why don't we explore a bit more? However, at that moment, an inappropriate stench of decay permeated the air, which both Russell and Yu Ying detected. Following the direction of the foul odor, they beheld amidst the inky darkness of the night a figure adorned with a scholar's cap, reminiscent of an ancient literati, dashing through the woods with ease over countless branches and leaves. Master Russell, Miss Ying, please help me stop her. Understood. Yu Ying nodded and instantly took flight, her form light as a feather as she weaved through the trees in pursuit. Yet, although Russell had already discerned her demonic nature, Yu Ying was reluctant to reveal her true self before him and soared away clad in her elegant qipao. Fortunately, as a moth demon, flying was second nature to her, a feat that even Russell or Mao Xiaofang could not achieve without resorting to soul separation techniques. In no time, Yu Ying caught up to the figure, ensnaring it with her flowing red sleeves. With a powerful tug, the figure was propelled backward, and something flew out from its embrace. Observing this, Russell leaped forward and caught the object midair. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a translucent stone, resembling a goose egg, pulsating with abundant spiritual energy. The descending figure, upon witnessing this, erupted in furious shrieks, breaking free from Yu Ying's grasp and reaching out with decayed hands toward Russell. Unaware of her doom, in response, Russell formed a sword gesture with his fingers, unleashing a burst of crimson flames that hurtled toward the creature. Clearly, the monster was greatly apprehensive of the flames. It executed a swift 180-degree turn in midair, expelling a cloud of black mist before retreating to a nearby tree. Its gaze filled with fury directed at the stone in Russell's possession. Yu Ying descended and joined Russell, gazing up at the scholar-like monster and saying, Master Russell, I believe I recognize who it is. Oh, it claims to be a living dead, an evil cultivator residing in the vicinity of Gantian Town. It is said that he was once a scholar during the Jiaqing era of the Ming Dynasty who acquired a cultivation method known as the Black Qi Scripture, allowing him to transform into a living dead by harnessing the earth energy of the 5 elements, ultimately evolving from a living dead into a ghostly immortal. Ah, how enlightening. No wonder it sought to steal the Dragon Vein Stone. At that moment, Russell also realized the true nature of the stone. It was indeed the Dragon Vein Stone from the Dragon Vein Tree in Gantian Town, as documented in the texts of the Fushi Hall. The Dragon Vein Stone? Indeed, I have seen it written. The so-called Dragon Vein Stone can only form in places where Dragon Vein spiritual energy converges, possessing the ability to absorb earth energy. Would this be beneficial for your cultivation? Upon this moment, Russell pondered the utility of the Dragon Vein Stone for himself. With a joyful shake of her head, Yu Ying responded, It is of no use to you, young Master Russell. The method of my cultivation emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, rather than the energies of the 5 elements. This Dragon Vein Stone holds no significance for me. In that case, I shall take it back to my master, he declared. Meanwhile, the undead being, concealed in the pages of a book, seethed with indignation as he overheard the discussion between the man and the demon, claiming ownership of the precious item he had so painstakingly acquired, completely disregarding his presence. However, he dared not confront either of them. The female demon's prowess far surpassed his own, and the flames conjured by the man were his bane. With a few frustrated growls, the undead being begrudgingly retreated. Yu Ying, recognizing the appropriate moment to depart, understood the significance of the Dragon Vein Stone, even as a demon. Well then, young Master Russell, I shall take my leave so as not to hinder your important matters. We shall meet again in 7 days. As she spoke, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she produced a jade pendant from her sleeve and handed it to Russell before departing without a backward glance. Observing her leave, Russell felt an uplifting change in his spirits. Indeed, love is a potent remedy. However, gazing at the Dragon Vein Stone in his hand, he was acutely aware of its importance to Gantian Town. Yet, he had no intention of hastening its return. The moment he grasped the stone, he sensed a stirring within the earth book membrane in his dantian. Now, in the emptiness surrounding him, Russell felt no need to suppress the restlessness of the earth book membrane, allowing it to emerge from his dantian. Then, An astonishing event unfolded as the membrane manifested. It radiated a burst of light that enveloped the dragon vein stone, causing it to vanish entirely. In its stead, Russell noticed a myriad of stones beginning to emerge in the illuminated realm of his Danteon, akin to a small sun. Chapter 99. Essence of the Rich Earth. Upon arriving at the tea house with a new dragon vein stone, Russell found his master still engaged in conversation over tea with the town mayor and Director Song. Clearly, among this group of merchants, Mao Xiaofang felt somewhat out of place. Aside from the familiar Director Song, he merely participated in the discussions half-heartedly. Master, Russell's arrival provided a reprieve for him, yet his countenance swiftly turned grave upon seeing the dragon vein stone in Russell's possession. Ah, this stone seems somewhat familiar. I feel I've seen it somewhere before. The mayor rubbed his eyes, hesitantly speaking. It was Director Song, with his keen eyes, who discerned first. Isn't that the dragon vein stone? Upon hearing this, the mayor finally recognized it, and a look of alarm washed over him. What is happening? How could the dragon vein stone be in your hands, young Master Russell? What on earth is happening with ASU? The matter concerning the dragon vein stone is of utmost significance, and Mao Xiaofang must exercise caution. Upon witnessing this, Russell recounted the recent events, albeit omitting the truth regarding Yu Yingying and the fact that this stone was no longer the original dragon vein stone. The peculiar figure moved effortlessly among the trees, eluding his disciples' pursuit, and given the gravity of the dragon vein stone's significance, they decided to return for the time being. Only then did Mao Xiaofang comprehend the sequence of events, naturally placing his trust in Russell's words. ASU, you have acted wisely. The town chief inquired with concern. Master Mao, will the departure of the dragon vein stone from the dragon vein tree have any adverse effects on the town? Mao Xiaofang accepted the dragon vein stone from Russell, forming a gesture with his fingers as spiritual energy swirled around the stone, and then he exhaled in relief. Rest assured, Mayor, thanks to ASU's timely retrieval of the dragon vein stone, we simply need to return it, and I could perform the spell again without issue. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, including Russell. If even the master could not discern the difference between the new dragon vein stone and the original, it implied that all the stones appearing in his Naiwan palace were indeed dragon vein stones. Russell began to grasp the true function of his Earth book membrane. This dragon vein stone, formed as a convergence of Earth's spiritual energy, contains certain rules established by the Earth's formation. After being absorbed by his Earth book membrane, it endowed him with equivalent abilities. It seemed that as long as he sought out similar spiritual objects, he could, as the system suggested, gradually consolidate his Earth book membrane with the increasing mastery of rules and powers, ultimately transforming it into a genuine Earth book. In that case, it appeared he might truly possess the capability to create all things. He could even craft a microcosm within his Naiwan palace. After all, if he could conjure the sun, other feats might not be beyond reach. However, for now, such thoughts remained merely speculative, as it was undeniably a formidable task. In that case, Master Mao, let's return it promptly. When the group, under Mao Xiaofang's guidance, returned to the dragon vein tree, they coincidentally encountered the night patrollers, Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan. Among others, the town chief dared not lay blame on Song Zilong, but the ordinary officer Zhou Sanyuan was another matter entirely. What have you done? I instructed you to keep watch over the dragon vein tree. And you didn't even notice the dragon vein stone was missing? Zhou Sanyuan was bewildered by the sudden reprimand. But the dragon vein stone was inside the dragon vein tree, wasn't it? He protested. At that moment, Song Zilong realized the situation and rushed over, lifting the talisman cloth hanging on the dragon vein tree, only to find it utterly empty. His expression shifted, as this was indeed a serious dereliction of duty. How could it be? I have seen no one. Could have been that gust of wind? Damn it, Zhou Sanyuan muttered to himself, and the mayor, noticing this, refrained from saying much more. Master Mao, I beg your assistance. Mao Xiaofang nodded, approaching to place the dragon vein stone back into the tree hollow of the dragon vein tree. As he recited the incantation, the spiritual energy of the dragon vein tree began to gather anew. All is well. Fortunately, we have ample time, and there are no lingering issues. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Master Mao and young Master Luo for sparing our Gantian town from calamity. Zilong, Sanyuan, do not forget to express your thanks to Master Mao and young Master Luo. The townsfolk exchanged pleasantries, effectively putting the matter behind them. However, Master Mao, what shall we do about the living dead who stole the Dragon Vein Stone? What if he returns? Fear not, Mayor. I shall devise a way to eliminate him. Then we can rest easy. Gantian Town is truly fortunate to have Taoist Mao among us. The mayor was being modest. Since there are no further matters at hand, and the night has grown deep, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, Master Mao. Safe travels, young Master Luo. On the way back, Luo Su could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Master, what exactly are the Dragon Vein Stone and the Dragon Vein Tree? I have only read that the Dragon Vein Stone can only form in places where the spiritual energy of the Dragon Vein gathers, possessing the ability to absorb earthly energy. But the specifics were not elucidated. Walking under the night sky of the town, Mao Xiaofeng felt pleased with his disciples' thirst for knowledge and responded. Such matters are not typically inscribed in books, primarily due to concerns that some may covet the Dragon Vein Stone. In truth, what is referred to as the Dragon Vein Stone is the essence of the thick earth. The essence of the thick earth. Indeed, I have told you that all things in this world possess their own essence, which encompasses not only living spiritual entities, but also the inanimate. The so-called Taiji generates yin and yang, which in turn combine to give rise to the five elements. The five elements, once awakened, encompass all things. This is the principle. The Dragon Vein Stone represents the essence of the thick earth within the realm of the five elements. Luo Su comprehended and remarked, so, Master, are you suggesting that the Dragon Vein Stone can also be cultivated into essence? Indeed, but the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, especially for these lifeless objects. The Dragon Vein Stone originally had certain fortuitous circumstances, born in a place where spiritual energy converges. If it continues on this path, one day it may have the opportunity to awaken its own intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation. However, the situation is different now. Luo Su felt a twinge of curiosity. Mao Xiaofeng pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, the concept of feng shui is not immutable. Over time, mountains and rivers shift and flora transforms, let alone the so-called dragon veins of feng shui. Yet, human greed compels one to devise various methods to safeguard these dragon veins, in hopes of extending blessings to future generations. The Dragon Vein of Gantian Town exemplifies this. The Dragon Vein Stone and Dragon Vein Tree, when enchanted, become as firmly anchored as a nail upon the Dragon Vein beneath Gantian Town, rendering the dragon energy unable to dissipate. However, this practice contravenes natural order. While it may appear to prolong blessings for descendants, it ultimately invites numerous calamities and the covetous gaze of malevolent beings. The example of the living dead stands testament to this, yet the ensuing misfortunes are often dismissed in light of the perceived fortune. Moreover, the existence of our Fushi Hall, as mentioned by Mao Xiaofeng, prompt a sigh. Although your master, my teacher, Thunderbolt, is aware of this deviation from natural law, we are, after all, human, unable to escape the sway of our emotions and desires. Perhaps this is what one might call karmic retribution. Chapter 100. Establishing the academy, it was evident to anyone with sight that Mao Xiaofeng appeared despondent at that moment. Undoubtedly, even the revered and profound master, Mao, has a past he is reluctant to revisit. Russell refrained from probing further, and the two returned to Fushi Hall in silence. It seemed that their recent conversation had indeed stirred memories for Master Mao. Upon their return, Mao Xiaofeng first lit an incense stick before the tablet of his master in the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Xiaohai and Achu appeared to be enjoying themselves outside. It had yet to return. After preparing a cup of hot tea for his master, Russell continued to inquire, Master, is there a remedy for what you have described? Mao Xiaofeng, coming back to himself, felt a warmth in his heart as he accepted the hot tea from his disciple and replied, Certainly, there is a remedy. The simplest is to perform good deeds. What is the reasoning behind this? It is quite straightforward. Though true calamities, or karmic retribution, are inescapable when they arrive, the ultimate outcome can indeed be altered. This is the merit of performing good deeds, as it allows one to accumulate virtuous karma, ensuring a more favorable resolution when misfortune strikes. To put it more plainly, it is akin to the principle that those who cultivate virtue receive assistance, while those who stray from the path of righteousness attract little support. Conversely, if one engages in wrongdoing, they accumulate negative karma, transforming any remaining glimmer of hope into a dead end. So, if I begin to do more good deeds now, I can preemptively avert misfortune? Precisely. What are your thoughts? Russell nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master, over the past 2 months, our newspaper has been progressing quite well, marking a promising start, and we have also made some profit. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaofeng nodded approvingly. In these 3 months, the profits from the newspaper have approached 50 silver dollars, not only recouping the initial investment, but also generating considerable profit. If this momentum continues, the future potential is unfathomable. Furthermore, the willingness of several local gentry to invest nearly 1,000 silver dollars in acquiring my disciple's newspaper only reinforces my belief in its bright prospects. However, the pursuit of wealth can often attract unnecessary troubles. On one hand, it incites jealousy. On the other, it may lead to unwarranted gossip regarding the Fuxitang. Mao Xiaofeng instantly comprehended his disciple's intent. Truth be told, even he had not anticipated this aspect. Nevertheless, he recognized that his disciple was always one to strategize before acting. Hence, since the idea had been proposed, it was certain that a plan was already in place. Pray tell, ASU, what do you intend to do? Master, I have observed that although Gantian Town is blessed with talented individuals and a literate populace, it notably lacks a school. Many children spend their days idling about in the streets. Thus, I aspire to establish a free school to teach these children to read and write. It would be a commendable deed. Mao Xiaofeng's eyes lit up. Indeed, this was a splendid idea. Educating the masses has always been a noble endeavor. However, he pondered whether the revenue from the newspaper would suffice to sustain such an initiative. Furthermore, ASU, you must balance your pursuit of knowledge, the newspaper, and now the establishment of a school. Can you manage it all? Here's my plan, Master. Firstly, we have ample vacant rooms in Fuxitang that can be repurposed. As for the books, we can print them ourselves, which would save a considerable amount of money. The challenge lies in finding teachers, but thankfully, our curriculum is not extensive. Teaching these children to read is our primary goal. I believe Brother Xiaohai could assist me. And if you have the time, Master, you could help as well. I cannot. Mao Xiaofeng quickly declined. Russell, witnessing this, chuckled and said, Master, you certainly can. After all, you are a teacher, having instructed both of my brothers and me. Thus, you are indeed the most suitable candidate. Mao Xiaofeng hesitated, but upon reflection, it seemed to be an alternative means to enrich Fuxitang. Ultimately, encouraged by his disciple's gaze, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall give it a try. With that, the establishment of the school was effectively set in motion. Nonetheless, Russell felt there was still a concern to address. Master, beyond the worry of insufficient funds, I am more apprehensive about a different matter. What if no one is willing to attend our school? Why is that? Is our school not free? Master, learning is indeed a demanding endeavor that consumes considerable energy. In this day and age, many struggle to make ends meet, and numerous children contribute to household chores. If they were to attend school, Mao Xiaofeng grasped Russell's implication. Even in a place as blessed as Gantian Town, beggars line the streets, and children begin assisting their parents from a young age. If they were to attend school, their families would lose a helping hand. What solutions do you propose? The disciple contemplated the matter thoroughly. In addition to providing free education, it would be ideal to offer students 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch, while limiting classes to just 2 morning hours. To minimize expenses, the disciple would negotiate with the local inns in Gantian Town to secure the most favorable prices. Furthermore, to regulate the number of students, enrollment would be initially restricted to children aged 6 and under. Observing the disciple's meticulous planning, Mao Xiaofeng found it difficult to offer further suggestions. However, he did ponder one question aloud. What if children older than this age wish to attend school? For the time being, this posed a challenge. Fuxi Hall could provide a space for them to audit classes, but unfortunately, meals would not be feasible. Mao Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, expressing his support. I understand. You may proceed with your plans. I shall support you in all endeavors. Xiaohai and Achu will assist you, and if they dare to be idle, inform me, and I shall discipline them accordingly. Thank you, Master. By the way, I have decided on the name for the school. Fuxi Academy. Fuxi Academy. Upon hearing this name, Mao Xiaofeng's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Meanwhile, at a port in Guangdong province, a cargo ship was gently docking. A striking young woman, clad in attire reminiscent of a wildling, assisted a middle-aged man, whose sight was obscured as they disembarked. Upon setting foot on familiar soil, this sightless man, his neck wrapped in a scarf, gazed in one direction and inhaled deeply, declaring, "I have finally returned, Mao Xiaofang. Everything you have taken from me, I shall reclaim in full." In another direction, along the northern route, Madonna, dressed in a floral gown and bearing a sword on her back, had traversed 1,000 miles and finally entered Guangdong province. She should have arrived much earlier. But the chaotic situation in the north, with warlords clashing, had caused railway operations to halt. Additionally, she had encountered some unwise individuals along the way. Nevertheless, Madonna persevered, walking from the northern reaches of the mainland to the south. Fortuitously, Guangdong province remained relatively stable, and her journey had been considerably smooth, devoid of significant troubles. 5 days later, Madonna finally reached Gantian town. At the entrance, she gazed at the 3 prominent characters spelling out Gantian town, bearing a hint of dishevelment and fatigue. A smile of uncontainable joy blossomed on her face. This arduous journey across the entirety of China had been both a trial and a testament for the young girl. Yet, she had finally arrived. Surveying her surroundings, Gantian town proved to be a fitting locale for Master Mao's Fushi Hall, a place rich in talent and spirit. As she observed, the girls on the streets appeared remarkably fashionable, and Madonna even spotted a girl wearing an exceedingly short skirt, her arms and thighs completely exposed. In contrast, she felt rather frumpy, bundled up as if she were a rice dumpling, appearing somewhat rustic. However, over the past 2 months, she has fully experienced the sweltering heat of the southern weather. Were it not for the protective talismans, she might have suffered greatly. The girl opposite her seemed to sense Madonna's gaze and looked over. Madonna offered an apologetic glance, while the girl responded with a bewildered expression before departing, leaving Madonna feeling somewhat embarrassed, believing her earlier gaze had offended the girl. This only deepened her feelings of inadequacy. Fortunately, she was quick to adjust, glancing around. She prepared to inquire about the location of the Fushi Hall. At that moment, the streets suddenly became lively as an elderly man paraded down the thoroughfare, beating a drum and shouting, "Enrollment for the Fushi Academy has begun." Instantly, the street buzzed with activity as countless individuals rushed toward a common direction, all heading for the Fushi Academy. Upon hearing the name, Madonna recognized its connection to Master Mao as Fushi Hall and decided to follow the crowd. Indeed, it wasn't long before, surrounded by a sea of people, a grand Taoist hall emerged before her, adorned with the characters Fushi Hall. Elated by this sight, Madonna attempted to push her way forward, but she soon found herself met with resistance, as many others shared her intent. Despite her efforts, she barely advanced a few steps before receiving scornful remarks. "What are you pushing for, young lady? Don't you have children? At your age, still jostling with kids?" Fortunately, at that moment, the doors of Fushi Hall swung open, and a rather flamboyant man emerged. "Everyone quiet down. Today marks the opening day of Fushi Academy. Let us not embarrass ourselves in front of our children. Understood, A Chu? Hurry and let us in." With that, under A Chu's guidance, the boisterous crowd began to enter the Fushi Hall, and Madonna followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the front of the Taoist Hall, where Master Mao, along with his 2 disciples and several local gentry, including Director Song and Song Zilong, awaited eagerly. Upon seeing Master Mao, the villagers immediately bowed their heads in gratitude, exclaiming, "Let us express our heartfelt thanks to Master Mao. We will never forget the great benevolence you have shown to Gantian town." Master Mao appeared somewhat taken aback by such enthusiastic displays, but Russell stepped forward to take charge. "Master, leave it to me." "All right." Master Mao nodded in agreement. With this, Russell positioned himself in front of the crowd, prompting the villagers to shift their attention to him. Russell simply gestured for silence, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before he continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet." Compared to the Taoist who had always lived in Gantian town, the crowd seemed to harbor a unique reverence for Russell. This was partly due to his identity as a scholar returning from abroad, and also because, in just 3 months, Russell had managed to publish an extensive newspaper that benefited everyone in Gantian town. Thus, upon the utterance of Russell's words, everyone obediently fell silent. Behind them, Madonna wore a look of astonishment, realizing that this must be the new disciple that Master Mao had mentioned to her aunt during his last visit. Indeed, he stood out remarkably, akin to a crane among chickens. In recent days, The matters concerning the establishment of the Fushi Academy and the conditions for enrollment have likely been conveyed through the newspapers. However, I must assert some unpleasant truths up front. My Master's intention in founding the Fushi Academy is to educate as many children as possible. Yet, given the overwhelming number of children in Gantian Town, even with the best intentions, the capacity is limited. Therefore, this enrollment will only accept children aged 6 and above with valid birth certificates, regardless of gender. Director Song will conduct inspection shortly. Everyone nodded in understanding. Rest assured, young Master Russell, we are well prepared. Indeed, we also acknowledge that some children may not meet the criteria, yet are eager to learn. We shall offer them an opportunity to study, accompanied by quarterly assessments. Those who pass will, of course, be allowed to learn alongside their peers, enjoying the same privileges. Conversely, children who do not pass will be eliminated. Initially, the crowd was pleased to hear that even those who did not meet the requirements would have a chance to attend, as the provision of 2 free meals a day would alleviate a significant burden for many families. After all, the saying that a growing boy can drain his father's resources is no mere joke. However, upon hearing that failing the assessment would lead to expulsion, the mood shifted dramatically. Younger Master Russell, what exactly constitutes failing the assessment? Who decides this? Russell glanced at them coldly and replied, "Naturally, I will make that decision. I will prepare the examination. Failure to pass will result in elimination. Appeals will be futile, so if anyone is merely hoping to send their child for a couple of meals, they may leave now." At that, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, with even the children appearing somewhat intimidated. "All right, let the enrollment commence. Everyone, please form an orderly line, bringing your children's birth documentation to my disciples, Xiao Hai and Achu. Director Song, Captain Song, please assist in maintaining order. Leave it to us, officers. Everyone, follow me." Xiao Hai and Achu stepped forward as well. "Master, we shall take our leave now." Indeed, as the crowd shifted, the Fushi Academy's hall grew somewhat quieter. The mayor, Director Song, and the local gentry observed this lively scene and expressed their congratulations. "Thank you, Master Mao. Having individuals like you and young Master Russell in Gantian Town is indeed a blessing for us all. Indeed, establishing a school now will yield benefits for generations to come." Mao Xiaofeng responded with a respectful gesture. "We must also extend our gratitude to all of you for your assistance and support. Congratulations to us all." After the polite exchanges between the parties concluded, the gathering dispersed, leaving behind a sense of frivolity. Once the crowd had dissipated, Mao Xiaofeng let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Russell approached and pointed out, "Master, look over there." Mao Xiaofeng followed Russell's gaze, surprised to see Miss Ma. In the parlor of the Fushi Hall, Russell courteously served a cup of cool tea to Madonna, who had traveled a long distance. Gratefully, she drank it all in one go. Observing this, Mao Xiaofeng inquired with curiosity, "Miss Ma, what brings you to Gantian Town?" After savoring the sweet tea, Madonna felt rejuvenated and respectfully replied to Mao Xiaofeng with a bow. "You may simply call me Dana. It is my aunt who sent me to find you." She relayed her Aunt Ma Ronger's words verbatim to Mao Xiaofeng. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaofeng fell into contemplation. However, he did not ponder for long before nodding and saying, "I understand. If you do not mind, Dana, you may stay at our Fushi Hall from today onward." "Thank you, Master Mao." Dana expressed her gratitude without the usual shyness of an ordinary girl, bowing deeply. "Asu, please escort Dana to find her a room and help her settle in. You two should get acquainted as well." "Yes, Master. I will take Miss Ma to rest now." "Go ahead." Dana looked at Russell, her eyes sparkling with appreciation. "Thank you, senior brother." Watching the pair depart, reminiscent of celestial beings, Mao Xiaofeng recalled the words of Ma Ronger during his visit to the Ma family, a paternal smile gracing his face. Under Russell's guidance, Dana arrived at the backyard of Fushi Hall, where he pointed to several rooms. "Junior sister, these 3 rooms are where I and my 2 senior brothers reside. You may choose any of the other rooms as you wish." Dana gazed curiously at the elegant accommodations and asked, "Which room do you stay in, senior brother?" Russell indicated the central room. "It's this one." Seeing this, Dana pointed at the room opposite with bright eyes and declared, "Then I shall stay across from you." "I look forward to your guidance." Russell responded with a gentle smile, "You're too kind. Please wait a moment while I prepare bedding and other necessities for you." "Thank you, senior brother." As Dana entered her new room, she found it clean and tidy, evidently well maintained. Yet, despite having settled in Gantian Town, Thoughts of her distant aunt cast a shadow over her mood. I wonder how my aunt is faring, she pondered, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her. The distance was so great that even using spiritual talismans to communicate proved ineffective, deepening her sorrow. Though Madonna's exterior exudes strength and a fearless disposition towards love and hate, a delicate sensibility within her reveals a touch of vulnerability typically associated with femininity, particularly when she finally finds herself in a stable state, allowing her mind to wander. It is at this moment that the voice of Russell breaks through her thoughts. What troubles you, junior sister? Have you been reflecting on something sorrowful? Upon turning, Madonna sees Russell, burdened with an armful of items, and hastily shakes her head in response. No, senior brother, I was merely contemplating some matters. Unfortunately, Russell is not deceived. After placing his belongings on the table, he retrieves a handkerchief from his pocket. You say there's nothing wrong, yet your little pearls of sorrow have fallen. Only then does Madonna notice the wetness upon her cheeks, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she accepts the handkerchief to dab at her tears. Is there something you wish to share with me? She inquires, her demeanor softening towards this senior brother, who displays such gentleness despite their first encounter. I find myself missing my aunt. She raised me alone throughout my childhood, but now she is aging, and I am unable to remain by her side to honor her. Madonna confesses. Russell ponders for a moment before responding. In that case, why not bring your aunt here? A flicker of joy lights up Madonna's face. Is that truly possible? Of course it is. Why would it not be? The question lies in whether your aunt would be willing. At this, Madonna's expression clouds. For the older generation often holds a deep-rooted sentiment for their native soil, resisting the call to leave their homeland. Russell continues with a suggestion. Perhaps you could write a letter to your aunt. On one hand, you can inform her of your safe arrival at Master S Place, and, on the other, you can inquire about her willingness to come. Rest assured, should she agree, I will handle the travel arrangements to ensure she does not endure undue hardship. Madonna's mood shifts from worry to elation. Is that truly feasible? Would it not be too much trouble for you, senior brother? Not at all. Since you call me senior brother, we are family. Thus, it is only natural for me to assist you. While warmth envelopes Madonna's heart, her once restless spirit finds tranquility. I shall write immediately. Very well. Once you finish, I shall help you deliver it. Then, you should take some time to rest. Afterward, I will show you around Tion Town. Thank you so much, senior brother. You are doing well. ASU. In the main hall of Fushi Hall. After hearing Russell recount the earlier events, Mao Xiaofeng nodded appreciatively. Given the turmoil in the Northeast, bringing Madonna's aunt over would indeed be a fortuitous development. I shall pen a letter as well to encourage her. By the way, how is Madonna faring? She may be quite fatigued. After such a taxing journey, she fell asleep the moment she lay down. Ah, a young girl like her must have endured many hardships along the way. Be sure to care for her well, and do not let her suffer any grievances. Rest assured, Master, I understand. Very well. At that moment, Xiao Hai, Chu, Captain Song, and Zhou Sanyuan entered with cheerful expressions. Master, the registration has concluded. We have 105 students who meet the criteria. This revelation left Mao Xiaofeng somewhat astonished. How surprisingly few. On the side, Song Zilong offered an explanation. Master Mao, that number is not insignificant. Although our Gantian town boasts over 10,000 households and a population of 40,000, the number of children is quite limited, especially those aged 6 to 10. Indeed, Zhou Sanyuan chimed in. Now that everyone is so impoverished that they can barely afford food, who has the means to raise children? Mao Xiaofeng nodded in understanding. So, how many are willing to audit the classes? Xiao Hai awkwardly shook his head. None. Seeing that auditing comes without free meals, no one has signed up. Mao Xiaofeng sighed at this. He understood all too well the significance of education. Yet many in Gantian town remained oblivious to it, or even if they comprehended its importance, they felt powerless to act. Russell, observing the situation, offered consolation. Master, this is still a good thing. With fewer students, we can manage. If too many enroll at once, it would create chaos. Mao Xiaofeng nodded. Then I entrust the matters of the school to you. By the way, when Dana awakens, you and Xiao Hai should go and meet her. Dana? That name sounds like a girl's, but Chu remarked with curiosity. Mao Xiaofeng cast a stern glance at his disciple and replied, She is your junior sister, and she will reside in the Fushi Hall. Behave yourself. Dana is not an ordinary girl. If you suffer any misfortune, do not blame me for not warning you. Evidently, Achu did not take his master's warning to heart, and instead responded excitedly, Wow, a junior sister. Chapter 103. A helping hand that night. Ma Dana enjoyed a peaceful slumber, only to awaken the next morning to the melodious sounds of reading. At the beginning of man, human nature is inherently good. Though nature is similar, habits differ. As Ma Dana groggily regained consciousness, she stretched, feeling as though the weariness of the past few months had dissipated. After freshening up, she made her way to another courtyard of the Fushi Hall and was greeted by a lively scene. The spacious courtyard had been transformed into 2 classrooms, filled with curious-eyed children. On the left, Master Mao, embodying the stern demeanor of a teacher, guided the children in learning to read and write based on the 3-character classic. On the right, Russell, donned in a scholarly robe, was teaching arithmetic to the children. Ma Dana, hesitant to intrude, stood curiously at the door, listening to the lessons alongside the children. Just then, footsteps approached as Xiao Hai and Achu arrived. Spotting Ma Dana at the entrance, Achu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Wow, you must be the junior sister master spoke of. You are so beautiful. Madonna, upon hearing the commotion, turned her head in mild displeasure. In such a tranquil atmosphere of study, the loud voices were indeed rather irksome. However, she recognized that these 2 individuals must be the elder and younger disciples of Master Mao, and she politely greeted them in a hushed tone. Hello, senior brothers. Achu cheerfully replied, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Hello, junior sister. If you ever need anything, just come to me. Although I may not boast, I am well aware of all that transpires in Gantian Town. His frivolous demeanor once again irked Madonna, while Xiao Hai tugged at Achu's hand, advising him, Achu, lower your voice. Master is going to be angry. Unfazed, Achu retorted, Who? No one. Before he could finish his sentence, a dark object struck the back of his head. Whirling around in anger, Achu was met with Master's wrathful gaze, filled with disappointment, while the other children in the classroom watched on, finding amusement in his plight. Instantly deflated, Achu seized Xiao Hai's hand and hurried away. Finally, Madonna was left in peace to continue her lesson. Time flew by, and soon the morning classes concluded. Xiao Hai entered, accompanied by an elderly man who was pushing a cart adorned with the sign of Hexing Tower, atop which rested 3 large wooden barrels. All right, class is dismissed for today. Everyone performed admirably. Now go enjoy your meal. With an enthusiastic cheer, the children rushed out of the classroom towards the food cart. Come, line up, Xiao Hai called, maintaining order, while Mao Xiaofeng and Russell approached the elderly man and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Boss Zhang, for your support. You are too kind, Master Mao. Boss Zhang replied with a courteous bow. Business at the restaurant is challenging. I am overjoyed to have a significant client like Fushi Hall. Moreover, this is an act of accumulating virtue, and I must express gratitude to Master Mao and young Master Luo. Your charitable deeds will surely bring you blessings. Let's take Master Mao's auspicious words to heart. After their pleasantries, Russell stepped forward. Master, junior sister, let's head to the back hall. Lunch is ready. Indeed, following both parties into the back hall of Fushi Hall, they found the tables set with today as lunch. Junior sister, come and taste the fare. We are having the same as the children. Madonna observed that each person was served 2 dishes and a soup. Although it appeared simple in these tumultuous times, it was quite a feast. The 3 sat down, and Mao Xiaofeng cheerfully savored his meal, exclaiming, The flavor of Hexing Tower remains unchanged. Madonna, feeling quite hungry, especially after a day of slumber, found the 2 dishes and soup rather insufficient, leaving her still a bit peckish, yet hesitant to voice her needs. Noticing that Madonna had cleaned her bowl, Russell pondered for a moment before speaking. Master, since junior sister has just arrived at Gantian Town, why don't I take her around for a tour? Mao Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. That sounds fine. After all, I have nothing planned for the afternoon. As they wandered through the streets of Gantian Town, Madonna began to understand why Brother Luo had suddenly decided to show her around. He must have noticed that she hadn't eaten enough, and, feeling somewhat embarrassed to mention it, took the opportunity to treat her to a meal. Throughout their excursion, Brother Luo bought her an abundance of delightful snacks, finally filling her small stomach. The sensation of being satiated was exquisite, causing her to feel a surge of happiness. Furthermore, The admiration and reverence the townsfolk held for Brother Luo made her believe that such an extraordinary man was a rarity in this world. However, there was one thing that troubled her. The enthusiasm displayed by the local girls towards Brother Luo seemed rather excessive. For instance, at that moment, two elegantly dressed young women approached him without any hint of shyness, chattering animatedly about beauty and adornment. Once the girls departed, Luo Su turned to the curious Madonna and inquired, "Do you find it strange, junior sister?" Embarrassed, Madonna shook her head slightly. "Not exactly. I just think the girls in Gantian Town are a bit too bold." Luo Su chuckled softly before explaining. "Indeed, the girls here are somewhat audacious. But not all of them. Their enthusiasm stems from the fact that I helped them by providing a newspaper that addressed some of their concerns." "A newspaper?" Madonna was taken aback, then suddenly remembered something and asked in astonishment, "Brother, are you referring to Half the Sky?" "Oh, you know about it too?" Luo Su said. His interest piqued as Madonna nodded excitedly. "I've heard many people talk about that newspaper while traveling south, but unfortunately, it's in limited circulation and thus hard to come by. You see, Luo Su mimsed. It seems that Half the Sky has had a more significant impact than I had anticipated. Unfortunately, my energy," he paused, suddenly inspired, and smiled at Madonna. "Junior sister, have you considered what you would like to do next?" Upon hearing this, Madonna appeared somewhat bewildered. Noticing her uncertainty, Luo Su proposed, "In that case, why not come and assist me?" "Assist you?" she repeated, intrigued. "Yes, whether it's with the newspaper or the school, I am in dire need of help, and I find myself rather overwhelmed." Madonna's eyes sparkled. The prospect of contributing to such meaningful endeavors thrilled her. But could I really? While she felt confident in her ability to hunt demons and spirits, the tasks of managing a newspaper or a school seemed suited for the more astute. "Of course, you are more than capable. Furthermore, I will be here to guide you." Seeing Brother Luo's unwavering faith in her abilities, Madonna decided to cast aside her reservations. "In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed brother." Russell has acquired a companion, and Madonna has found purpose, bringing them both joy and a sense of security. At that moment, a fervent cry echoed in their ears. "Free rice dumplings! Come one, come all! Those with eyes, noses, and mouths can enjoy complimentary rice dumplings." Chapter 104. The Black Rose. At the entrance of Gantian Town, a handcart appeared, laden with several vats of rice, proudly displaying a large white flag inscribed with the words "Free Rice Dumplings." Beside it stood a woman clad in a green floral cheapao and a child dressed in long sleeves and trousers. The woman was none other than the renowned vigilante, the Black Rose, while the child was her adopted son, Little Shrimp. Upon hearing the announcement of free rice dumplings, the townsfolk eagerly gathered around. The Black Rose, basking in her recent notoriety, cheerfully called out, "Everyone, please line up. We have free rice dumplings." However, the murmurs that soon arose from the crowd caused her expression to shift. Indeed, Gantian Town is truly blessed. Yes, just as the children have access to free schooling, now we have free rice dumplings. It seems the heavens are smiling upon us. Heavens? Is Master Mao and young Master Russell. Indeed, young Master Russell's newspaper brought me a stroke of good fortune when my recent harvest was rather poor. Yes, I wonder what misfortune has befallen us. All the vegetables in the field were devoured overnight. My family too. The hens have vanished, and it appears we must seek out Master Mao and young Master Russell. Amidst their discussions, a familiar voice broke through. "Everyone, what do you mean by saying that your vegetables were devoured overnight?" The crowd turned in surprise to find that Russell himself stood before them. A palpable excitement spread among them, momentarily overshadowing their eagerness for the free rice. "It's young Master Russell. How splendid. We're at a loss. All our vegetables were consumed overnight, leaving us with meal shortages. Furthermore, the grave of Granny Zhang's husband has been disturbed, and the body is missing. Third Brotherly has also vanished. Young Master Russell. Could it be the work of a monster?" Russell and Madonna exchanged knowing glances, sensing that the matter was indeed unusual. "In that case, please lead me to see the situation. If I can resolve it, I shall not trouble Master Mao. If not, I will inform him to handle it." Certainly, certainly. Compared to the allure of free rice dumplings, the townsfolk were far more concerned about the potential monster, especially with Russell at the forefront, who would not wish to draw closer to him, whether for their children's sake or for the prosperity he brought to the community. Of course, not everyone was unconcerned. But as a large number of people departed, the rice dumpling stall quickly found itself with far fewer patrons. Observing her limelight being overshadowed, the Black Rose turned to a nearby individual and inquired, "Who is that young man? So arrogant?" Upon hearing this, a villager immediately expressed his discontent. "Hey, do not speak nonsense. He is our benefactor from Gantian Town, young Master Luo. Indeed, not only has he established a newspaper that has brought prosperity to the villagers, but he has also founded a school, allowing the village children to attend classes for free, with 2 meals provided daily. It has significantly alleviated our burdens." At this point, the Black Rose no longer cared about the overshadowing attention. Her focus shifted to another matter. Free education and meals? How wonderful. She glanced at her adopted son, Little Shrimp, who appeared to be pondering something as he looked at Black Rose with an eager expression. "I understand. I will take you to see it shortly." "Thank you, Sister Rose." Little Shrimp beamed with joy. The nearby villagers, witnessing this, anxiously inquired, "Hey, are you still distributing rice?" "Yes, of course. Everyone line up, and everyone will receive their share." On the outskirts of Gantian Town, one could see the vast ocean through the dense woods. Most of the farmland and graveyards of Gantian Town lay in this area, which, blessed with water and wind, is considered a land of good fortune. However, such a fine place has recently been plagued by strange occurrences. Crops and livestock have been devoured, graves disturbed, and corpses gone missing. Initially, the villagers intended to seek out Master Mouse sooner, but the recent influx of town affairs, coupled with the small fortune gained from the newspaper published by the Fushi Hall, caused them to overlook these issues temporarily. Until now, the situation had escalated considerably. "Young Master Luo, this is my family's land. Look, it has been utterly destroyed. There isn't a single seedling left." Before them lay a chaotic expanse of farmland, seemingly ravaged by wild boars. Luo, Su, and Ma Dana exchanged glances, nodded, and ventured inside. Unfortunately, after a brief observation, Luo, Su found nothing amiss. But Ma Dana suddenly caught a scent and began to scan the area. "How about it, junior sister? Did you find anything?" Ma Dana nodded, her expression grave. "Senior brother, I smell a snake-like odor." "A snake odor?" "Yes, senior brother, I have caught various animals back in my hometown, so I am quite sensitive to their scents." The villagers nearby interjected, "That's impossible. What snake could have such a voracious appetite? Let us not rush. Let's explore other areas." All right. As expected, in other locations, Ma Dana also detected the same snake odor. If it were only one spot, it could be deemed coincidental, but with multiple areas affected, there was only one possibility. With unwavering conviction, Ma Dana declared, "Senior brother, it might be a snake demon. The corpses must have been consumed by the snake demon." "A snake demon?" The surrounding villagers gasped in shock. Upon hearing the news of her husband's demise, the elderly woman from the Zhang family fainted, rolling her eyes in despair. "What shall we do now, young Master Luo? You must eliminate that serpent demon. Otherwise, we are all in peril." One villager exclaimed. "Indeed, it might have already taken a life." Another echoed, "We must vanquish the serpent demon." Seeing the villagers grow increasingly agitated, Russell raised his hand to restore calm before turning to Madonna. "Sister, do you possess a means to locate the serpent demon?" After a moment's contemplation, Madonna responded, "Certainly. We can lure it out with something it fancies, such as rooster's blood, though this method is rather slow, as the demon may not take the bait immediately. Alternatively, I can employ my family's spiritual bird tracking method, but I will require an item connected to the demon as bait." Russell found himself in a quandary. Where could he procure something linked to the serpent demon? Just then, a peculiar noise emanated from the forest, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see a gaunt man crouched in the grass, peering at them. Russell did not recognize the man, but the villagers did. "Wankai, what are you doing here?" One called out. "Wankai, who is he?" Young Master Luo inquired. "Wankai is a madman who has long resided in the temple outside the village," they explained. Upon hearing their words, Wankai shouted, "Serpent! Serpent! Serpent!" and dashed into the woods. It seemed that both Russell and Madonna understood the implications and hurried after him. Before long, they arrived at a massive tree where they discovered a wheel that had been gnawed down to a mere remnant, oozing a viscous substance. In the forest, the villagers who had followed Russell and Madonna immediately recognized the origin of the wooden wheel. Isn't this the handcart belonging to the third son of the Lee family? No wonder he has gone missing. It appears the serpent demon has indeed devoured him. How large must this serpent demon be to consume a person along with their cart? They pondered. Their doubts about the demon's existence evaporated. Russell, turning to the trembling man named Wonkai, asked, "You are Wonkai, aren't you? Have you seen the serpent demon?" Regrettably, Wonkai only averted his gaze, muttering, "Serpent, serpent, serpent." The villagers, observing his behavior, explained, "Young Master Luo, Wonkai is mad. He cannot speak coherently. However, his presence here indicates he must have witnessed the demon feasting upon a person. What shall we do now?" Someone queried. Yes. This serpent demon is so massive that it can swallow a cart whole, let alone a human." Clearly agitated, Russell raised his hand to pacify the crowd before asking Madonna, who was rummaging about, "Sister, have you found anything?" "Yes." Madonna nodded, holding up a scale she had discovered on the ground. "This should be a scale from the serpent demon. With this, I can perform a spiritual bird tracking method." "Thank you for your efforts, sister," he replied. Indeed, Madonna had also become serious, her gaze transformed. From her pocket, she retrieved a talisman, enclosing a scale of the serpent demon within it, and tossed it into the air, forming hand seals. "Dragon God's decree, spiritual bird, seek the trail, hasten as the law commands." Instantly, the talisman danced in the sky, transforming into a luminous bird radiating golden light. Russell sensed a powerful and majestic aura of righteousness emanating from this golden glow. However, Madonna did not grant Russell the luxury of time for contemplation. She addressed him, "Senior brother, we have found it. Let us pursue." Indeed, as the group followed the spiritual bird, they traversed layers of forest until a cavern emerged before the villagers. The spiritual bird ceased its flight and descended into Madonna's hand. "Senior brother, this must be the place." Indeed, yet Russell did not rush inside. Instead, he turned to the villagers trailing behind and said, "Esteemed villagers, the serpent demon should reside within this cave. For your safety, I kindly ask you to retreat to a secure location." In truth, Russell could have prevented the villagers from approaching from the outset, but how could they comprehend the terror of the serpent demon without witnessing it firsthand? Clearly, at that moment, curiosity outweighed fear among the villagers. Despite Russell's warning, they remained rooted, their eyes fixed on the cave, eager to glimpse the serpent demon. Russell did not impede them. "Junior sister, shall we enter?" Indeed, as Russell and Madonna dashed into the cave, a pungent stench assaulted their senses. Within the relatively small cavern, various serpents slithered across the ground, their heads protruding from the crevices. "It seems we have entered a nest of serpents." Indeed, but this odor masks the demon's aura. "I wonder which one is the serpent demon. Leave it to me." With that, Russell formed hand seals for the golden light technique, and a radiant beam, akin to the sun, enveloped his entire being. After months of practice, he had mastered the 3 techniques imparted by his master, allowing him to perform them without cumbersome incantations. The brilliance of the golden light technique can be described as pure yang energy, a formidable adversary to most malevolent spirits. The moment this golden light manifested, all serpents within the cave were illuminated. Ordinary serpents felt nothing, but the serpent demon reacted differently. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of sizzling meat, a small serpent demon, cloaked in vibrant green, unleashed its aura and transformed into a colossal python, as thick as 2 people embracing, measuring several dozen meters in length. And it roared as it charged towards the cave entrance. Outside the cavern, the villagers gazed in wonder at the shimmering golden light within, their curiosity piqued. Yet their fear of the serpent demon held them at bay, hesitant to venture inside. At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed through the air. The villagers, caught off guard, beheld a monstrous python charging directly towards them. This sudden appearance sent shivers down the spines of all present, with several timid souls fainting from sheer fright. Fortunately, the serpent demon was singularly focused on its own escape. It surged through the crowd and vanished into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Russell and Madonna burst forth, exclaiming, "Sister, let us pursue." The Fushi Hall was in utter disarray. Black Rose, having learned of the free educational offerings at Fushi Hall, along with 2 meals a day, brought her adopted son, Little Shrimp, in hopes of enrolling him. However, as Little Shrimp was merely a child she had picked up, lacking any proof of lineage, Fushi Hall could not admit him without violating their regulations. Observing this, Black Rose resorted to her penchant for chaos. If it had been solely her, it might have sufficed. But on this first day of school, many parents had come to collect their children, expressing gratitude to Mao Xiaofeng for his benevolent act towards the village. Among them were parents of children who did not meet the criteria for enrollment, adding to the tumult. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Black Rose reveled in her advantage. Thinking to herself, if you do not acquiesce now, you shall have no choice but to do so. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted outside, accompanied by frantic cries. There is a serpent demon. A serpent demon. Mao Xiaofeng, momentarily at a loss for how to manage the pandemonium, was startled by the shouts. What is happening? A villager who had rushed in, panting heavily, replied, a massive serpent demon. Young Master Luo and Miss Ma have already gone to pursue it into the woods. The color drained from the faces of the surrounding villagers. Without time to grasp the full context, Mao Xiaofeng quickly instructed his apprentices, Xiao Hai and Achu, prepare the supplies. We must investigate. Yes, master. Noticing that Mao Xiaofeng was completely disregarding her concerns, Black Rose felt a surge of urgency. She could not fathom the existence of a serpent demon and suspected that Mao Xiaofeng had fabricated this tale to deny Little Shrimp enrollment. You hypocrite, Mao Xiaofeng. To prevent Little Shrimp from attending school, you concoct such an excuse. Very well. I shall see if your supposed benevolence holds true. As the villagers who had encountered the serpent demon hurried back, beating drums and sounding alarms, the entire town of Gantian was alerted to the presence of a serpent demon wreaking havoc. Panic began to spread. In a certain part of the street, a sprightly young girl clad in primitive attire, exposing her arms and legs, also changed her expression upon hearing the news. The serpent demon must be Xiao Bai. With that, he followed the villagers who were hunting the demon. Chapter 106. The Serpent's Sister in the Wilderness, amidst the dense woods. Russell and Mad Anna pursued the trail of the serpent demon, following the rustling sounds in the underbrush. It must be said, this serpent demon was indeed quite a challenge. Upon leaving its lair and entering the forest, it immediately shrank its body and concealed itself among the thick foliage, fleeing swiftly. However, having already been wounded by Russell's golden light spell, the demon was now overflowing with demonic energy, making it difficult to hide its form. Moreover, since the serpent could not fly and was limited to ground movement, tracking it remained relatively straightforward. Logically, it would have been best to eliminate the serpent demon within its cave, but sometimes what one has done is less important than how many witnesses there are. The villagers of Gantian town had all seen the enormous serpent demon, and not far off, they could hear the sounds of approaching footsteps. It was time to put an end to this serpent demon once and for all. Thus, Russell spoke to Mad Anna, junior sister, we cannot pursue it like this any longer. We must find a way to capture the serpent demon to prevent it from harming others. But its speed is too great. Do you have any plan? Mad Anna inquired, nodding her head. I do, but I am uncertain how long it will hold the serpent demon. She replied, that is all right, as long as it can be restrained. All right. Mad Anna immediately halted her steps, forming hand seals. By the decree of the dragon god, with the wind god as assistance, I invoke the 9 dragons binding spell, restrain. In an instant, everything in the vicinity seemed to freeze, including the slightest stir of the wind. Seeing this, Russell wasted no time and also formed the 5 thunder seal, his hands radiating with lightning. With a decisive strike, the area where the serpent demon resided was enveloped in thunder. Boom, boom, boom. After a cacophony of thunder, everything in the vicinity was sent flying, and a green figure ascended into the air, firmly grasped by Russell. As he surveyed his catch, he beheld a small green serpent, its demonic form thoroughly shattered by the 5 thunder technique, its spiritual essence severely depleted, rendering it incapable of further mischief. Mad Anna, witnessing the capture of the demon, felt a surge of joy and was about to offer her congratulations when she suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning her body, she spotted a somewhat familiar girl rushing towards Russell. Reaching for the serpent in his hand, though unsure of the reason, Mad Anna stepped forward to block the girl. Who are you? The girl paid no heed to Mad Anna and shouted at Russell, return my Xiao Bai to me. Xiao Bai? Russell and Mad Anna exchanged glances, both coming to a realization. This serpent demon is yours? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed as their master, Mao Xiaofeng, arrived with 2 senior brothers, followed by a crowd of villagers who had come to capture the serpent demon. Observing the small snake in Russell's grasp, he inquired, "Is you, Dana, are you both unharmed? Is this the serpent demon?" Russell nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, master." At that moment, Chu recognized the unfamiliar girl before her and exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, it's you, the serpent maiden. So, this serpent demon is your charge." Meanwhile, the villagers who had also arrived, upon hearing Chu's words, erupted in a chorus of accusations. Realizing that the serpent demon was indeed the responsibility of this girl. "Ah, so, it is you, the female monster. Kill her. Avenge the third son of the Leaf family. Return my husband's remains." Faced with the overwhelming numbers, the girl displayed a flicker of defiance and anger on her face as she retorted, "Xiaobai is not a serpent demon. It simply does not know what is edible and what is not. If it weren't for you two buffoons losing the purple gold ring I used to control Xiaobai, it would not have gone out of control." This revelation left Xiao Hai and Chu in an awkward predicament. Mao Xiaofang, upon hearing this, sensed there was a deeper story and asked in frustration, "What exactly is happening here?" Even at this point, Chu continued to make excuses, saying, "Master, this is not our fault. The serpent maiden deceived us, which is why we stole her snake. We never anticipated it would go missing." Mao Xiaofang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Who would have thought that the culprits were his own two disciples? When will you ever be as dependable as Asu and Dana? "So, I might have some peace of mind?" "Young lady, I sincerely apologize on behalf of Xiao Hai and Chu." Regrettably, the girl refused to accept the apology, angrily shouting at Luosu, "Return my Xiao Bai." Witnessing this, Mao Xiaofang attempted to explain, but Luosu interjected, "Master, leave this to me." Mao Xiaofang, glancing at his two disappointing disciples and then at his newly accepted third disciple, could only nod in agreement. Without hesitation, Luosu stepped forward and returned the small serpent to the girl. She appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly took it, anxiously inspecting the serpent for injuries. This action caused the villagers to panic. "Young Master Luo, we cannot return the serpent demon to this. If the serpent demon escapes, our Gantian town will be doomed." Observing this, Luosu raised his hand to quell the crowd's indignation, saying, "Please, everyone, do not rush to conclusions. Allow me to speak." Clearly, although Luosu had not spent much time in Gantian town, his reputation had already been established. The crowd, though still puzzled, quieted down. Luosu then turned to the serpent girl, who was about to depart. "Miss, please wait." Perhaps her apprehension was somewhat alleviated by Luosu's earlier gesture of returning Xiao Bai, as she shouted with a hint of annoyance, "What do you want? Is injuring my Xiao Bai not enough?" Luosu shook his head. "Miss, while I have returned the serpent to you, the fact remains that this serpent has ravaged countless fertile lands in Gantian town, devoured corpses, and even consumed human lives cannot be dismissed." The girl's gaze darkened with renewed ferocity, yet Luosu chose to ignore it. Although the so-called novice snake demon may be unaware of what is edible and what is not, as its master, should you not take measures to compensate the villagers? The girl, not one to be unreasonable, contemplated the fierce gazes of the villagers and spoke thoughtfully. "What would you have me do?" "Rest assured, my dear lady, the origin of this matter, in any case, lies with our Fushi Hall, and thus we bear responsibility." After Russell spoke, he exchanged a glance with his master, who nodded in approval. Indeed, Russell then continued to address the assembly of villagers, esteemed ones. "I believe that rather than seeking to slay the snake demon, it is far more crucial to find ways to remedy your losses. Would you not agree? For even if you were to kill the demon, you would still recover nothing." The villagers exchanged glances, ultimately persuaded by Russell's words regarding their losses. "What do you mean, Master Russell?" "It is quite simple. Upon your return, please assess the damages incurred at home due to the snake demon. For losses that can be compensated monetarily, we at Fushi Hall and this young lady shall do our utmost to provide recompense. For those that cannot be measured in currency, we shall devise alternative means of redress. What say you?" Hearing of the monetary compensation, the villagers suppressed their fears and responded eagerly, "Very well, very well. In that case, let us return home to evaluate our losses, and we shall come to Fushi Hall to find you. Fear not, I shall ensure that none shall suffer." With the promise of double compensation, the villagers' ire dissipated, replaced by expressions of joy. "Thank you, Master Russell, thank you. We shall go and organize our accounts forthwith." Once the villagers had dispersed, Russell turned to the young lady and inquired, What do you think of my handling of the situation? The young lady, aware of her own shortcomings yet too proud to concede, replied, You are somewhat reasonable, unlike those two. In light of this, why not accompany us back to Fushi Hall, where we may discuss the forthcoming compensation matters? Chapter 107. Lei Xiao within Fushi Hall, smiles adorned the faces of the villagers. It is worth noting that in this day and age, earning a livelihood is no easy feat. The meager produce they cultivate at home, even if sold at the market, yields little return, and with varying quality, high prices are unattainable. Yet now, Fushi Hall offers to compensate at double the market rate. How could they not trust in this? Indeed, they even wish for the snake demon to visit more frequently. Thank you, Master Mao. Thank you, Master Russell. With beaming smiles, the villagers departed with their compensation, and the issue of the snake demon was thus resolved. Russell picked up the account book and approached his master, Mao Xiaofeng, saying, Master, everything has been settled. Apart from Aunt Li, who is grieving the loss of her son, there are no other issues. In principle, matters involving death are undoubtedly difficult to resolve monetarily. Initially, Madame Li was reluctant to accept this notion, insisting that Lei Xiao should pay with her life. However, her two sons, upon witnessing the death of their youngest sibling and the prospect of monetary compensation, urged their mother to acquiesce. After all, at her age, Madame Li would hardly require a substantial sum, implying that the compensation would predominantly benefit her sons. Mao Xiaofeng, aware of the situation, nodded thoughtfully and, feeling a pang of compassion, suggested, Let us visit in a couple of days with some offerings. Yes, master, replied Russell after making the necessary arrangements. Turning to the girl, squatting beside him, a snake basket dangling from her waist. Do you not wish to say something? Though the snake keeper exuded a certain arrogance, she was not entirely devoid of reason, capable of discerning right from wrong. While the actions of the loathsome duo from Fushi Hall were indeed culpable, her snake, Xiao Bai, had taken a life and caused harm to others' crops. Remarkably, Russell had said nothing and had not demanded money, yet managed to resolve the situation. Contemplating this, the snake keeper, though still assertive in speech, softened her tone, stating, I will compensate you. Russell shook his head. Monetary matters can be discussed, but the crucial issue lies with the serpent demon. Upon mentioning Xiao Bai's name, the snake keeper instinctively clutched her snake basket. Observing this, Russell extended his hand reassuringly. Do not worry, fair lady. Might I ask your name? The snake keeper glanced around before fixing her gaze on Russell, seemingly recognizing him as a decent person, and replied, Iam Lei Xiu. The name Lei Xiao elicited little reaction from the others, yet Mao Xiaofeng displayed a fleeting surprise. Russell, however, was oblivious, for his attention was entirely captivated by the girl named Lei Xiao. The reason was simple. At that moment, he recalled that this seemingly graceful and spirited girl was one of the protagonists in the world of the zombie Taoist. Furthermore, Lei Xiao possessed an undeniable beauty, rivaling that of Ying and Madonna. Then I shall call you Miss Xiao, he declared kindly. Fear not, Miss Xiao. I harbor no prejudice against demonic beings. After all, it is no small feat for any creature to cultivate into a spirit. It is their fate. As practitioners of the Tao, we have no justification to harm them without cause. Having said this, Russell turned to his master, Mao Xiaofeng, evidently laying the groundwork for future matters involving Ying. However, as you mentioned, Miss Xiao, whether they are unaware or simply acting on instinct, most demons possess a nature that leads them to harm others. This is not a matter of good or evil. Although Xiao Bai is currently under your control, how can you guarantee that it will not harm others in the future? Anxiously, Miss Xiao responded, Xiao Bai will not emerge to cause harm. I can assure you. Miss A. Xiao, please do not misunderstand. I have faith in you. Russell's words left A. Xiao momentarily taken aback. The reason I say this is not to compel you into any action, but rather to seek a mutual solution to ensure that Xiao Bai will no longer cause harm. Upon hearing this, Mao Xiaofeng nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Miss A. Xiao, Asu is correct. Our intentions towards you are not malicious. We do not wish to eliminate the serpent, but simply to take precautions. Noticing that Russell and Mao Xiaofeng were somewhat reasonable, A. Xiao suppressed her pride and, with a look of indignation, addressed Xiao Hai and A. Chu. The purple gold ring meant to control Xiao Bai has been lost by the two of them, and I am at a loss as to what to do now. Mao Xiaofeng, witnessing the situation, could only helplessly glance at his two disappointing disciples and remarked, Miss A. Xiao, have you studied Taoist arts? Aisho was taken aback and, recalling something, shook her head. Then we are in trouble. Logically, it seemed that having Aisho join the Fushi Hall to learn the ways of Taoism would be the most prudent course of action. The girl did not appear to be of ill nature, and her name reminded Mao Xiaofang of his senior brother, Lei Gang. Yet, he was uncertain how to broach this idea and whether it would be appropriate. At this moment, Madonna, who had been observing with admiration, looked toward the troubled faces of Russell and Mao Xiaofang and spoke up. Master Mao, Brother Russell, perhaps I have a solution. Russell was still processing the situation, but Mao Xiaofang's eyes brightened as he turned to Madonna. Indeed, Dana, your family possesses a unique method for dealing with such creatures, does it not? Yes, Master Mao, Madonna replied, glancing at the somewhat anxious Aisho. Miss Aisho, do not worry. I hail from the Northeast Ma family, and my name is Madonna. We have a special technique that allows us to tame animals that have cultivated into spirits, turning them into allies for our family. I can teach you this technique, enabling you to communicate with Xiao Bai on a deeper level, without the need for any magical instruments, thus allowing you to control it. Aisho's eyes lit up, but she hesitated and asked, Are you willing to teach me? Of course, Miss Aisho. Rest assured that this is not a secret art of the Ma family. Sharing it with you poses no issue. Moreover, our meeting is a fateful encounter, and this is indeed a virtuous deed. Aisho gazed at the beautiful girl before her, and seeing the warmth in her smile, she finally set aside her reservations and replied, Thank you. Mao Xiaofang, seeing the matter resolved, felt a wave of happiness wash over him. Excellent. In that case, Miss Aisho, why not stay with us at Fushi Hall? Once you have learned the method to control Xiao Bai from Dana, you may depart. Aisho glanced at Mao Xiaofang, then at Madonna, and finally nodded at Russell. All right, then. Asu, you and Dana shall escort Miss Aisho downstairs and arrange a room for her. After everything is settled, Asu, come to the main hall. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood, Master. Russell paid little heed until he and Madonna had settled the matter of Aisho and returned to the Taoist hall. Upon seeing Russell, Mao Xiaofang's first words were, Asu, do you know why I only imparted to you the Golden Light spell, the 5 Thunder techniques, and the true fire of Samadhi, after which I ceased to teach you other Taoist arts? Chapter 108. The Great Way. Russell was taken aback. This question had not crossed his mind, for in his view, these 3 techniques were already astonishingly powerful. The fact that his master had chosen to pass these down to him was a testament to his position as a favored disciple. However, it now seemed that his master had reservations. Naturally, Russell shook his head. Mao Xiaofang, undeterred, first guided Russell to pay respects to the ancestral spirits and the past leaders of the Fushi Hall, before pointing to one of the memorial tablets and asking, Do you know whose spirit tablet this is? Russell, mildly puzzled, continued, I know, it is the spirit tablet of Master Lei Jinzi. Mao Xiaofang nodded and fell into reminiscence, saying, During your Master Lei Jinzi's time, our Fushi Hall had many disciples, apart from your master and myself. There was another who was expected to inherit the leadership of Fushi Hall. Russell sensed the unfolding of a long-buried tale. As it appeared, his master was about to unveil a significant chapter of history. Indeed, Mao Xiaofang continued, He is my senior brother and your master's biological son, Lei Gang. Lei Gungi, Lei Xiu? Russell was momentarily stunned. Mao Xiaofang nodded in acknowledgement, saying, You have perceived it as well. Although I do not know the connection between Miss Xiu and my senior brother, I can sense that the karma owed from the past is destined to be repaid. Master, what exactly transpired? Russell inquired. Mao Xiaofang shook his head, explaining, It is rather simple. While Lei Gang did not possess your exceptional talent, he was nonetheless a prodigy among the disciples and comparable to myself. Moreover, his status as the master's son led everyone to believe that the leadership of Fushi Hall would inevitably fall to him. However, unexpectedly one day, the master issued a decree and expelled Lei Gang, bestowing the leadership upon me instead. Why was that? Russell pressed. Mao Xiaofang sighed, his gaze drifting toward his master's memorial tablet. Although the master did not articulate at the time, I can surmise that Lei Gang, in his youth, was impulsive and overly confident in his abilities, which is a grave error in the pursuit of Tao. The master intended to use this incident as a means for him to attain enlightenment. Alas, in a fit of anger, my senior brother left Gantian town and did not return for 20 years. At this juncture, Mao Xiaofang turned his attention to Russell and said, Now do you understand? Realization dawned on Russell as he remarked, "Master is concerned that I might follow in the footsteps of Uncle Lei?" Mao Xiaofeng nodded in affirmation. "On the day of my apprenticeship, when I beheld your countenance, I indeed discerned a hint of the former Master Lei gang within you. Thus, although I initially intended to refuse, your prodigious talent instilled in me a sense of concern. Without guidance, you might veer down the wrong path. Consequently, I resolved to accept you as my disciple, intending to observe your progress before deciding whether to impart to you the teachings of the Fushi Hall. You have not disappointed me. Over the past few months, your cultivation has been marked by humility and composure, your actions neither hasty nor chaotic. You possess a benevolent heart, treating both humans and demons with impartiality. In terms of maturity and steadiness, you even surpass me, which has allowed me to fully ease my mind and prepare to pass on the teachings of the Fushi Hall to you." This only deepened Russell's confusion as he inquired, "Thank you, Master, but are the 3 techniques you have imparted to me not part of the Fushi Hall's teachings?" Mao Xiaofeng shook his head. "Those are merely techniques, not the Great Way. Do you recall the question I once posed to you? What is the Tao?" Your answer? "The Tao is both formless and form." Russell recounted from that day. The formless aspect is because it is the origin of heaven and earth, the mother of all things, encompassing the laws governing the universe. The form aspect arises from the celestial bodies, the yin-yang duality, the 5 elements, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna. Correct. Therefore, the golden light spell, the 5 thunder technique, and the true fire of samadhi are all techniques, not the Tao. The reason I imparted these 3 techniques to you is also a form of assessment. Russell found this somewhat perplexing. Mao Xiaofeng, appearing rather pleased, continued, "The golden light spell requires pure yang energy within. Only a true gentleman can learn it, and even then, it would be ineffective without the right disposition. The 5 thunder technique necessitates a harmony of the 5 elemental energies, strictly forbidding any lasciviousness. As for the true fire of samadhi, it demands abundant vitality. A practitioner lacking in self-discipline will achieve little. Your ability to master these 3 techniques so adeptly demonstrates not only your aptitude for cultivation, but also your sufficient refinement of character." Hearing his master praise him so highly, Russell expressed his disbelief. "Master, I cannot be that remarkable. Let us not speak of other matters. I do have an affection for beautiful women." Mao Xiaofeng, looking at his unabashedly lecherous disciple, rolled his eyes but felt a sense of closeness. Desire and lechery are 2 distinct matters. Moreover, your preferences are merely for charming and graceful ladies. If you truly were a lecher, in these past few months, how many girls in town could have escaped your advances? This was not unfounded. Given Russell's current reputation in Gantian town and the surrounding villages, had he been a lecher, countless girls would likely have thrown themselves at him. Seizing the moment, Russell redirected the conversation towards the matter at hand. "Then, Master, what is the Tao you wish to teach me?" However, Mao Xiaofeng remained silent. He approached a table, retrieved a piece of talisman paper, and began to draw upon it with a vermilion brush. Upon completing his work, he pointed to each section of the talisman as he spoke. "This is the doctrine I wish to impart to you, the teachings of the Fuxitang S. Tendapai. The first principle is Qi. To the left lies the sun, to the right the moon, below are the 3 flowers of humanity. Further down are the 5 elements of Qi. Yet, this is merely the surface, a mere symbol. As we delve deeper, we can depict mountains and rivers to stabilize the land, portray birds and beasts to command the spirits of nature, illustrate deities to invoke their powers, and depict demons to vanquish malevolence. With just a few strokes, immense power can be manifested, and this is but the simplest of peace talismans. Beyond symbols, there exist incantations, decisions, steps, patterns, medicines, and tools. Yet these are merely techniques. What I aim to teach you is the hidden path within, the principles governing the operation of heaven and earth. Once you master these, whether it be symbols, incantations, decisions, steps, patterns, medicines, or tools, you shall wield them effortlessly. At that moment, you will comprehend what the true Great Way entails. ASU, starting today, unless special matters arise, come to me daily to learn the way. I shall impart all that I know to you." In that instant, Russell experienced an epiphany and nodded vigorously, as if responding to his master's teachings. Russell's internal system finally stirred to life. Ding! With the opening of the gate to the Great Way, the host began to thoroughly understand the principles governing this world. While the membrane of the Earth book commenced absorbing the rules of this realm, and a new world was indeed in its genesis. Reward, God of Dimensions. God of Dimensions. A new dimension began to take shape within the host's Niwen Palace, symbolizing that the host possessed not merely one son, but a dimension uniquely their own. As the sovereign of this dimension, the host would become its sole deity, fully commanding it and adorning it in accordance with their desires through the power of countless rules. Chapter 109. Humanity and Immortality. In the ensuing time, Russell embarked upon an intense journey of learning. Under the tutelage of Master Mao Xiaofang, Russell encountered a different realm of mystique, the Great Way. It elucidates the operational principles of this world through the lens of heavenly stems and earthly branches, yin and yang, and the five elements, encompassing knowledge from various domains such as natural philosophy, pharmacology, and feng shui. One can discern shadows of science within. Yet layered upon a material foundation are numerous idealistic elements. Perhaps this is because we exist in a world fundamentally idealistic, brimming with various supernatural forces. This knowledge beautifully elucidates the operational principles of the mysterious world. Once one grasps these fundamental laws, it is akin to understanding the foundational kilometers and formulas of mathematics, enabling one to resolve myriad problems. As Russell gradually comprehended this knowledge, the world within his Niwen Palace began to undergo profound transformation. It resembled having watched a scientific documentary on the cosmos. What once consisted of solitary sun, the membrane of the Earth book, and countless stones began to exhibit peculiar patterns as Russell gradually absorbed these great ways. Most notably, this world ceased to be chaotic and disorderly. The dragon vein stones, previously floating randomly, began to orbit the sun. Centered around the essence of the Earth, the dragon vein stone draws upon the ethereal energy emitted by the sun, giving rise to the harmonious interplay of the five elements. Earth begets metal, metal begets water, water nurtures wood, wood ignites fire, and fire returns to earth. Thus, the other elements begin to emerge gradually. However, what is unveiled is not the familiar visage of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but rather a distinct symbolism. For instance, earth giving birth to metal signifies a contraction, enhancing the hardness of the dragon vein stone, akin to gravitational pull. Metal generating water illustrates a simultaneous contraction of one part of the stone while another part expands, becoming more delicate, reminiscent of repulsive force. Water nurturing wood denotes that, under the expansive influence of water, the dragon vein stone grows increasingly vast, akin to the growth of trees, similar to the emergence of atoms. Wood giving rise to fire indicates that, based on the growth and expansion of wood, the dragon vein stone's enlargement accelerates, akin to flames burning ever more fiercely, akin to the composition of molecules. Fire begetting earth signifies that as the dragon vein stone gradually enlarges, the essence of the earth increases correspondingly, akin to the transformation of matter. This entire process is grounded in the ethereal energy absorbed and refined during Russell's cultivation, akin to the fundamental energy of the universe. As Russell's cultivation deepens, the world within the mud pill palace expands, and the light radiated by the minuscule sun intensifies, thus hastening this generative cycle of the five elements. All of this necessitates a considerable amount of time. Fortunately, Madonna's emergence significantly aids Russell, allowing him to delegate some responsibilities regarding newspapers and classes to her. Though the young lady, Lei Xiao, appears exceedingly proud and has shown little warmth to Xiao Hai and Chu, she remains quite cordial towards Madonna and Russell, willingly assisting with tasks within her capacity. Yet, despite his busy schedule, Russell has not forgotten the pleasures of romance. One evening, in a solitary courtyard on the outskirts of Gantian town, the moment Yu Ying met Russell, she led him to this place. "Ying, where is this?" She, donned in a white, floral cheongsam, blushed under the night sky, her modesty palpable. "Young Master Russell, I have rented this courtyard, conveniently located close to your residence. Should you ever need anything, you may come here to find me." Clearly aware of Russell's recent busyness, Yu Ying devised this plan to spend more time with her beloved. Understanding her intentions, Russell gently held her hands, gazing at her flushed countenance, and softly suggested, "Shall we take a look inside?" Upon entering, it was evident that the house had been tidied, furnished with all the essentials, resembling an ordinary farmer's dwelling. Nonetheless, although Yu Yingying cherished the intimate feeling of being held by young Master Luo, the societal conventions regarding women did weigh upon her, rendering her reluctant to appear overly frivolous. Thus, she sought an excuse, gently extricating her hand from Luo Su's grasp, and said, "Young Master Luo, please make yourself comfortable. I shall prepare some tea for you." However, upon her return with the tea, she discovered something that momentarily clouded her expression. Luo Su, being aware that courting a woman requires meticulous attention, continued to observe Yu Yingying closely. Noticing her subtle change, he inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you, Yingying?" Feeling a twinge of nervousness, she shook her head, not wishing to appear petulant. "It's nothing." Yet Luo Su could not dismiss it so easily. Seizing the opportunity, he gently grasped her small hand and, observing her flustered demeanor, spoke with heartfelt sincerity. "Yingying, our acquaintance is a gift from the heavens, and we should strive to nurture it. If something weighs upon your heart, you must share it with me, just as I shall confide in you." His words left Yu Yingying both touched and bashful, prompting her to respond, "Young Master Luo, the jade pendant I gifted you." Luo Su's eyes lit up with realization, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Ah, so that's what it is." With that, he removed the red string from around his neck, revealing the very jade pendant Yu Yingying had bestowed upon him. "How could I not keep your precious gift close to my heart?" Seeing Luo Su place such significance on the pendant she had given him moved Yu Yingying deeply. However, she hesitated, saying, "But, young Master Luo, I have heard that you have a new junior apprentice." Indeed, Luo Su did not conceal the truth. Her name is Madonna. She is a remarkable young woman, a true equal to any man, and a descendant of the Ma family from the northeast, skilled in profound arts. This revelation caused Yu Yingying's countenance to darken once more. "Then she truly is a fitting match for you, young Master Luo." Luo Su, recognizing the hint of jealousy and insecurity in her words, pondered for a moment before meeting her gaze and astonishingly declared, "I shall take you to meet my master." Yu Yingying was momentarily taken aback, unable to process his words, when she felt Luo Su firmly grasp her hand and place it over his heart, speaking gently, "Yingying, my desire to spend a lifetime with you has never wavered. My master is my only family in this world. I understand your concerns, but fear not. Though he may be somewhat stubborn, he harbors no inherent prejudice against beings like us. We shall surely gain his blessing." In that moment, tears sparkled in Yu Yingying's eyes, and unable to contain the sweetness swelling in her heart, she leaped into Luo Su's embrace. Yet, she refrained from giving her affirmation. "Young Master Luo, let us wait a while longer. Once I am ready, I will definitely accompany you to meet Master Mao." Thus, after they had mutually expressed their feelings and savored the warmth of the moment, Yu Yingying bid farewell to Luo Su with a radiant smile of happiness. After Russell departed, two moths fluttered into the courtyard, transforming into two women who gazed at Yu Yingying. One of them remarked, "Sister, you seem to have changed completely lately. It appears that you have indeed succumbed to romantic feelings and are now with that man. Have you forgotten our initial pact to cultivate together and attain immortality?" Observing her two younger sisters, Yu Yingying did not exhibit any embarrassment. Instead, she resolutely addressed them, saying, "Qingqing Susu, I have made a firm decision to abandon the pursuit of immortality. My sole desire now is to become human, so that I may remain eternally with Master Luo." Chapter 110. Ill-gotten wealth, open the door. Open the door. As dawn broke, the residents of Fushi Hall arose from their slumber, freshened up, and gathered to enjoy breakfast. Not long after, a vigorous knocking echoed from outside. Since it was the weekend, Fushi Academy was on break, granting everyone a rare day of rest. Mao Xiaofang furrowed her brow upon hearing the commotion, and both Xiao Hai and Achu expressed their unease. "Master, that voice sounds eerily familiar. It belongs to that troublesome woman." Russell, Madonna, and Lei Xiu exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who this woman might be. After a moment of contemplation, Mao Xiaofang sighed and instructed, "Achu, please open the door." As an elderly woman strode in with a child, Madonna recognized her and exclaimed to Russell, "Brother, aren't they the mother and son we encountered on the street the other day?" The Black Rose, who had rushed in with the little shrimp, immediately became agitated upon hearing this. "Hey, little girl, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. I am still an unwed maiden, and this is my brother, not some other son duo." Madonna looked at the Black Rose with a bemused expression, contemplating how long she had been in her unmarried state. However, Mao Xiaofang could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Miss, what brings you to Fushi Hall so early?" With her head held high, the Black Rose produced a pouch and slammed it onto the dining table, declaring, "I am here to arrange my brother's enrollment in school. If he cannot attend for free, then I shall pay." Achu opened the pouch and discovered it was filled to the brim with silver dollars. "Wow, master, there's so much money." However, Mao Xiaofang frowned and promptly replied, "I'm afraid our Fushi Academy offers free education." The Black Rose was incensed and shouted, "Mao Xiaofang, even false pretenses of kindness have their limits. You refuse to accept the free offer, and now you reject payment too. You simply do not want my little shrimp to study here, do you? If you have issues with me, why not speak up?" Mao Xiaofang was taken aback by her words and asked, "What do you mean by that? Where to begin?" "Mao Xiaofang, you truly excel at putting on an act. You accept the children of others, yet my brother is deemed unworthy. Is it necessary to use the pretext of capturing a snake demon to evade me?" This left Lei Xiu somewhat taken aback. Observing her reaction, Mao Xiaofang hastily clarified, "My dear lady, you may be under a misapprehension. I genuinely am on a mission to capture a snake demon. As for the reason I cannot accept your brother, I have already elucidated that previously. Your brother lacks a birth certificate, which is a non-negotiable rule of our Fushi Academy." The Black Rose, undeterred, retorted, "I am aware of that. Therefore, I believe it should be permissible for my brother to pay to attend your esteemed academy." Witnessing the woman's obstinacy, the members of Fushi Academy felt a surge of frustration. Meanwhile, the young shrimp, observing the scene, tugged gently at Black Rose's hand and suggested, "Sister, perhaps we should let this go." "Absolutely not." Black Rose slammed her hand on the table, as if she were in her own home. "Today, he shall attend this school, whether he likes it or not. There is nothing I cannot accomplish." This declaration left the members of Fushi Academy momentarily speechless. Mao Xiaofang could only turn her gaze toward her disciple. Russell, holding a bag brimming with coins, shook it lightly and regarded the haughty Black Rose with a smirk. "This esteemed lady?" Black Rose was taken aback. "That aunt. Hey kid, do you even know how to speak properly?" Russell replied with utmost seriousness, "I cannot address you as lady like my master. That would surely confuse our generational hierarchy." The sight of Black Rose's composure shattering under Russell's words elicited soft laughter from the onlookers. Russell, however, continued as if oblivious to the reaction. "Esteemed lady, it appears you are not lacking in funds, and you don't seem to be from Gantian Town. Why insist on enrolling your brother at our Fushi Academy? There are numerous schools outside. To be frank, our Fushi Academy only teaches the basics of literacy and arithmetic, which pales in comparison to the institutions in provincial cities. Since you possess wealth, why not provide your brother with a superior option?" Black Rose was caught off guard by this sudden inquiry, and the young shrimp's expression shifted slightly. They were not genuinely interested in attending Fushi Academy. Their true motive for remaining in Gantian Town was to seize an opportunity. Recently, they had learned from a fleeing army about the existence of a tomb in the area, and that very army sought to plunder it. Their presence here was merely to take advantage of the chaos for a lucrative venture. This truth, however, was not something they could disclose. Employing her knack for obstinacy, Black Rose insisted, "What concern is it of yours? Just tell me whether or not you will allow Shrimp to study at your Fushi Academy." Russell jostled the bag of coins, then, with a smile, returned it to the child named Shrimp, because he discerned that this woman was indeed being unreasonable. Yet the child still possessed a sense of shame. He gently patted the child's head and spoke softly. "If you wish to attend school, our Fuxitang will certainly welcome you. But there is no need to resort to such tactics. Simply obtain a birth certificate from the police department, and it will suffice. Our aim at Fuxitang is not to amass wealth, but rather to provide a pathway for impoverished children who yearn for education." Little Shrimp gazed into the kind eyes of the man before him, glanced at his sister who was causing a scene, and felt a mix of shame and morality that compelled him to leave. "Sister Gay, let us go." "What are you saying, little Shrimp? You wish to leave just like this? Where shall I put my face?" "Let us go, Sister Gay. Did this elder brother not say that as long as you obtain a birth certificate for me, I can attend school?" "You! How dare you, little Malfong? And you too, boy. Just wait. I will definitely return." As they watched the Black Rose being dragged away by little Shrimp, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Achu, feeling somewhat reluctant, remarked, "Actually, since we at Fuxitang have established a school, wouldn't it be beneficial to create a paid class that could generate income while educating more children?" This comment irked little Malfong, who failed to recognize that his apprentice was reluctant to part with those precious 10 or so coins. Russell, however, did not elaborate further, but simply inquired, "Brother, do you believe that this pair of siblings seems like individuals capable of readily producing 10 or so coins?" Achu was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping the implication. But Ma Dana, standing nearby, suddenly seemed to grasp the situation and asked brightly, "Brother, are you suggesting that the source of this money is dubious?" Russell looked at his master and several senior apprentices, stating that is indeed over 10 coins, not mere pennies. "Our newspaper works hard for an entire month to earn such an amount, yet this pair of siblings can casually toss it around. There are only two possibilities. Either they hail from an affluent household, or the money is not theirs, hence they do not feel its loss." It was evident to all that this brother and sister, from their attire to their manner of speaking, did not resemble those from a wealthy background, leaving only one plausible explanation. However, little Malfong intervened to halt the discussion. "All right, let us put this matter to rest. We are Taoists, and exorcising spirits is our calling. Matters of detaining people should be left to the police. Yes, enough. Everyone has been quite busy during this time. Let us ensure we take a good rest this weekend." "Yes, master." Watching little Malfong and Russell depart, Lei Xiu's gaze flickered with intrigue. Chapter 111. Lei Gang Xiu, you have performed admirably. At the edge of the cliffs where waves crashed violently, the former head of Fuxitang and also little Malfong Sr., Lei Gang, stood resolutely, having returned from Nanyang. Although he had lost his sight, the hatred and jealousy in his eyes were still palpable. Standing behind him was his adopted daughter, Lei Xiu. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Therefore, you must report to me every detail of what transpires in the Fushi Hall each day. A flicker of hesitation crossed Lei Xiu's gaze, but she ultimately nodded. "Understood, father." Lei Gang nodded with satisfaction, but then spoke with a hint of jealousy. "Mao Xiaofeng truly has struck gold, acquiring such an excellent disciple. His esteemed reputation in Gantian Town is detrimental to my plans, as is that girl from the Ma family in the northeast. Both are obstacles that must be removed." At this moment, a profound reluctance shone in Lei Xiu's eyes. Yet Lei Gang's nurturing kindness compelled her to inquire, "Father, what shall we do? The girl from the Ma family is easy to handle. She has presented herself willingly. By teaching you the control methods for Xiaobai, we can tarnish her reputation. However, that disciple named Luo poses a more complex challenge." As he spoke, Lei Gang suddenly turned to face his adopted daughter, his white pupils scrutinizing her. "Xiu, let me ask you, for your father, would you be willing to do anything?" A wave of unease washed over Lei Xiu, yet she resolutely nodded. "Yes, father." "Excellent. I need you to seduce Luo Su." "What?" The moment Lei Gang uttered these words, Lei Xiu's pupils widened in shock. She had never anticipated her father's request would be this. "What? Are you reluctant?" A myriad of conflicting emotions played across Lei Xiu's face, but ultimately, she gritted her teeth and replied, "I am willing, father." Only then did Lei Gang nod in satisfaction. "Very well, Xiu, remember this. In this world, all men are driven by three desires: power, wealth, and women. Moreover, this will not be disadvantageous for you. You will eventually marry. Though I have never met my disciple, from the villagers' descriptions in Gantian Town, I can surmise he is not unpleasant in appearance and possesses great talent. An excellent match. With your father's assistance, won't it be splendid to make him utterly infatuated with you?" Lei Xiu hesitated, attempting to voice her concerns. "Father, Brother Luo is not a lecherous man. I fear I may not succeed." Though she was a wild girl, at that moment, she could not utter the two shameful words. Lei Gang appeared confident. "Father is well aware of that, which is why I have prepared this for you." With that, Lei Gang produced a small vial from his pocket and handed it to Lei Xiu. "This is specially concocted for you. Seize the opportunity, and when you find yourselves alone, add a drop to whatever your cousin drinks, and he will be forever captivated by you." Gazing at the small vial, Lei Xiu understood its implications, her complexion paling. In the inn of Gantian Town, after retreating in anger from the Fushi Hall, the Black Rose stormed back to her room with Xiao Xiaomi in tow. "What is going on? Why are you pulling me away? If I don't leave, Do you believe I can curse that boy to death for daring to call me Aunt and Big Aunt? Seeing this, the young shrimp sighed with an air of maturity and said, Sister Rose, I know you are formidable, but continuing this senseless bickering is not a solution. We came to Gantian Town to conduct serious business. If we keep causing a ruckus, it will not benefit us. Upon hearing this, Black Rose, equally incensed, retorted, Those soldiers are truly outrageous. They drank 9 bowls of my liquor and have yet to show their faces. Surely, they cannot be fake? No, we cannot let this continue. Noticing Black Rose's renewed vigor, the young shrimp expressed his concern. Sister Rose, what are you planning? Let us wait for 3 days. If they do not appear after that, we shall leave. At this, a sly smile crept onto Black Rose's face as she said, However, before we depart, we must make some preparations. Tonight, we shall scout the area. It was nighttime in Gantian Town. Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan, along with a contingent from the police department, were patrolling the streets. The southern summer was relentlessly hot even at night, compounded by the swarms of mosquitoes. Zhou Sanyuan, filled with complaints, scratched at his neck and exclaimed, Honestly, if I catch that scoundrel Black Rose, I will make him understand my prowess. He has made our sleep restless these past few nights. Song Zilong, overhearing this, cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Sanyuan and asked, Do you know who Black Rose is? Of course, just a petty thief, right? What petty thief? That is a notorious bandit from Tianjin who claims to rob the rich to aid the poor. Quite a troublesome character. What kind of bandit? Just a pretentious thief. Nothing more. It's different. This fellow is very cunning, having committed over 300 crimes, and to this day, no one knows whether he is male or female. Blame him. As long as I can catch him, I'll show him what for. Enough chatter, let us continue patrolling. As Song Zilong and Zhou Sanyuan departed with the police, 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged from the shadows, Black Rose and the young shrimp, who had come to scout the area. Those bumbling policemen dared to call me a mere thief. Before we leave Gantian Town, I shall teach them a lesson. Enough, sister. Let us focus on the task at hand. Who is our target tonight? I have inquired, and the wealthiest person in Gantian Town is Master Jean. He is our target. We can strike it rich this time. Sister Rose, shall we proceed then? Indeed. Just then, they heard the distant sound of footsteps growing nearer, prompting them to conceal themselves in the darkness. Once the footsteps faded, they cautiously raised their heads and gazed in the direction from which the figures had vanished, their eyes wide with excitement. A grand opportunity approaches. Black Rose exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. As far as the eye could see, there was a large group of warlords clad in yellow military uniforms, their formation disorganized. The Black Rose was well acquainted with these individuals, for it was from them that she had first learned of the existence of the Tsishi tomb in Gantian Town. Without a moment's hesitation, she altered her course and decided to follow them to see what was unfolding. Suddenly, the appearance of the military disrupted the entire Gantian Town. They rudely seized a list of all residents from the ancestral hall, and under the pretext of bomb excavation, began indiscriminately conscripting able-bodied men and harassing young girls, plunging Gantian Town into chaos. The police dared not provoke the army, and the mayor along with the townsfolk could only seek assistance from Master Mao Xiaofeng at the Fushi Hall. Master Mao, please think of a solution. If this continues, Gantian Town will be completely thrown into disarray. When Zhou Sanyuan arrived at the Fushi Hall with his terrified father, fearing he would be called to dig for bombs, they found everyone gathered together inside. Wow, what's all this commotion? Are they dividing pork? It can only be said that like father, like son. Both Zhou Sanyuan and his father were of a rather simple-minded sort. Upon hearing his son's words, Zhou Sanyuan's father, ever the opportunist, exclaimed, Wow, if they're dividing pork, I want a pig's leg. Rest assured, there will surely be a portion for you, father. The mayor cast a disapproving glance at the father and son duo. Let's focus on serious matters now. Please refrain from frivolous chatter. Yes, Zhou Sanyuan awkwardly responded. I was merely trying to lighten the tense atmosphere. But the others were too preoccupied to pay him any mind, continuing to implore Mao Xiaofeng for assistance. Master Mao, we beg of you. We cannot allow these soldiers to wreak havoc any longer. Please, think of a solution and say something. Seeing this, Mao Xiaofeng felt compelled to step forward and urged everyone to calm down. Do not be so anxious. This is a matter for the officials and military. I fear, at that moment, The doors of the Fushi Hall were thrust open, and a group of officers stormed in with great authority. The leading officer snorted disdainfully, surveying the assembly of local gentry and Mao Xiaofeng, before producing a document brimming with names. Who among you is Ma Xiaohai, and you Dachu? The two, Xiaohai and Dachu, exchanged bewildered glances. What business do you have with us? They inquired. You two are the ones we seek, the officer replied, signaling to the soldiers behind him. Take them back with us to excavate the explosives. As these armed soldiers advanced toward Xiaohai and Dachu, a wave of tension swept through the Fushi Hall. Mao Xiaofeng stepped protectively in front of his two disciples and declared, "Wait a moment. If you take away all the able-bodied men to dig for explosives, who will tend to the fields?" The officer, with an air of indifference, shouted back, "This matter does not concern me. I am solely tasked with executing the commands of the military commander. I disregard everything else." This brazen attitude infuriated Mao Xiaofeng, who seemed ready to protest. But the officer pointed at him, admonishing, "Do not obstruct here. There are orders from above. Anyone who disobeys will be apprehended and executed." After uttering this, he glanced at Zhou Sanyuan and his father, the local gentry, and added, "You two, come back with me to dig for explosives." The individuals present were thrown into utter panic, yet the soldiers offered them no opportunity, directly advancing to seize them. Observing this, the officer turned away, prepared to recruit more laborers elsewhere. Mao Xiaofeng was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a furious shout rang out. "I dare anyone to try?" As the words echoed, several stones flew from behind the Fushi Hall, striking the soldiers squarely in the face, sending them reeling. The officer had just turned his head when a stone similarly struck him, causing him to clutch his forehead in pain, feeling the warmth of blood trickling from his wound. In an instant, rage consumed the officer as he drew his weapon, pointing it menacingly at Mao Xiaofeng and the others, growling, "Who dares to defy me? It is I." The familiar voice rang out, and everyone turned to see Russell emerging slowly from the back of the Fushi Hall. In that moment, the gathered crowd seemed to find their anchor and surged forward. "Young Master Luo, please save us. ASU, junior brother. You scoundrel." Upon seeing the figure emerge, the officer cursed angrily and raised his pistol, aiming it at Russell. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself momentarily dazed, not yet realizing what was happening, when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his hand as the dark muzzle of a gun was leveled at his forehead. Instinctively, the battlefield experience sent chills throughout his body. He hesitated to utter a word. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang in his ears. In that instant, the officer believed he had met his demise, his body frozen in terror, legs trembling, drenched in cold sweat. Only when he realized he was still alive did he finally discern the figure before him. A strikingly formidable man stood there, gun aimed at his head, eyes calm, as if the preceding shot were as trivial as spitting. "Do you know," he stated, "that I detest having a gun pointed at me?" At that moment, the officer's arrogance dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. He sensed he was but a hair's breadth away from death. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hands, sweat pouring down his forehead, and with a sycophantic smile uttered, I understand." Russell regarded the officer before him and continued slowly, "Since you understand, why not let these people lower their weapons? I am naturally timid. If I accidentally misfire in a moment of tension, put it down, put it down." The soldiers surrounding them were utterly stunned by the recent spectacle. They never expected such ferocity in such a small place. While they might bully ordinary citizens, they lacked the courage to confront someone like this, let alone raise their weapons to kill. Thus, upon hearing their commander's words, they instinctively discarded their firearms and surrendered. Only then did Russell holster his Browning pistol, glancing at it with surprise. It was American-made. The officer beside him, impressed that Russell identified his sidearm at a glance, regarded him with newfound respect. Yet, Russell nonchalantly remarked, "What are you waiting for? Shall I treat you to a meal?" With this, the officer sighed in relief, his eyes darting with cunning as he replied, "I do not yet know your name, sir, to report to the commander." Russell cast a glance at the officer, causing him to feel a chill. Thankfully, Russell did not elaborate further. "Let your commander inquire in Gantian town. He will have his answers. As for these firearms, I shall keep them. If he desires them, he may come to collect them himself." With that, the officer nodded deferentially and hurriedly led his subordinates away. This scene left everyone in Fushi Hall completely astounded. Once they witnessed the soldiers' complete retreat, Zhou Sanyuan let out a long sigh of relief and approached Russell, praising him effusively. "Young Master Russell, you were incredible. That shot nearly frightened me to death. Truly splendid. You have saved us." His fellow disciples chimed in, showering him with compliments. In that moment, Russell's reputation in Gantian Town surpassed even that of Mao Xiaofeng. However, only his master, Mao Xiaofeng, who had rushed overdue to the gunfire, gazed at Russell with concern. "ASU, was this the right course of action?" Russell nodded confidently. "Do not worry, Master. To deal with villains, one must be even more ruthless than they are. Only then will they fear you." Mao Xiaofeng pondered for a moment. His nature inclined towards a more compromising attitude regarding worldly matters. Yet, seeing his disciple take such bold action, he felt compelled to support him, especially given his distaste for the officer's brutishness. "Well, as long as you are aware of the implications." "Yes, Master. By the way, my 2 elder brothers, could you assist in tidying up? We shall have guests soon." Chapter 113. The bomb digging in less than half a stick of incense's time. A man with slick back hair arrived at Fushi Hall, accompanied by the earlier officer and a group of soldiers. Upon entering and spotting Mao Xiaofeng and Russell, he clasped his hands together in apology, beaming with a smile. "Master Mao, young Master Russell, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. My subordinates acted without discretion and disturbed you. Please accept this small token of goodwill." As he spoke, 2 soldiers approached, carrying 2 small red gift boxes. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Upon witnessing this, Mao Xiaofeng's expression softened slightly as he spoke. "You honor us, sir. Please take a seat. It is a pleasure to converse." After the man settled into his chair, he introduced himself, saying, "My surname is Chun. You may refer to me as General Chun, alongside Master Mao and young Master Luo. This is my aide, Officer Su." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at his aide. "Su, do not forget to apologize to Master Mao and young Master Luo." Upon hearing this, Officer Su immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, saying, "Master Mao, young Master Luo, I apologize for my oversight. I failed to recognize your esteemed presence. Please, do not hold my ignorance against me. As the saying goes, a magnanimous heart can accommodate a ship." The 2 men felt compelled to show humility. For just a short while ago, they had uncovered a matter that instilled profound fear within them. The seemingly inconspicuous Gantian town harbored a newspaper of considerable renown throughout Guangdong. Half the sky. Should this publication expose their activities in Gantian town, there would be no sanctuary for them, as other warlords would undoubtedly seek the treasures entombed within the Xishi mausoleum. Mao Xiaofeng, observing the once arrogant aide now adopting such a fawning attitude, found himself at a loss for words and turned his gaze towards his disciple. Through their inquiries, General Chun and Officer Su had discerned that Mao Xiaofeng was not of paramount importance. Rather, it was the man named Luo Su who held significance. Thus, their attention shifted toward him as General Chun explained, "Young Master Luo, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Our conscription efforts are for the betterment of Gantian Town. During the war, many bombs were buried in the vicinity. We are excavating them to prevent any accidental harm to the populace." If Luo Su were to believe such claims, he would be a fool. He had no desire to waste time engaging with these ruffians. "General Chun, you are fully aware of whether you are indeed excavating bombs or not." Upon uttering this, General Chin's expression shifted slightly. "I have no interest in your endeavors. I only require your agreement to 3 conditions, and I shall remain unconcerned with your actions." General Chun, alarmed, responded urgently, "You speak truly." His greatest fear was that Luo Su would reveal his dealings in Gantian Town through the newspaper. "Of course. Please do articulate your terms." "It is quite simple. We shall agree to 3 stipulations. First, no forced conscription. Second, your men shall not harass the young women of Gantian Town. Third, you will return the genealogical records of Gantian Town. Everything else is at your discretion." General Chin's countenance displayed a hint of reluctance, yet he ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I accept your terms. Once spoken, a promise is not to be rescinded. Once spoken, a promise is not to be rescinded." With the agreement established, General Chun felt no further need to linger and departed with his men. Seeing this, Xiaohai hastily called out, "Wait, you haven't taken your guns." Regrettably, General Chun did not look back as he replied, "Since young Master Luo is fond of it, he may as well keep it for himself. With that, he departed from Fushi Hall. As these troops withdrew, the people in Fushi Hall collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Behind Fushi Hall, the town mayor of Gantian and others emerged, continuously expressing their gratitude towards Russell. Thank you, young Master Luo. We were at a loss until you arrived. You are truly a benefactor to our Gantian town. Madonna and Lei Xiao gazed at Russell, who remained composed before a group of ruffians, as if he radiated an irresistibly captivating aura. Mao Xiaofang nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face. After bidding farewell to the mayor and his entourage, Xiao Hai and Chu curiously inquired, Senior brother, why did they agree to your request? They were so fierce before, yet now they seem so accommodating. It appears they are quite intimidated by you. Observing this, Russell turned to Madonna and Lei Xiao, saying, their fear does not stem from me or Master, but from our newspaper. I must express gratitude to both Dan Na and Xiao for their assistance. This month, our newspaper circulation has expanded significantly, and our influence has grown, which has made these ruffians wary. Mao Xiaofeng nodded in understanding. I see now. I hadn't realized that running a newspaper could have such an effect. Indeed, Master. Our current circulation has risen to 10,000 copies, and our newspaper can be seen throughout Guangdong province. It is only natural for these ruffians to feel apprehensive. Yes, Asu, you have done well. However, their claim about digging for bombs may be a ruse. I wonder what their true intentions in Gantian Town are. That is right, Master. Nonetheless, we must not press them too hard. If they feel cornered, they could resort to violence. Yes, that is the best outcome we can hope for. Let's hope we do not provoke any trouble. Chu, visibly intrigued, glanced at the guns propped against the wall. What about those guns? Senior brother, could I perhaps borrow them for a while? Mao Xiaofeng, fully aware of his disciple's intentions, quickly responded, not a chance. Those will be kept safe by me. Meanwhile, at the hotel, Commander Chun was engaged in a discussion with his aide, Su. Unlike the earlier flattery, Su now bore a gloomy expression. Commander, why did you agree? If we cannot conscript soldiers, how long will it take to excavate with just our 100 men? Commander Chun shot a glance at his aide. Do you think I'm unaware? Yet what choice do I have? If the people from Fushi Hall report my presence here, and Su Shichong learns of it, we would have no option but to flee, forsaking any treasures. Su, contemplating this, hardened his expression. Shall I find someone to discreetly eliminate those from Fushi Hall? No matter how skilled they are, they cannot outrun bullets. Fool, do you believe that Mao Xiaofeng and Russell are merely ordinary individuals? They are adept practitioners of esoteric arts, and one must tread carefully lest one's schemes backfire. Our foremost concern now is to locate Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb. The deputy officer, perplexed, articulated his uncertainty about the course of action. What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Commander Chun promptly devised a plan. Since a direct approach proves futile, we must resort to a more subtle strategy. Once we uncover the tomb, the monetary aspect will merely be a trivial figure for us. Deputy Su pondered this and nodded in agreement. I shall go and make the necessary arrangements. Thus, the following day, after instructing the children, Mao Xiaofeng was taken aback when Xiao Hai and Chu burst in, drenched in sweat, delivering news that nearly caused her to spew the tea she had just sipped. What? You intend to excavate a bomb? Chapter 114. The Tomb of Cixi. This is absurd. In the main hall of Fushi Hall, Mao Xiaofeng's face flushed with indignation as she slammed her palm upon the table. Beside her, Madonna and Xiao, who were enjoying their lunch, exchanged incredulous glances at their two senior brothers. Having spent several months together, Madonna, no longer the initially reserved figure, spoke with a hint of reproach. You two brothers, did you not hear Brother Luo and Master S words yesterday? How can you assist those ruffian soldiers merely for the sake of money? The wild-spirited Lei Xiao, unconcerned with hierarchies, chimed in, you could at least spare Master Mao and Brother Luo some worry, couldn't you? Xiao Hai, evidently embarrassed, shifted uncomfortably, while Chu, with a contemplative demeanor, responded, you are mistaken, my dear junior sisters. It is precisely because I heeded Master and Brother S counsel that I chose to pursue this course. Observing their puzzled expressions, Chu unveiled his rationale. Consider this. The initial fear of excavating a bomb stemmed from the genuine peril of detonating one. But now, Master and Brother have clarified that those soldiers from Shangxi are not genuinely seeking to unearth bombs. Therefore, our safety is assured. Moreover, we seek to discern their true intentions. And let us not forget the financial incentive, $3 a day. This is a splendid opportunity that yields multiple benefits. To his surprise, Mao Xiaofang found some merit in his reasoning, though she retorted, "Your logic is quite twisted." Recognizing that Master had acquiesced, Achu enthusiastically grasped Xiao Hai's arm. "In that case, Master, we shall proceed. The sooner we go, the sooner we can secure our earnings. Very well, exercise caution, and ensure you return promptly with any developments." "Understood, Master." Observing her departing disciples, Mao Xiaofang could not help but sigh. Looking over at Russell, Madonna, and Lei Xiao, she pondered the stark disparities among individuals, even when they all shared the same humanity. "By the way, do you have any plans for this afternoon?" Madonna cheerfully inquired. "Are you taking us to procure some fabric for new garments?" "New clothes." Mao Xiaofang glanced at Madonna's seemingly simple attire, and then shifted her gaze to Lei Xiao, who was dressed like a wild person. Nodding, she remarked, "It is indeed time to make a few new garments." With that, she inquired, noticing Lei Xiao seemed somewhat distracted. "Xiao, how is Xiao Bai's situation?" Lei Xiao appeared startled for a moment, but soon regained her composure, responding, "It's already fine." This puzzled Mao Xiaofang. Yet she brushed it off, saying, "As long as it's fine." "And you, Su, how goes your cultivation?" Mao Xiaofang did not delve deeply into the matter of cultivation. From the past month, the two had spent most of their time together. She was well aware of Luosu's progress and was astonished by her third disciple's aptitude. However, her concerns lay elsewhere. Luosu, somewhat troubled, replied, "Well, Master, I am uncertain about what to do." Mao Xiaofang also felt a bit of a headache, stating, "Your situation is unprecedented in all the historical texts." This piqued Madonna's curiosity, prompting her to ask, "Master, what is it?" "You may not know, but due to Su's unique aptitude, her primordial spirit does not condense in the form of a soul, but rather manifests as a solar star. This has resulted in her uncertainty about how long it will take to advance to the next stage of cultivation, refining the spirit and exiting the body." A solar star. Upon hearing this, both Madonna and Lei Xiao were taken aback. "Indeed, to be honest, I have never encountered such a phenomenon in any text before. So the path ahead must be navigated by Su herself." Observing her master's worried demeanor, Luosu remained composed, saying, "Master, there is no need for concern. As the saying goes, there is always a way out." Mao Xiaofang nodded in satisfaction. "It is best that you think this way. Perhaps this is your opportunity. Well, I shall not delay you young ones any longer. Go and enjoy yourselves." "Yes, Master." On the streets of Gantian town, Luosu, Madonna, and Lei Xiao walked side by side, only to realize something was amiss. The entire town resembled a ghost town, with scarcely anyone in sight. What was happening? Upon reaching the agreed-upon tailor shop, the three learned the reason from the shopkeeper. "Everyone has gone digging for bombs. It's a gold piece for 3 days' work. Who would still work diligently? Aren't they afraid?" Madonna asked, intrigued. The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. "Afraid of what? They say they're digging for bombs, but in reality, it's tomb raiding." "Tomb raiding?" Luosu exclaimed, feeling as though they had stepped into a tale of tomb raiding. The shopkeeper, an elder of Gantian town, whispered, "Indeed, young Master Luo, it is said that there is a grand tomb in our Gantian town. It is the tomb of that old witch, Empress Dowager Cixi." The three individuals exchanged astonished glances, each taken aback by the mention of Empress Dowager Cixi, a name not unfamiliar to them. Yet, how could Cixi possibly be interred in this location? The answer lay in the auspicious feng shui of Gantian town. It was said that, akin to Empress Wu Ziqian, Cixi feared her tomb would be desecrated posthumously. Thus she discreetly sought a sacred burial site to conceal her remains, ensuring her resting place remained undiscovered. Whispers suggested that her grave contained a wealth of gold and silver, enough to sustain a lifetime. Regrettably, my advancing years preclude me from joining in the excitement. "Brother, it seems that band of soldiers is indeed after Xixi's tomb. Should we take any action?" Russell shook his head. "There is no need for haste. That is Xixi's tomb, and the tales of its depth are not to be taken lightly. Even if we were to uncover it, gaining access will be no simple feat." Madonna nodded in agreement. "All right, let us not dwell on that for now." As Russell spoke, he turned his gaze towards the graceful forms of Madonna and Lei Xiao, a smile gracing his features. "You two have worked hard these past days. I may not have much to offer in thanks, but I can craft a few beautiful garments for you. Boss Qian, I entrust these 2 junior sisters to you. Additionally, Russell produced a piece of paper from his pocket. Here are the measurements for my master and my 2 senior brothers. I would greatly appreciate it if you could make 3 sets. 1 suit, 1 Zhongshan suit, and 1 casual outfit. Thank you for your efforts. So you had already considered this. Madonna thought she would have to remind her brother. After all, it was a surprise for their master and senior brothers. Meanwhile, Lei Xiao, observing Russell and Madonna's playful banter, felt a pang of anxiety regarding the task entrusted to her by her father. Unconsciously, she grasped the bottle nestled in her pocket. Chapter 115. The Panlong Cave. In this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch, especially in these tumultuous times. As the people of Gantian Town, enticed by meager wages, joined Commander Chun's excavation army, they quickly sensed something amiss. Under the sweltering sun, the barren outskirts of Gantian Town were alive with activity. Countless men wielded their hoes, drenched in sweat, laboriously digging pits. Nearby, soldiers armed with rifles patrolled relentlessly, ready to strike with their weapons at the sight of any idler. Hurry up and dig, don't be lazy. Zhou Sunyuan's father, having succumbed to the allure of easy work, had joined the labor force. However, his initial enthusiasm had waned, giving way to near tears. I can't go on, I'm done digging. Yet the soldiers showed no mercy, raising their rifles threateningly toward Zhou Sunyuan's father. Luckily, Zhou Sanyuan intervened just in time, pleading with the soldier, "Please, don't strike. I'll get it back to work right away." Filled with regret, Zhou Sunyuan's father forced himself to rise and resumed digging, muttering in despair. Indeed, had I known that this treasure would be so elusive, I would have refrained from coming here. Beside me, Xiao Hai and Achu were also drenched in sweat, filled with regret. Fortunately, their physiques were considerably more robust than that of old man Zhou, allowing them to endure. Not far off, General Chun observed the scene with a smug smile, while Lieutenant Su displayed an obsequious demeanor. "General, you are truly remarkable. You have them completely under your thumb with just $1. Chun scoffed. "My money is not so easily acquired. Keep a close watch over them in the coming days. Should anyone dare to slack off, they shall face severe consequences." "And what about those at Fuxitang? What of it? We did not forcibly conscript anyone. These individuals volunteered themselves. Should they meddle further, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the laborers of Gantian Town endured great hardship. For 3 consecutive days beneath the blazing sun, they toiled from dawn till dusk, working harder than in the fields, their faces becoming sunburned and darkened. Finally, one afternoon, a sudden exclamation rang out, invigorating everyone. I found it, I found it." Upon hearing this, General Chun and Lieutenant Su rushed through the crowd. Indeed, they discovered a massive stone tablet emerging from a large pit, inscribed with the words, "Dutong Sua E2." Joy was uncontrollable on both their faces as they shouted to the surrounding laborers. "What are you staring at? Keep digging around it." Instantly, the excavation site buzzed with activity. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, disappointment settled over the workers. Despite their efforts, no grand tomb was unearthed, only a barren guardian mausoleum. How could this be? After spending such a considerable sum, to find nothing was a bitter blow to General Chen's countenance. He ordered everyone to step back and retrieved a piece of white cloth from his pocket. This was a schematic he had obtained from an excavator, detailing Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb. The parchment depicted not only the general location of the mausoleum, but also included a poem and an image of a serpent devouring its own tail. From beginning to end, the end is also a beginning. The distance between heaven and earth is but a step away. The coiled dragon fears exposure and thus consumes itself. To ascend the mountain's 9 pinnacles requires but a single shovelful, breaking through the armor to enter the game of yellow flowers. It is better to laugh at the world than to return. Hearing the general muttering to himself, Lieutenant Su, feeling anxious, inquired, "General, what do these inscriptions mean?" Chun, equally vexed, replied, "If I knew, would I be fretting here? What we have unearthed is undoubtedly the Guardian Mausoleum, but where lies the main tomb? Lu Den Su, Ze Sai, Zet Ponde. We have no choice but to dig slowly. But how long must we persist? Time is of the essence, and when Su Shichang's troops arrive, not only will we fail to uncover the treasure, but we may also face execution. What shall we do then?" We must find someone capable of deciphering these inscriptions, someone well-versed in geomancy and numerology. Suddenly, Deputy Su had a thought and exclaimed, "What if Mao Xiaofang from Fushi Hall does not assist us? What shall we do?" At that moment, Commander Chen appeared somewhat troubled. Yet, just then a resonant voice echoed. "From beginning to end, there is also a beginning. Though distant, the horizon is not insurmountable. The coiled dragon fears exposure, consuming itself, while a mountain 9 fathoms high lacks but a single shovelful. Breaking through the armor to enter the arena, facing the world with laughter is less than returning home. What a magnificent coiled dragon's lair." Both Commander Chun and Deputy Su were startled, leaping from the pit to gaze at the crowd outside. Among the bustling citizens of Gantian town stood a man who stood out conspicuously, although his eyes seemed to be problematic, seeing that their secret had been overheard. Deputy Su was about to confront this blind man, but Commander Chen suddenly raised a hand to stop him, approaching with an air of civility. "May I inquire how to address you, sir? My surname is Lei. You may call me Lei Gang." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Hai was momentarily taken aback, while Chu feigned ignorance. "So, it is Master Lei. Might I ask what you meant by the coiled dragon's lair?" "This esteemed officer may not be aware of how snakes protect their eggs," Lei Gang replied. Commander Chun and Deputy Su exchanged glances. "Please, Master Lei, speak plainly." "It is quite simple. A snake will dig a hole, bury its eggs, and then coil around them, thus creating the coiled dragon's lair. The location of this auspicious site is not above, but below." "Below." Commander Chen's eyes gleamed with understanding, and without hesitation, he shouted to Deputy Su, "Have the men dig down along the protective tomb." Deputy Su grasped the meaning of the blind man's words and excitedly urged everyone into action. As he observed the bustling activity, Commander Chun felt a renewed sense of confidence and turned to the unexpectedly emerging stranger. "Thank you, Master Lei. Should we unearth the treasure, I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly." With an air of noble integrity, Lei Gang shook his head. "I am a man of the outside world, uninterested in wealth. I merely cannot bear to see others suffer. Such noble ideals, Master Lei." Commander Chun was even more pleased not to have to share the treasure. Before long, a chorus of exclamations arose. "Commander! Commander! We have struck it! It is Empress Dowager Cixi's tomb." Instantly, the excavation site erupted with excitement. Initially, everyone had only heard rumors. Now, they had genuinely unearthed Cixi's tomb, and thoughts of treasure filled their minds, promising a life free of worry. However, Commander Chun would not grant them the opportunity. He ordered the soldiers to push everyone back and leap down himself. Indeed, a hole appeared before Commander Chun. As the soldiers forged ahead, Commander Chun and Vice Officer Su followed closely, their eyes drawn to the imposing broken dragon stone, which bore an inscription in golden characters, "The tomb of Empress Dowager Cixi, presented with reverence by the glorious and sacred Empress." "Ha ha ha!" Commander Chun could no longer contain his laughter. "Old Witch Cixi, I have finally discovered your grave. What are you all standing there for?" Detonated. Accompanied by a rumble that shook the earth, the broken dragon stone was blasted open, revealing a grand palace before their eyes. Above the tomb, Xiao Hai pondered for a moment before approaching Lei Gang with a respectful yet puzzled expression. "Are you Master Lei?" Chapter 116. Master Lei. Master, what is happening? Chu, standing nearby, was taken aback by Xiao Hai's sudden proximity to this stranger, and upon hearing his words, was rendered speechless. In that instant, Xiao Hai felt a surge of anxiety, leaving him no time to respond to Chu's inquiry. "Agent le smile grachid le gans fache." You must be Xiao Hai, the disciple of my junior brother. This statement was a tacit acknowledgement. Xiao Hai, now even more anxious, inquired, "Indeed, Master Lei, my teacher has spoken of you. I wonder, what brings you back this time?" Lei Gang extended a hand to soothe Xiao Hai's nerves, saying, "Do not worry. I come with no ulterior motives. My junior brother at the Fushi Hall has taken excellent care of me. I have returned solely to pay my respects to my father, your esteemed master. In a few days, it will be the anniversary of his passing. After 20 years, it is time for this unfilial son to return and honor him." Despite Lei Gang's nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Hai struggled to relax, uncertain of what to say. Chu seized the opportunity to ask Xiao Hai about the situation. In hushed tones, Xiao Hai recounted how Master Lei had been expelled by their master, allowing his teacher to inherit the leadership of the Fushi Hall. Chu listened intently, grappling with disbelief as he gazed at the suddenly reappeared Lei Gang, who had been absent for 2 decades. Just then, a sudden scream from below seized everyone's attention. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Commander Chun and Vice Officer Su scrambled up from the pit, while not a single soldier followed them back. The villagers of Gantian Town and the soldiers wore expressions of curiosity, and Xiaohai and A Chu were equally drawn into the unfolding drama. What has happened? Where's everyone? Commander Chun climbed out and promptly approached Lei Gang, feigning calmness as he spoke. Master Lei, there are mechanisms within the tomb. Do you have any means to navigate them? Lei Gang, with an expression of resignation, shook his head as if he had anticipated this outcome. Indeed, there are mechanisms, alas. He gestured to his own eyes. Had my sight not failed me, I might have been of assistance. But now, I am afraid I cannot help. Seeing the milky whiteness of Lei Gang's eyes, Commander Chun found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Lei Gang suddenly spoke. However, if my junior brother is willing to lend a hand, it should not pose a problem. This brought great joy to General Chun. May I ask, Master Lei, who is your junior brother? General Chun must have encountered him before. He is none other than Mao Xiaofang, the current head of the Fushi Hall. At this instant, the Fushi Hall buzzed with a hint of warmth amidst its lively atmosphere. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Mao Xiaofang appeared somewhat out of place as he emerged from the back hall. Yet, the curiosity in his eyes revealed his delight in having his disciples craft him new attire. Madonna, now adorned in a beautiful Western dress that exuded a refreshing modern femininity, gazed at Mao Xiaofang as if he were an entirely different person. She did not hesitate to shower him with compliments. Wow, Master Mao, you look incredibly handsome. Beside her, Lei Xiao, resembling a student from the Republic era, nodded vigorously in agreement. Master Mao seems like a completely transformed person, exuding vitality. Initially uncertain about his Western attire, Mao Xiaofang, upon hearing the girl's praises, inquired with a hint of skepticism. Really? The 2 girls nodded emphatically. Instantly, Mao Xiaofang straightened his posture, appearing even more spirited. Russell, observing this transformation, was reminded of a zombie film he had seen, where the dapper Uncle Gio donned a stylish suit. He chuckled. Master, when you step outside now, you won't know how many women you'll captivate. Nonsense, Mao Xiaofang replied, but the satisfaction gleaming in his eyes was unmistakable. Madonna, brimming with curiosity, suggested, why not take this opportunity to try on the other 2 outfits, Master? After pondering for a moment, Mao Xiaofang nodded and turned towards the back hall. Russell then glanced at his 2 junior sisters and asked, so, do you both like the 3 outfits I prepared for you? Madonna, her eyes sparkling with delight, nodded enthusiastically. Brother, you are so impressive. You can do everything, even make clothes. There is much more I can do. You will find out in due time. Russell replied with a knowing smile. Madonna nodded happily, while Russell's gaze shifted to Lei Xiao. And what about you, Xiao? You seem rather distracted these past few days. Are you dissatisfied with the outfit I designed for you? Startled by the sudden mention of her name, Lei Xiao quickly shook her head. No, brother, I am very satisfied. Noting Lei Xiao's evident concealment of something, Russell chose not to press further. As long as you like it, that's what matters. It is getting late. You should rest early. I will go check on Xiaohai and Achu. I heard they have had a tough time these past few days. Madonna, aware of the hard work her 2 senior brothers had been putting in, couldn't help but smile, albeit slightly guilty. I hope that this time, Xiaohai and brother Achu can comprehend the wisdom of not taking advantage of bargains. Indeed, Russell nodded. His true intention was not merely to visit his 2 senior brothers, who were merely on the way. His genuine purpose was to see Ying. He was not one to show favoritism. Since he had prepared new garments for Dana and Xiao, how could he be left without? Furthermore, he indeed had matters to discuss with her. Just then, as the sound of footsteps echoed, a throng of individuals appeared at the entrance of Fushi Hall. This caused Dana and Lei Xiao to pause and glance over. Besides Xiaohai, Achu, Commander Chun, and Deputy Su, there was an additional individual whose eyes appeared somewhat troubled. Upon recognizing this familiar figure, Lei Xiao's countenance turned pale as she exclaimed, Father. This left Dana bewildered. However, Russell did not exhibit any signs of astonishment as he too recognized the man, not for his identity, but rather for the actor portraying this role. He had once played a character in Stephen Chow's God of Gamblers, another classic role of a person with extraordinary abilities, the character of Dejun. Upon seeing this actor, Russell surmised that a formidable antagonist was likely to emerge, as he recalled that this actor had not typically portrayed overly virtuous characters. Hearing his daughter's call, Lei Gang's face softened with a gentle smile as he responded, "Xiao." At this moment, the assembly in Fushi Hall understood that Lei Gang and Lei Xiao were indeed father and daughter, which only heightened Xiao Hai's sense of unease. Just as he rushed forward to clarify the recent events to Russell, Mao Xiaofeng emerged from the back hall, clad in a pristine Zhongshan suit, gazing at the man before him with a complex expression and saying, "Brother." Chapter 117. Into the tomb within the back hall of Fushi Hall, everyone was gathered together. Naturally, the seats of honor were occupied by Mao Xiaofeng and Lei Gang, flanked by their disciples, Ma Dana and Lei Xiao, and then Commander Chun and Deputy Su. Following Xiao Hai's introduction, Mao Xiaofeng had a general understanding of the situation. Gazing at the sudden reappearance of his senior brother after 20 years, although he had anticipated it, his feelings were still quite intricate. However, regarding the matter of entering the tomb, he spoke with utmost caution. "Brother, the Panlong Cave is no ordinary feng shui treasure site. It is a burial ground fit for the sovereign. A single misstep could lead to a significant upheaval of the remains within, so we must proceed with great care." Upon hearing this, Commander Chin's expression turned somewhat anxious, but fortunately, Lei Gang stepped forward to address the matter. "Junior brother, I understand your concerns, but with your skills, breaking into the Panlong Cave would be a mere trifling task. Moreover, Commander Chun, you and your men would not dare to leave without obtaining the treasures inside, would you?" As if receiving a hint, Commander Chun nodded vigorously in agreement. "Master Mao, at this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you any longer. Should I fail to acquire the treasures within that old hag's tomb, I assure you, I shall not depart. What I may do thereafter is uncertain." This revelation caused a noticeable change in Mao Xiaofeng's countenance. Commander Chun, well aware of the art of persuasion, understood the gravity of the situation. "Moreover, Master Mao, it is utterly unjust for that old witch Cixi to rest amidst gold and silver while having wreaked havoc upon our beloved land." Mao Xiaofeng found himself at an impasse, glancing towards his third disciple for guidance. "ASU, what are your thoughts?" All eyes turned to Russell, with Lei Gang, embodying the elder figure, smiling and remarking, "On my way here, I heard that you have acquired an excellent disciple, not only establishing a newspaper, but also a free school that benefits the entire Gantian town." For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite recognizing that the individual before him might be a formidable adversary, Russell felt an inexplicable urge to smile, perhaps due to the indelible image of the gambling sage. "Master, since my uncle has spoken thus, I too agree to descend into the tomb." Both Commander Chun and his companion were momentarily elated, yet before they could revel in their joy, Russell continued, "However, Commander Chun, we must establish 3 rules." Commander Chun pondered briefly, displaying some impatience as he inquired, "What do you propose, Mr. Russell?" Without hesitation, Russell articulated, "Commander Chun, let us speak candidly. What you desire is indeed the treasure from Cixi's tomb, is it not? You cannot possibly be interested in anything else." Commander Chun nodded in acknowledgement. "Excellent. Then my 3 stipulations are as follows. Firstly, you may only take gold, silver, and jewels. You must not disturb any antiques or artifacts, as they belong to the cultural heritage of our entire nation." Such righteous declarations earned Russell the admiration of Mao Xiaofeng and Madonna present. Commander Chun, however, hesitated. After all, antiques and artifacts hold substantial value. Observing this, Lei Gang offered reassuring words. "Commander Chun, one must learn to be content. The treasures within Cixi's tomb alone could ensure your prosperity for a lifetime." After some contemplation, Commander Chun, with a glint of resolve in his eyes, agreed, "Very well. I accept." After all, without these 2 individuals, he would find it impossible to enter the tomb, and once he comprehended the mechanisms inside, he could return alone when the time was right. Unfazed by Commander Chen's musings, Russell proceeded, "Secondly, no disrespect shall be shown to the remains within the tomb. After all, the deceased deserve our utmost reverence." Upon hearing this second stipulation, which seemed rather innocuous, Commander Chen dismissed it with a wave of his hand, exclaiming, "That is simple enough." Lastly, Russell concluded, the tomb must not be damaged. To prevent the remains from undergoing decay, after you have taken the gold and silver, my master and elder Lei shall seal it once more, just to be prudent. That is even less of an issue. Regardless, as long as the location of the tomb and the mechanisms within are known, A mere tomb gate cannot deter explosives. At this juncture, General Chun was growing increasingly impatient. Since an agreement had been reached, Master Mao and Master Lei, let us not squander any more time. Observing this, Master Mao expressed no dissent and stated, let us prepare. We shall descend into the tomb at the hour of the rat. Under the darkened sky and amidst the flickering flames of countless torches, Mao Xiaofeng, having made all necessary preparations, led his 3 disciples along with Madonna, while Lei Gang accompanied his daughter Lei Xiao. As they entered the tomb with General Chun and his party, passing through the blasted Dragonstone, a magnificent tomb passage adorned with auspicious cloud patterns on the walls and floor unveiled itself before them. Mao Xiaofeng contemplated briefly and addressed Russell. Indeed, it possesses the majesty of the supreme ruler. ASU, you and Madonna shall accompany Master Uncle and follow behind. Xiao Hai Chu, let us proceed. Yes, Master. Watching Mao Xiaofeng charge into the tomb passage, Lei Gang, supported by Lei Xiao, chuckled. It seems my junior still harbors doubts about my abilities, requiring your watchful eye. However, it is understandable, for I have been away for 2 decades, and it is only natural for my junior to harbor suspicions. Russell, with a calm demeanor, responded. It is reassuring that Master Uncle understands. However, is Xiao truly your daughter? Lei Xiao, drawn in by Russell's inquiry, turned her attention to him, while Lei Gang chuckled lightly and replied, not quite. Xiao is my adopted daughter. She was raised by a gorilla since childhood, thus lacking in social niceties. If she has erred in any way, I shall apologize on her behalf. Russell shook his head. Master Lei, you have misunderstood. Xiao is delightful and quite intelligent. She has been of great assistance to me and Madonna in recent days. Hearing Russell praise her charm and intellect, Lei Xiao felt a tinge of bashfulness and lowered her head, while Lei Gang beamed with satisfaction. That is splendid, due to prior engagements. I had sent Xiao ahead to Gantian Town. I never anticipated that you would become acquainted. What a fortuitous encounter. After exchanging pleasantries, Russell remained focused on the unfolding events as his master descended into the tomb. One could only commend Mao Xiaofeng, a true master of geomancy and numerology, for deftly dismantling the traps and formations set by Empress Cixi within her tomb, each one proving to be more spectacle than peril. This included the entrance's labyrinthine illusion, the supreme layout of the Golden Throne Hall, and the desolate formation of the Prison of Grievances. Before long, the resplendent main mausoleum emerged before all. It was a sight to behold, filled with countless treasures and the bodies of officials from the Qing dynasty, laid bare upon stone coffins. Upon witnessing such wealth, General Chun erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, splendid. All these treasures are mine. What are you waiting for? Call them in to help me carry it out. Russell, witnessing this, felt compelled to remind him, General Chun, do not forget our 3 rules of engagement. General Chen's expression shifted, yet he ultimately restrained his emotions and spoke. I remember. Be cautious, do not damage the tomb, and refrain from disturbing the bodies. Only take the gold, silver, and jewels. Is that acceptable, young Master Luo? Indeed. It was only then that General Chun glanced around and posed a pivotal question. Master Mao, Master Lei, and young Master Luo, where is Empress Dowager Cixi? Chapter 118. The Precious Pearl indeed. As everyone surveyed the scene, they noticed that although the corpses lying here belonged to high-ranking officials and generals, not a single female body was in sight, let alone the tomb's owner, Empress Dowager Cixi. At that moment, General Chun seemed to have discerned something. Moving deeper into the tomb, Master Mao did not follow. As he examined the corpses and glanced upwards, his expression shifting slightly as he exclaimed, "This is dire. Is indeed the Inbagua." Before others could respond, Lei Gang immediately understood and remarked, "Junior brother, are you suggesting that this is a corpse-raising ground?" Precisely. Utilizing the Inbagua to channel moonlight, once these corpses absorb sufficient Yin energy, they will undergo a transformation into zombies. Xiao Hai Chu, seal the gaps above with talismans. Yes, master. Xiao, you should assist as well. Yes, father. Seeing his disciples sealing the openings that absorb the moonlight with talismans, Mao Xiaofeng also produced a Yang Bagua, setting up a counteracting formation to disperse the Yin energy within the tomb. Lei Gang, witnessing this, commended, "Junior brother, you are indeed meticulous." Mao Xiaofeng nodded sheepishly. At that moment, The depths of the tomb echoed once more with General Chin's maniacal laughter. As everyone ventured in, they beheld an even more resplendent palace, filled with countless treasures of gold, silver, antiques, and artifacts, with a magnificent golden coffin at its center. Inside lay the very owner of the tomb, Empress Dowager Cixi. Old witch Cixi, did you think that after death, with the protection of the 8 Banners' disciples, you could command the winds and rains in your next life? I tell you, there's no chance of that. Ha ha ha. Su, do not let anyone near. Move it for me. Yes, General. As Su departed, Luo and the others approached the coffin, gazing at the seemingly lifelike woman, who appeared merely to be sleeping. Chu expressed her astonishment. Wow, this is Cixi. After so long, she looks just as alive. Lei Gang explained, this is the effect of the Yin Bagua. Nourishing the corpse with Yin energy can preserve it for millennia. Truly a living dead. Now I understand, Mao Xiaofang said, but did not elaborate further. Xiaohai, Atu, continue sealing the gaps with talismans. Yes, master. Mao Xiaofang then looked at Lei Gang, somewhat awkwardly stating, Senior brother, let Ashio and the others keep watch here. We should ascend. Very well. Ashio, you remain here. Yes, father. Although Mao Xiaofang and Lei Gang had departed, the place was left with only Russell, Madonna, Lei Xiao, and General Chin's soldiers, who were busy moving items. Russell remained here to serve as a supervisor. Madonna, gazing at the coffin containing Empress Dowager Cixi, sighed contemplatively. No matter how affluent one is in life, in death, they are merely a lifeless body. What use is there for all this gold and silver? Upon hearing this, Russell approached Madonna and gently replied, Therefore, junior sister, we must seize the joy of living. Otherwise, once the moment passes, it will be too late. Madonna, reflecting on Russell's words, looked at him with bright eyes and nodded in agreement. Observing that the soldiers were reasonably obedient, taking only gold and jewels, Russell returned his gaze to the coffin containing Cixi. It must be said that the actress indeed possessed a certain beauty, exuding the charm of a mature woman. However, Russell was not so depraved as to find interest in an elderly lady. Suddenly struck by a thought, he reached into the coffin and gently pressed his hand against the lady's face. Madonna and Lei Xiao, witnessing this, curiously inquired, Senior brother, what are you doing? Russell, of course, was not taking advantage, but was reminded of a horror film he had once seen about Cixi, in which she seemed to call out for a precious pearl. Indeed, as Russell gently parted the elderly woman's lips, a black pearl emerged into the sight of the three. Just as Madonna was about to exclaim, she noticed Russell making a gesture for silence, and she understood, promptly closing her mouth and whispering, Senior brother, what is this pearl? Russell shook his head. I have only heard legends that when Cixi was buried, she called out for a valuable pearl. I did not expect it to be true. Alas, it is merely a relic. Otherwise, I would have gifted it to my 2 junior sisters. Senior brother, your thoughtfulness is enough. Perhaps influenced by earlier words, Madonna, taking Lei Xiao's hand, said, However, senior brother, you have 2 junior sisters, yet this pearl is singular. Russell smiled wryly, responding, Junior sister, you certainly present me with a dilemma. Madonna's face then displayed a mischievous, charming smile, while Lei Xiao appeared somewhat flustered. With matters on his mind, Russell quietly said to his 2 junior sisters, Since we have come, it would not be proper to leave empty-handed. You too, feel free to look around. If there is anything you fancy, take 1 or 2 pieces. After all, so much has already been taken. It matters not if we take a couple more. Yes. Madonna readily accepted this and led Lei Xiao around to browse. Only then did Russell seize the opportunity, for just as he acquired the pearl, the membrane of the Earth Book within his Naiwan Palace had stirred unexpectedly. Without hesitation, Russell discreetly released the Earth Book, drawing the pearl into his Naiwan Palace. As the bead entered the realm of the Naiwan Palace, a beam of azure light surged forth from it, drawn into the Earth Book. In an instant, Russell comprehended the true nature of this bead. It was, astonishingly, the essence of Imu. Indeed, akin to the Dragon Vein Stone, it was a quintessence of the 5 elements. However, while the Dragon Vein Stone belonged to the earth, this bead was of wood. As the Imu essence was absorbed, the transformations of the Dragon Vein Stones within the Naiwan Palace accelerated, and wisps of ethereal energy began to materialize slowly. This left Russell in a state of bewilderment. As the sovereign of this realm, All changes and growth within it were nourished by the spiritual energy he absorbed and refined. Yet now, this world had seemingly birthed its own spiritual energy. Did this imply that, henceforth, even in the absence of Russell's energy, this realm could sustain itself? However, Russell soon realized that his assumptions were mistaken. The world within the Naiwan Palace continued to operate according to its customary rules. This prompted a thought in Russell's mind. It appeared that gathering the quintessences of the 5 elements was essential to validate his hypothesis. With this realization, Russell felt a clearer vision of his future path unfolding before him. Yet, where could he seek the remaining essences of metal, water, and fire? At that moment, something caught his eye, piquing his curiosity. For within Empress Dowager Cixie's coffin lay an unremarkable oil lamp, devoid of any distinctive features. This was undoubtedly unusual. The instant Russell's hand made contact with the lamp, an unexpected disturbance in the membrane of the earth book within the Naiwan Palace caused a flicker of astonishment to cross his face. Was his fortune truly this favorable? Chapter 119. The Divine Lamp Move. Quickly, be careful not to drop anything. Beneath the night sky, outside the tomb of Cixie, 3 horse-drawn carriages overflowed with crates of gold, silver, and jewels, their wheels deeply embedded in the earth. Commander Chun was elated, his spirits soaring high. I must extend my gratitude to Master Mao, Master Lei, and young Master Russell. Mao Xiaofang sighed, uncertain of whether his actions were right or wrong, and could only say, I hope Commander Chun will use these treasures for the benefit of the people. Ha ha, that is certainly the plan, Commander Chun replied, a smug and mischievous grin spreading across his face. However, when we indulge in entertainment tonight, we shall not forget to reward the ladies. Ha ha, let's depart. Traveling by night was evidently not a wise decision, so Commander Chen opted to revel in Gantian Town for the night and set off the following day. Observing Commander Chun's exuberance, Mao Xiaofang exhaled a sigh of relief. After sealing the tomb's entrance with his magic, he led everyone away. Under the night's cover, Gantian Town buzzed with life. Having acquired treasures, Commander Chen's troops were lavishly spending their newfound wealth. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Fushi Hall was decidedly awkward. Gazing at his senior brother offering incense to the ancestral masters, Mao Xiaofang pondered for a moment before addressing his disciples. Xiaohai, Achu, Asu, and Dana, it is quite late. You should retire for the evening. Also, please tidy up a room for your revered uncle. Clearly, Mao Xiaofang wished to keep certain private matters from his disciples. Lei Gang seemed to share this sentiment as he remarked, Ashio, you should also rest. The group exchanged glances, and it was ultimately Luo Su who spoke up. Very well, Master, we shall take our leave. Upon exiting the main hall and entering the courtyard, Achu expressed his curiosity. Master, truly, what is there that you cannot share with us? Xiaohai gently patted his junior brother's shoulder. What nonsense are you speaking? If Master prefers not to disclose something, there must be a sound reason for it. Junior brother, junior sister, you should rest. I will assist our uncle in tidying his room. Wait, Ma Dana suddenly called out to them, pulling 2 small cloth bags from her pocket and whispering, These are from senior brother for you. The 2 received the bags with confusion, but upon discovering their contents, they were taken aback, for they were filled with an array of gold and silver jewels. This, Xiaohai stammered, while Achu beamed with delight. Luo Su cast a surprised glance at Ma Dana, reassuring her, Senior brother, do not worry. Both junior sister and I have received our share. This is meant for you. In the future, we will all need funds to establish our families. Xiaohai hesitated, but Achu excitedly patted his senior brother's back. Take it, senior brother. This is what junior brother intended. Besides, Achu added, pulling out a few gold ingots from his own pocket, I also secretly took some. Why not seize the opportunity? You, Xiaohai said, feeling somewhat helpless. Thank you, junior brother. Very well. Everyone should rest. I will go assist our uncle with his room. Ashio also volunteered. I will help. With that, as everyone departed, only Luo Su and Ma Dana remained in the courtyard. Luo Su then expressed his gratitude to Ma Dana. Thank you, Dana. I almost forgot about senior brother and the others. Whoever marries, you will surely be very fortunate. Indeed, the gifts intended for Xiaohai and Achu were unbeknownst to Luo Su. They were prepared solely by Ma Dana. Her cheeks flushed, she replied, I have no desire to marry. I am quite happy following Master and being with senior brother. Noticing this, Luo Su leaned slightly forward, their faces mere inches apart, and inquired, "What if it were to marry me, your senior brother?" Ma Dana's bright eyes widened in surprise, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy and shyness. "Senior brother, what nonsense are you speaking?" She whispered softly. "I'm certainly not speaking in jest. Does my junior sister truly harbor disdain for me, her senior?" Madonna nervously shook her head. "Without me, your senior brother," Russell leaned in closer and remarked. "In that case, once we bring our esteemed aunt over, how about I request my master to propose on our behalf?" At this moment, Madonna felt her cheeks flush, rendered speechless, and merely nodded gently. She then recalled something and added, "Aunt, it has been quite a while since we sent our letter, and we still have not received any response. I wonder if she even got our message. Do not worry. Let us wait a little longer. If we still hear nothing, I shall personally accompany you to the northeast to fetch our esteemed aunt." Upon hearing this promise, Madonna's charming face turned crimson, her eyes sparkling with boundless joy. "Is that truly the case?" "Of course it is," Russell reassured her. "Now, let us agree that you should return early tonight to rest. It is already quite late, and you have been weary these past few days." As she watched Madonna joyfully depart, Russell's gaze shifted to another room, where he locked eyes with Lacio, who was busily tidying up by the window. Lacio abruptly lowered her head, blushing fiercely. Observing this, Russell let out a long sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous. With that, he turned and returned to his own quarters. Meanwhile, Lacio watched Russell enter his room, her emotions swirling in a complex dance. Under the dim glow of the candlelight, Russell did not rush to rest. Instead, after filling the surrounding area with talismans, he took out an unusual object, a lamp that had been buried alongside Empress Dowager Tzishi. He began his examination. The lamp's base resembled an ancient three-legged goblet used for drinking, while the upper part featured a glass cover standing 3 to 4 inches tall. It appeared neither entirely Eastern nor Western, a fusion of styles, and did not seem to be an artifact of great antiquity, likely dating back to post-Qing times. Strangely, although the membrane of the Earth Book within his mind reacted to this peculiar oil lamp much like it did to the dragon vein stone and the precious pearl, when he attempted to absorb its essence, there was no response whatsoever. This left him confounded. It likely indicated that the true treasure was not the lamp itself, but rather what lay within it. But what could that be? Russell examined it from every angle, yet discerned nothing. Should he ignite it to see? Or perhaps break it? Breaking it was certainly out of the question. Thus, igniting it seemed to be the only option left. As he struck a match and lit the peculiar oil lamp, it remained unresponsive. There was but one method left. Russell channeled his internal energy, directing it through the long lamp shade and into the oil lamp. At the very moment his energy entered the lamp, it indeed reacted. Russell felt a surge of formidable spiritual power emanate from the lamp, forcefully expelling his own energy. This power was so immense that it surpassed even that of his master, Mao Xiaofeng. This proves one thing. This lamp is indeed extraordinary. At the same time, it sparked a thought in Russell's mind. Although he could not quite recall the plot due to its vagueness in his memory, he recognized that television storylines often draw upon contemporary myths and legends. Among the various tales associated with lamps, the most striking are the Lotus Lantern and Aladdin's lamp. Compared to the Lotus Lantern, Russell finds himself more inclined towards Aladdin's lamp, as both the drama featuring the zombie Taoist and the series Zombies amalgamate elements from both Eastern and Western cultures. Thus, Russell attempted to rub the oil lamp 3 times. Regrettably, there was still no response. This should not be a matter of frequency. As previously mentioned, the number 3 is imbued with the essence of mechanisms and codes. If it is unrelated to the number of times, then only one possibility remains: the method. If rubbing is not the answer, what other approach could there be? Suddenly inspired, Russell shook the lamp in his hand, rotating it clockwise 3 times, then counterclockwise 3 times, followed by 3 vertical shakes. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from the lamp, accompanied by the appearance of a man dressed in a white scholar's robe, with braided hair and a fan in hand. Quan Kui. Chapter 120. The Lamp Spirit Xian Kuei? This name sounds so familiar. The elegantly attired man in white, fanning himself with grace, greeted Russell with a smile. However, not Xian Kuei, but rather Dong Longsa, the top scholar in both civil and military examinations during the second year of Xuanji in the Qing dynasty. now residing within this lamp as the lamp's spirit. It was no wonder he possessed such a robust stature. Russell immediately thought of a well-known character from the first installment of the Zombie Taoist, the zombie king Qian. The two were essentially the same person in terms of appearance. At this moment, the membrane of the Earth book within Russell's mind stirred once more, confirming that this so-called lamp spirit was indeed what the membrane truly desired. Yet, Russell did not rush to absorb it. Instead, he countered with a question. You claim to be the lamp spirit. What can you do for me? The lamp spirit closed his fan and, exuding an air of casual confidence, replied, Whoever awakens me from this lamp, whether you be rich or poor, noble or common, deity or demon, as long as you articulate your wish, I shall fulfill it. Russell's interest was piqued. Anything can be fulfilled? Indeed, the lamp spirit's confident declaration was momentarily interrupted as his gaze swept across the talismans affixed to the surrounding walls, his demeanor shifting to one of heightened alertness as he looked at Russell. Ah, I see, you are a practitioner of the Tao. That is correct. The lamp spirit, with keen insight, seemed to scrutinize Russell deeply. Fascinating, truly fascinating, to have attained the realm of 5 Qi, returning to origin and being just one flower shy of the 3 flowers gathering at the crown at your age is a testament to your genius in cultivation. Although you still fall short in comparison to this spirit. Oh, I never expected that a top scholar from the Great Qing dynasty would also delve into the ways of the Han people. The lamp spirit's expression slightly stiffened as he flicked his fan and proclaimed, Speak your wish. Whether it be gold, silver, treasures, or healing the ailing, I can fulfill it. If you have no wish, I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Russell began to comprehend the nature of the lamp spirit. This was certainly not the kind of spirit imprisoned within a lamp like Aladdin's, devoid of freedom, yet capable of granting any desire. The lamp spirit before him, resembling the zombie king Qian, appeared more like a ghostly immortal who had cultivated his skills and understood certain mystical arts, playing with the affairs of the mortal realm. Thus, Russell decided not to waste time and spoke forth. I have no interest in gold or treasures, nor in healing the sick. Instead, I seek knowledge of the Taoist arts. Since you have attained the status of a lamp spirit and are a distinguished scholar, you must possess considerable knowledge in this realm. The lamp spirit seemed to regain his previous flamboyance and replied, Indeed, during my time as a scholar, I was commanded by the Emperor to serve in the Hamlin Academy, where I encountered numerous extraordinary individuals. I am well versed in literature, classics, divination, medicine, Buddhism, Taoism, calligraphy, and chess. Thus, the Taoist arts are but a trifle. Speak. Which aspect of the Taoist arts do you wish to learn? Russell's eyes gleamed as he responded. My master mentioned that our Taoist tradition is divided into 3 main schools, talismans, cultivation, and alchemy. Yet, I have read that there is more to it than this. The lamp spirit waved his paper fan and replied, Certainly, what your master referred to as talismans, cultivation, and alchemy constitutes the 3 principal schools of Taoism. However, by the time of the Guangxu era of the Great Qing, there were 86 documented Taoist sects, and this is merely what has been recorded. Countless folk sects exist beyond those, and aside from Taoism, the number of Buddhist, shamanistic, witchcraft, and tantric sects is innumerable. At this juncture, the lamp spirit gazed at Russell and inquired, What is it that you truly wish to learn? Perhaps you could share your thoughts with me. Russell pondered for a moment and replied, To be honest, I have no particular idea. Would you be so kind as to offer me some guidance, dear lamp spirit? Seeing this, the lamp spirit waved his arm, and a thick ancient tome appeared in Russell's hands, while he himself soared back into the lamp, leaving behind but a single phrase. Peruse this at your leisure, and return with your queries once you have finished. As Russell opened the tome, he was greeted by the 4 grand characters inscribed upon its cover, Ancient Mirror of the Spiritual Treasure. Upon flipping through its pages, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that it resembled an ancient compendium. In the room that had been tidied by the Fuxi Hall, Lei Gang, after bidding farewell to Mao Xiaofang with a smile, was assisted back into the room by Lei Xiao. Once the door closed behind them, the smile on Lei Gang's face vanished, replaced by a grim and malevolent expression, causing the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Lei Xiao pondered for a moment before unable to restrain herself from speaking. Father, what brings you to Fuxi Hall? Lei Gang coldly replied, What? Are you unhappy to see your father? Lei Xiao hurriedly shook her head. Not so, father. Did you not say you were not yet prepared? Lei Gang slowly sat down beside him, reaching for the table. Upon noticing this, Lei Xiu hurriedly brewed tea and presented it to Lei Gang. He then continued, "One can practice their craft at any time, yet suitable opportunities for such appearances are rare. But you, Xiu, how have you fared with the matters I entrusted to you?" Upon hearing this, Lei Xiu's expression grew troubled. "Father, my senior brother does not harbor feelings for me. His affections lie with Sister Dana." Lei Gang scoffed, taking a sip of tea before coldly responding, "Had you said this earlier, I might have believed you. However now." Lei Xiu panicked, fearing that her inaction had been discovered. Yet, Lei Gang's next words left her stunned. That young man is likely quite greedy." "What does that mean, father?" Lei Xiu asked tentatively. "You have been raised by an orangutan since childhood. Naturally, you are oblivious to matters of the heart. But as a man, I understand men well. Judging by his words and actions tonight, along with what my junior disciple has related regarding my nephew, I can assure you that he desires both you and the girl from the Ma family. He is quite the philanderer." Though Lei Xiu was inexperienced in love, she understood the implication of being called unfaithful. The thought that her senior brother wished to court both her and Sister Dana left her feelings in turmoil, caught between joy, resentment, and disbelief. "Impossible. My senior brother would never be so fickle. Nothing is impossible," Lei Gang interrupted. "In Gantian Town, among all the young women, he sees only you and the girl from the Ma family in a different light. Does that not signify something? Furthermore, while I may not see it, I know well that you possess a graceful appearance and a pleasing demeanor, which appeals to men. Whether you wish to accept, this is up to you. What I can tell you is that the pursuit of love is a mountain for men and a veil for women. Xiu, if you are proactive and create opportunities, with my assistance, once the deed is done, he will have no chance to enjoy the fruits of both." Chapter 121, A Visit from a Companion at Dawn. Mao Xiaofang departed from the Fushi Hall and made his way to the inn in town. Only after witnessing General Chun lead his troops and treasures away from Gantian Town could he finally relax. Upon returning to the Fushi Hall, he found his senior brother, Lei Gang, standing at the entrance of the schoolhouse. After their heartfelt exchange the previous night, Mao Xiaofang, being an open-hearted individual, had come to fully trust that his senior brother had experienced a profound awakening, returning solely to commemorate their master. Hearing the footsteps of his junior disciple, Lei Gang walked into the courtyard, a nostalgic expression on his face. Watching these children and listening to their recitations brings back memories of our youth. Father taught us in much the same way. Mao Xiaofang felt a surge of gratitude in response. Indeed, it is through the grace and guidance of my master that I have attained my current state. The debt of gratitude I owe him is beyond measure. In response, Lei Gang spoke with a nostalgic expression. "Junior brother, I have a thought. I wonder if you would acquiesce to it?" Mao Xiaofang paused momentarily. "Elder brother, please go on. Although I can no longer see, I am familiar with a few characters. Therefore, even though my time is limited, I wish to contribute to the Fushi Hall and Gantian Town. Might you allow me to become a teacher to these children?" "That is certainly not an issue." Mao Xiaofang, feeling somewhat inappropriate, added, "After the class, I shall discuss it with ASU." Lei Gang smiled at this. "What is this, junior brother? Do you, the leader of the Fushi Hall, still need to consult your disciple on such matters?" Mao Xiaofang shook his head. "It is not that. In practical matters, ASU indeed excels beyond me. The entire Gantian Town populace trusts him implicitly." Lei Gang nodded in agreement. "You are truly fortunate, junior brother, to have such a commendable disciple. Unlike me, who, apart from Xiu, is quite solitary." "Elder brother, you overstate. Xiu is indeed wonderful." Lei Gang sighed. "Xiu is remarkable and intelligent, but ultimately, she's a girl. While I am around, I can offer her some guidance, but what will happen when I am no longer here?" "Elder brother, there is no need for such pessimism," Mao Xiaofang urged, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Lei Gang, with a resigned demeanor, gestured towards his neck. "Wrapped in a scarf. It is not my pessimism. Ever since I failed in my duel with that sorcerer from the South Seas and fell victim to his curses, I have not only lost my sight, but nearly my life. My health deteriorates by the day, and I do not know how much longer I can care for Xiu." At this, Mao Xiaofang discerned the underlying implication in his elder brother's words. "Elder brother, what do you mean?" Lei Gang candidly replied. "ASU is yet unmarried. What are your thoughts on Xiu?" Mao Xiaofang was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Lei Gang countered, "What? Do you believe Xiu, raised by a gorilla, lacks parents, and is too wild to be worthy of your disciple?" This was certainly not Mao Xiaofang's intention. Elder brother, you misunderstand. I hold Xiao in high regard, and should she and ASU forge a bond as their master and uncle, I would be delighted. However, ASU is a resolute young man. Matters of marriage may be beyond my influence. Furthermore, Mao Xiaofang glanced toward another classroom where Madonna was teaching the children. There seems to be a mutual affection between ASU and Madonna. Hearing this, Lei Gang smiled slightly. My nephew seems to attract the affection of young ladies. In that case, as their uncle, I shall refrain from meddling. Let the youth manage their own affairs. Junior brother, I have not visited Gantian Town in 20 years. I am curious to see how it has changed. Please show me around. Seeing that his senior brother was unwilling to dwell on the matter, Mao Xiaofang breathed a sigh of relief and said, Very well, senior brother, please. Thus, the two departed from the Fushi Hall together. Be careful on the way. By noon, after observing the children finish their meals, Madonna watched each of them leave. Compared to the stern Russell, the children favored the gentle and beautiful Madonna, bidding her farewell with politeness. Goodbye, teacher. Russell, having settled the bill with the owner of He Hexing Building, approached and remarked, Madonna, you truly have a way with children. Madonna shook her head, responding, What can I say? You look rather intimidating. She added, These children are quite unruly. Without a bit of sternness, they cannot remain quiet during class. After saying this, she gazed at Madonna's charming face and continued, You must be tired. Let's go eat. Indeed, upon entering the back hall, Xiao Hai, a Chu, and a Xiao had already prepared lunch. Russell, noticing two empty seats, curiously inquired, Where are Master and Uncle? Xiao Hai replied, Master and Uncle have stepped out. We do not know when they will return. Junior brother, let us eat first. All right. Once Russell took his seat and everyone began to eat, he noticed a Xiao, head bowed, stealing glances at him, her expression peculiar. Although Russell sensed this, he chose not to comment. Firstly, the situation was not suitable for a conversation between the two, and secondly, it seemed that Chu was quite pleased with the unexpected windfall from yesterday, chattering incessantly. Just then, a male and female voice suddenly echoed from the main hall outside. Is anyone there? Hey, come out. Everyone exchanged glances, and Chu, with a bun in his mouth, unhappily stepped outside. Who is it? Can't we eat in peace? However, upon his return, he wore a broad smile and said to Russell, Junior brother, it's a beauty, but she is here to steal business. Steal business? This left everyone taken aback. As they moved from the back hall to the front hall, they indeed spotted a stylishly dressed man and woman. Both appeared quite presentable. Russell was indifferent to the man, but the woman, though somewhat attractive, paled in comparison to Madonna, and Xiao, her eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. Russell approached and inquired, Might I ask what brings you both to our Fushi Hall? The pair strode forward with an air of pride, and the woman, clearly the main representative, introduced herself. I am Xu Ning, and this is my colleague Yang Jijian. We are reporters from the Guangming Daily. Guangming Daily. Russell furrowed his brow. He was well aware of that name, yet the timing seemed amiss. I did not recall ever hearing of such a newspaper. The woman named Shunning nodded, her gaze probing as she looked at Russell and began to explain. Although we have not yet published, we are about to launch in Gantian Town, which is why I have come to pay a visit to Mr. Luo of Half the Sky. You must be Mr. Luo, correct? Since it was a visit, Russell naturally responded politely. Indeed, if that is the case, please have a seat. Thank you. As soon as Shunning settled down, she glanced around and remarked with a hint of derision, I never expected that someone who could establish such a remarkable newspaper as Half the Sky would be a youth of the new era with a scientific spirit. I am surprised to find that you believe in such superstitions that deceive the masses. Upon hearing Shunning's words, the expressions of those in Fushi Hall subtly changed as they looked at this guest in disbelief. Russell regarded the proud woman before him with intrigue. To make such an impolite statement during a first visit to someone else's home, while carrying such an air of self-importance, it appeared she was yet another foolish character. Much like that black rose, intended to escalate the dramatic conflict. He chose not to pay her much mind. However, Achu, standing nearby, reacted more strongly and stepped forward to clarify. Miss, you may have misunderstood. Our Fushi Hall possesses genuine abilities, unlike those deceitful charlatans outside. Unfortunately, Shunning remained unfazed, retorting, What difference does it make? Aren't they all just frauds misleading the public? Achu was eager to continue his explanation, but Russell intervened, addressing the man and woman with a calm demeanor. Do you two have any other matters to discuss? Observing Russell's demeanor, which implied he was ready to dismiss them, shunning, believing she had struck a nerve, smugly inquired, "What is the matter, Mr. Luo? Are you upset because I exposed your fraudulent identity and are now preparing to send me away in anger?" Yet, Russell maintained his indifferent expression, glancing at the clock on the wall, then looking at the two guests with a gaze akin to one observing pitiful creatures. He spoke with tranquility. "Miss, you may have misunderstood. I do not care who you think I am. That bears no significance to me. However, my time is precious, and it is truly a waste to squander it on a verbal spar with fools." "Hey, who are you calling a fool?" Upon hearing Russell equate them with fools, Shunning's companion, Yang Zhijian, immediately stood up in protest. Regrettably, Russell paid him no heed, merely shaking his head, his eyes still filled with pity as he said, "Ah Chu, please escort these two guests out. As for my fellow apprentices, let us return to the back hall to continue our meal." As Russell rose to depart, Shunning, a proud returnee from her studies in the UK, was left utterly dumbfounded. When had she ever been so disregarded? To be told that conversing with her was a waste of time, and to be labeled a fool, left her feeling an acute sense of indignation. She stood, eager to voice her thoughts. "Please wait, Mr. Luo." Unfortunately, Russell paid her no heed, as if lingering any longer in her presence would be a squander of his existence. And he followed his two junior sisters to the back hall. This left her with an unexpressed frustration lodged in her chest. Observing this, Chu seized the opportunity to explain. "Miss Shunning, you have misunderstood our Fushi Hall." However, Shunning interrupted, her anger palpable. "Jian, let's go." With that, the pair stormed out in a huff. Russell was not jesting. Every moment of his time was indeed precious. Beyond his fundamental cultivation, he had newspapers and classes to attend. Although he now had the assistance of his master, Madonna, and Aishio, it still consumed a portion of his time. Furthermore, he needed to allocate moments to nurture his relationships with his two junior sisters and Yu Ying. He was, in essence, a master of time management. Of course, the most significant aspect was that the woman named Shunning lacked the beauty of Madonna, Ying, and Aishio. Her appearance was not to Russell's taste. Otherwise, he would not have minded spending a bit more time in her company. Besides, he had a matter of utmost importance at hand, reading the book he had acquired from the lamp deity, the ancient mirror of spiritual treasures. Since the previous evening, when he received this tome from the lamp deity who resembled Xian Kuei, Russell had only perused a few pages but immediately recognized the remarkable nature of the ancient mirror of spiritual treasures. According to the preface, this book was compiled by Lu Xiujing, a Taoist of the Lingbao sect during the Wei and Jin dynasties. However, it was not a comprehensive anthology like the Daozong, but rather more akin to an encyclopedic guide, summarizing various esoteric knowledge with many topics only briefly touched upon. To delve deeper, one would need to seek out corresponding texts based on this book. The ancient mirror of spiritual treasures is divided into three sections: deities, humans, and objects. The deities section chronicles some of the divine beings from the world's legends, resembling a catalog of immortals. The humans section records notable practitioners of the Tao, including celestial masters and their established sects and magical arts. The objects section details various heavenly materials and earthly treasures found in this realm. It is worth noting that during his studies in the cosmos, Russell had explored theology and perused numerous religious texts. If the deities and figures recorded in the ancient mirror of spiritual treasures were identical to those he already knew, it would not have commanded his attention in such a manner. Thus, the answer is rather straightforward. Russell's profound interest in the Tome Lingbao ancient mirror is undeniably rooted in its portrayal of elements uniquely belonging to this world. For instance, on the third page of the Divine chapter, among the pantheon, there exists a deity ranked just after the mighty Pangu and Yuhua, the zombie king Jiangchun. Indeed, upon reflection, it has been nearly half a year since Russell arrived in this realm. Although he is aware that this is a world where the paths of zombie Taoists and the undead intertwine, he has found it exceedingly challenging to discern any semblance of Jiangyu, aside from the appearance of Madonna and a few familiar actors. Not even the teachings from his master, Mao Xiaofeng, nor the text of the Fushi Hall provided any clues. To his astonishment, Lingbao Ancient Mirror unveils these figures, including not only the zombie king Jiangchun, but also Pangu, Nuwa, the holy mother of the Yaopool, the human king Fushi, Guanyin, the Tathagata, Chang'e, and many more. Furthermore, in stark contrast to the esoteric depictions of these mythic figures found in other texts he has perused. Russell faintly perceives the essence of the Pangu clan within the descriptions of these deities in Lingbao, Ancient Mirror. Additionally, in the human chapter, he encounters even more familiar characters, such as the ancestor of the Ma family, Ma Ling'er, the incarnation of Guanyin, known as Miaoshan, Su Fu, who sought the elixir of immortality for Qin Shi Huang, and the characteristics of Qin Shi Huang post-consumption of the elixir: blue eyes, canine teeth, immortality, and the absorption of human blood, all of which unmistakably affirm that these traits belong to the zombies of the Jiangyu world. How fascinating! This revelation has utterly captivated Russell's interest in Lingbao Ancient Mirror. Moreover, in the final segment, the material chapter, he discovers elements that elucidate his perplexities, such as the description of the precious pearl he obtained from Cixi. The cold cicada pearl, as it is named, is said to be formed from the essence of the emu, possessing the terrifying ability to animate the deceased. Additionally, there are detailed accounts regarding the dragon veins, meticulously documenting the locations of the great dragon veins across the central plains of this world, where the dragon vein stones arise from the confluence of the spiritual essence of these dragon veins. Besides the cold cicada pearl and dragon vein stones, there are also records of treasures formed from the convergence of the 5 elemental essences. Although a millennium has passed, whether these treasures still exist in this world remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the knowledge of their existence has already been immensely beneficial to Russell. Furthermore, the various Taoist techniques recorded in the human chapter have ignited significant inspiration within him, particularly concerning his current struggle to coalesce his primordial spirit and transition from refining qi to the void realm of refining spirit. In essence, the various Taoist sects represented by the Fuxi Hall, such as the Celestial Master School, trace their lineage to a singular origin, the Dan Ding School. The predominant practice of the Dan Ding School likens the human body to an alchemical furnace, whereby the refinement of one's essence, energy, and spirit, collectively known as the 3 flowers, leads to immortality and enlightenment. This elucidates why the core practice of the Dan Ding School is termed refining qi, which further encompasses the stages of refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and merging emptiness with the Tao. Through the Lingbao Ancient Mirror, Russell unearthed an alternative, albeit less mainstream, method of cultivation within the Dan Ding School known as refining generals. Chapter 123, Refining Generals. The concept of refining generals has its origins in the ancient shamanistic arts. In antiquity, our forebears believed that numerous deities resided within the human body, including those we commonly refer to as the 3 corpse spirits and the 5 organ spirits. According to the Lingbao Ancient Mirror, nearly 36,000 deities, both great and small, inhabit the human form. These divine entities not only sustain the body's normal functions, but also facilitate communication with the cosmos, which explains how ancient shamans could converse with the spirits. However, due to their intangible nature, we remain oblivious to their presence, let alone harness their power. Regardless of the veracity of this belief, it provides practitioners with a contemplative approach by engaging in quiet reflection and envisioning the presence of deities within. One can condense their internal qi into a corporeal form of a deity, thereby allowing it to take shape and not dissipate easily. This enables the practitioner to command these deities and thus acquire their powers. To honor them, these divine beings should not be referred to as gods, but rather as divine generals, servants of the gods, if you will. This is the essence of refining generals. Additionally, within Buddhism, this practice is known as visualization. From a cultivation perspective, the foundation of refining generals remains the refinement of essence into qi. But during the transformation of qi into spirit, the deity transitions from the primordial spirit to a divine general. Due to Russell's exposure to the world of Lao and divine forces, the manifestation in his process of refining qi into spirit resulted not in a primordial spirit, but rather in the emergence of small sun. Currently, this sun seems to have awakened his Kryptonian physique slightly, yet he remains uncertain of how to wield it. Compounding the complexity, Russell experiences firsthand that the growth of this sun appears boundless, capable of absorbing an infinite amount of spiritual energy accrued from his cultivation. This implies that he may be destined to remain trapped in the realm of refining qi into spirit for a lifetime. However, the introduction of the method of refining generals perfectly circumvents the challenge of condensing the primordial spirit, allowing Russell to attain the state of refining spirit into emptiness. Nevertheless, upon reawakening the lamp spirit and acquiring the method of refining generals known as supreme secrets, Russell hesitated to commence his practice, for he could not fully trust this so-called lamp spirit, nor could he ascertain the complete reliability of the refining general's cultivation method. He sought the counsel of his master, Mao Xiaofeng. If there were anyone in this world whom Russell could trust wholeheartedly, it would undoubtedly be his mentor, Mao Xiaofeng. Beyond the bond of master and disciple, the integrity of Mao Xiaofeng's character served as a significant reason for this trust. Thus, when night fell and Mao Xiaofeng returned from a stroll in Gantian town with Lei Gang, Russell approached his master. In the evening, as Mao Xiaofeng was preparing to rest, he heard a knock at the door. "What is it, ASU? Is there something on your mind?" Clearly, Mao Xiaofeng was in good spirits, reconciling with his senior apprentice. Lei Gang was a relief for him. "Master, I believe I may have discovered a way to condense my primordial spirit." "Oh." Mao Xiaofeng's eyes brightened. This issue had troubled him for quite some time. As a mentor, he was deeply concerned for his disciple and had perused numerous texts in search of a solution. But to no avail. Kumin, as they entered the room, Russell wasted no time and presented the tome, Supreme Secrets, to Mao Xiaofeng. Curiously, Mao Xiaofeng settled onto a nearby bamboo chair and, after merely flipping through a couple of pages, grasped his disciple's intentions. He then expressed his frustration. "Indeed, how could I have forgotten the cultivation method for forging generals?" "Oh, Master, you are aware of this method?" Russell inquired, perplexed. He had not encountered this term in the text of the Fushi Hall or heard it from Mao Xiaofeng's lips. Mao Xiaofeng nodded and explained. "I have only heard of it in passing. Before the Ming Dynasty, the method of forging generals was one of the primary practices of our Tianshi Dao, alongside the Danding and Fu Lu sections. However, after Liu Bowen severed the dragon veins of the Chinese land, resulting in a significant decline in the celestial energies, the number of practitioners dwindled. Why is that? Simply put, while the condensation of the primordial spirit requires abundant spiritual energy, it ultimately relies on the practitioner's soul as a foundation, making it relatively easier to achieve. In contrast, forging a general is akin to constructing a castle in the air. It must be created from nothing. The time, energy, and innate talent required for this practice are incomparable, leading to its gradual disappearance. Even I learned only a few tidbits from my master. By the way, ASU, where did you acquire this supreme secrets? Master, I found it in the tomb of Empress Dowager Cixi. I thought it intriguing and brought it out, not expecting such a delightful surprise. Mao Xiaofeng, not giving it much thought, sighed, "I see. It is not surprising that the royal family has preserved some Buddhist and Taoist texts. ASU, it seems that fortune is currently favoring you. Then, Master, may I practice this method of forging generals?" Mao Xiaofeng nodded as he perused the book in his hands. "Certainly, regardless of qualifications or the required spiritual essence, it appears that this method of cultivation and refining generals can only be practiced by you, a being of innate pure yang. Even if it is not ideal, it is far more reliable than your solar star's primordial spirit. Moreover, if you truly succeed in becoming your own divine general, establishing your own sect would not be out of reach." Establishing a sect? Indeed. Do you know what the greatest benefit of achieving the status of a divine general is? Russell paused. "Please enlighten me, Master." "It is quite simple. Once perfected, you need not attain the realm of refining emptiness and merging with the Tao. You will possess your own talisman and magical seal." Sensing his disciple's confusion, Mao Xiaofeng directly explained, "The so-called talisman is the title of the divine general. Yet it is not a mere script we are familiar with, but rather an evolution of Taoist symbols. Legend has it that during the primordial formation of heaven and earth, the great Tao manifested these symbols. There are 8 characters in a day, totaling 32 celestial realms, amounting to 256 symbols in all. The magical seal is a stamp bearing the talisman. In the future, should anyone possess a magical talisman or implement inscribed with your seal, even those devoid of magical power can harness your divine strength to subdue demons and drive away malevolent spirits. For instance, in our Fushi Hall, aside from the talismans and implements crafted by myself, any talisman or implement bearing the seal of our ancestor, Master Zhang, will also possess demon-subduing efficacy. Russell suddenly grasped Mao Xiaofang's meaning. In essence, it is the act of lending one's strength to others through the magical seal. However, a concern arose. Master, will my magical power diminish with each lending? What if I find myself lacking later on? This question elicited a bemused look from Mao Xiaofang, who retorted, "You are overthinking it. Firstly, the extent of the borrowed magical power can be regulated by the quantity and efficacy of the talismans and implements. Secondly, you're not incapable of practicing and replenishing your own power. Ultimately, given your aptitude, if you truly can reach the realm of refining emptiness and merging with the Tao, entrusting the divine general to the great Tao and becoming one with heaven and earth, your magical power would be inexhaustible. Of course, the most crucial point is that you can accumulate good karma for yourself through this. After all, when others utilize your strength, they are inherently accepting your cause, and thus they must return a result, which brings you countless benefits." At this juncture, if Russell still did not comprehend the advantages of this cultivation, he would indeed be a fool. "Well then, Master, are there any issues with the cultivation method in the Supreme Secrets? If not, I am ready to commence my practice." Mao Xiaofang pondered for a moment before responding, "Do not rush. Leave it with me for a few days. I will examine it, and once I confirm its viability, you may begin your cultivation." Naturally, Russell had no objections. "Then I shall leave it to you, Master. I will take my leave to rest." Indeed, watching Russell depart, Mao Xiaofang felt a sense of urgency and took the Supreme Secrets to his senior brother's quarters, eager to discuss its contents together. For two minds are always better than one. However, just as she was about to step outside, contemplating her thoughts, the expression on Mao Xiaofang's face grew complex. Ultimately, she halted her steps and returned to her room, immersing herself in the tome titled Supreme Secrets, which she perused for the entirety of the night. Chapter 124. A letter from the Ma family. As dawn broke, the sound of a bicycle bell chimed through the alleyway that housed the Fushi Hall. A young man, clad in the attire of a postal worker, rode up on his bicycle, two large cloth bags perched on the rear seat, and arrived at the entrance of the Fushi Hall. "Master Mao, I have left your letters at the door," he called out. As the postman unloaded the two hefty bags and departed, Xiao Hai and Chu, drawn by the commotion, approached the entrance. They gazed at the two large bundles of correspondence with an air of familiarity. "So many letters again," Chu remarked. "Ever since our junior brother established half the sky, we receive an influx of correspondence from all corners of the earth. Initially, we were quite pleased, as it indicated that the Fushi Hall's newspaper had garnered recognition. However, as the letters continued to accumulate, nearly filling an entire room, we became somewhat at a loss as to how to manage them. As Chu transported the letters to the designated storage room, he grumbled, "Junior brother, wouldn't it be easier to simply burn them all? At this rate, the Fushi Hall will transform from a temple into a post office." Xiao Hai, clutching a bundle of letters, did not dwell on such thoughts. He would do whatever Master instructed, and he had discerned that, given Master S' current regard for their junior brother, it was likely that he would someday assume the mantle of leadership at the Fushi Hall. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us get moving. At that moment, Ma Dan Na emerged from the adjacent courtyard, having heard the commotion. While the two elder brothers were unaware of the significance of the letters, Ma Dan Na was well informed. Her elder brother had explained that he relied on the contents of these letters to ascertain what topics to feature in each issue of the publication. It was indeed this responsiveness to the audience's desires that contributed to the newspaper's popularity. Therefore, these correspondences were of paramount importance to her brother and could not be carelessly disposed of. With this thought in mind, Ma Dan Na stepped forward and offered, "Brother, allow me to assist." Upon seeing her, the two quickly shook their heads. They merely intended to vent their frustrations and would not truly impose upon a young lady. Besides, the bundle of letters was not particularly heavy. No, you go about your business, junior sister," they insisted. "Yes, they are merely letters, quite light." Ma Dan Na, observing their demeanor, felt a warmth towards her elder brothers, particularly Chu, who, despite his occasional lack of seriousness, was undoubtedly a good person. Just as she was about to depart to find Luo Shixiang, a flash of golden light erupted from the package, and a single letter unexpectedly soared from the heap. "Landing in Mao Dan Na's haunts." Upon recognizing the sender's name, her face instantly lit up with delight. The reason is quite simple. The sender of this letter is none other than her grandaunt, Ma Rong'er. Within the hall of Fushi, everyone has gathered. As the head of Fushi, Mao Xiaofang swiftly perused the contents of the letter, returning it to Madonna. After a moment of contemplation, his expression grew somewhat peculiar as he glanced at his disciple, secretly sighing before he spoke. Taoist, Ma has agreed to come to our Gantian town. ASU, I entrust this matter to you. You must make the necessary arrangements. Through Madonna's narration, Russell was already aware of the letter's contents. Nodding in agreement, he responded under Madonna's joyful gaze, Yes, master. This time, I plan to head north personally to bring my esteemed aunt back. Mao Xiaofang nodded in approval, while Madonna, though elated, interjected, There's no need, senior brother. My uncle will assist in caring for her, so there won't be any issues. Russell, not lacking in wit, seized the opportunity to endear himself to his junior sister. Sister, we had agreed on this. Our esteemed aunt is advanced in age. The journey will be arduous, especially considering the current turbulent times. It would be prudent for both of us to accompany her for her care. Mao Xiaofang concurred, adding, ASU speaks rightly. The outside world is rife with conflict. Allow ASU to accompany you, ensuring safety on your journey. Feeling the concern emanating from her senior brother, Madonna's heart swelled with sweetness, leaving her with no grounds for further refusal. I shall heed my master and senior brother. At that moment, Lei Gang, who had been silent until now, suddenly inquired, Nephew, how long do you anticipate being away? Perceiving the curious gazes from everyone, Lei Gang adopted a gentle demeanor. Currently, you are responsible for maintaining the newspaper and the Academy of Fushi Hall. If your absence extends too long, however, unlike others who genuinely believed Lei Shirbua was concerned about the Academy and the newspaper, Russell discerned his uncle's ulterior motives. Seizing the opportunity to unveil his intentions, he replied in alignment with Lei Gang's query, respectfully addressing master and uncle, I plan to travel by water, taking a ship across the sea. If all goes well, I should return within a month, which would be safer. As for the newspaper and academy, that is indeed a concern. I wonder if master and uncle have any suggestions? Suddenly, Mao Xiaofang's expression shifted as he understood that his meticulous disciple could not have overlooked such an issue. Thus, only one reason remained. With this thought, Mao Xiaofang tentatively suggested, perhaps we should temporarily suspend the newspaper and academy until ASU returns? Lei Gang, however, shook his head, feigning concern for the collective. That need not be the case. Both the newspaper and the academy are of great significance to Gantian Town. An abrupt halt would cause substantial repercussions. All eyes turned to Lei Gang, and Russell continued to engage in the conversation. Master, what do you mean? Lei Gang smiled gently. If you trust your elder, the matters concerning the school can be entrusted to me and your master. Although I lack your extensive knowledge, I have navigated the waters of Nanyang, and teaching children to read and calculate should pose no problem. As for the newspaper, I am uncertain whether Axiu can be of assistance. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiao, who sought to understand the true nature of her adoptive father, instantly grasped his intentions. It appeared that he intended to seize control of both the newspaper and the school during her senior brother's absence. After all, her father had often remarked that the influence of the Fushi Hall's newspaper and school in Gantian Town had long been the greatest obstacle to his efforts to undermine Master Mao and reclaim the position of the hall's leader. Lei Xiao yearned to refuse, as her experiences over the past few months had illuminated the truth. Master Mao, Brother Luo, and even a younger brother Xiaohai and Ichu were all genuinely good individuals. Conversely, her father harbored an unfathomable grudge beneath his amiable facade, a knot that could never be untied, leaving Lei Xiao in excruciating turmoil. She could only hope that her senior brother would reject her father's proposition, yet alas, things did not unfold as she wished. Then I shall entrust the school matters to you and master. As for the newspaper, sister, I will prepare the content for this month's issues for you shortly. When the time comes, you need only initiate the printing and send the newspapers out via the post office. I would appreciate the assistance of both brothers for Axiu's sake. Achu patted his chest. Rest assured, junior brother, we will handle the minor details. Indeed, with everything arranged, Mao Xiaofang recalled something and said, You may proceed with your preparations. As for you, ASU, come with me. I have a letter I need you to deliver to Dao Ma. Chapter 125. The Divine Dragon of the Ma family. Luo Su entered her master's chamber. Mao Xiaofang first retrieved the supreme secret essentials from his bosom and handed it to Luo Su. Here, take it. Fortunately, you arrived in time. I reviewed it last night and found no issues with the method of forging. There are a few intentionally concealed sections, which I have annotated. Given your aptitude, you should have no trouble mastering it. Luo Su was overjoyed. She hadn't anticipated her master's remarkable efficiency. It was evident that he had likely spent the entire night reviewing it, and her heart swelled with gratitude as she expressed, "Master, thank you for your hard work." Mao Xiaofeng nodded. Although his relationship with Luo Su, his third disciple, could not compare to the father-son bond he shared with Xiaohai and Chu, her words of appreciation made him feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. He continued with a sense of warmth. "Perhaps it is your good karma that has brought you such fortune." The sudden compliment from her master left Luo Su somewhat perplexed, but Mao Xiaofeng quickly provided clarity. "You just received the Supreme Secret Essentials yesterday, and now you are preparing to journey north to the Ma family. Would you not agree that you are quite fortunate?" Luo Su was left in a state of bewilderment. "Master, is there a connection between the two?" Mao Xiaofeng glanced at her usually astute but now unresponsive disciple and explained. "The lineage of the Ma family is distinct from our Fushi Hall and indeed most Taoist sects, as it is a familial inheritance, uniquely passed down through daughters rather than sons. Intriguingly, this has resulted in the Ma family's teachings being preserved in their most complete form over the centuries. From their ancestor Ma Ling-er of the Qin dynasty to the current generation represented by Dana, each a remarkable woman of exceptional skills. Particularly notable are their unique divine dragon edicts and the clan's secret 9-character incantation for summoning dragons, which are immensely powerful and the reason behind the Ma family's reputation as dragon exorcists." Upon hearing this, Russell seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding and tentatively inquired, "Master, are you referring to the Ma family's divine dragon?" Mao Xiaofeng nodded slightly. The Ma family possesses a treasured heirloom known as the Pure World Dragon Pearl, which was formed from the divine dragon subdued by their ancestor Ma Ling-er at a time when none of the sects, be it alchemy or talismans, had yet emerged. Russell comprehended completely and remarked, "Thus, the method of subduing the divine dragon is related to the refining techniques outlined in the Supreme Secret Essentials." Mao Xiaofeng, however, chose not to elaborate further, simply stating it can only be said to be connected to the ancient shamanistic arts. "The specifics will only be revealed through your understanding. Given your nature, I know that the conventional divine generals will likely not suffice for your cultivation of the Supreme Secret Essentials. Therefore, if you can glean some insights from the Ma family's methods of dragon refinement, it would undoubtedly benefit you." At this juncture, Mao Xiaofeng hesitated before adding, "However, one must not be overly forceful. After all, it is the Ma family secret. Nonetheless, I will pen a letter to my friend in the Ma family, hoping she will assist you in clarifying some of your uncertainties. The rest, you must endeavor to discover on your own." Russell nodded, fully grasping the master's true intent. "Disciple understands your meaning, and I appreciate your concern for my well-being, Master." Thinking about the upcoming departure for over a month, during which her Lei Sherba would undoubtedly take some actions, Russell felt uneasy and cautioned, "Master, during my absence, please take care of yourself and remain vigilant." Mao Xiaofeng paused, then sighed in comprehension. "Do not worry. I am well aware of my own affairs. Bang! Fortune smiles upon me." In Lei Gang's room, he excitedly slammed his hand on the nearby tea table, laughing maniacally. His frightening demeanor sent chills down Lei Xiao's spine, prompting her to voice her concern. "Father, do you really intend to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Master Mao?" Lei Gang's expression darkened, turning exceedingly sinister as he replied, "Mao Xiaofeng took everything from me. Now I am merely returning the favor. Xiao, do you believe my actions are unjust?" Naturally, Lei Xiao lacked the courage to challenge him. "Father, I am merely concerned. There is nothing to worry about," Lei Gang exclaimed excitedly, not allowing Xiao a chance to speak. "My junior brother feigns righteousness. It will not be too easy to manipulate him. Moreover, he has 2 disciples who are as foolish as pigs. Now that my junior nephew and the maiden from the Ma family have departed, this is our finest opportunity. But will brother and sister Dana eventually return?" Lei Gang appeared confident. "What does it matter? Once I employ the art of Gu to control those children in the academy and tarnish Mao Xiaofeng's reputation, the entire Gantian town will fall under my dominion. By that time, even if my junior nephew discovers it, it will all be too late." Ha! The mere thought of that scene brought greater joy to Lei Gang. Meanwhile, Xiao felt increasingly uneasy. On one side stood Master Mao, her brother, and the residents of Gantian town. On the other was her adoptive father. She was uncertain of how to choose. At that moment, Lei Gang's subsequent words intensified her inner turmoil. Ashio, keep a close watch on the newspapers. There is no better tool for ruining Mao Xiaofang's reputation than my junior nephew's publication. This time, I shall ensure that Mao Xiaofang is left utterly ruined. Ashio's expression shifted, and she finally nodded in agreement, saying, I understand, father. I will take my leave for now. Good. Work diligently, and do not disappoint your father. In the Fushi Hall, where the printing press resided, the machine roared as a sheet of paper was printed. This antique machine, modified by Russell, operated with remarkable efficiency, easily producing 10,000 copies in an hour. Ashio, I have prepared the copper plates for the content of the next 10 issues for the upcoming month. It will be a laborious task for you. I will return in time, if I do not make it back on schedule. It is of little consequence if we miss an issue or two. The so-called copper plates are the bases used for printing the newspaper content. As long as the machine applies ink and paper, the current issue can be printed. Having assisted in this process over the past few months, Ashio had become quite familiar with it. Russell, recognizing this, entrusted the newspaper's affairs for the upcoming month to her, as suggested by Lei Gang. However, after Russell spoke, he noticed that Ashio seemed a bit distracted. After calling her name a couple of times, she snapped back to reality, a hint of panic in her eyes. Brother, I understand. Seeing this, Russell appeared to sense something amiss and thoughtfully remarked, Sister, you need not feel overly burdened. Rest assured, should any issues arise, as your elder brother, I will certainly stand before you and shield you from all harm. Russell's words stirred something within Ashio. She seemed on the verge of saying something, but was at a loss due to her gratitude for Lei Gang's nurturing. Just then, Russell, with a subtle implication, said, Then I shall leave this in your capable hands. This evening, I have matters to attend to and must go out alone. Please inform Master and the others.